Traversing through the world of Naruto, I have become Hinata's elder brother, Hyuga Naraku. Initially, I thought I would merely rely on my Bikugan and gentle fist to get by, only to find that the sanin system has bestowed upon me the spiritual pressure of a Shinigami and a Zanpakuto. While other children practice shuriken techniques, I delve into the arts of Kido and Shunpa. My father, believing me to be a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, remained oblivious to the fact that my Shinigami abilities could easily obliterate a Jonin. In order to evade the watchful eyes of Danzo, I resolved to conceal my true strength and develop my abilities in secrecy. However, during the Chunin Exams, as I faced the assault of Orochimaru, I slowly unsheathed my Zanpakuto. Destruction of the Path, number 90, Black Coffin, I humbly request your guidance. Chapter 1. The beginning of the Nine Tails Chaos. Run. The fox spirit has gone berserk. Everyone do not scatter. Follow us in an orderly fashion to the shelter. Teams 3 and 5 organize the civilians for evacuation. The rest of you, follow me to assist Lord 4th Hokage in quelling the chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Naraku gradually opened his eyes. What on earth is happening? It's so noisy. Can't a person get a decent night's sleep? With a weary expression, Naraku rubbed his bleary eyes. Suddenly, the remnants of drowsiness vanished, and he jolted awake. Wait, what is this? Why have my hands become so small? Staring in astonishment at his tiny, pudgy hands, he realized that they unmistakably belonged to a child. Naraku looked up, taking in his unfamiliar surroundings, characterized by distinct Japanese architecture, and was further bewildered. What is this place? The land of the sun? Wasn't I just sleeping at home? How did I wake up in the land of the sun? Naraku, so this is where you are? At that moment, a young couple rushed towards him, the woman noticeably pregnant, and upon reaching Naraku, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. You little rascal, running around in a situation like this. You scared your mother half to death. Quickly, let's go to the shelter. The young man addressed the pair. With the Nine Tails rampaging, the village is far too dangerous. Hurry and join your clan for safety. I must lead the others to assist Lord 4th Hokage. As Naraku absorbed the chaos around him, the mention of Hokage, the Nine Tails, and especially the peculiar white eyes of the couple, his already bewildered mind became even more. Confounded, what is happening? Have I really traversed into another world? Without the time to ponder, the woman scooped him up, and they joined the throng moving towards the so-called shelter. Cradled in her arms, Naraku observed the scene. Panicked villagers, houses ablaze, the towering figure of the Nine Tails, and ninjas darting across rooftops, vanishing in mere moments. At last, he confirmed it. He had indeed crossed over and into the world of Naruto. As the reality of his situation sank in, Naraku suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, instinctively clutching his head. Is this the memory of the original owner of this body? My name is Hyuga Naraku, the eldest son of Hyuga Hayashi, the current clan leader. The memories were straightforward and offered little of substance, considering he was merely a 2-year-old child. Yet, Naraku quickly absorbed them. Goodness, I am the eldest son of Hyuga Hayashi? I don't recall such a character existing in the original narrative. If that's the case, then the child in her womb must be. Naraku glanced down at the young woman's pronounced belly. The Nine Tails rampaged after Naruto's birth, and since Hinata was born in the same year as Naruto, it follows that the child she carries is none other than his sister, the future Princess Hinata. Does this mean that the main character, Naruto, is destined to be my future brother-in-law? Lost in thought, Naraku was carried along with the villagers into a vast cavern within the mountains, where many had already gathered. It appeared this was indeed the so-called shelter. Once inside, Naraku continued to ponder deeply. Well, although I have no idea why I inexplicably found myself in the Naruto world, I must contemplate my future course of action. It is well known that the Naruto world is one where lineage holds paramount importance. Ordinary individuals, no matter how hard they strive, ultimately become mere fodder. While they may hold their own in the early stages as the story progresses, when gods and demons clash and various monstrosities emerge, even the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages, united, could be effortlessly defeated by a single incarnation of Madara Uchiha. Not to mention the god-tier beings and the perverse Otsutsuki clan. Naraku felt a headache coming on. This world is fraught with peril. Though the Hyuga clan descends from the brother of Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Himura, it could be considered royal blood within the Naruto universe. Upon reviewing the entire series, it becomes clear that aside from 2 members among the Konoha 12, the rest are mere background characters. In contrast, the Uchiha clan has continuously produced exceptional talents, from Madara to later figures like Obito, Itachi, and Shursui, who, with the power of a Sharingan, have significantly influenced the ninja world. Though the Byakugan is one of the 3 great dojutsu, in comparison, the Hyuga clan, while also descendants of Kagaya Otsutsuki, pales in comparison to the Uchiha clan. What the predicament? If I am to be reincarnated, why not grant me a more formidable bloodline? The Byakugan ultimately feels a bit lacking, Naraku lamented internally. Beep. Detection indicates that the host has successfully traversed to a different world. Assessing the host's physical condition, detection confirms that the host soul has successfully merged with the body of this world. Binding sanin system. Beep. System binding successful. System owner. Hyuga Naraku. Having accepted his transition to the Naruto world, Naraku finally began to emerge from his state of bewilderment, only to be met with a barrage of new notifications, plunging him back into confusion. Yet excitement soon followed. I have a system? Oh my goodness, my golden finger has arrived. I knew it. If I've been transported to another world, how could they not grant me something powerful? Naraku's mindset shifted from confusion to exhilaration. A golden finger. This is a crucial skill for any traveler. Possessing a golden finger signifies the potential to grow stronger. System, are you there? Dear System, I am your adorable host. If you are around, could you please respond? No response. Could it be that the system is female? Then, System Mama, are you home? Baby misses you. Naraku persistently called out to the system in his mind, but after the initial prompts, it fell silent. What is going on? Why is the system unresponsive? Did I do something wrong? No, wait, before I crossed over, I read so many stories about this. This is how they initiate contact. It can't be wrong. Could it be? Has the system abandoned me? No. I'm so scared being alone in this new world. Beep. Host, I advise you to maintain some dignity. This system is well aware of your background. As a soon-to-be 30-year-old single man, calling yourself baby? Aren't you a bit embarrassed? Ah, system. I thought you had abandoned me. You scared me. Relieved that the system was still present, Naraku chose to ignore the system's comments about being a nearly 30-year-old man. Aren't we all just babies? What's wrong with being almost 30? At 30, I am still a baby over 300 months old. System, please tell me what abilities you possess. Beep. This system is a sign-in system. Once a day, you may sign in to acquire various abilities and items to help a lowly host like you become a ruler of the myriad worlds. The more significant the event, the better the rewards. The current turmoil in the Naruto world, the Nine Tails Chaos, is considered a major event. Would you like to sign in? Chapter 2. The power of the Shinigami sign-in, must sign in system, sign in now. The host has chosen to sign in. The sign-in function has commenced. Congratulations, host, sign in successful. This sign-in rewards you with basic spiritual pressure, basic Shunpa, Bakudo 130, Heido 130, and a Zanpakuto, Shirkai state. As the system's voice faded, Naraku felt a surge of inexplicable power within him, along with a wealth of knowledge regarding Heido and Bakudo filling his mind. Zanpakuto? Am I not in the Naruto world? What on earth is this Zanpakuto? Isn't it a power from the Soul Society? Good heavens! A Soul Reaper in Naruto? System, are you stirring up trouble? Naraku gazed at the rewards from the sign-in, unable to suppress his inner monologue. Host, the rewards obtained from signing in are not limited to the current world, but are randomly acquired from myriad realms. Furthermore, if the host is fortunate enough, it is possible to sign in during major events and receive the Rinnegan or Six Paths mode. Alright then, the possibility of acquiring items from countless worlds is indeed intriguing. Although I did not receive a power as formidable as those in the ninja world, the abilities from the Soul Society are certainly impressive. Some Zanpakuto, once released, can be said to possess incredible world-altering power. Based on Naraku's experiences from his previous life, the combat prowess of the Soul Society undoubtedly surpasses that of the Naruto world. A captain-level figure, such as the Godai 13th leader, could obliterate the Naruto world with a single Bankai. No one would stand a chance. However, all of this is still far from him. For now, Naraku fantasized about future confrontations with ninjas. When they unleash a fire-style technique, he would counter with a Sanghua Fall. When they cast a lightning style, he would respond with a Raijin cannon. This would be perfect. Boom. Bang. Even though he was in a shelter, the thunderous sound from outside reverberated intermittently, accompanied by the occasional shower of sand and dirt from the cave ceiling, causing Naraku to worry whether the cave would collapse at any moment. The Kyuubi incident marked the beginning of the Naruto world. In this man-made catastrophe, the fourth Hokage and his wife perished, leaving behind a son who became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, growing up in solitude, often scorned by the villagers. When watching Naruto in his previous life, Naraku felt a deep sense of injustice for him. Ostracized from a young age, enduring the disdain of the villagers, often going hungry, yet consistently loving his village and striving to become Hokage, ultimately earning everyone's recognition. Naraku pondered, had he been in Naruto's position, he would likely have succumbed to darkness long ago. Yet Naruto persevered. In terms of willpower, Naraku admitted he fell far short. The outside commotion showed no signs of abating, and gradually, fatigue washed over Naraku, his eyes involuntarily closing, leading him into slumber. After all, he was merely a 2-year-old child. Such drowsiness was quite normal. When he awoke the next day, Naraku found himself sprawled on a large bed. He sat up and surveyed his surroundings, surmising that the Kyuubi incident had ended and he had returned home. Right, he hadn't examined the reward from last night's sign-in in detail yet. Where did that Zanpakuto go? System, are you there? Where are my sign-in rewards? What about my Zanpakuto? How do I check it? Host, you need only quietly think about checking your status in your mind. Additionally, the items obtained from the sign-in have automatically been placed in the system warehouse. You simply need to silently wish to retrieve them. Goodness, it even has its own storage. How convenient for future travels. Open my status panel, Naraku mentally commanded. Instantly, a translucent virtual panel materialized before him. Host, Hyuga Naraku. Level, Basic Spiritual Pressure, Genin. Abilities, Heido 130, Bakuto 130, Basic Shumpa. Items, Zanpakuto, Shurikai State. Naraku scrutinized the information. On the panel, contemplating. Does basic spiritual pressure correspond to Genin? Perhaps intermediate and advanced spiritual pressures correspond to Chunin and Jonin respectively. I wonder what level of spiritual pressure corresponds to Kaga level. Could it be Captain level? Regardless, I will understand once I elevate my spiritual pressure in the future. Then, Naraku's gaze fell upon the Zanpakuto resting in the system warehouse. He mentally wished to retrieve it, and soon, a seemingly ordinary katana appeared in his hand. Is this the Zanpakuto? No, strictly speaking, this blade cannot yet be called a Zanpakuto. It can only be referred to as Shurikai. After all, the system indicated that this Zanpakuto is still in Shurikai state, meaning I must call its name to activate its Shurikai. Only after releasing it does it become a true Zanpakuto. However, the system didn't mention its name. It seems I must awaken it myself. With a thought, the Shurikai returned to the system warehouse. Now, let's take a look at Heido and Bakuto. Heido and Bakuto, collectively known as Kido, encompass both offensive and defensive capabilities, making them quite impressive skills. It's unfortunate I didn't acquire Reido, a healing skill. Otherwise, I would have all 3 aspects of Kido covered. Why not test the power of Heido? With this thought, Naraku felt a surge of excitement within him. Whether it be ninjutsu or Kido, in his previous life, they existed as supernatural powers. As a reclusive otaku, he had often fantasized about possessing such abilities while watching anime or reading novels. Now that he truly possessed such power, his eagerness to test it was palpable. Naraku glanced around the room at the furnishings, spotting a vase on the bedside table. He chose that. Thus, Naraku stood before the vase, calming himself to feel the inexplicable power within, which he presumed to be the spiritual pressure. He extended his finger, pointing at the vase, and recited, Heido number 1. SHO. As his words resonated, the energy within him converged at his fingertips, and a small shockwave shot forth towards the vase. Bang! The vase shattered upon impact. It really works. Ha! Naraku felt a surge of exhilaration. Although the power was not immense, capable only of shattering a vase, it was important to note that he had merely utilized the first sequence of Kido. The further along the sequence, the greater the power. Moreover, he currently only possessed basic spiritual pressure. Should he elevate it to intermediate or advanced levels in the future, paired with Kido, even a first sequence Heido could potentially be lethal. Though what's wrong? Naraku, what happened? A voice called from outside the room, accompanied by hurried footsteps approaching. Swish! The wooden door swung open, revealing Naraku's father, Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Oh, it's just a vase that fell. Are you hurt, Naraku? Hyuga Hayashi looked at the shards scattered on the ground, assuming Naraku had accidentally knocked it over, and instinctively pulled him into a caring embrace. Naraku gazed up at the concerned face of Hayashi, a sweet smile gracing his lips as he shook his head, indicating he was fine. Speaking of which, although my body is merely 2 years old, my soul is nearly 30. Here I am, pretending to be a son in front of someone younger than me. What a strange feeling. Naraku couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Well, having taken over your son's body, I feel somewhat indebted to you. For now, I shall play the role of your son. Just consider it a way to repay my debt. Chapter 3. 3 years later. As the sun set, dusk approached BYA serene lake not far from Konoha village. 5-year-old Hyuga, Naraku, diligently practiced alone. The small figure held a katana, slightly taller than himself, as he deftly maneuvered among a cluster of puppets, occasionally striking out with the blade. Although it appeared somewhat peculiar for a child to wield a sword of such length, Naraku exhibited remarkable agility, demonstrating his extraordinary strength. The puppets lay in tatters upon the ground, testament to his prowess. In a swift motion, Naraku vanished from amidst the puppets, reappearing instantaneously at the far side. He raised his left hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and uttered Bakudo number 4. In an instant, a bolt of lightning surged forth from his fingertips, striking a puppet and reducing it to fragments. Bakudo number 9. Borin. Following his initial incantation, Naraku swiftly invoked a binding spell, launching a yellow rope composed of spiritual energy that ensnared the remaining puppets together. Bakudo number 11. Zetsu Raiden. Another bolt, more powerful than the previous, erupted from Naraku's fingertips, coursing along the rope and obliterating the tightly bound puppets into shards. While Zetsu Raiden from the 11th sequence inflicts greater damage than Byakurai, it necessitates a medium for extension. Conversely, Byakurai, although merely a 4th sequence spell, possesses commendable single-target potency, making it viable for unexpectedly dispatching a Chunin. Moreover, I have also mastered the Shunpa technique. Overall, I have acquired a modicum of survival capability in this world. Having resided in the Naruto universe for 3 years, Naraku was now 5 years old. Initially, due to his tender age, he had refrained from training. It was only 6 months prior that he began to venture outside the village to practice in solitude. His decision to train beyond the confines of the Hyuga clan stemmed from a desire to conceal his abilities, aware that his Shinigami powers diverged significantly from the ninjutsu of this world. Particularly, Konoha village was under the watchful gaze of the 3rd Hokage, who surveilled the village through crystal orbs, leaving Naraku wary of potential discovery. Over the past 3 years, Naraku had engaged in daily sign-ins, but the rewards he received often left him bemused. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 baby diaper. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 baby pacifier. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 lollipop. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 bottle of Reeby's drink. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 box of Durex. What on earth were these items? The sign-in rewards consisted solely of mundane necessities, such as pacifiers and diapers, which were conveniently suited for the recently born Hinata. However, what was the purpose of a raincoat for a mere toddler? The system seemed intent on leading him astray. Surely, by the time he would need it, it would be long expired. Naraku had inquired of the system regarding this matter. The response was, daily sign-ins predominantly yield mundane items. Hosts should not expect extraordinary rewards from routine sign-ins. Such fortune is rather rare. Furthermore, this system recommends that the host wash his face before each sign-in, as this may enhance your luck. Was the system mocking his misfortune? Naraku chose to disregard this taunt, yet subsequently, he began to wash up before each sign-in. However, the outcomes remained unchanged, leading him to conclude that the system was merely toying with him. Of course, there had been a few noteworthy rewards. Naraku quietly accessed his status panel. Host, Hyuga Naraku. Level, primary spiritual pressure, Genin. Abilities, Byakugan, intermediate, gentle fist, master. 8 trigrams, 32 palms, proficient, Bakudo 130. Series, Borin 130 series, primary Shunpa. Items, Zanpakuto, shallow strike state. At the age of 3, when Hyuga Hayashi began imparting the clan's legacy to Naraku, he had immediately acquired mastery in Gentle Fist and unlocked the intermediate Byakugan after. A sign-in. The following day, During a demonstration for Hayashi, Naraku astonished his father with his newfound abilities. I taught you merely once, and you have already mastered it? Truly, you are a prodigy. Excited, Hayashi commenced rigorous training for Naraku. Naraku did not disappoint. 3 days later, he revealed the activation of his primary Byakugan, and within a month, he informed Hayashi of his advancement to intermediate status and complete mastery of Gentle Fist. Skeptical, Hayashi tested Naraku with a spar, only to find himself evenly matched. Elated, he believed Naraku to be a divine gift to the Hyuga clan, destined to elevate their status. He promptly sealed this information, opting to train Naraku privately while instructing him to conceal his abilities from others. Having navigated the shinobi world for years, Hayashi understood that exceptional talent often attracted envy and danger, particularly in a realm rife with conflict. This decision resonated with Naraku's own desire for discretion, prompting him to gradually reveal his abilities to Hayashi. After all, not far from Konoha lurked Danzo, a shadowy figure who would not hesitate to exploit vulnerabilities. Naraku believed himself to be far less formidable than Uchiha Shursui, who had also fallen victim to Danzo's schemes. As he leaned against a tree, gazing at the evening sky, Naraku contemplated. I have been in this world for 3 years. Naruto is merely 3 years old. There are still 9 years until they partake in the Chunin Exams. During this time, Konoha remains relatively tranquil. It is only when the Chunin Exams commence that various monstrous entities will emerge. This implies I have at most 9 years to cultivate my strength. By then, I must possess at least the power of Kage to ensure my survival. However, this system seems rather unreliable. The abilities of Shinigami largely depend on the strength of their Zanpakuto. The more powerful the weapon, the greater the Shinigami's capabilities. Yet, for 3 long years, Naraku had continually called upon his Zanpakuto, yearning to uncover its name and unlock its initial release, but remained as unresponsive as still water, offering him no solace. This left Naraku feeling disheartened. A Zanpakuto, without an initial release, was merely a sturdier version of an ordinary sword. Never mind. I shouldn't dwell on it. The sun is setting. It's time to return home for dinner. Nero, seated beneath the tree, gradually rose and stretched lazily. In an instant, with a swift motion, he vanished from his original spot, reappearing atop a distant grand tree. After a few graceful leaps, he was gone from sight. Chapter 4. A visit to Yuin village. Ah, Naraku, you've returned so late again. You are but 5 years old, constantly wandering outside the village. As a young master of the Hyuga clan, your status is prestigious. What if you were to be captured by human traffickers? Indeed, the ninja world is rather tumultuous. Here in Konoha, we may feel a semblance of safety, yet we must remain vigilant. What if ninjas from other nations come to disrupt our peace? At the village gate, 2 sentry ninjas greeted Naraku. Ahahaha, I understand. Thank you for your reminders, uncles. I was merely strolling near the village edge and did not wander far. Besides, we have our elite ninjas protecting the village. I doubt anyone would dare to stir trouble here in Konoha. Naraku playfully ruffled his hair and flashed a bright smile at the 2 sentinels. What do you mean, uncle? You little rascal, I'm only 25. How can you call me uncle? Right, we are still young. You shouldn't address us as uncles. Remember to call us big brothers instead. You brat. How many times must we tell you? Call us big brothers, not uncles. Referring to us as uncles makes us feel ancient. Clearly, Naraku's use of the term uncle displeased the 2 ninjas, who grumbled in jest. All right, big brothers, I got it. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell. With a wave, Naraku turned and walked into the village. That little rascal. The 2 sentinels watched Naraku's retreating figure, shaking their heads with amused smiles. Over the past 6 months, Naraku had frequently ventured outside the village to practice in secret, forming a camaraderie with the gate guards. He would often share harmless jokes with them. I'm home. Upon entering the Hyuga clan's courtyard, Naraku called out to the house, and soon, the sound of tiny footsteps rushed toward him. Swish! The wooden door swung open, and a small figure dashed toward Naraku, leaping into his arms. Oni-chan, you're back. Naraku looked down at the girl in his embrace, affectionately patting her head. It was none other than his younger sister, Hinata Hyuga. At that moment, Hinata was only 3 years old, sporting short hair and a delicate, charming face that endeared her to all. Hey Hinata, look what I brought you. Naraku pulled out a lollipop from his pocket, waving it enticingly before Hinata. Ah, a lollipop. Thank you, Oni-chan. Hinata beamed as she accepted the treat. Naraku, you've given your sister snacks again. Children should eat fewer sweets, otherwise, they get cavities. Another figure emerged from the house, smiling warmly at the siblings. It was their mother, the matriarch of the Hyuga clan. Haha, it's all right, mother. A little treat now and then is necessary for children. You call Hinata a child. Yet you are only 2 years her senior. You were never this greedy for sweets when you were her age. Be careful, if you spoil her too much. She might become spoiled. Girls are meant to be pampered. A little indulgence in childhood ensures they won't be easily swayed by boys when they grow up. Don't you think? Naraku smiled at his mother, his eyes twinkling with mischief. You and your peculiar reasoning. By the way, where did you wander off to today? Oh, nowhere special. Just took a stroll around Konoha. I found that the scenery of our village is truly quite lovely. Naraku began his usual fib in response to his mother's inquiry. You, with your frequent jaunts outside the village. Every time I ask, you say the scenery is delightful. I wonder, is Konoha really that beautiful? All right, wash your hands. It's time for dinner. Hinata, you can enjoy your lollipop after the meal. Oh, okay. Little Hinata, gazing longingly at the lollipop in her hand, reluctantly tucked it away into her pocket. At the dining table, Naraku glanced around, puzzled. Mother. Isn't father joining us for dinner today? Oh, your father has matters to attend to. He will be home late, so we want to wait for him. What? Is something happening in the village that he cannot even spare time for dinner? It's nothing serious. Some individuals from Yuin village have arrived to sign a mutual alliance agreement with Konoha. The Hokage and the village's higher-ups are currently in discussions with them, which is why he'll be late. Oh, I see. In that case, let us eat without him. Naraku casually inquired, but didn't dwell on the matter. After all, it had been quite some time since any significant warfare had erupted among the various ninja villages, and presently, relations seemed relatively peaceful, making such alliance agreements commonplace. After dinner, Naraku played with Hinata until she fell asleep before returning to his own room. Back in his chamber, Naraku collapsed onto his bed. After a day of training, he was utterly exhausted and reluctant to rise again. Gradually, he drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, Naraku was abruptly awakened by a sound coming from the roof. The noise was faint, easily overlooked if one wasn't attentive, yet Naraku detected it, a testament to his relentless training over the past 6 months. Who could it be? Why would someone come to the residence of the Hyuga clan this late? Surely, there is nothing of value here to warrant attention? Could it be a ninja from an enemy nation? That shouldn't be possible. Konoha's defenses are quite robust. How could an enemy infiltrate so easily? Eluding the patrols of the Hyuga clan? It seems the intruder possesses considerable strength. Naraku lay still in his bed, refraining from any hasty actions, continuing to feign sleep while his mind raced. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Wait a moment. Mother mentioned that individuals from Yuin village were visiting today. I recall an incident in the original story where 3-year-old Hinata was kidnapped, orchestrated by Yuin ninjas under the guise of forming an alliance with Konoha, aiming to abduct Hinata to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. So, it seems that today is the day. However, instead of targeting Hinata, have they shifted their focus onto me? In that instant, Naraku's thoughts raced as he pieced together the events, discerning the identity of the intruders, ninjas from Yuin village. What should I do? If I call for help now, and the intruder proves too powerful, they might eliminate me before my father arrives, and that would be disastrous. Naraku felt a surge of panic but maintained a facade of calm as he pretended to sleep. Having traversed the world of Naruto for years, this was the first time Naraku found himself in such peril, leaving him momentarily speechless. Over these years, although Naraku's strength had significantly improved, he remained merely a genin. His sparring matches with Neji were merely exercises in restraint, and he had yet to engage in a real battle with anyone. If a ruthless ninja were to confront him, he could genuinely be in grave danger. Just as Naraku was grappling with his uncertainty, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. A new day has dawned, and it seems our dear host is still awake. May I inquire, would you like to sign in? Hearing this voice, Naraku's heart soared with joy. The Hinata kidnapping incident was, after all, a significant matter. Surely, the rewards for signing in today would be exceptional. System, I wish to sign in. Naraku mentally communicated with the system. The host has successfully signed in, marking the beginning of Chapter 5, A Turbulent Night. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Intermediate Spiritual Pressure, Intermediate Body Flicker Technique, and Beginner Healing Technique. Upon witnessing the rewards from the sign-in, Naraku felt a surge of exhilaration. He opened his status panel, and his level prominently displayed. Intermediate Spiritual Pressure, Chunin This confirmed his earlier conjecture that the ranks of spiritual pressure corresponded to the ranks of shinobi. With this enhancement in spiritual pressure, he would be better equipped to confront the ninjas from the Cloud Village. Moreover, the acquisition of intermediate body flicker technique and beginner healing technique would significantly bolster his combat capabilities. The upgraded body flicker would greatly enhance his agility, rendering him nearly untouchable to his adversaries, much like the fourth Hokage, who became renowned in the ninja world for his elusive flying thunder god technique, earning the moniker of the Yellow Flash. Unlike the shinobi's body flicker technique, the body flicker he acquired required no hand signs, thus granting him superior maneuverability. Additionally, the newly obtained beginner healing technique could serve as a substitute for medical ninjutsu, allowing recovery from non-life-threatening injuries. This reward from the sanin could be likened to a timely boon. The commotion on the rooftop had ceased, but soon after, a faint sound of the wooden door being slightly moved echoed. Naraku's heart sank. An enemy was preparing to enter the room. He readied himself to unleash a silent spell to disrupt the intruder and escape using body flicker. However, at that moment, he felt a sudden dizziness sweep over him. He realized he had fallen victim to a hallucinogenic gas. In an instant, the novice ninja was rendered unconscious. After a while, a shadow entered the room. Clad in dark attire, the figure stealthily approached Naraku's bedside, gazing at the unconscious boy, and retrieved a burlap sack to confine him within, before swiftly departing towards the Hyuga clan's courtyard. Halt! Who goes there? A booming voice called out from the courtyard, belonging to Hinata Hisashi. It appeared the Cloud Ninja had been discovered. Hisashi, who had risen in the middle of the night, immediately recognized that a shadow was carrying a bag from his son's room, and his anger ignited. His precious son, endowed with exceptional talent, was a gift to the esteemed Hyuga clan, and the audacity of these rogues to attempt his abduction was intolerable. Enraged, Hisashi pursued the shadow. But just as he reached the street, another figure lunged at him. Meanwhile, other members of the Hyuga clan, drawn by the commotion, were also intercepted, indicating that the enemy was not alone. The figure blocking Hisashi shouted, "You go on ahead, we will hold them off." Thus, the members of the Hyuga clan were left helplessly watching as Naraku was taken away. Fueled by fury, Hisashi unleashed his full strength upon his opponent, clearly aiming to capture the leader to uncover their motives. Meanwhile, Naraku, confined in the burlap sack and carried away at a frantic pace, felt himself jostling violently within. The intense motion jolted him awake. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized he had been kidnapped. He quickly halted his movements, relieved that the hasty Cloud Ninja had not noticed. However, the jolting made Naraku feel quite ill, leading him to curse inwardly. "You scoundrel, making me endure this torment. Just wait, I won't let you off easily." Time passed, and finally, the Cloud Ninja set the sack down, leading Naraku to believe he was fatigued. But then voices emerged from outside the bag. "How is it? Was everything smooth?" "Yes, we managed to abduct the Hyuga clan's young master. But the team left behind may be in dire straits." "Is that so?" "Well, capturing a member of the Hyuga clan is a significant achievement. As for the team, I hope they can escape. If they unfortunately perish in battle, it would still be a great contribution to the village, and the village will take care of their families. By the way, the little Brad is in the sack, right?" "Ah, I knocked him out, so he should remain unconscious for a while." "Good. As long as we retrieve the Byakugan, it will be a great accomplishment. Why not just extract the Byakugan on-site from the Hyuga clan? Why bother bringing him along? Do you understand? The Byakugan's activation relies on the individual. If we simply extract it and bring it back, what if there is no compatible user in the village? Bringing the whole person back allows us to analyze any failures during the transplant process and devise remedies. All right, check on the kid, ensure he is still alive. If everything is fine, we need to make a quick exit to avoid unnecessary complications." As they spoke, the two Cloud Ninjas approached the sack containing Naraku. At that moment, Naraku's heart raced. Although he had just attained Chunin-level strength and possessed various abilities, he had yet to engage in actual combat, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. As the two Cloud Ninjas began to untie the sack, Naraku steadied his resolve, fingers poised, ready to unleash a surprise attack to incapacitate his enemies. In that moment of tense anticipation, time seemed to stretch interminably. As the sack was finally opened, the two Cloud Ninjas peered at the slumbering Naraku, their guard momentarily lowered. "No problem. Let's go back to the village." Just as they turned, Naraku's eyes suddenly flicked open. He raised his right hand, pointing at the closest Cloud Ninja. And with a flash of lightning surging from his fingertips, a bolt shot forth, striking the ninja squarely in the chest. Thud! The Cloud Ninja was hit. And with a scream, he was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground, convulsing, his chest a mangled mess, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorched flesh. The unfortunate Cloud Ninja had never anticipated being outwitted by a mere 5-year-old child. He had not even considered evading the attack, resulting in his swift demise. What? How could this be? Cunning little brat. The other Cloud Ninja, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly retreated. Naraku slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and fixed his gaze on the remaining Cloud Ninja. I must say, you sneaky rats, disturbing my sleep in the dead of night. Do you not know I am but a child? Disrupting my slumber could hinder my development. Infuriating little brat. I should have known better than to underestimate you. Those from Konoha are as deceitful as ever. What do you mean I'm deceitful? I merely wish to have a good night's sleep. It's you who harbors ill intentions, you filthy rat. So, have you decided how you wish to die? Little brat, don't think that just because you injured one of us with a sneak attack, you have secured victory. He was merely a Chunin. I am a seasoned Jonin. You, a 5-year-old brat, were not even born when I embarked on missions. The remaining Cloud Ninja glared at Naraku, gripping his kunai tightly, and declared fiercely, "Ah, Jonin. How terrifying. I am just a 5-year-old child, so how about this? You return to your land of lightning, and I'll go back to Konoha and continue my sleep. How does that sound? You little brat, are you joking with me? After all the effort expended, it is all for you. Prepare to die." With that, he charged at Naraku. Chapter 6. The bitter struggle. The Cloud Ninja lunged at Naraku, who swiftly utilized Instant Step to evade the attack. Honestly, what a waste of a night with all this fighting. Since you insist, then perish, Naraku remarked coolly, fixing his gaze on the Cloud Ninja. The Cloud Ninja, witnessing Naraku's astonishing speed, was filled with dread. He had not seen what hand signs Naraku had formed. The basic technique of the three-body technique could be executed instantly by seasoned ninjas like themselves, yet there was always a sequence of hand signs involved. However, despite his concentrated observation, he had not caught sight of any such movements. Little did he know that Naraku was employing Instant Step from the realm of the Death God, which required no hand signs. Humph, you little brat, your speed is commendable, but it ends here. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. The Cloud Ninja formed hand signs, summoning a fierce water dragon that surged toward Naraku. Yet, Naraku executed Instant Step once more, deftly avoiding the assault. Seizing the opportunity, Naraku unleashed Binding Technique number 1, Sai. In an instant, the Cloud Ninja, who was still commanding the water dragon, found his hands mysteriously bound behind him, rendering him unable to continue his jutsu. A perfect chance. Destruction Technique number 4, White Lightning. Naraku quickly followed up with a strike. A flash of electricity erupted, successfully hitting the adversary and sending the Cloud Ninja crashing to the ground. Elation surged within Naraku. He had dispatched a seasoned shinobi. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air from behind him. Naraku's heart raced. It was the sound of a hidden weapon. He swiftly employed Instant Step to evade, but as he landed, a figure came slashing toward him. At the critical moment, Naraku forced his body to turn. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal strike, he was still pierced in the left arm, blood gushing forth. Without time to cry out in pain, he activated Instant Step, vanishing from the spot. You brat, that wound must sting, huh? Don't worry. Your life will soon be extinguished, and you won't even feel the pain, taunted the Cloud Ninja, who had miraculously evaded the earlier attack. Naraku glanced back at where the Cloud Ninja had fallen, only to find a log in his place. Damn it, a substitution technique? No, my binding technique clearly hit him. When did he form the hand signs for Instant Step behind his back? I was careless. In that fleeting moment, Naraku's mind raced, piecing together the reality of the situation. Enough. I concede that you possess remarkable skill, but it pales in comparison to a seasoned shinobi like myself. Hand over your Byakugan willingly. The Cloud Ninja sneered as he brandished a flurry of shuriken that rained down upon Naraku. Naraku gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm as he executed Instant Step, retreating into the cover of the forest. Ha ha ha, you little brat, is dodging all you can do? Weren't you just boasting about killing me? Come on, show me that bravado. Annoyed, Naraku realized that he could not afford to be careless. These ninjas were battle-hardened and experienced. A single misstep could lead to his downfall. He resolved to utilize the forest to his advantage, hoping to either defeat him or stall until reinforcements from the Hidden Leaf Village arrived. This was Naraku's inaugural battle in this world, and the thought of fleeing left him discontented. Yet, he was up against a seasoned shinobi while nursing an injury. and he had no choice but to temporarily retreat from confrontation. The sound of slicing air echoed again as several shuriken were launched toward him. Naraku halted, using instant step to evade. Water release, water dragon bullet. A menacing water dragon surged toward him, revealing the Cloud Ninja's figure. What? Wasn't he behind me? How did he get in front? Naraku was taken aback, hastily employing instant step to dodge. The water dragon crashed into the trees, splintering them into fragments. The Cloud Ninja had somehow maneuvered ahead, while the one pursuing him was, suddenly, the figure that had been chasing him dissolved into a puff of smoke. Damn it! The one pursuing me was a shadow clone? I've been outsmarted. Naraku grimaced, realizing his battle experience had been lacking, having been led on a wild goose chase by the enemy's clone. I possess Byakugan, which can discern shadow clones. Yet I failed to utilize it in the heat of the moment. He had mistakenly believed he was outmaneuvering the Cloud Ninja when, in fact, the real threat had already positioned himself ahead. Now, it seems I have no choice but to fight for my life. Naraku's expression hardened. If escape was not an option, then he would confront the battle head-on. Oh, so you're planning to fight to the death, are you, little brat? The Cloud Ninja jeered. Give up. Just wait for your demise. Water release, water chaos wave. This time, Naraku did not retreat. Instead, he extended 2 fingers of his right hand toward the water dragon. Unleashing destruction technique number 4, white lightning. The electric surge collided with the water dragon, intertwining as the 2 forces clashed. The water dragon was gradually evaporated by the intense heat of the lightning, filling the air with mist. A perfect opportunity. Byakugan activate. In this environment, while others might struggle, the Hyuga clan was unaffected. Naraku activated his Byakugan, seeing clearly through the mist and locating the Cloud Ninja's position. Destruction technique number 1, charge. He unleashed the technique toward the figure of the Cloud Ninja, who was on high alert amidst the mist. The obscured surroundings made it difficult for him to discern Naraku's exact location. A projectile shot toward him, prompting the Cloud Ninja to pivot and evade. Gentle fist. Naraku executed instant step and appeared beside him, delivering a powerful punch. Damn it! The Cloud Ninja cursed, raising his arm to block. Naraku followed up with another instant step, this time materializing behind the Cloud Ninja, catching him off guard and landing a solid blow to his back. Blood spurted from the Cloud Ninja's mouth as he stumbled and quickly utilized instant step to evade Naraku's ensuing assault. Ah, you little brat, you've truly infuriated me. Water release, water chaotic wave. The Cloud Ninja unleashed a torrent of water, cascading in all directions. How disgusting. Can't you fight back without resorting to spitting water? Are you still 3 years old? Naraku scoffed, intentionally provoking the Cloud Ninja with his words. Chapter 7. The kill. Naraku executed instant step to dodge the Cloud Ninja's watery onslaught, then summoned another white lightning that surged toward the deluge. Its intense heat evaporating the water and augmenting the mist in the air. Naraku understood the critical need to maintain the mist. It was his only advantage as it obscured his position from the enemy. Destruction technique number 1, charge. Naraku continued his ranged assaults, shifting locations with each strike, ensuring the Cloud Ninja could not pinpoint his whereabouts. At this moment, Yunren's heart was teetering on the brink of collapse. He had initially believed that the most arduous task in kidnapping this 5-year-old child would be extracting him from the Hidden Leaf Village. However, to his utter dismay, although he successfully brought the child out, the little rascal proved to be exceedingly cunning and remarkably agile. Despite the ongoing pursuit, he found himself unable to catch up. Simply letting the child go was not an option, as failure to complete the mission would lead to punishment upon his return, leaving him in a rather awkward predicament. Hey, you lumbering fool from Cloud Village, did you not claim to be a jonin? Is that all the prowess you possess? You cannot even handle a mere 5-year-old child. TSK. If I were you, I would have been weeping and running home to my mother long ago. Come out, you little brat. After an extended bout of entanglement, being forced to endure relentless blows had nearly driven Yunren to the brink of insanity. With bloodshot eyes, he stood amidst the mist, bellowing in frustration. Humph. Have you lost your wits? It is time to end this, Naluo remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, filled with derision. With a swift movement, Naluo closed the distance with a Shunpa technique. Yunren's heart raced in alarm, and he hastily raised his arm to defend himself, but instead of a punch, he received a devastating kick to the abdomen, propelling him into the air. As he soared, a mouthful of blood erupted from him. You little scoundrel. Where's the promised punch? You're resorting to kicks instead? Have the youth of today no sense of martial ethics? You are merely foolish, Naluo retorted. executing the 8 trigrams 32 palms, launching a tempestuous flurry of strikes at Yunren. While still airborne, Yunren found himself assailed by the continuous barrage of the 8 trigrams 32 palms, each strike stifling his chakra flow, rendering him incapable of employing the body flicker technique to evade. With a final resounding blow, Na Luo concluded the sequence, causing Yunren's body to crash heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. It appears you lack the strength to capture me now. It seems, in this battle, victory ultimately belongs to me, does it not? Na Luo taunted, gazing down at Yunren. Damn it. This plan was supposed to go smoothly. How could it devolve into this? I refuse to accept it. Yunren shouted defiantly from the ground, blood still spilling forth. In the realm of victors and vanquished, those who choose to stir up trouble in the leaf must be prepared for the consequences. Do you have any final words? If not, I suggest you prepare to meet your end, Na Luo stated coldly. Final words? Having been on missions for years, I have scarcely had time to tend to my family. I have a 3-year-old daughter. May I ask you to? Yunren's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. Ask me to do what? Na Luo inquired, leaning closer to Yunren. I want to ask you to die? Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless Yunren shot up, thrusting a kunai towards Na Luo's chest with fierce intent. A simultaneous sound resonated, Na Luo's sword piercing through Yunren's back, driving deep into his heart. While Yunren's kunai was intercepted by Na Luo's left hand, which bore a shimmering shield that thwarted the attack. Where did you get that sword? Yunren questioned, bewildered by the blade that had pierced through him. Unbeknownst to him, Na Luo wielded a system that allowed him to summon items at will. Did you think I would be foolish enough to be unprepared? Just teasing you. Na Luo scoffed. Enough of this game. It's time for you to die. With a forceful twist, Na Luo shattered Yunren's heart. Yunren gasped, expelling his final breath of blood before collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with unfulfilled resentment as he succumbed to death. Finally, it was over. Na Luo sheathed his sword and stood tall. This battle marked his inaugural confrontation in this world, one that had nearly cost him his life. Had he not thought to obscure his opponent's vision with mist, he might have been overwhelmed. That was a close call. Indeed, these ninjas are seasoned warriors. Although I now possess intermediate spirit pressure, my combat experience remains woefully inadequate. Against these seasoned jonin, one misstep could lead to disaster, Na Luo mused as he stretched. Ouch, that hurts. As he relaxed, he inadvertently aggravated the wound on his arm. During the battle, he had been too focused to notice it, but now, the pain surged through him. The wound continued to bleed and required attention. Oh. I received a basic healing technique during my last registration. Now seems the perfect time to test its efficacy. Na Luo strolled to a nearby large tree, resting against it as he extended his right hand over the injury and invoked the healing technique. As he channeled the healing energy, a soft white light glimmered from his palm, illuminating the wound. Soon, the bleeding ceased, and the injury began to mend itself. Wow, this healing technique is quite powerful. And this is merely the basic level. Once I attain advanced healing, it might enable instantaneous recovery. Na Luo observed the results with satisfaction. Is someone approaching? Na Luo's ears perked up as he heard hurried footsteps in the woods. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, assuming a combat stance. Who could it be? Are they from the leaf or remnants of Yunren? He pondered. If they were from the hidden leaf, he could breathe a sigh of relief. But if they were from Cloud Village, it could spell trouble, for Na Luo was already at the end of his strength after the recent battle. In the next instant, several figures emerged before him. Na Luo, are you unharmed? What a relief. The newcomers, his father Hyuga Hayashi and several members of the Leaf Village's Umbu, regarded him with expressions of relief. As Na Luo recognized them, he finally let go of his wariness. Chapter 8. The mischievous child Na Luo stood on a small hillside outside the Leaf Village, gazing at the evening glow on the horizon. Half a month had passed since the incident involving Yunren's kidnapping. During this time, tensions between the Leaf and Cloud villages had escalated, with bloodshed frequently occurring along their borders. The envoys sent from Cloud Village to negotiate had met their demise in the Leaf, providing an excuse for them to demand accountability. Although it was the Cloud ninjas who sought to abduct the Hinata clan's young heir to seize their Byakugan, they had turned the narrative upside down, accusing the Leaf Village of malicious intent and the murder of Cloud's emissaries. That very night, the remaining Cloud ninjas, left behind, were intercepted by furious members of the Hyuga clan and the arriving Umbu. Initially intending to capture them alive, the Cloud ninjas resorted to a swift and clean act of self-destruction. The two Cloud ninjas who had fled with Na Luo, one was ultimately slain by Na Luo. while the other succumbed to severe injuries inflicted by a white lightning strike just as Leaf reinforcements arrived. The Cloud Village felt emboldened by the absence of captives from the Leaf, allowing them to act with impunity. As for Naluo, the Cloud Village claimed, "These are your Leaf ninjas. Who knows if you orchestrated this whole charade?" In response, the Cloud Village presented the Leaf with two options: either surrender the head of the Hinata clan or face war between the two great ninja villages. Isn't it laughable? Naluo found the situation quite absurd. However, what is even more absurd is that the third Hokage actually chose to compromise with the Cloud Village. He opted to sacrifice the Hyuga clan in exchange for peace between the two great ninja villages, though he did not explicitly command the Hyuga clan to hand over individuals. His silence on the matter clearly indicated his stance. Reflecting on this, Naraku could not help but clench his fists tightly. The events unfolded as in the original narrative. Ultimately, Hinata's uncle, Hyuga Hisashi, perished in his stead, his body surrendered to the Cloud Village. Whenever Naraku recalled this uncle, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Over the past 3 years, he had shared a harmonious bond with Hisashi, unlike his dissatisfaction towards Hinata in the original work. Perhaps Hisashi saw hope for the Hyuga clan in Naraku, or perhaps Naraku had inadvertently revealed his discontent with the caged bird seal to Hisashi. In any case, Hisashi was exceptionally caring toward his nephew. At times when Hayashi was occupied with affairs, Hisashi would take Naraku and Niji to train together, and when they grew weary, they would wander the streets. Yet now, he would never again see this uncle, and Niji, who was merely a year younger than himself, had become an orphan, marked by the caged bird seal. All of this was a consequence of his insufficient strength. If only he had possessed greater power, perhaps none of this would have come to pass. In that moment, Naraku's heart began to swell with a yearning for strength, a desire to acquire the power necessary to protect all that he held dear. As Naraku walked along the streets of Konoha, he observed the surroundings. The villagers continued their daily lives as usual, the streets bustling with people, the sounds of conversation, vendors calling out, and the joyful laughter of children creating a serene atmosphere. The ordinary folk were blissfully unaware of the tumultuous events that had transpired recently. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Naraku headed toward the Hyuga clan's compound. Ha ha ha. Look, that's the young lady of the Hyuga clan, such a shy little thing. Shouldn't the young lady of the Hyuga clan be high and mighty, accompanied by servants and guards? Why is she out here alone? Hey, you knocked my ice cream to the ground. What are you going to do about it? Get lost, you rascals. Do you believe I will beat you up? While walking, Naraku suddenly heard the commotion of children from a nearby alley. Initially, he intended to ignore it, as the noise of children was commonplace. However, upon hearing the mention of the young lady of the Hyuga clan, he felt a jolt of alarm and made his way toward the source of the sound. Turning the corner, he was met with a scene that ignited his fury. In the corner of the alley, 3 unruly children, aged around 7 or 8, had cornered 2 small figures, mocking them mercilessly. One of the boys even hurled a stone at the two. In response to the incoming projectile, a golden-haired boy shielded a small girl, pressing her tightly behind him. Enough already. Let them go. What kind of ability is it to bully girls? Ha ha ha. Fool. We're going to bully you. Yes, you too. One's a crybaby and the other's a demon fox. We are great heroes, and we will defeat you. Ah, the audacity. In the face of their taunts, the golden-haired boy swung his fists fiercely at them, but alas, outnumbered, he was quickly subdued. The raucous laughter of the bullies continued unabated. I ask you, have you rascals had enough? Suddenly, a voice, tinged with restrained anger, rang out from behind them. The children turned to see a figure standing there, head bowed, wearing a stern expression. Brother, Hinata, in the corner, caught sight of the newcomer and could not help but burst into tears. Seeing Hinata in such a state, a disheveled head of hair, clothes soiled, and several wounds marring her delicate face, Naraku felt a pang of compassion. What is this? I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just the young master of the Hyuga clan. One of the bullies mocked. Hey, your sister knocked my ice cream over. What do you intend to do about it? Seeing that the newcomer was merely a child smaller than them, the bullies grew emboldened and charged at Naraku. These little brats are sorely lacking discipline. Where are their parents? Naraku shook his head disapprovingly. Binding technique. 1 seal. In an instant, the hands of the charging children were forced behind their backs, their bodies losing balance as they tumbled to the ground in a heap. What is going on? Why won't my hands obey me? They're a monster. I want to go home. Mommy, save me. The fallen children were thrown into chaos, their cries echoing in the alley. Brother, Hinata sobbed as she leaped into Naraku's embrace. Hinata, why are you outside alone? You should have stayed at home. Naraku asked gently. Brother, you were gone all day. I wanted you to play with me, so I came out to find you. But then I encountered them, and they bullied me. Hinata replied, her face a picture of innocence and hurt. Honestly, you can't run off like that. Mother will worry if she can't find you. No more of this, understood? Hinata nodded in agreement. Impressive. At that moment, the golden-haired boy regained his footing and marveled at how easily Naraku had subdued the bullies. Naraku regarded the boy, who was of a similar age to Hinata, with bright yellow hair and 6 long whisker-like markings on his face. It became clear to him. Oh, so you are Uzumaki Naruto. Hello. I remember your name is Naruto, right? Thank you for protecting my sister, Naraku said with a warm smile directed at him. Big brother, you know me? Naruto exclaimed, scratching his head awkwardly. Oh, no need to thank me. Protecting the weak is only right. As they spoke, a loud growl emanated from Naruto's stomach. Haha, don't refuse. Come on, I'll treat you to some Ichiraku ramen. Naraku laughed. Yummy. Inside the Ichiraku ramen shop, Hinata, Naraku, and Naruto sat side by side, with Naruto devouring the ramen voraciously. Naruto, slow down. If you run out, there's more. Naraku said, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Having often gone hungry as a child, Naruto had no parents and survived on the village's meager aid, which was insufficient to satisfy his appetite. Seeing him devour the meal with such fervor, Naraku feared he had gone the entire day without eating. Hey boss, one more bowl. Please. Naruto cheerfully called out to the ramen shop owner. Half an hour later, Naruto sat on a stool, rubbing his swollen belly, wearing a look of utter satisfaction. Hey, big brother, thank you for your hospitality. I feel so full after such a delightful meal. He turned to Naraku, who was gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Remembering how he had been eating, a shy expression crept onto Naruto's face. What are you talking about, Naruto? If anyone should be thanking someone, it's me thanking you. If it weren't for your brave intervention, who knows how my sister would have fared against those troublesome kids. Naraku then inquired, by the way, do you really enjoy the hand-pulled ramen made by the chef here? Of course. Big brother, haven't you noticed how delicious the ramen is here? It's truly the most delectable food in the world. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Naraku replied, well then, how about this? If you ever feel like having ramen, just come here. I'll treat you. He then turned to the chef and instructed, from now on, whatever Naruto eats, put it on my tab. I'll settle the bill later. Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, big brother. I can't accept your generosity like that. Helping your sister is already enough gratitude for this meal. Now, Naruto, what did you just call me? Naraku asked with a smile, noticing Naruto's reluctance to accept his kindness. I called you big brother. Is there a problem with that? Naruto responded, puzzled by Naraku's question. Haha, exactly. Since you call me big brother, that makes you my little brother. As the elder brother, it's my duty to take care of you and treat you to meals. What is wrong with that? Naraku said, ruffling Naruto's hair. Big brother, Naruto murmured, the term resonating deeply within him, stirring emotions he had long buried. He lowered his head, rubbing his reddened eyes with his small hands, reflecting on how distant those words had once felt. For 3 years, from the moment Naruto began to remember, he had endured the disdain of the villagers. The adults warned their children to stay away from him, labeling him a demon fox, which left Naruto friendless and yearning for a connection as intimate as brotherhood. Big brother, do you truly wish to be my brother? Others say I am a demon fox, that I am a bad child, Naruto asked, looking anxiously at Naraku. Naraku's smile faded as he regarded the apprehensive boy. Naruto, I'm aware of the villagers' perceptions. Their views are merely a reflection of their ignorance. Since they reject you now, strive to earn their acceptance. If you're unsure how to begin, set a small goal for yourself, like becoming Hokage. Hokage? Can I really become Hokage? Naruto asked, eyes wide with astonishment. Why not? Naruto, you must believe in yourself. You are not inferior to anyone. In fact, you possess immense potential beyond your own imagination. Life is about having dreams. They fuel your motivation. Don't be bogged down by temporary setbacks. Instead, be bold in crafting your own future. That is how you will lead a better life, don't you think? So go for it, Naruto. Strive to show others who you are and reveal a different side of yourself. Naraku encouraged him. With newfound determination, Naruto repeated Naraku's words, pondering deeply. Observing Naruto's contemplative expression, Naraku shook his head slightly. He believed Naruto's optimistic nature would carry him through, as he was steadfast in protecting his beliefs, regardless of how the villagers treated him. If it were Naraku himself, he would not care about others' opinions. Strength would dictate his own fate. Gradually, Naruto lifted his head, his expression growing more resolute as if he had made a decision. Ah, big brother, you are right. I will strive to showcase myself to others. My goal is to become Hokage. Thank you, big brother. Excellent, Naruto. Now, let us work hard for that goal. Naraku responded, pleased. I will definitely strive to become Hokage. Just wait for that day, big brother. As the sky darkened, a determined Naruto waved goodbye to Naraku and sprinted home. Naraku watched Naruto's small figure disappear, a smile gracing his lips, curious about how Naruto would go about demonstrating himself to the villagers of Konoha. Shaking his head, Naraku dispelled his thoughts and took Hinata's small hand, saying, Hinata, it's time to go home or mother will be upset. Hinata nodded obediently. Later that night, Naruto lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep as thoughts of how to showcase himself filled his mind. Suddenly, inspiration struck. I've got it. Starting tomorrow, I'll do just that. A joyful smile spread across his face as he conceived a brilliant idea. Thus, from the next day onward, Konoha would be graced with the antics of a mischievous child, bringing headaches to the entire village. Chapter 10. Do not underestimate at the border of the land of fire. A caravan rattled down the dusty road, disrupting the tranquility of the border. This was a trade caravan freshly returned from the land of wind, and the owner was happily conversing with his companions, their carts laden with goods, a testament to their fruitful journey. Nearby, 3 ninjas walked in a scattered formation, guarding the caravan's occupants. Among the cargo-laden vehicles, a boy of about 10, munching on a blade of grass, lounged on the roof, basking in the sun. This boy was none other than Naraku. Suddenly, Naraku's expression shifted, and he casually remarked to the group below, stay alert, we have a few pests approaching. The ninjas, hearing this, immediately assumed a defensive posture. Boom. From the ground, 5 figures suddenly emerged. Did we get detected? We had planned to ambush them. Oh, so it's just members of the Hyuga clan. Their Byakugan ability is quite troublesome. However, it's no big deal. They're merely a few low-ranking ninjas and a child. We can handle them with ease. The assailants wore headbands from Sunagakure, but with a distinctive line drawn through them, marking them as rogue ninjas. The 3 lower-ranking ninjas and the caravan members below were visibly tense, for they were outmatched by 2 Chunin and 3 Genin. Since the rogue ninjas had severed ties with their villages, they had lost their sources of income and resorted to robbing other villages and caravans to survive. Clearly, they had set their sights on this caravan. Naraku slowly rose, glancing at the bandits. You lot, I'll give you a chance. It's best you leave now. I can spare your lives. I advise you to consider this proposal and not underestimate my offer. The rogue ninjas burst into laughter at Naraku's words. What? You little brat. Are you joking? Naraku disdainfully eyed the rogues, offering no further response, instead drawing his long knife and charging at them. 1 minute later, the battle concluded. The convoy continued its journey towards the village of Konoha, leaving behind 5 incomplete corpses for the vultures circling above to feast upon. Now, 5 years have elapsed since the abduction incident. It all began 5 years ago when Naraku slayed a Jonin from the hidden cloud. From that moment, he captured the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. After all, a mere 5-year-old boy had single-handedly defeated a Chunin and a Jonin. Although it was later confirmed that the Jonin was merely a special Jonin, it was still an impressive feat. Shortly thereafter, Naraku was summoned by the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd had no doubts regarding Naraku's slaying of the Cloud Ninja, for Naraku was a genuine member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, and deception was out of the question. Moreover, prior to this, Hayashi Hyuga had already informed the 3rd of Naraku's exceptional talent for cultivation. Naraku had also stated that he had recently surpassed the Chunin level, and that during his battle with the Cloud Ninja, his opponent had underestimated him, leading to his counterattack. Upon hearing Naraku's declaration of having reached Chunin status, both the 3rd Hokage and Hayashi were greatly astonished. After all, a 5-year-old Chunin is a prodigy by any standard. Previously, the only comparable genius was Kakashi Hatake, who only achieved Chunin status at 6. Although Naraku had yet to officially pass the Chunin exam, it was merely a matter of lacking experience. With his current strength, a bit of practical training would surely suffice for him to earn the title. Thus, upon leaving the Hokage's office, Naraku was appointed as a Genin, and the very next day, he commenced missions alongside Konoha's Jonin. The 3rd Hokage was resolute in his intention to cultivate Naraku, so he assigned him missions of greater significance rather than trivial tasks such as finding pet cats for wealthy villagers or purchasing wheelchairs for the disabled. Initially, The Jonin squad leader took Naraku on several C-rank escort missions to help him acclimate to the task format and integrate into the team. Subsequently, they began undertaking B-rank missions that involved combat against other ninjas. At first, Naraku found himself in a rather precarious position, even though the enemies were predominantly genin. They possessed a considerable amount of combat experience, catching Naraku off guard. The squad leader, evidently acting on private orders from the third, refrained from offering assistance to Naraku, which led to him encountering some minor setbacks initially. However, thanks to the Byakugan's insight and his Chunin-level prowess, Naraku managed to avoid any significant failures. After several missions, Naraku learned from his experiences in battle and began to grow rapidly, eventually displaying remarkable ease in engagements, rendering the genin adversaries no longer a threat. It was during an operation 6 months later that the team encountered an enemy jonin and 3 chunin who ambushed them. The squad leader was detained by the opposing jonin, while 2 comrades were severely injured. In this dire situation, Naraku unleashed astonishing combat prowess. He moved like a specter upon the battlefield, employing the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan, and within mere minutes, he felled all 3 chunin. Following this, he assisted his squad leader in dispatching the enemy jonin, leaving the squad leader and the third Hokage, upon learning of the incident, utterly astonished. Why are you so exceptionally talented? Thus, Naraku was arranged to take the Chunin exam. By the time he turned 6, he had become yet another prodigious ninja of Konoha, mirroring Kakashi Hitachi's achievement of becoming a Chunin at the same age. After attaining Chunin status, Naraku began leading missions independently. As the convoy progressed, the gates of Konoha gradually came into view, and the once tense members of the merchant caravan visibly relaxed. The caravan leader glanced at the accompanying ninjas and remarked, "Ah, I owe my gratitude to all of you for your protection. Upon our return to the village, I shall commend your efforts to the higher-ups. I hope to collaborate with you again in the future." One of the genin, walking at the forefront, responded, "Of course, boss. You have an eye for talent, rest assured. We will meet your expectations." Another female ninja accompanying them scoffed, "Enough with the boasting. It's all thanks to our captain. Since he began leading missions, we have never failed, and every mission has garnered positive reviews. Otherwise, with your meager abilities, without the captain's protection, you would have perished countless times." The ninja, caught off guard by the female's rebuttal, stammered, "Well, being on the same team as the captain means we are impressive too, right? Honestly, stop being so nitpicky." Listening to the banter between the two, Naraku, who lay atop the cart, felt no disturbance within. Clearly, he had grown accustomed to the dynamics among his teammates. As the sun began to set, Naraku completed his mission report and made his way home. Having been away for a month, he feared that Hinata and Hanabi, the 2 young girls, had already begun to miss him. Crossing through the gates of the Hyuga clan, Naraku greeted the clan members he encountered along the way. The elder members smiled and nodded at him, some even admonishing their children nearby, "Look, your brother Naraku has returned from his mission. At such a young age, he has already reached Chunin status, unlike you, who still hasn't even learned the gentle fist technique. You better skip dinner tonight and devote yourself to training." Younger members of the Hyuga clan gazed at Naraku with wide eyes, akin to starstruck fans enamored by their idol, their faces brimming with admiration. Naraku had long since become accustomed to such attention, since he single-handedly defeated the Cloud Ninja and showcased his cultivation. He had become a paragon for the clan's elders to use as an example for their children, akin to the proverbial other people's child that parents often reference. Some elders even brought their children to meet Naraku, hoping their offspring would have more exposure to such a commendable role model. And the children gazed at him with evident idolization. Hayashi Hyuga clearly welcomed this, as his son would one day inherit his position as the head of the Hyuga clan. Cultivating the admiration of fellow clan members from a young age was undoubtedly beneficial. However, Naraku held a different perspective, feeling quite resistant to such circumstances. After all, while others perceived him as merely a child, he understood his own reality, as a man with a psychological age of over 30. Being surrounded by a gaggle of snot-nosed kids, some of whom even required him to help with their toilet needs, was hardly an enviable situation. Fortunately, as a ninja, Naraku frequently ventured out on missions, sparing him from daily interactions with this group of younglings. Suddenly, Naraku halted in his tracks, spotting a boy approaching him. The boy had long hair and wore a forehead protector. "Niji, are you heading out?" Naraku greeted. The boy was none other than Naraku's cousin, Niji Hyuga, the son of Hayashi Hyuga, who was merely a year younger than Naraku. In response to Naraku's greeting, Niji merely nodded, coldly stating, "I am going out. Is there something you wish to convey, Lord Naraku? If not, I shall take my leave." There was no trace of familial warmth in his tone, making it seem more like a conversation between strangers. Naraku felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He had encountered this situation before, and it was evidently not the first time. 5 years prior, Hinata Hizashi sacrificed himself, sowing a seed of deep-seated animosity within Niji towards the main branch of the Hyuga clan. To Niji, his father was merely a scapegoat, a tool that could be discarded at the family's convenience. The situation was exacerbated when Niji was marked with the cursed seal of the caged bird, solidifying his disdain. The catalyst for this turmoil was the abduction of Hinata Narahiko by the Cloud Ninja. Yet, after the incident, Niji's father was treated as a mere sacrificial pawn while Narahiko was lauded as a paragon of the younger generation, a model for all to emulate. This perceived injustice intensified Niji's resentment. Before this event, the bond between the two brothers was exceptionally close. However, following this incident, they became as strangers, with Niji consistently ignoring Narahiko's attempts to mend their fractured relationship. Observing Narahiko's silence, Niji turned to leave, prompting Narahiko to speak. "Niji, I understand the hatred in your heart, but matters are not as you perceive. I hope we can find a moment of tranquility to discuss this." Niji paused momentarily, responding coolly, "There's no need, Lord Narahiko. Your time is precious, and I would not dare inconvenience you with a conversation. If you have any commands, please issue them. After all, the branch family cannot defy the orders of the main family." Narahiko was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head silently. Each time he sought to converse with Niji, he was met with this same attitude, leaving Narahiko at a loss for how to proceed. Eventually, they parted ways. As Niji traversed the corridors to his home, he heard the sounds of sparring emanating from the courtyard. "Strike hard, move swiftly. Although you call it gentle fist, it does not mean you should exert no force. Your punches are feeble. Are you merely tickling the enemy? Speed up, and remember to defend while attacking." A loud thud echoed from the courtyard. "Too slow. With skills like that, you wouldn't even rank in the top 10 at the Ninja Academy. Both of you are my children. Why is there such a disparity between you and your brother? He has already become a Chunin, yet you haven't even mastered the basics of gentle fist. With your disposition, how will you survive in the world of ninjas if a great war were to break out?" Standing at the threshold, Narahiko rubbed his forehead, muttering, "Really? Father is reprimanding Hinata again." He stepped into the courtyard, addressing Hizashi. "Father, must you be so harsh? Hinata is, after all, a girl." Narahiko then turned to the fallen Hinata and the 3-year-old Hanabi, who was watching their sparring from the sidelines, opening his arms wide. Little Hanabi, have you missed your brother?" Hinata, still on the ground and rubbing her sore shoulder, along with Hanabi, perked up at the sight of Narahiko and rushed towards him with joy. "Brother, you're finally back. We missed you so much." "Well, if you missed me, let me show you what delicious treats I've brought," he said, magically producing 2 bags of snacks. Observing this scene, Hizashi shook his head in resignation. "After a month away, you return and immediately coddle Hinata. You've spoiled her since childhood. Her gentle nature is a result of your excessive pampering." In response to his father's complaints, Narahiko shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, father, I've told you before, with girls, one should not be overly strict. Boys need to be toughened up, while girls should be cherished and spoiled. As for your concerns about future dangers, as her elder brother, I will protect her. Anyone who dares threaten Hinata will have to contend with my blade." Little Hinata, hiding behind Narahiko, peeked out to see her brother defending her before their father, her cheeks beaming with joy. Chapter 12, The Night of Annihilation. The night was silent and still. The villagers had long since drifted into slumber. For in the world of Hokage, nightlife was virtually non-existent, much like in ancient times on Earth. The populace rose with the sun and retired at dusk, returning home as darkness fell, closing their doors and extinguishing their lights in pursuit of a better life. On the streets, only a few ninjas remained on patrol, safeguarding the village's safety. Narahiko found this puzzling. Despite the existence of electric lights, cameras, and numerous advanced technologies in this world, there were no televisions or telephones. As if the technological tree had grown awry. Seated upon a rooftop, Narahiko gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought, while sipping from a can of 1982's Ray-Ban. Initially, he had resisted the food obtained through the system's sign-in, aware that its name suggested it was a subpar imitation. However, after a trial run with Naruto, who became enamored with the beverage and insisted on having more, Narahiko's curiosity got the better of him, leading him to taste it. To his surprise, He found it even more refreshing than the authentic product from his past life. 8 years had passed since arriving in this world. Naruhiko mused to himself atop the rooftop. Reflecting on his arrival, he had learned from the system that one fateful night, while soundly asleep, a small meteor descended from space, crashing through the wall and striking him. Thus, he perished in his slumber, and within the meteor lay the system. According to the system's own account, it was birthed from the world's will, tasked with selecting fortunate individuals to transport them to another world to grow stronger. Naruhiko was among those chosen. He rolled his eyes at the system's claims. So you killed me, and I'm supposed to be grateful to you, you wretched system? Do you think I wouldn't take you to court for murder? Fortunately, Naruhiko had no ties to his previous life, having been a solitary individual. He felt no lingering attachment to his past. Reassured by the notion that he was better off here, training and growing stronger, a dream he had often fantasized about in his former existence. Having spent 8 years in this world, he had reached the level of a Chunin, a status that would render him a mere pawn on the battlefield. He needed to devise a plan to gain strength. Based on his years of experience with sign-ins, he realized that significant events were crucial for gaining power. The Chunin Exams, occurring 4 years hence, would serve as one such occasion, followed by the impending destruction of Konoha by pain. What other events could be on the horizon? Naruhiko racked his brain, attempting to recall the plot lines of his past life, but the passage of time had blurred many details. Ah, how vexing. If I cannot recall, then I shall not dwell on it. After all, I will merely sign in each day, and if a significant event occurs, I shall sign in then. If not, I will simply do so before retiring for the night. Surely, I cannot miss it this way. Enough of that. I must hasten to sign in, complete it, and then sleep. It is a rare occasion to return from a task and finally have the luxury of sleeping without worry. Nailuo finished the last sip of his drink and stretched. System, I wish to sign in. Before he could finish his thought, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of several flashes of white light in the distance. The darkness made it hard to see clearly, but with his intermediate Byakugan, he discerned that it was the reflection of weapons. That place must be the Uchiha clan's stronghold, right? How curious. What could they be doing at such a late hour? Nailuo shook his head, initially intending to disregard it, but his curiosity proved too strong to resist. He found himself moving toward the Uchiha compound. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan's entrance, he noticed the gate was tightly shut and there were no guards in sight, which struck him as even more peculiar. What on earth? Does the Uchiha clan not even maintain a watchman? Have they truly come to believe themselves invincible? Being the foremost clan of Konoha, thinking no one would dare disrupt their peace? Nailuo pondered. However, he soon realized something was amiss as he caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. No, something has happened to the Uchiha clan. Nailuo's mind raced with the implications. Activating his Byakugan, he peered through the walls of the courtyard, which appeared transparent under his gaze, revealing a shocking scene. In the Uchiha compound lay numerous bodies, scattered haphazardly, each victim seemingly slain by a single strike. Who could have dared to commit such an atrocity within Konoha, especially against the Uchiha, the clan renowned as the strongest? Nailuo was engulfed in uncertainty. In that moment, he felt a wave of hesitation wash over him, contemplating a retreat. After all, if someone could brazenly enter the Uchiha stronghold and commit murder, it was clear that the clan was not to be trifled with. They were formidable warriors. As a mere Chunin, was he not walking into certain death? Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from the distance. Nailuo quickly concealed himself in a shadowy corner, and to his surprise, it was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, colloquially known as the Second Pillar. Wasn't he supposed to be home? Wouldn't it be dangerous for him to return now? Nailuo's mind was a tempest of conflicting thoughts. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, wasn't it in the original story that Sasuke returned home late one night to find his entire family slaughtered, with the perpetrator being his own brother, Itachi Uchiha? Could it be tonight? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could anyone infiltrate the Uchiha clan undetected, given their strength? As Nailuo was lost in thought, Sasuke pushed open the door and entered. Almost immediately, Nailuo heard Sasuke's panicked cries. Should he intervene? A moment of hesitation passed before he resolved. He would take the risk. Fortune favors the bold. Just a quick sign-in, and then he would leave. The Uchiha's demise would undoubtedly be a significant event, yielding ample rewards for his sign-in. If discovered, he could rely on his swift movement to evade Itachi. Determined, Nailuo stealthily slipped into the courtyard. Chapter 13. Discovered by Itachi. Nailuo quietly leapt atop the roof of Sasuke's home, making not a sound. and continued to activate his Byakugan to observe below. In the living room of the Uchiha household, Sasuke stood in shock, staring at his parents, lifeless in a pool of blood, while confronting Itachi, shrouded in dark attire. "Brother, what happened to Mom and Dad? Who did this?" Yet, Itachi remained silent, instead tossing a shuriken at Sasuke, slicing into his arm and pinning it against the wall. "Brother, what are you doing?" Sasuke exclaimed, clutching his bleeding arm. Disbelief etched across his face. Itachi still offered no explanation. Sasuke, desperate, pressed on. "What is this, brother?" Finally, Itachi spoke, his tone icy. "Foolish little brother." With that, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. As the Genjutsu unfolded, Sasuke was pulled into a nightmarish illusion, witnessing his brother mercilessly slaughtering their clan. Familiar faces fell one by one beneath Itachi's blade, culminating in the brutal murder of their parents. The horrific imagery replayed in Sasuke's mind, overwhelming the fragile psyche of an 8-year-old child who could not fathom such a reality. When the illusion dissipated, a broken Sasuke crumpled to the floor, his eyes vacant as he gazed at his brother. "Why? Why, brother?" he repeated, his voice trembling. To this, Itachi simply replied, "To test my abilities." Sasuke, incredulous, struggled to rise. "Test your abilities? Is that all? You destroyed everything for this?" "It is indeed significant," Itachi countered coldly. "Significant? What a joke." Enraged, Sasuke summoned a surge of strength and lunged at Itachi. With a single blow, Itachi incapacitated him, leaving Sasuke sprawled on the ground, tears brimming in his eyes. As Itachi moved closer, a terrified Sasuke scrambled to escape, crying out, "Please don't kill me." In his frantic flight through the streets, Sasuke halted abruptly, finding Itachi standing before him. Still in disbelief, he feigned composure. "This is all a lie. You would never do this." Before he could finish, Itachi interrupted. "I have played the brother you wished for to test your potential. You will become the measure of my strength. You harbor the potential to learn the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it comes with a price. You must kill your closest friend." Itachi then shared the secrets of the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques and his expectations for Sasuke. Finally, he stated, "But at this moment, you lack the worth to be spared, foolish brother. If you wish to kill me, then harbor that hatred. Live on, clinging to this slender hope, and one day, when you possess eyes like mine, come before me." With that, Itachi unleashed the power of his Sharingan, and the already shattered Sasuke succumbed to unconsciousness. Nailuo observed the tragic drama unfold below and could not help but smirk. He recalled the infamous night when Itachi decimated the Uchiha clan. The origin of the matter lies in the ever-expanding Uchiha clan, who began to believe themselves capable of becoming the leaders of the village and plotted to betray and overthrow the Hokage's regime. Unfortunately for them, the higher-ups of Konoha were keenly aware of their intentions. While the Uchihas thought their plans were flawless, the Hokage and Danzo had already woven an elaborate net to ensnare them. Faced with this dire situation, Itachi was left with no choice but to personally eliminate his entire clan, with the condition of preserving his beloved younger brother, allowing Sasuke to live peacefully in Konoha. Itachi, as an elder brother, was truly tormented for Sasuke's sake. "System, I will not concern myself with the unconscious Sasuke below," Naraku addressed the system. "Beep, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. This sign-in grants you Advanced Spiritual Pressure, Advanced Shuinpa, Kido Serial Number 3060, Bakudo Serial Number 3060, and Mastery of the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms." As the system's voice faded, Naraku felt an instantaneous surge of power within him, a profound sense of fulfillment accompanying this newfound strength. At this moment, Naraku felt as though he could shatter the very fabric of space before him. However, he understood that this was merely an illusion born from his sudden acquisition of immense power, which he could not yet fully control. "Yoshi, I have finally broken through to advanced spiritual pressure, and my Shuinpa has also reached an advanced level. With the speed of advanced Shuinpa, no one in the Hokage world can catch me during short-distance maneuvers." Today's adventure was not in vain. Naraku clenched his fists, gradually familiarizing himself with the power coursing through him. "Naraku-kun, it's rather impolite for the esteemed heir of the Hyuga clan to be peeking from someone else's rooftop at this late hour." A soft voice drifted from behind Naraku. Startled, Naraku instantly activated his Shuinpa and vanished from his position. After advancing to advanced Shuinpa, his speed had more than doubled. The terrifying velocity caught Itachi off guard, stirring a sense of astonishment within him. Many in Konoha were aware of Naraku's speed, yet experiencing it firsthand left Itachi genuinely impressed. "Naraku-kun, I have heard tales of your swiftness, but witnessing it today confirms your reputation. With your speed, you would likely rival the likes of Shunshin no Jutsu from yesteryears. The only technique that could surpass you might be the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Alas, both of them have passed on, so now, I, Itachi Uchiha, declare you the fastest man. Shifting to another rooftop, Naraku caught a glimpse of Itachi from the corner of his eye, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact to prevent Itachi from unleashing any genjutsu. Hey, let us clarify, my speed pertains solely to movement, not other matters. To call a man fast could be construed as an insult, Naraku retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Itachi, with a wry smile, replied, I am merely engaging in conversation. Are you suggesting I am being inappropriate? We are both minors, after all. Can we not converse amicably? Chapter 14. Itachi's request. Itachi regarded Naraku with a bemused expression. So, Naraku-kun, you have yet to answer my query. What brings you to the Uchiha clan's territory at this late hour? This was not their first encounter. Both were prodigies of their respective clans. While their peers were still in school, they had already begun undertaking missions, establishing a level of familiarity between them. Naraku leaned back, feigning casualness, and said, well, what if I claimed I was sleepwalking and didn't know why I ended up here? Would you believe me? Itachi's gaze remained sharp as he replied, I find that hard to believe. All right, no need to look at me like that. We harbor no animosity. So there's no need for conflict. Why not simply leave Konoha peacefully, while I return to my slumber? What do you say? Itachi continued to scrutinize Naraku. Given what you just witnessed, why do you think I would allow you to leave unharmed? Confronted by Itachi's piercing inquiry, Naraku's jovial facade faded. Itachi, you hesitate to take my life because your brother must continue living in Konoha, setting aside whether you could even kill me. Do you think the Hyuga clan would spare Sasuke if you did? You have chosen loyalty to Konoha over your family, bearing the burden of your clan's massacre. Your apparent intent to kill your brother was merely a provocation. You have already struck a deal with the village's higher-ups to trade the Uchiha clan's annihilation for your brother's survival. If you were to kill me, even if Konoha's leaders sought to protect your brother, the Hyuga clan would never let him go unpunished. Therefore, I wager you will not act against me. Upon hearing Naraku's words, Itachi's pupils constricted. It appears you possess considerable insight, Naraku-kun. In that moment, Itachi's murderous intent dissipated. With the tension easing, Naraku felt a sense of relief. Although Itachi was not easily swayed, a confrontation would not guarantee victory for Naraku, especially since Itachi had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naraku acknowledged that he would indeed struggle against Itachi. Is it truly worth it, Itachi? Naraku inquired, confusion evident in his voice. Itachi shook his head, resigned. The Uchiha clan's rebellion is a futile endeavor. Should it come to that, the clan would be forever shamed, with no hope of redemption. Rather than let that happen, I would prefer to take matters into my own hands, preserving at least a remnant of the Uchiha bloodline. Naraku-kun, I have a request. After I leave Konoha, I hope you can look after my brother a little, Itachi implored. Surprised, Naraku raised an eyebrow. You trust me to care for your brother? Itachi smiled faintly. Although we may not share a deep bond, we have known each other for many years. I have kept an eye on you and believe you are different from the others in the village. People here are either wholly devoted to Konoha or harbor ulterior motives. You, on the other hand, seem indifferent to village affairs. Honestly, if it weren't for the Cloud Ninja kidnapping incident that brought you to the attention of Konoha's higher-ups, you might still be concealing your true self. Despite your efforts to remain hidden, I sense you bear no ill will toward Konoha. If I were to describe you in one word, I would say you are lazy. Naraku grimaced at Itachi's assessment. Well, while that may be true, do you really need to say it to my face? Therefore, Naraku-kun, I beseech you to look after Sasuke. You need not shower him with attention. Simply assist him when he faces danger or encounters injustice within the village, Itachi said, bowing slightly. After contemplating Itachi's request, Naraku replied, I can only promise to do my best, though I won't always be in Konoha. I will assist as much as I can. That is sufficient, Itachi affirmed. But now, I must take my leave. After tonight, I will be a rogue ninja of Konoha. Should we cross paths again, I hope we will not find ourselves at odds. And Naraku-kun, be wary of Danzo. Alright, safe travels. The Akatsuki organization is filled with dangerous individuals, so do take care. Upon hearing this, Itachi's heart skipped a beat. How is it that you are aware of this matter? This is a secret mission entrusted to me by the third Hokage, known only to him and myself. You need not concern yourself with how I came to know. In truth, my knowledge extends far beyond your imagination. Oh, and since you've cautioned me about that old schemer Danzo today, Allow me to offer you one more piece of advice. For the sake of your own well-being, it would be wise to refrain from overusing your Mangekyo Sharingan. Naraku waved his hand dismissively at Itachi. Refrain from using the Mangekyo Sharingan? Are you aware of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan capabilities? Although I am uncertain of your meaning, it appears you possess considerable insight. Old schemer Danzo? It seems you are quite familiar with him. Naraku-kun, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic, and my curiosity about you grows. Itachi pondered Naraku's warning. Spare me, you big man. Why are you curious about me? Often, love begins with curiosity, but you are hardly a beautiful maiden, and should you fall for me, I would find it quite intolerable. Naraku responded with a look of disdain. Enough, we cannot continue this conversation in such a manner. I shall take my leave, Naraku-kun. Until we meet again. With that, Itachi vanished in a flash, disappearing from Naraku's sight in mere moments. Observing Itachi's departing figure and then glancing at the unconscious Sasuke Uchiha on the ground, Naraku could not help but shake his head. What a perplexing situation, unwittingly taking on the role of a caretaker. However, as Naraku raised his gaze to the shadowy corners surrounding him, he noticed the concealed presence of several Umbu ninjas. The conversation I had with Itachi was witnessed by these Umbu. I fear it has already reached the ears of the third Hokage. Though they may not know the specifics of our dialogue, I suspect they will come seeking me for answers by tomorrow. This is truly troublesome. If the third Hokage discovers that I now possess Jonin-level strength, he will surely assign me even more responsibilities. How vexing. All I desire is to lie back and relax. Naraku lamented internally. Chapter 15. The third Hokage's test. Upon returning home, Naraku slept soundly until dawn. As anticipated, the following morning, an Umbu ninja arrived to inform him that the Hokage requested his presence immediately. Naraku, however, remained unhurried, leisurely washing up and taking his time with breakfast before making his way to the Hokage's office, much to the annoyance of the Umbu who had come to summon him. I barely had time to eat before coming to notify you, and yet you dawdle over breakfast. The Umbu thought, irritation evident on his face. What's wrong? Is it forbidden to eat breakfast before a summons from the Hokage? Humph, let the third wait a moment longer. Naraku replied nonchalantly. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat behind his desk, smoking a pipe, his expression darkening as he observed the nonchalant Naraku before him. The Umbu had already reported back to him that Naraku had taken his time finishing breakfast after receiving the order, which further irritated the third Hokage. As an elder, I rise before dawn to commence my duties, while you sleep in until you're ready. Knowing full well I summoned you, you still chose to arrive late. What is it with the youth of today and their lack of respect for their elders? Naraku, I hear you visited the Uchiha clan last night and met with Itachi. What did you discuss? The third Hokage inquired after taking a final puff from his pipe and tapping the ashes from it. Oh, what? Did I visit the Uchiha clan last night? Uh-huh, I was unaware. Perhaps I was sleepwalking. Naraku feigned ignorance in response to the third's questioning. Do you dare to pretend any further? The third Hokage glared at Naraku, struggling to restrain his rising temper. Honestly, I am quite oblivious. Sleepwalking is beyond my control. Is it not? Regardless of how the third Hokage pressed him, Naraku adamantly refused to admit anything. With a sigh, the third Hokage conceded, very well. I shall not pry further. Just remember, the events of last night must remain confidential. The official explanation is that the Uchiha clan has been eradicated. The actual circumstances must not be disclosed, lest it incite unrest in Konoha. Suddenly, the third Hokage, who had been seated behind his desk, appeared before Naraku in an instant and launched a punch at him. Naraku had anticipated this and was prepared for the third's test of his abilities. As the third Hokage threw his punch, Naraku raised his left arm to block it. However, the third followed up with a swift kick, which Naraku narrowly evaded. In the spacious Hokage office, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Hearing the commotion, the Umbu ninjas stationed outside swiftly entered. The two combatants immediately halted. Lord Third, are you unharmed? The leading Umbu captain glared at Naraku with suspicion as he inquired about the third Hokage's well-being. I am fine. I was merely testing this young man's skills. You all may withdraw. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, the Umbu swiftly dispersed. The third Hokage regarded Naraku with a look of satisfaction. Well done, very well done. The Umbu informed me last night that you have likely reached Jonin level. I was initially skeptical, but now it appears you have indeed made that breakthrough. Ha ha ha, what a talented ninja we have in Konoha. At merely 10 years of age, you've achieved Jonin level prowess. Given a few more years, you will surely excel even further. Truly, Konoha has been blessed. Your speed is especially remarkable. Were it not for the confined space of this office hindering your abilities, I fear I would struggle to keep up with you in open combat. Konoha lost a master of instantaneous movement, but with your talent, it seems fate has compensated us. Clearly, the third Hokage was quite pleased with the display of Naraku's abilities. Internally, Naraku felt quite disgruntled. During the initial probing attack from the third Hokage, he had intended to conceal his true strength. However, the third Hokage discerned his intent and unleashed a flurry of assaults, not only physically but also psychologically, leaving Naraku with no choice but to exert his full effort in defense. This test inadvertently revealed his true capabilities. It seems I shall be burdened with even more responsibilities in the future. Naraku sighed inwardly. As anticipated, the third Hokage continued, "You have just returned from a mission. I will grant you 10 days of leave to recuperate. After that, you will undergo the Jonin examination." Naraku, feigning a pitiful demeanor, pleaded with the third Hokage, "Old man, can I refuse? I believe being a Chunin would suffice for me. After all, I am merely 10 years old, still a child. You cannot exploit child labor so excessively." Upon hearing Naraku's words, the once joyful third Hokage's expression darkened instantly. He struggled to contain his fury, his forehead veins bulging. "You insolent brat, hurry up and leave. This matter is non-negotiable. You will take the Jonin exam in 10 days. Also, do not attempt any tricks. I expect you to give it your all. Should you dare to deliberately fail, I will assign you the most arduous tasks in the village. You wish to slack off? Humph, I assure you, that will not happen. Why such anger? Is it so wrong to decline? You're well into your years, yet your temper is exceedingly volatile. You're frightening a little child like me." Naraku pouted. Initially, Naraku had considered merely coasting through the Jonin exam, but the third Hokage's words had effectively blocked any avenue of retreat. "Humph, you ungrateful brat. Do you not realize the effort others have expended to attain the rank of Chunin or Genin? Here you are, being offered the position of Jonin. Yet you recoil as if your life is at stake. It is truly baffling. The Hyuga clan is known for its stringent upbringing, filled with disciplined and cultured individuals. How did you emerge as such an anomaly? I believe it is high time for Hyuga Hayashi to administer a proper lesson to you." The third Hokage remarked with a frown directed at Naraku. Indeed, the esteemed third Hokage speaks the truth. I feel quite ashamed to be a wayward product of such a quality education. Henceforth, I shall return and diligently study the teachings of the Hyuga clan, aspiring to become a model youth who brings glory to Konohagakure. For now, I shall take my leave and not intrude upon your busy schedule, esteemed third Hokage." Naraku replied with a cheeky grin, waving goodbye. As Naraku departed, the third Hokage shook his head, a wry smile creeping onto his face. That insufferable child. Chapter 16. The response from the Soul Cutter after leaving the Hokage's office. Naraku made his way directly to the hillside outside Konohagakure. Over the years, this slope had become his dedicated training ground. That old codger, the third Hokage, is forcing me into the most arduous tasks without allowing me to attain Jonin status. Is he trying to push me to my limits? It's infuriating. All I desire is to lie back and quietly check in, Naraku mused, growing increasingly exasperated. Yet, it was evident that Naraku could do little more than voice his frustrations, for he lacked the ability to resist. Acceptance was his only option. Very well, I shall focus on enhancing my strength. With power, no one will command me, he resolved. Finding tranquility as he settled into a meditative posture and began to call upon his Soul Cutter. For 8 years, ever since Naraku had acquired the Soul Cutter and spiritual pressure, invoking its resonance had become an essential part of his daily routine. However, despite his unwavering persistence, the Soul Cutter remained unresponsive, leading Naraku to suspect that the system had provided him with a counterfeit blade as a jest. In response, the system declared, "What we offer is undoubtedly authentic. The reason for the lack of response from your Soul Cutter lies within you, dear host. Please strive to study diligently and strive for an early release. Sending love." Such explanations were as good as meaningless, and Naraku could only rely on his own exploration, continuing to communicate with the Soul Cutter each day. At one point, he believed that perhaps his sincerity was lacking, so he began to bathe and burn incense before calling upon it. Yet, there was no change. Eventually, he even placed the Soul Cutter upon an altar, bowing reverently before it, but still, there was no response. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Hyuga Hayashi, who was left utterly flabbergasted. Is my eldest son truly losing his mind, bowing to a mere sword? Have I been too harsh on him? causing him undue stress? This cannot be. Naraku is the hope of the Hyuga clan. He cannot afford to lose his sanity. I must have a heart-to-heart with him to alleviate his burdens. Thus, in the following days, Hyuga Hayashi ceased Naraku's training, showering him with warmth and care. Initially, Naraku suspected his father had taken ill, but upon discovering the reason, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How humiliating that such a scene was witnessed. Should I silence him? No, no, this is my father. I must endure. Calming himself, Naraku resumed calling upon the soul cutter, expecting yet another futile attempt. However, in the next moment, he felt a pulse emanating from the blade. Joy surged within him. Is this the soul cutter responding to me? With elation, Naraku seized the rhythm and intensified the connection. In an instant, he felt his consciousness being drawn into a pitch-black void. As he surveyed his surroundings, he beheld an orb-like entity floating before him. What is this? Is this the essence of my soul cutter? What shall I name it? Sphere? Egg? Curiosity piqued. Naraku reached out to poke the orb. Boom. As his finger made contact, the orb erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic roar that reverberated through his very soul, sending him into a dizzying state. He instinctively grasped his head, trying to alleviate the disorienting sensation. The explosion transformed the orb's essence into waves that radiated outward, illuminating the previously dark space with a kaleidoscope of colors. Naraku, still dazed, thought the spectacle had concluded, but suddenly, vibrant hues swirled, and beneath his feet, solid ground began to materialize, expanding endlessly. What in the world is happening? Naraku pondered, momentarily stunned. Other soul cutters take humanoid or animal forms, at the very least embodying a consciousness. Why does mine manifest as a mere sphere? And why did it explode at a mere touch? Was it overinflated? Moreover, the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the genesis of the world. Hello? Sphere, are you still with me? No response. Then, Egg, are you there? Still no answer? What on earth is your name? Grant me a response. Pulling me into this realm without revealing your name is akin to offering smoke without fire. Naraku exclaimed in frustration within the depths of his consciousness. Host, cease your shouting. The soul cutter will not respond. It has already perished in that fleeting moment. The system interjected unexpectedly. System, what do you mean by that? What do you mean it has perished? If the blade's spirit has vanished, does that not imply my soul cutter is destroyed? Naraku asked, panic mounting in his voice. It was well known that a vast portion of a Shinigami's strength hinged upon their soul cutter. Should Naraku's soul cutter be rendered inoperative, it would profoundly impact his future development. Not quite. Your soul cutter can be considered as having perished, yet it has not entirely ceased to exist. The system's cryptic words only deepened Naraku's confusion. Ahem. Could you clarify your statement, dear system? I comprehend each word, yet when pieced together, it eludes my understanding. To say it has perished means that its original consciousness has dissipated. As for why it has not entirely vanished, it is because at that very moment of its demise, this system amalgamated the soul cutter's inherent abilities with your soul. In essence, from this moment forth, you embody the consciousness of the soul cutter, the system elucidated patiently. I embody the consciousness of the soul cutter? Precisely. Originally, a Shinigami seeking the power of the soul cutter must engage in dialogue and synchronization with it. The greater the compatibility, the more potent the resultant power. However, once you merge with the soul cutter, the two become indistinguishable, and its power becomes your own. Naraku finally grasped the meaning behind the system's words, but another question emerged. System, why did the consciousness of my soul cutter dissipate? Because it was originally too weak. Chapter 17, Obtaining the Initial Release. It was originally too weak. The system coldly stated. This Zanpakuto was initially extracted from the world of Soul Reapers. Yet its inherent abilities were not formidable, hindering the host's future development. Thus, the system exerted its power to modify it. However, to my surprise, it was so feeble that it could not even withstand the system's transformative power, gradually dissipating during the process until the moment the host entered, when its consciousness was utterly extinguished. Wait, system, are you saying that my inability to achieve the initial release was due to your modifications to the Zanpakuto, rendering it unable to respond to me? Naraku suddenly interrupted the system with a question. Indeed, Watson, you have uncovered the oversight. Under normal circumstances, possessing basic spiritual pressure would suffice to awaken a Zanpakuto. Yet, due to the modifications made by the system, this Zanpakuto could not respond to you. It was only yesterday, when the host acquired advanced spiritual pressure, that a connection was finally established between the host and the remaining consciousness of the Zanpakuto, allowing it to respond to the host's call. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I foolishly called out to it every day. Had you informed me earlier, I wouldn't have had to endure so much embarrassment. The system retorted, amused by the host's efforts to awaken the Zanpakuto. At that moment, Naraku's expression gradually turned to stone. What the hell? Looking back at the rituals I performed to awaken the Zanpakuto, burning incense, bathing, and worshipping, only to be deemed mentally unstable by my own father. And it was all because you found it amusing? Good heavens, you unreliable system. I knew you were dubious. But I never imagined you could be this unreliable. Calm down, host. Don't you want to know what abilities your Zanpakuto has evolved? The system said nonchalantly, observing Naraku's imminent explosion of rage. Abilities? Right, my Zanpakuto has evolved, yet I remain unaware of its capabilities. System, tell me what abilities my Zanpakuto has acquired. If they do not satisfy me, do you believe I will become a mere couch potato and cease to grow stronger, dragging you along into mediocrity? Naraku threatened the system fiercely. Oh my, what a terrifying threat. The system feigned fear. Clearly, it did not take Naraku's anger seriously. Naraku was aware of this and felt powerless. Fine, the system is the mightiest here. I concede. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Listen closely, host. After this system's modification, your Zanpakuto has gained the ability to permanently copy and unlock the powers of other Zanpakuto through contact. In simpler terms, this Zanpakuto can possess the abilities of all other Zanpakuto. Are you satisfied with this capability? Upon hearing this, Naraku was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. To possess the abilities of all Zanpakuto? My goodness, is the system truly this powerful? Ahahaha. Does this mean I am destined for greatness? I want Ichigo Kurosaki's Zangetsu. I want Toshiro Hitsugai's Hyarinmaru. I want Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka, and I want Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. If I acquire them all, won't I be invincible? Ahahaha. Naraku exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Host, do not rejoice too soon. These abilities can only be obtained through a signing process, and the abilities you receive will be random. If luck is not on your side, you may find yourself unable to obtain anything. The system doused Naraku's exuberance with cold water. What? I have to sign to obtain them? Why is that? Isn't this the ability of my own Zanpakuto? Why must I sign? Naraku protested vehemently to the system. Do not forget, host, you are currently in the world of Naruto, not the world of Soul Reapers. Here, you cannot access other Zanpakuto, so how could you replicate them? Therefore, if you wish to possess the abilities of other Zanpakuto, you must begin signing diligently. Love you. Naraku paused for a moment before realizing the truth. Indeed, while the ability of my Zanpakuto seems extraordinary, I must be able to contact other Zanpakuto to utilize it. Currently, I am in the Naruto world, and my Zanpakuto is a mere imitation of Scorpion's poison. This extraordinary ability is one I can only observe, not wield. System, you cunning merchant. Naraku sighed in exasperation. Since the host understands now, would you like to take this opportunity to see what abilities can be unlocked through today's signing? The system kindly reminded Naraku. Sign. Why not? I am eager to see what my Zanpakuto's maiden signing can yield in terms of abilities. System, I warn you in advance, do not play tricks. Naraku expressed his concerns, fearing the system would pull a fast one. Honestly, I have done nothing wrong. The previous lack of good fortune was solely due to the host's bad luck. Do not blame me. Now, let the signing commence. Ding. Signing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the initial release ability, Reverse Flare. This signing session is complete. Please exit the consciousness space to check the abilities obtained from the signing. Keep up the good work. Reverse Flare? That name sounds familiar. Whose Zanpakuto is that? Naraku thought quickly, then promptly exited the consciousness space of the Zanpakuto. Raising the blade he had been holding to examine it. The appearance of the Zanpakuto had not changed with the acquisition of a new ability. It still resembled an ordinary katana. As Naraku focused on the attributes of the Zanpakuto, he discovered Zanpakuto, unnamed, initial release, reverse flare, release command, fall, reverse flare. Ability. The blade emits a fragrance that inverts the perception of direction for the enemy, causing them to misinterpret the direction of strikes. Ah. So this is the Zanpakuto. The moment he saw the ability, Naraku instantly recognized whose Zanpakuto it was. This blade belongs to the former captain of the 5th Division. Hisagi Shohei, much like the antagonist Aizen Susuk's ability, which manipulates the enemy's senses, its power is truly terrifying. Imagine, during a battle, when an opponent clearly perceives an attack from the front and attempts to defend, only to find that the strike actually comes from behind. They may not even comprehend how they perished. Ha ha ha. I can't believe I obtained such a formidable Zanpakuto ability on my first signing. System, I adore you. Naraku joyfully praised the system. However, why does my Zanpakuto still display as unnamed? Chapter 18, The Name of the Blade. System, why does my Zanpakuto still show as unnamed? Naraku inquired curiously. That is because your Zanpakuto has fused with you, so the naming must be done by the host. Whatever you wish to call it. You may do so. If you want to name it the world's greatest pig-slaying blade, that is perfectly fine. Naraku, already weary of the system's antics, thought to himself, the world's greatest pig-slaying blade? Such a magnificent Zanpakuto deserves a far better name than that. What were you thinking, system? What should I name my Zanpakuto? Sitting cross-legged, Naraku rested his chin in contemplation. How about 1,000 transformations? No, too cliché. Quickly dismissing that idea. Perhaps Divine Blade of Metamorphosis? No, that is even worse. Thus, Naraku sat alone on the hillside, deeply engrossed in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Naraku. Indeed, since this blade possesses the capabilities of all Zanpakuto, it shall be named Phantasmic Annihilation, a technique to obliterate all foes. Naraku rose with excitement, raising his Zanpakuto high, proclaiming loudly, from this day forth, you shall be known as Phantasmic Annihilation. A chime resonated, congratulating the host on naming the Zanpakuto. Upon opening his status panel, Naraku discovered that the Zanpakuto's designation had indeed changed to Zanpakuto, Phantasmic Annihilation. The blade in his grasp seemed to quiver with delight at having received a name. Eager to test the abilities of his newly named Zanpakuto, Naraku suddenly recalled that the reverse ability was only effective against enemies, being alone. He had no one to test it on. With a sigh of disappointment, he reluctantly set the blade down. Just then, Naraku's ears perked up as he gazed towards the nearby thicket. Humph, who goes there, lurking in the shadows? Come forth. He called out to the woods. Whoosh. Several figures darted from within the trees. Clad in the attire of Konoha's shinobi, their faces obscured by animal masks, they approached. Noticing their garb, Naraku curiously inquired, are you members of Konoha Zanbu? Has the third Hokage summoned me? How strange, I just departed from him, did I not? Naraku Hyuga, we are root ninjas under the command of Lord Danzo. We have come on his orders to escort you to meet him. Please accompany us. One of the leading ninjas stated. Oh, Danzo's men, you say? A smirk curled at the corners of Naraku's mouth, revealing a sardonic smile. It seemed that his recent promotion to Jonin had attracted Danzo's attention. He could no longer sit idly by and sought to exert control over him. Ah, my apologies. But I am rather busy. I have no time to meet with Danzo. Please convey to him that I shall speak with him when I am available. Naraku waved dismissively at the root ninjas. Humph, Naraku Hyuga, it appears you misunderstand the situation. While we may kindly request your presence, you truly believe that the decision to comply lies solely with you? If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be best to come with us willingly. The root ninjas glared coldly at Naraku. In response, Naraku raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is this? Do you intend to use force simply because I refuse to go? I am under the jurisdiction of the Hokage, and Danzo has no authority over me. Moreover, I doubt the Hokage would be so tyrannical. Does Danzo fancy himself a player of power? Had this been Naraku from the day prior, he might not have been so brazen in the face of Danzo's men, as his strength was limited, and he had to tread carefully. However, having successfully attained high spiritual pressure and achieved the rank of Jonin the previous night, coupled with his new Zanpakuto abilities, Naraku brimmed with confidence. How audacious of you to believe that your newfound strength allows you to defy Lord Danzo's orders. A 10-year-old Jonin is indeed a prodigy, yet you are merely a child. Many gifted individuals have met untimely ends. Today, you shall learn that even among Jonin, strength varies. Irritated by Naraku's unwillingness to cooperate, the root ninjas decided to take matters into their own hands, aiming to subdue him before taking him back. It seems you wish to test my resolve. Let us see how you fare against my Shurkai. Naraku thought to himself, feeling quite pleased as he had just lamented the lack of a test subject for his newly acquired powers, and now, fate had delivered them to him. The root ninjas assumed battle stances, some drew shuriken, while others retreated to form hand seals, ready to unleash ninjutsu. Their experience and coordination were evident. However, Naraku remained unfazed amidst their assault. He raised his Zanpakuto and softly uttered, fall before me, reverse. In the next moment, the shape of his Zanpakuto morphed. A massive circular ring sprouted from the hilt, and 5 holes appeared along the blade. The weapon then began to rotate around Naraku's hand in a full 360 degrees. What sorcery is this? The root ninjas wondered, their expressions a mix of doubt and apprehension. Mere tricks. Attack together and eliminate him. The leading root ninja commanded coldly. Before he could finish his sentence, he charged at Naraku. With the onslaught approaching, Naraku swiftly evaded, his blade continuing to spin. His speed had already been remarkable, but now, having attained the level of advanced Shuinpa, he was quicker than ever before. It was said that even Itachi Uchiha, a fan of Shursui, acknowledged that Naraku's speed was on par with Shursui's, underscoring the terror of his current velocity. As he navigated through the assault of the root ninjas, Naraku moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, untouched and unscathed. Little brat, weren't you just boasting earlier? Is evasion all you can do? After several exchanges, the root ninjas found themselves unable to even graze the hem of Naraku's clothing, which only intensified their frustration. Do you not perceive the delightful aroma in the air? Naraku responded with a light chuckle, disregarding their taunts. Aroma? What scent is this? The root ninjas, now alerted by Naraku's words, began to take notice, hastily attempting to hold their breath. Too late. Naraku mocked softly as he observed their panicked reactions. Curse it. When did this scent appear? It seems to have manifested after your blade transformed. The root ninjas began to inspect their own conditions, puzzled. What is this fragrance? Is it poison? No. My body feels fine, and my chakra is unhindered. What could it be? After checking themselves and finding no abnormalities, the root ninjas turned to Naraku, who stood idly by, observing them with a bemused expression. Little brat, you are merely bluffing. Whatever you've done will not save you. Come quietly. Oh, you believe I am bluffing? Very well, then. Let us see who shall be first. Naraku replied calmly, confident in his newfound powers. His gaze fixed on a root ninja preparing to unleash a jutsu. He declared, You shall be the first. Startled, the targeted root ninja quickly formed hand seals and launched a great fireball technique at Naraku. Naraku evaded with a swift shuinpa and charged toward the ninja. The others, taken aback by Naraku's speed, could only shout warnings. Be careful, get out of the way. Realizing he could not escape in time, the root ninja hastily drew a kunai to block Naraku's incoming strike. As Naraku's blade drew nearer, the ninja's thoughts raced with hope. I can withstand this. However, in the next instant, he felt a violent whirl of the world around him, and then his eyes beheld a headless body standing still, blood gushing from its neck. This body felt so familiar, a fleeting thought of his life's final moment. How could this be? He could have blocked it. Why did it turn out this way? The other root ninjas stood aghast, watching this scene unfold. To them, it was evident that their fallen comrade had successfully deflected Naraku's long blade with his kunai, yet in the next moment, Naraku merely brushed past him, and their teammate's head was severed. This left them utterly bewildered. Who's next? Naraku turned to face the others. Gudu felt the weight of Naraku's gaze, and the remaining root ninjas instinctively swallowed hard. No one to respond. Then I shall choose for myself. Naraku's blade pointed menacingly at the few remaining root ninjas. Be careful. His speed is extraordinary. Form a circle. The leading root ninja quickly devised a counter-strategy, and soon the remaining three formed a protective circle. Futile. Observing their reactions, Naraku shook his head. The trio, encircled, could react swiftly against a ninja of speed, but Naraku, in his reverse state, possessed far more than just speed. With his blade angled towards the ground, he launched another assault against the encircled trio. The root ninja facing Naraku threw several shuriken, believing Naraku would evade as before. They had prepared for a follow-up attack. However, the shuriken passed through Naraku as if he were an illusion. In the next moment, the teammate with his back turned let out a blood-curdling scream. As Naraku appeared before him, his blade slicing downwards, cleaving his comrade in two. What? What is happening? Is it an illusion? The remaining two felt an even greater terror. Just as before, Naraku had attacked from the front, and they had seen it and prepared to counter. Yet their ally had inexplicably perished. If unseen attacks instilled fear, then this visible yet ungraspable assault would drive one to madness. The remaining two root ninjas, believing they were ensnared in an illusion, hurriedly disrupted their chakra flow, attempting to break free. Yet it was of no avail. After all, Naraku's ability did not affect chakra, but directly interfered with their visual sensory nerves. To dispel this ability, they would have to stop using their eyes. But that would only hasten their demise. Believing they had escaped the illusion, the two ninjas braced themselves back to back. Oh, have you begun to defend yourselves? Just moments ago, you mentioned that Jonin have varying strengths, so do you see yourself as a rather strong Jonin? Why then, when faced with someone like me, do you cower and hesitate to strike? Naraku mocked, observing the fear etched on their faces. Damn it, Hyuga Naraku, do you dare kill us? Aren't you afraid of Lord Danzo seeking retribution? Faced with defeat, the Root Ninja captain invoked Shimura Danzo's name, hoping to instill fear in Naraku. Please, do not attempt to frighten me with Shimura Danzo. That old schemer should remain hidden in his corner. Otherwise, I might have to test whether my blade is sharper than his neck. Naraku dismissed the invocation of Danzo with disdain. Enough. You two should hurry along. Your comrades are waiting for you on the road to the underworld. Damn it, I must escape. Hyuga Naraku's abilities are too peculiar. I must report to Lord Danzo. If he cannot be subdued, he must be eliminated before he becomes a significant threat. The Root Ninja captain resolved. Earth Release, Hell Swamp Technique. Another Root Ninja performed a jutsu, transforming the area around them into a marshland, thus preventing Naraku from launching a close-range attack. Oh, you think this will shield you from me? So naive. In the next moment, Naraku executed his instant step, standing suspended in midair. What? How is this possible? How can you stand in midair without any leverage? What kind of jutsu is this? Clearly, Naraku's ability to hover in the air shattered their worldview. For in the realm of ninjas, aside from the third Tsuchikage's dust release, no known technique allowed one to float without external support. Chapter 20. A clean and decisive kill. Naraku stood aloft, coldly observing the Root Ninjas below. The hell swamp he had unleashed to deter Naraku's approach was rendered utterly ineffective. Naraku extended his left hand, fingers poised together, addressing the two Root Ninjas. Enough of this play. School is about to dismiss, and I must fetch my sister. Really? You waste my time. Way of Destruction, Fourth Lightning Bolt. A dazzling surge of lightning erupted from Naraku's fingertips, resembling a colossal dragon of thunder, hurtling towards the Root Ninjas. Following his promotion to Jonin, Naraku's mastery of the dark arts had grown increasingly formidable. A scream erupted from the center of the lightning storm, and suddenly, a figure fled, darting into the forest. It was none other than the Root Ninja captain. TSK, sacrificing your comrade to shield yourself while you escape? How utterly heartless. Naraku held deep contempt for such ruthless behavior, where allies were mere tools to be discarded at will. He swiftly pursued the fleeing Root Ninja. Hurry, faster. As long as I reach the village, Hyuga Naraku would never dare to kill me in broad daylight. I must relay this information to Lord Danzo. I cannot allow this person to live. The Root Ninja captain dashed towards Konoha. The once short distance from the back mountains to the village now felt interminably long. As he fled for his life, he regretted not having trained his speed more diligently. How naive of me to think I could escape. Hearing Naraku's voice, the Root Ninja halted abruptly, only to find Naraku had inexplicably appeared before him, casually leaning against a tree, blocking his path. Damn it, is there no escape? How could someone possess such swiftness? In that case, I must fight. The Root Ninja, despair etched on his face, prepared for a final stand. Though I despise your treatment of your comrades as tools, at least you chose to fight to the end as a ninja rather than groveling for mercy. I will grant you a dignified death befitting a ninja. Naraku appreciated the Root Ninja's final choice, yet, as enemies, he could not show mercy. Naraku swung his blade towards the Root Ninja, who, having learned from prior encounters, chose not to parry the attack, but instead to evade backward. However, thud. A long blade pierced through his chest, chilling him to the core. How can this be? I thought the illusion was dispelled. The Root Ninja murmured in disbelief. Useless, isn't it? The method you employ to dispel illusions. Well, I shall keep the reasons to myself. You'll have to ponder that on your own as you tread the path to the underworld. Naluo whispered to the Root Ninja, then twisted the long blade in his hand, shattering his heart. The Root Ninja coughed up a mouthful of blood, his unwilling eyes wide open as he collapsed to the ground. Naluo rose, lifting the corpse of the Root Ninja, and returned to the small hill, tossing the four bodies together. It was you who sought to strike first. Hence, you cannot blame me for your demise. Well, dust to dust. I shall send you off on your final journey. With a flick of his fingers, Naluo summoned a circular blaze, which descended upon the four corpses. As the flames made contact, they ignited fiercely, consuming the bodies until nothing but charred remnants remained, leaving the ground devoid of ash. A grim finale, indeed. Oh, the sun is nearly set. How frustrating it is to have been delayed by you lot. Little Hinata must be waiting for me to pick her up from school. She must be quite anxious by now. Naluo glanced up at the sky, observing the sun's last rays before it disappeared. The school must have already dismissed its students. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Naluo hurriedly arrived, noticing a few parents still collecting their children. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. But where is Hinata? He scanned around, searching for her figure. Ah, there she is. Little Hinata, Big Brother is here to pick you up. Naruto called out, waving to Hinata, who was quietly seated under the eaves. Upon hearing his voice, she joyfully ran towards him. Brother, you're late. Hinata's small face scrunched up, revealing her displeasure. My apologies. I was so engrossed in training that I lost track of time. It's entirely my fault. Now, what would you like to eat? I'll treat you to something delicious. Noticing his sister's unhappiness, Naruto felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his expression filled with regret. I'm not really upset. I understand how hard you've been training, brother, and I wouldn't be so unreasonable as to blame you. Seeing the regret on Naruto's face, Hinata suddenly smiled brightly. Oh, Hinata, you're becoming increasingly thoughtful. Naruto affectionately stroked her little head. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Naruto, who was sitting alone on a swing in the playground. Naruto, why are you still sitting there? Come on, let us go have some ramen. After we eat, I'll take you home. Previously lost in thought, Naruto lifted his head at the sound of Naruto's voice. Naruto, you're back. Seeing Naruto instantly perked up, jumping off the swing and rushing towards him. Naruto, you're finally back. It's been a month, and I missed you so much. Naruto exclaimed as he rushed into Naruto's embrace, venting his frustrations. Alright, Naruto. It's been a month, and you've grown taller. It seems you've been eating well lately. Naruto knew Naruto's appetite well. The monthly allowance given to him by the village was hardly sufficient for his voracious hunger. Thus, before each of his departures, Naruto would concoct various excuses to provide Naruto with extra funds to spare him from hunger. Initially, Naruto refused to accept any money, until Naruto threatened that if he didn't, he would no longer call him brother and would treat him as a stranger. Only then did Naruto obediently accept. Thanks to Naruto's care, Naruto's life improved significantly, and he no longer suffered from hunger as he did in the original tale. So, Naruto, how long will you be staying this time? You're not going to leave again in a day or two, are you? Naruto inquired, while Hinata, too, looked up at Naruto with eager anticipation. Rest assured, this time I'll be here for at least 10 to 15 days, and I'll have time to spend with both of you. Naruto calculated that with the Chunin exams in 10 days, he would have ample time to rest afterward, ensuring he could remain for at least half a month. Yay, that's wonderful. Naruto leaped with joy, and a smile graced Hinata's small face. Let us go then. I'll treat you both to Ichiraku ramen. Off we go. Chapter 21. Chunin Examination. The third Hokage granted Naruto 10 days to prepare for the exam. During this time, Naruto balanced his training with moments spent alongside Hinata, Hanabi, and Naruto. The 10 days swiftly passed. On the day of the examination, the Umbu arrived early to inform Naruto that the location for the Chunin exam was at the central tower of the Forest of Death. The central tower of the Forest of Death? Isn't that the place for the Chunin exams 4 years from now? Naruto pondered silently. Naruto, do not feel pressured. Just remember to perform to the best of your abilities. Hyuga continuously encouraged him. Since learning 10 days prior that Naruto had attained Chunin level strength and was set to participate in the Chunin exam, Hyuga had been brimming with excitement. Goodness, at my age, I'm merely an elite Chunin while my son has achieved Chunin strength at just 10 years old. I'll have so much to boast about among my old friends. A 10-year-old Chunin from Konoha, a prodigy ninja, that's my son. Hyuga envisioned the envious expressions of his friends, unable to suppress a proud grin. Oh, I know. You've repeated that countless times. Don't worry. I'm not feeling any pressure. I'll just participate early and return quickly. Clearly, Naruto remained unfazed by the upcoming examination. You rascal, Hyuga grumbled. But Naruto ignored his father's complaints and opened his status panel. Host, Hyuga Naruto level. High spiritual pressure, Chunin, abilities, Byakugan, advanced, gentle fist, master. 8 trigrams 64 palms, master. Heavenly spin, master. 8 trigrams empty palm, master. Break technique, 160 series. Bind technique, 160 series. Intermediate return technique. Advanced body flicker technique items. Zanpakuto, oblivion, initial release ability. Reversal. The Hyuga clan is renowned for its physical prowess, with the entire clan practicing gentle fist. After 8 years of training, Naruto may not have acquired other ninjutsu, but he has mastered all the martial arts of the Hyuga clan to the highest level. It is no exaggeration to say that Naruto has become the strongest among the Hyuga clan, with his current mastery of physical techniques. Coupled with the speed of the advanced body flicker technique and the peculiar abilities of reversal, Naruto could confidently declare, I could take on 10 average Chunin. At the central tower of the Forest of Death, Naruto stood in the center of a vacant space, while the third Hokage, Tsunade, and Mito Minyan were present on the second floor, along with several high-ranking officials from Konoha. The leaders of the various clans, including Inuzuka, Nara, and Aburame, were also in attendance, alongside his father, the head of the Hyuga clan, all gathered to evaluate Naruto's Jonin examination. Ahem. The third Hokage cleared his throat and surveyed the assembled crowd. Now that everyone is present, we may begin the Jonin examination for Hyuga Naruto. Given Naruto's impressive task completion rate over the past 5 years and his outstanding performance in missions, particularly in adaptability and leadership, the Konoha high-ranking officials have unanimously agreed that the examination will consist solely of one aspect: practical combat. During this assessment, 2 Jonin will be dispatched as evaluators. If one can withstand the assault of both Jonin for the duration of a single incense stick, it shall be deemed a successful evaluation. I hereby announce that the assessment officially begins. Upon hearing the third Hokage announce the details of the evaluation, Naraku felt a jolt of surprise within. Who could the 2 assailants be? It is known that Jonin vary in strength, the weakest being the special Jonin, followed by the regular Jonin, and the most formidable, the elite Jonin. Given Naraku's current prowess, he could easily dispatch several special Jonin, and even a couple of regular Jonin would pose little concern. The true threat would come from an elite Jonin. In a flash, 2 figures appeared before Naraku, clad in Konoha's iconic green vests. One bore a distinctive black watermelon hairstyle and thick, dark eyebrows, his stature imposing. The other had a shock of upright white hair, obscured by a black mask, with a Konoha forehead protector tilted to cover his left eye. These were Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake. Naraku's eyes narrowed at the sight of them. Truly, the third Hokage held him in high regard. His opponents were none other than Konoha's 2 aces, Kakashi, renowned as the copy ninja with his Sharingan, and Guy, who wielded the 8 gates, nearly delivering a climactic blow at full power. Neither of these opponents could be classified as mere trivialities. As Naraku assessed his adversaries, his initial intention to simply go through the motions transformed into a fervent eagerness. After 5 years of missions, aside from the initial adaptation period, he had not faced any real peril. All foes encountered had been swiftly dispatched. Naraku yearned for a true challenge against formidable opponents, as such encounters would enable his continuous growth, and these 2 stood amongst the strongest beneath the 5 Kage. I never anticipated my opponents would be you too, Might Guy, the foremost practitioner of taijutsu in Konoha, and the copy ninja, Kakashi. Naraku greeted them. Ah, Naraku-kun. It has been quite some time. I didn't expect to face you today. What an honor. To possess Jonin-level strength at such a young age, you truly deserve the title of Genius Ninja, much like Kakashi. Perhaps this is what youth embodies. Guy exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement, while Kakashi remained silent, observing. Hyuga Naraku, is it? It is a privilege to engage with you today. Let us test your mettle. Be cautious. The Jonin assessment is no jest, and we shall unleash our full capabilities. Kakashi warned, and both prepared for battle. At this moment, with the 2 adversaries advancing, Naraku internally called upon the system. Hey, system, I wish to sign in. Today, encountering such powerful opponents is a cause for celebration. Ding. Host has chosen to sign in. Signing in commences. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Shurikai ability of Zangetsu. What? Zangetsu? Isn't that the Zanpakuto power of Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach? I actually drew that? It seems today is my lucky day. A smile crept across Naraku's lips as he contemplated the power he had just obtained. Just as Naraku reveled in his newfound ability, Kakashi launched the first attack, hurling several shurikens in his direction. Chapter 22. Jonin assessment. As the shurikens zipped toward him, Naraku deftly evaded them. Just as he landed, Guy aimed a kick at him. Naraku raised his arms to defend against the blow. Suspended in the air, he had no leverage and was sent flying backward by Guy's strike, his feet carving long grooves into the ground upon landing. This was merely a probing attack. Both parties disengaged swiftly. Naraku rubbed his slightly numbed arms, astonished at the power behind Guy's kick. Had it landed on an ordinary person, it would surely have resulted in injury. Hey there, young man. Your physical resilience is impressive, Guy exclaimed, unaware that Naraku had sustained no harm. Internally, Guy was surprised, knowing that though he hadn't opened the 8 gates, his kick was not something just anyone could easily withstand. Such vigor. My blood is boiling. Let us discover whether my iron fist or the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan prevails, Guy declared, launching into another assault. Just what I was hoping to find out, Naraku replied, employing the Hyuga clan's ultimate technique, skillfully parrying Guy's attacks, which seemed slow but were executed with remarkable speed. In an instant, both combatants were engaged in a flurry of exchanges, while Kakashi stood aside, having already lifted his forehead protector, his crimson Sharingan fixed on their movements. With a loud crash, the two fighters momentarily separated. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Kakashi unleashed a jutsu, but before Naraku could catch his breath, he responded with, "Humph, such a nuisance." Hadano. 31. Shakahao. The clash of fire techniques erupted in a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves throughout the central tower, causing the very structure to tremble and dislodge a few tiles from the roof. Naraku realized that if this continued, the tower might soon crumble. Onlookers on the second floor furrowed their brows, clearly taken aback by the level of destruction displayed by the two fighters, which exceeded their expectations. The third Hokage sighed. This was hasty. They shouldn't be fighting inside the tower. If it gets damaged, the repairs will cost a fortune. Umbu, seal them in with a barrier. Upon the third's command, for Umbu shinobi appeared, positioning themselves at the corners of the room. Barrier formation. The four formed hand seals and shouted in unison. A shimmering light enveloping the entire space within the tower. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard. Yes, this should suffice. Below, the trio continued their fierce battle. Merely a third of an incense stick's time having passed. Naraku-kun, you are indeed formidable. In my ordinary state, I cannot contend with you. Now, I must get serious. Be on guard. Guy exclaimed, his lips curling into a grin as he realized his attacks had little effect on Naraku. Is he really considering opening the 8 gates? Naraku pondered, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. After all, Guy's full power, as depicted in the original narrative, could inflict damage on a level akin to the 6 paths, though his only limitation was the brevity of that power. Though opening the 8 gates for a mere Jonin assessment seemed excessive, even a few gates would grant him tremendous strength, easily surpassing the capabilities of a typical Kage. Naraku found himself wondering, this is just a Jonin assessment. Do you truly believe I warrant such a serious approach? However, it was clear that Naraku was overthinking. As he suspected, a Jonin assessment did not necessitate Guy opening the 8 gates against him. That would be somewhat excessive, exceeding the boundaries of a typical Jonin engagement. Kai stood there, beginning to shed the burdens that weighed heavily upon him. First, he removed the weights from his hands, then his legs, and finally, he cast aside the Leaf Village vest he wore, tossing it carelessly behind him. The sound of these weights crashing to the ground resonated like an asteroid colliding with Earth, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Witnessing this exaggerated spectacle, even though Naraku was already aware, he could not help but feel a mix of astonishment. Surely this pile must weigh nearly 1,000 pounds. Indeed, the term Azure Beast of Konoha was no misnomer. He was no ordinary individual. May I pose a question? Senior Kai? Naraku inquired. Of course, Naraku. Feel free to ask anything. I shall answer without reservation. Kai replied, clearing his throat. It's nothing much, really. I'm just curious how you manage to eat and use the restroom with all this weight. Surely the chairs and toilets don't collapse under you? Regarding this matter, I shall let you in on a little secret. Despite appearing to sit normally, I actually squat in a horse stance. This way, I can train while eating and attending to other needs. Haha, Kai explained, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing his gleaming teeth. Oh, you truly are the Azure Beast of Konoha. Remarkably diligent, a true model for our youth. Listening to the exchange between the two, whether it was Kakashi, who was on the battlefield, or the higher-ups of Konoha and the heads of various clans observing from above, they all bore expressions of exasperation. What should have been a serious battle for the Jonin examination felt derailed by their trivial chatter. Unable to endure the banter any longer, Kakashi unleashed a water dragon jutsu, abruptly interrupting their frivolous dialogue. Naraku swiftly evaded Kakashi's surprise attack with a quick step. Kakashi, hold on. Let me and Naraku enjoy this spar, Kai declared. Taste my leaf gale. As Kakashi initially intended to press on with his assault, he reluctantly withdrew. Meanwhile, the unburdened Kai moved with such speed that he surpassed the limits of ordinary perception. Had it not been for Naraku's own proficiency in speed, honed through rigorous training, he might have struggled to track Kai's movements. Faced with Kai's relentless onslaught of kicks, Naraku responded with a flurry of punches, employing his soft fist technique. His spiritual pressure manifested as chakra enveloping his hands, allowing him to parry Kai's attacks. In the stands, observing Naraku hold his own against Kai, the third Hokage turned to Hinata Hizashi, remarking, Hizashi, your son's soft fist technique is remarkable. He has surely grasped your teachings to great effect. Hisashi humbly smiled. I must admit, I have little left to teach him. Much of his skill is due to his own exploration, at this point. His proficiency in the soft fist likely surpasses my own. Though his face wore a humble smile, the heads of the other clans perceived an underlying pride in Hisashi's demeanor. Damn it, I've been outshone. I must return home and train my own children. They cannot be outdone, or I will lose face. At that moment, the young ninjas still attending classes at the academy shivered in unison, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. In the arena, Naraku and Kai exchanged blows while Kakashi stood aside, observing with his Sharingan activated. The third Hokage, feeling disgruntled, wondered if Kakashi was oblivious to the brevity of his own chances. If he had activated his Sharingan, he ought to engage in the fray, otherwise, he would soon require assistance to exit the arena, leaving onlookers to believe him weak. Thus, the third Hokage called out, Kakashi, stop spectating and join the fray. Time is of the essence. This young man has a penchant for hiding his true abilities in my presence. You two should team up and see just how strong he truly is. Heeding the third Hokage's command, Kakashi swiftly moved to stand alongside Kai, addressing the two. Apologies for interrupting your duel, but as the third Hokage suggested, this is a Jonin examination. Let us see if you possess the strength to bear the title of Jonin. As for your competition between steel and soft fists, we shall save that for another day. Be wary, Naraku, we will hold nothing back. Naraku, regarding the two who prepared to unleash their full power, merely scoffed, glancing at the remaining third of his incense stick. Internally, he mused. That old third Hokage is relentless in his attempts to gauge my strength. Fine, if he wishes to know, I shall put on a show today. Having attained advanced spiritual pressure and reached the level of Jonin, Naraku had not yet engaged in a genuine fight. The previous encounters with the Root Ninja team had been of little challenge. He had refrained from exerting his full strength. Before him stood Kai and Kakashi, undoubtedly formidable opponents. And only by sparring with them could Naraku accurately gauge his own capabilities. With his left hand gripping the sheath of his Zanpakuto and his right hand firmly grasping the hilt, Naraku slowly unsheathed the long blade, its aura sharp and imposing. Adhering to the principle of retaining some secrets, Naraku typically concealed his weapon, ensuring that in critical moments he could catch others off guard. Now wielding the long sword, Naraku's demeanor shifted dramatically. Where he had once exuded a sense of steadiness akin to his martial arts, he now radiated an intimidating aura, one that could shatter the resolve of the psychologically fragile. Well then, esteemed seniors, I too intend to give my all. I kindly request that you do not hold back. I wish to ascertain my current strength. With that, Naraku charged toward them, blade in hand. In response, Kakashi produced a kunai, while Kai revealed a pair of nunchaku, seemingly from thin air. Kakashi was the first to intercept Naraku's long blade, while Kai swiftly sidestepped, positioning himself beside Naraku, swinging the nunchaku toward him. Faced with Kai's attack, Naraku did not evade. He understood that retreating would subject him to their relentless onslaught, placing him at a disadvantage. Instead, he opted to summon the 8th binding technique, forming a shield with his left hand while continuing to clash with Kakashi using his long sword. As Naraku clashed blades with Kakashi, he sensed something amiss. Glancing back, he noticed the shield on his left hand beginning to shatter after absorbing a blow. Ugh! The 8th binding technique is far too low in level, especially without the incantation. It can only withstand a single strike from a powerhouse like Kai. With no time for contemplation, Kai's next assault arrived. In a moment of desperation, Naraku invoked the 9th binding technique, extending a yellow rope from his fingertips, ensnaring the unsuspecting Kai. What is this ninjutsu? Kai exclaimed, astonished by his sudden entrapment. However, he did not hesitate. In the next instant, he summoned all his strength, expanding his arms outward. Veins bulged on his forehead as he forcefully attempted to break free from the bindings. Crack! The ropes formed from the binding technique shattered under Kai's might within mere seconds, disintegrating into spiritual particles before they could even touch the ground. In this scene, Naraku was astonished to see that low-tier binding techniques were utterly ineffective against this brother. With a swift motion, he sliced through Kakashi and then employed a sudden step to distance himself from the two. Realizing that he could not gain the upper hand in close combat, he decided to engage in ranged attacks, utilizing his skills to wear them down. Kakashi was notoriously low on chakra, and Naraku was keen to see how many techniques he could execute before running dry. Once that happened, he would unleash Guy's tactics. As a mage, maintaining distance against a warrior lacking healing abilities would surely lead to victory through attrition. Bakuto number 32, Cherry Blossom Flash. Another incantation-free spell erupted from Naraku's hand, manifesting as a wave of cherry blossom-colored energy that surged towards Kakashi and Guy. Guy, danger! Move behind me. Kakashi shouted while quickly forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen barrier rose, shielding both Kakashi and Guy from the oncoming attack, which made contact with the wall, shattering it into fragments. Seeing them take refuge behind the wall, Naraku felt a surge of excitement. What a splendid opportunity. Bakudo no. 54. Waste Flame. Without time for incantation, another spell was unleashed, albeit at a diminished power due to the lack of chanting, but Naraku was beyond caring at this point. This technique, one of the highest numbered spells he had mastered, conjured flames that would consume its target, reminiscent of Itachi's Amaterasu. If given the chance in the future, Naraku was curious to see which flame was more potent, Amaterasu's or his waste flame. A large, circular inferno formed in Naraku's hand and was hurled towards Kakashi and Guy. As the flames grew larger in flight, they crashed against the earthen wall. Just as the two were about to peek out, they were met with a massive fireball and quickly recoiled. To their surprise, instead of exploding, the flames spread like liquid, adhering to the wall, which began to visibly dissolve before their eyes. Kakashi, what kind of flame is this? It's so peculiar. Guy queried, bewildered. I don't know. It's my first encounter with such flames. Regardless, we must avoid contact. Quickly, retreat. Kakashi warned, but before he could finish, the wall began to crumble under the flames' relentless assault, scattering fiery debris. The two hastily withdrew to safety. Now is our chance, Guy-senpai. You were careless. Suddenly, Naraku's voice echoed from behind Guy. Startled by the sound, Guy instinctively swung his staff backward without turning. A resounding clap echoed as he deflected Naraku's descending strike. But that was the extent of his success. The nunchaku shattered upon colliding with the blade. Meanwhile, Kakashi noticed Naraku taking advantage of the opening to ambush Guy and rushed to assist. However, Naraku seized the moment, unleashing a technique. Shirobutsu. A murky light enveloped Naraku, swiftly engulfing Kakashi and Guy. Their movements faltered, and their consciousness began to wane. This was the essence of Shirobutsu, a technique that bridged binding and demon arts. Devoid of a numerical designation, its effect was to temporarily incapacitate foes trapped in its murky glow, inducing a state of drowsiness akin to being struck by a flashbang. Yet, this technique was fleeting against elite shinobi. Kakashi and Guy shook off the haze almost immediately, but that brief moment was all Naraku needed. Bakudo number 30, Mouth Spike Flash. Another incantation-free binding technique was unleashed, launching 3 massive, spear-like beams that pierced through Guy's arms and torso, pinning him firmly to the ground. Naraku swiftly closed in on Guy, positioning his blade at his throat and grinning as he addressed Kakashi. One down. Now, it's just a duel between me and Kakashi-senpai. The audience watching from above was astounded. Originally, the assessment was merely for Naraku to withstand the 2 elite shinobi for a short duration, yet he had turned the tables, dominating the encounter, and now had one of them immobilized. Good heavens! Are the youth today truly this formidable? What will become of us older folks? Hyuga Hizashi beamed with pride, casting a knowing glance at the heads of various clans, each interpreting his expression as a declaration. My son, this is my son. Frustration washed over them. The training regimen they had initially devised for the lad needed an overhaul, with a need for intensified training. The students in the academy shuddered in unison, a sense of dread washing over them, stronger than before. Just regaining his senses, Guy blinked incredulously at his pinned limbs and the blade at his neck. Had he truly been defeated? Overwhelmed by a mere 10-year-old who was undergoing a Jonin examination? The pride of Konoha's Azure Beast felt utterly humiliated. Apologies, Guy-senpai, Naraku offered, sensing Guy's discomfort. To his surprise, Guy merely smiled and replied, Naraku, you're quite impressive. Keep it up, but don't let your victory over me lead to a loss against Kakashi. Otherwise, he'll mock me for eternity. Naraku sheathed his blade and rose slowly, nodding at Guy. Rest assured, Guy-senpai, I will give it my all. Kakashi observed the scene, shaking his head. He had underestimated Naraku, who had proven to surpass many seasoned Jonin. Glancing at the incense stick implanted in the ground, he noted it was almost burned out. Very well, Naraku. Let us conclude this with a decisive move. I will employ my strongest original technique. If you can withstand it, you shall pass the assessment. Guy, still on the ground, exclaimed in astonishment, Wait, Kakashi, you're not considering using that technique, are you? Isn't that a bit excessive? Kakashi simply shook his head calmly. Guy, given the situation, do you still regard Naraku as a novice? In terms of strength, he stands on par with us. Guy fell silent, realizing the truth in Kakashi's words. Especially since he was currently immobilized. Naraku pondered, is the strongest original technique the Raikiri? Since that is the case, I shall unleash my most formidable attack, Kakashi-senpai. Please be cautious, for this is a technique I have newly devised, and even I am unaware of its true potency. Oh, a self-created ninjutsu? Then let us test whose technique is more powerful. Raikiri, Kakashi bellowed as he grasped his right wrist with his left hand, while a dazzling orb of lightning formed in his palm. The ferocious electricity scattered, producing a cacophony that echoed in the ears of the onlookers, reminiscent of 1,000 birds in flight. Simultaneously, Naraku caught a whiff of ozone, the scent born from the ionization of air by the lightning. Is this Raikiri? Observing Kakashi's technique, Naraku licked his lips, exhilaration bubbling within him, a sensation only encountered in battle against a formidable adversary. Now it is my turn. Getsuga Tensho. Naraku's Zanpakuto transformed, morphing into a colossal blade devoid of a hilt, its grip wrapped in white cloth, resembling an oversized cleaver. Spiritual pressure surged from his entire being, converging towards the blade, and as the energy intensified, it began to emit a radiant white glow. Taste my strike. Getsuga Tensho. The immense cleaver swung from Naraku's hand, descending vertically towards Kakashi, who was charging at him with Chidori, a crescent-shaped surge of white energy shooting forth, extending dozens of meters in length. As Naraku unleashed this technique, he felt his legs weaken momentarily, nearly collapsing to the ground. Goodness, this Getsuga Tensho is quite draining. Naraku chuckled wryly. Meanwhile, Kakashi, wielding Raikiri, faced the oncoming Getsuga Tensho. Upon contact, Kakashi sensed something amiss. He realized that he would not be able to withstand Naraku's attack. His Raikiri was already a highly destructive ninjutsu. Yet Naraku's strike exuded an overwhelming sharpness, as if it could cleave through anything. If his Raikiri were not sustained by the chakra flowing from his hand, it would have been severed long ago. Chapter 25. Elite Jonin. No, I cannot endure this. After 3 seconds of resistance, this was Kakashi's inner thought. The immense energy and formidable cutting power contained within the Getsuga Tensho made Kakashi acutely aware that he had no chance of victory. If he persisted any longer, he would likely meet his end, cleaved in two once his chakra was depleted. Retreat, I must evade. Resolving his mind, Kakashi swiftly withdrew his hands and formed a seal. Bereft of Kakashi's chakra support, Raikiri was cleaved apart by the Getsuga Tensho, dissipating into lightning. The Getsuga Tensho maintained its momentum, passing through Kakashi and bisecting him entirely. Bang! Kakashi, now halved, transformed into a wooden stump, evidently having executed a substitution jutsu at the last moment, while the real Kakashi appeared nearby, gasping for breath. Clearly drained of chakra. That was close. Had I delayed even a moment longer, I would have truly perished. Naraku, my dear, your technique is rather perilous. Kakashi, having narrowly escaped, remarked with a look of trepidation directed at Naraku. However, Naraku paid him no heed, gazing intently at the trajectory of his Getsuga Tensho. Kakashi turned back out of curiosity, only to see the Getsuga Tensho colliding with the barrier deployed by the Umbu. The barrier shattered like a bubble upon impact, causing the 4 Umbu members who had conjured it to spit out blood. The Getsuga Tensho, undeterred, surged towards the Hokage and others seated in the stands. Move! Someone shouted from the stands, and chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to flee, each person sprinting faster than the last. Even the elderly Tsunade and Shimura Danzo displayed agility that belied their years, a scene that vividly showcased the prowess of Konoha's elite. Boom! The Getsuga Tensho burst through the tower, leaving a massive gash in its wake. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After cleaving through the central tower, it continued to soar forward for several hundred meters before dissipating. The onlookers peered through the gaping hole in the tower, stunned by the sight of a gargantuan rift, 10 meters wide and several hundred meters long, etched into the ground. Gulp! One by one, the spectators swallowed hard, visibly shaken. However, the one most profoundly affected was Kakashi, who was grappling with the realization of what he had just encountered. What in the world was I just recklessly engaging with? At that moment, Guy freed himself from his restraints and approached Kakashi, gazing at him with admiration. Kakashi, you actually went toe-to-toe with that. I had no idea you were this courageous. Kakashi was utterly bewildered. Had I known the extent of its power, I would have never dared to confront it head-on. The high-ranking members of Konoha and clan heads gathered around, their eyes fixated on the fissure created by the Getsuga Tensho. Akiyama, the head of the Akimichi clan, was the first to speak. Goodness, This technique possesses such formidable strength, it must be classified as S-rank ninjutsu. Without question, this attack wields the power of an S-rank technique. Let us not forget that this Getsuga was primarily unleashed into the air. If it had been aimed directly at the ground, the devastation would have been exponentially greater. Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, affirmed to the crowd. Ahem, yes, Shikaku makes a valid point. In terms of sheer power, this technique could rival a tailed beast bomb. Let us not just classify it as S-rank. It could very well qualify as Super S-rank. However, having observed Naraku's execution of this technique, I have identified at least two weaknesses. First, it consumes an excessive amount of chakra, leaving Naraku nearly depleted of combat capability after its use. Second, its maneuverability is severely limited. If I am not mistaken, once unleashed, it can only travel straight ahead, unable to alter its course. Thus, if an opponent chooses to evade rather than engage head-on, this technique becomes utterly ineffective. Am I mistaken, Naraku of the Hyuga clan? Listening to the third Hokage's analysis, Naraku felt a twinge of surprise. Truly, the third Hokage lives up to his title as a master of ninjutsu. Having discerned the limitations of this technique with a single glance, the Getsuga Tensho is a signature move of Ichigo Kurosaki, utilized effortlessly due to his extraordinary spiritual pressure, allowing such a grand attack to be employed as a simple attack. Yet, for Naraku, it proved a challenge, given his level of spiritual pressure. Having just emerged from battle and attempting this technique for the first time, he miscalculated the required amount, resulting in his energy being entirely drained. Such a predicament would be exceedingly perilous on the battlefield. The third Hokage is indeed correct. These 2 points are undeniable shortcomings of this technique. I have only recently developed this technique, and this was its inaugural use. Further refinement is certainly needed. Naraku shamelessly claimed the technique as his own invention. What? Displeased? Kubo tight. If you are unsatisfied, why not traverse through time yourself? That would be quite an accomplishment. Indeed, it is remarkable that someone so young could devise such a technique. Should you manage to address these two shortcomings, this technique might ascend to the ranks of Super S-rank ninjutsu. For now, however, based on these two weaknesses, it can only be temporarily classified as S-rank. The third Hokage gazed at Naraku with a satisfied expression, his face adorned with a smile that seemed to stretch endlessly, creating a series of creases reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. This sight was genuinely overwhelming for Naraku. Kakashi, Guy, I appreciate your hard work today. Please take a good rest. If there are any tasks, delegate them to others for now. You may return in a couple of days, the third said, turning to Kakashi and Guy. Thank you, Lord Third. We shall take our leave, they replied, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Guy turned to Naraku and declared, Naraku, today's match was your victory. However, I hope to have another bout with you in the future, one devoid of ninjutsu, merely a contest between steel fists and gentle strikes. Observing Guy's earnest demeanor, Naraku nodded. Very well, let's arrange a time for our duel in a few days. Upon hearing Naraku's agreement, Guy's face lit up with joy, flashing a thumbs up in his signature fashion, before assisting the somewhat fatigued Kakashi as they departed. Thus, today's Chunin exam concludes. After assessing Hinata Naraku's combat prowess and evaluating his various skills through routine missions, I, alongside the Elder Council of Konoha, have decided that from this day forth, Hinata Naraku shall be recognized as an elite Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 26. The easily deceived girl from another world. The sun hung high in the sky, signaling the onset of early autumn. Its rays no longer as scorching as in the peak of summer. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting sporadic beams on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. Naraku, draped in a loose robe, lay comfortably beneath the shade, while 3-year-old Hanabi nestled in his lap, playfully toying with his hair. Not far from him stood a large barbecue grill, upon which a wild boar was skewered, its surface coated in sauce, now perfectly roasted to a golden hue. Occasionally, it released droplets of grease that fell onto the flames below, causing them to flare up, invigorating the fire. A small boy with blonde hair was diligently turning the boar, ensuring it did not linger too long and burn. This lad was Naruto, who stared hungrily at the boar, clearly entranced by its tantalizing aroma. He was not alone. 2 other boys stood by the grill, equally fixated on the golden roast. One of these boys, a plump lad, had drool dripping from his mouth, while the other, with pain on his face and a small dog perched atop his head, was in a state of bliss, inhaling the scent of the boar. These boys were Akimichi Choji and Inazuka Kiba, both classmates of Naruto and members of the Konoha 12. lazily lounging in the shade. Shikamaru Nara, akin to Naraku, appeared indifferent, while Shino Aburame sat cross-legged nearby, fiddling with the bugs in his hands. Meanwhile, Hinata, Ino, and Sakura had wandered off to pick wildflowers. In the original narrative, the relationships among these future pillars of Konoha were rather ordinary, with Naruto often feeling distant from them. Yet, under Naraku's influence, they found themselves gathered together. Due to Naraku's frequent visits to pick up Hinata and Naruto from school, he had become acquainted with the rest of the class. The Konoha 12, including Niji, Tintin, and Lee, who were in a higher grade, were absent, while Sasuke remained in the hospital. In the 3 days since Naraku became a Jonin, news of his victory over veteran Jonin Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy had spread throughout the village. As Naraku strolled through the village, he felt the gazes of the villagers akin to those who had witnessed the Soul Scholar from their hometown return after gaining admission to a prestigious university, filled with awe and admiration. Meanwhile, the members of the Hyuga clan walked with their heads held high, especially Naraku's father, Hiashi Hyuga, who spoke with newfound confidence when meeting with heads of other clans. His voice amplified compared to his usual tone. This display of pride aroused envy among the clan leaders, yet they could do little. For who could challenge a son who became an elite Jonin at merely 10 years of age? After enduring the humiliation, they could only return home to impose rigorous training on their own descendants. Consequently, during these 3 days, several members of the Konoha 12 hailing from prominent families faced relentless trials, yet they found themselves incapable of resistance. "Naraku, when can we eat? I'm about to lose my mind," exclaimed Naruto, while Choji chimed in, "Yes, Naraku, it looks ready. Can we eat now?" The two gluttons had drooled over the roast for far too long and were now impatiently urging Naraku. Sleeping feels so delightful. How many times have you both asked? Barbecuing takes time. It cannot be rushed. Though the exterior of the boar appears golden, it is not yet fully cooked inside, and eating it now would lack flavor. Naraku replied, stretching leisurely. Barbecuing is akin to training. One must learn to endure the tedious process. Nothing worthwhile can be achieved instantaneously. A towering structure rises step by step. Remember that, he continued, placing Hanabi aside and rising to impart wisdom to the others. Oh, I understand now, Naraku. So, enduring the solitude of the training process is why you have become so powerful? I will strive to follow your example, Naruto said earnestly, turning the barbecue. Indeed. I too. My father has been urging me to learn from you. Today, I finally understand. Your words resonate with profound wisdom. Kiba and Choji concurred, nodding in agreement. Lying on the ground, Shikamaru opened his eyes, gazing at the trio with a look of incredulity. While I must admit Naraku's words hold merit, it is clear he is merely coaxing you to continue laboring. Why do you all seem to take this as profound life advice? Can't you think for yourselves? He thought, exasperated by the trio's naivety. Brother, look at these beautiful flowers. At this moment, Hinata, Ino, and Sakura returned, each cradling a bouquet and presenting them to Naraku as though offering treasures. Naraku, look, I specially made this bouquet for you. Do you like it? Ino said, presenting her creation with pride. I made one too. Naraku, do you think mine is pretty? Sakura chimed in, eager not to be outdone. Step aside, wide forehead. I said it first. Why are you interrupting? Ino retorted. Humph. Ino, your flowers are so ugly. How dare you show them to Naraku? Ugly? Don't forget my family runs a flower shop. I've been learning floral arrangement since childhood. Mine is infinitely more beautiful. The two glared at each other, turning their heads away defiantly. Ino and Sakura began their usual banter before Naraku, both unwilling to yield as they sought his judgment on whose bouquet was more exquisite. In truth, I find all the flowers you pick to be beautiful. If I must declare which is the most exquisite, I believe it is you. Naraku paused deliberately. At this moment, not only was Sakura Haruno attentive, but even Hinata perked up her ears, eagerly awaiting Naraku's final declaration. Clearing his throat, Naraku sincerely remarked, if I had to say, none of these flowers can compare to your beauty. Have you not noticed? Your allure has rendered these flowers pale in comparison. Is that so? Is it true? We hold such a high place in Naraku's heart? Upon hearing this, Sakura's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly covered her face. Naraku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that he had managed to charm them, thankful it was in the world of Naruto. For had it been in his past life, no young girl would have believed such cliched flattery. After successfully enchanting a group of young girls, Naraku gathered everyone into a circle to sit down. The wild boar that had been roasting for quite some time was ready to be devoured. In fact, this was not Naraku's first experience with outdoor barbecuing. During his solitary training sessions, whenever hunger struck, he would catch some game in the woods and set up a fire. He was quite adept at barbecuing, and as for seasonings, the system had been generous. After years of signing in, Naraku felt that should he ever choose to stop exerting himself, he could sustain himself by opening a grocery store. If not for the system's limitless space, he would have been overwhelmed by an accumulation of miscellaneous items. Naraku removed the golden-skinned boar from the fire and placed it on a picnic blanket. With a swift motion of his Zanpakuto, the boar was effortlessly sliced into pieces. If this scene were to be witnessed by Otsunomiya in the Spirit King's palace, he would surely be infuriated. After all my hard work crafting that Zanpakuto, you use it to slice meat? Come, everyone, do not be shy. Help yourselves. Naraku graciously urged. Thank you for the hospitality. I shall dig in. No sooner had he spoken than Naruto, Choji, and Kiba each seized a leg and began to devour it, oblivious to the heat of the freshly roasted meat. Shikamaru and Ino, on the other hand, leisurely picked up a piece, savoring the flavors. Wow, I didn't expect Naraku to be such a skilled cook, Shikamaru exclaimed after his first bite. Naraku smiled, presenting the remaining leg, swiftly slicing it into smaller pieces with his Zanpakuto, and served it to the girls, then took a piece himself. Not bad. This is my first time roasting such a large wild boar. I thought I might mess it up, but the flavor turned out quite well. He tasted it again, offering a piece to the little firework in his arms. The three girls, observing the boys indulging so heartily, found themselves in a dilemma. What should we do? It looks so delicious. I want to eat too. Maybe just one piece? One piece shouldn't make me gain weight, right? Alright. Then just one piece to taste, and then stop. Thus, each girl took a piece to their mouths, and the next moment, they exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, it's delicious. I never knew barbecue could be this exquisite." Indeed, the key is that this barbecue is rich yet not greasy. The fat has been perfectly rendered, and with each bite, there is no oily sensation. I can only detect honey among the seasonings. The rest is a delightful mystery that bursts in my mouth like a symphony of flavors. Naraku is truly remarkable. He is handsome, powerful, kind, and now a culinary genius. Oh my, I've completely fallen for him. Get lost, Ino. Have you looked in the mirror? How could Naraku possibly notice you? After just one bite, Sakura and Ino were utterly captivated by the barbecue before them. Oh, so my brother's skills are this incredible? This is so delicious. I want to eat Naraku's barbecue every day. After enjoying a piece, the little firework in Naraku's arms gazed at her brother with adoration, her eyes sparkling. Hinata, however, appeared unfazed, clearly accustomed to this. 2 years prior, Hinata and Naruto had begun secretly visiting Naraku's training grounds to find him. Over time, they naturally came to enjoy Naraku's barbecue delights, so they were well aware of his culinary prowess. After a hearty feast, everyone sprawled contentedly on the ground, rubbing their bellies in satisfaction. I can't eat another bite. I'm so full. I wish I could have Naraku's barbecue every day. Meanwhile, the girls experienced a bittersweet joy. Honestly, how many pounds will I gain after this meal? Oh no, if I become a big girl, no one will want me anymore. Naraku, if I gain weight, it's all your fault. You must take responsibility. Naraku rolled his eyes. You weren't saying that when you were eating, lamenting that you didn't have another mouth to eat more. Now that you're full, you want to hold me accountable? What fickle women. All right, everyone is full now. It's time to head back. We'll plan another barbecue gathering soon. Naraku stood up, dusting off his hands as he addressed the group. Are we really heading back now? I wanted to spend more time with Naraku. Ino pouted, feigning a pitiful expression. Ino, you're always up to no good. Didn't you say you liked Sasuke before? Why are you now fawning over Naraku? Sakura teased. Well, you can't compare people. I used to think Sasuke was exceptional, but after meeting Naraku, I realized what true excellence is. Compared to Naraku, Sasuke pales in comparison. From now on, let Sasuke go. Naraku is my one and only idol. How dare you, Ino? Who says you can let him go? The two girls began to bicker once more. Naraku could only smile wryly, bemused by the situation. Perhaps it was indeed his charm that had captivated them. In the original story, these girls were infatuated with Sasuke, but now they had shifted their affections to Naraku. As the group made their way back to the village, Naraku noticed a figure standing atop a small hill. She wore a dark dress and had long black hair cascading to her waist, a hairpin adorning her forehead. She was engrossed in painting something on her canvas. Curious, Naraku cast her a glance. The girl seemed to sense his presence, as it was hard to miss the commotion caused by the 10 of them, especially with Naruto and Kiba being rowdy. She turned her head, glancing at Naraku and the group before returning to her painting. Naraku estimated she was about his age, perhaps 11 or 12. Intrigued by her dedication, he approached and said, "Hello, I apologize for the interruption. My name is Hyuga Naraku." The young girl cast a glance at Naraku, who was greeting her. Initially, she lowered her head, seemingly reluctant to engage, but soon raised it again and timidly said, "Hello. My name is Arima Yakumo." Arima Yakumo? The name caught Naraku off guard. It was her. Chapter 28. The Unplaceable Charm, so it is Arima Yakumo. Naraku's heart filled with understanding. Indeed, not far away lay the Kidami Hill Manor, where Yakumo had been isolated ever since that incident a few years ago. Although she was isolated, after some time had passed and her mental state stabilized, she was allowed to roam within the estate and its vicinity. So her presence here was not particularly surprising. "Are you painting here? May I see your artwork?" Naraku inquired with a friendly smile directed at Yakumo. "Ah, of course. But it's not very good, so please don't judge harshly." Yakumo replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Naraku's gaze fell upon the drawing paper, which depicted the scenery before them, the mountains, grass, trees, rivers, and the setting sun, all rendered vividly and lifelike. At this moment, Arima Yakumo was not yet the girl consumed by resentment, her heart on the verge of being devoured by the darkness of Ido. She was merely in a transitional phase, filled with a child's loneliness and confusion, so her work lacked the dark malevolence that would characterize her creations in the years to come. "Wow, this is truly remarkable. Such a beautiful piece is indeed rare," Naraku exclaimed. "Oh no, it's just a random doodle." At Naraku's praise, a shy blush crept onto Yakumo's face, and her voice dropped to a whisper. However, watching the two converse amiably, Ino and Sakura began to feel envious. At this moment, they were quite displeased, and after exchanging a knowing glance, the two rivals silently understood each other's thoughts. "Naraku-kun, it's getting late. We should head home soon." Ino and Sakura rushed to Naraku's side, hugging his arms from either side and playfully shaking him. They didn't forget to glance up at the slightly taller Arima Yakumo, casting her a challenging look. Naraku rubbed his forehead, gazing at the two young girls beside him, a wry smile on his face. Really, are girls in this other world so precocious? At such a tender age, they're already learning to compete for a man, faced with a more formidable rival. They've even learned to set aside their internal competition and band together against an external foe. Nevertheless, glancing at the darkening sky, Naraku acknowledged that it was indeed nearing evening. He turned to Arima Yakumo and said, "Miss Yakumo, it has been a pleasure meeting you. The day is getting late. We shall take our leave now. I look forward to our next encounter." Upon hearing that Naraku was leaving, Yakumo felt a tinge of sadness, but when he mentioned their next meeting, an inexplicable joy bubbled within her. "Yakumo, what's the matter? It's strange. This is our first meeting, and we've only spoken a few words. Yet I find myself looking forward to seeing him again." No, I must maintain my composure." Yakumo shook her head, trying to dispel her reluctant thoughts, and then addressed Naraku. Farewell." But then, almost involuntarily, she added, "Until we meet again." The moment those words left her lips, Yakumo was momentarily taken aback. Her face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, how embarrassing. Am I asking him out? How did I let my thoughts slip out?" The bashful Yakumo couldn't help but turn her head away. Unbeknownst to her, Ino and Sakura, having overheard what sounded like an invitation, were seething with jealousy, glaring at the turned Yakumo as if flames were about to burst from their eyes. "Well then, farewell. Do remember to return early. It's unsafe for a young girl to be alone outdoors as night falls." Naraku waved at Yakumo and turned to leave with his companions. After taking a few steps, Naraku suddenly turned back. "By the way, your painting is quite impressive. I really like it. May I keep it?" Yakumo paused, her body stiffening as a storm of emotions raged within her. He actually wants my artwork. Does he have feelings for me? Her face was nearly crimson as she hastily tore the drawing from its support, not even glancing back as she handed it to Naraku. "Here, it's yours." Then she quickly packed up her easel and fled the scene like the wind. Naraku, holding the artwork, was momentarily stunned by Yakumo's hasty retreat. This little girl. Truly, my charm is uncontainable. Naraku mused with a hint of self-satisfaction, before turning to his friends. "All right, let's conclude our day here and hurry home. I will take you all out for a picnic another time." It was already past dinner time when Naraku hastily finished his meal at home and ventured out again. Standing before an apartment building, he looked at the door number, feeling somewhat uncertain as he muttered to himself. "Knock, knock, is anyone home?" After a moment's hesitation, Naraku approached and knocked on the door. "Coming, please wait." A lovely female voice responded from within, followed by the sound of footsteps and slippers. Creaking open, the door revealed a stunning face peering from behind it. With slightly wavy long hair cascading over her shoulders, she exuded the charm of a mature woman, especially with her striking crimson eyes, which added an alluring quality to her presence. "Good evening, Miss Akane. I apologize for intruding at this hour. I seek your forgiveness." Naraku bowed respectfully to Akane. "Oh, it's you, little Naraku. It's been a while. What brings you here so late?" Akane's expression shifted to one of curiosity upon recognizing Naraku. They had met a year ago during a mission, but their acquaintance had not deepened beyond a superficial level. Why would he seek her out? "Well, Miss Akane, I have a few matters I wish to inquire about, if it is convenient for you." "Oh, all right. Come in and sit for a while. We can discuss it at our leisure." Hearing that Naraku had a reason for visiting, Akane hesitated for a moment, but ultimately welcomed him inside. This was partly due to Naraku's youth and Akane's favorable impression of him. Had he been an adult, she would not have allowed anyone to enter her home so freely. Once inside, Naraku took a moment to survey his surroundings. The interior was tidy and well-organized, devoid of any disorder. The balcony, the study desk, and corners of the room were adorned with various vibrant flowers, indicating that the owner was indeed a diligent individual. Setting down the fruit he had brought, Naraku took a seat at Akane's invitation. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. "Actually, I came here today to ask you about Arima Yakumo." Yakumo. At the mention of this name, Akane, who was pouring water for Naraku, suddenly froze, her hand pausing mid-motion. She placed the teapot down and looked up at Naraku, a guarded expression taking over her face. "How do you know that name?" Chapter 29. The reason at this moment, Akane's cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a vigilant gaze fixed on Naraku. The individual known as Arima Yakumo is familiar to many in the village. As the Arima clan is regarded as a second-tier family, it is not surprising that Arima Yakumo, being the daughter of the former clan head, is well known. However, Hinata Haruno is skeptical that Naraku has come merely to inquire about who Arima Yakumo is. Noticing Hinata's wariness, Naraku raised his hands in a gesture of peace and reassured her. "Miss Hinata, there is no need for concern. I harbor no ill intentions towards Arima Yakumo. Initially, I approached with a sense of curiosity, but seeing your defensiveness indicates you are aware of the complexities surrounding Yakumo's state of mind. It seems I have indeed found the right person to speak with." "What do you mean? What are you implying about Yakumo's mental state?" "I am not following you. It's getting late. Naraku, you should take your leave." A sense of unease gripped Hinata, prompting her to issue a dismissal. "Miss Hinata, as I have said, my intentions are harmless. Please allow me to finish my explanation before you send me away." Ignoring Hinata's dismissal, Naraku proceeded to recount his earlier encounter with Arima Yakumo. "Today, I chanced upon Yakumo while she was sketching in the wilderness. Initially, I merely wished to greet her, but I soon sensed something was amiss with her condition. Although she displayed no outward signs of distress, I could distinctly feel that the presence before me was not solely that of one individual, but rather two. At first, I suspected someone might be concealed nearby, but upon activating my Byakugan, I confirmed that she was alone. I trust my Byakugan's accuracy. So this leads to only one conclusion. Something is troubling her soul. Upon returning home, I mentioned this to my father, who was not well informed but recounted that several years ago, the heads of the Arima clan perished in a mysterious fire, after which their daughter vanished, secluded within the Sakamiya manor. Oh, and he also mentioned that Miss Hinata was previously Yakumo's private tutor. If there are any hidden truths, you would likely be privy to them, which is why I dared to intrude upon you." Naraku refrained from revealing his comprehensive knowledge concerning Yakumo, instead portraying their encounter as a mere coincidence that led him to Hinata. After finishing his account, Naraku took a sip from his teacup, awaiting Hinata's response. Gradually, as she absorbed Naraku's words, her wariness began to dissipate. "I see. So, what is it you wish to learn from me?" Upon hearing Hinata's inquiry, Naraku set down his teacup and replied, "Before parting, I requested that Yakumo share her latest painting with me. At first glance, it appears to depict a serene landscape of blue skies, white clouds, and lush mountains. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern that the shadows within the rocks and trees seem to harbor a deep resentment toward this world." With that, Naraku produced the painting from within his cloak and handed it to Hinata. After examining it for a moment, she sighed in resignation. Alas, it seems Yakumo's grievances have only intensified. But then, she abruptly asked, "You mentioned you could sense two souls within Yakumo? How is that possible? Even with your Byakugan, You shouldn't be able to perceive another's soul. This is not a matter of my Byakugan's capabilities, but rather a result of other powers I possess, which I regret I cannot disclose, Naraku replied apologetically. Indeed, the youth of today are truly remarkable. So, your purpose in visiting is to uncover Yakumo's past? While understanding Yakumo's history is part of the goal, the more pressing matter is to explore whether there is a means to separate or even eradicate the malevolent spirit residing within her. Otherwise, I fear that given enough time, this evil soul will grow ever stronger, ultimately consuming the true Yakumo, something I am certain Miss Hinata would not wish to witness. Naraku revealed his genuine intentions to Hinata. That is simply unfeasible. Hinata vehemently rejected Naraku's proposition. In fact, this idea has been considered by the third Hokage years ago. However, after several attempts, they were unable to eliminate that monster, as it dwells deep within Yakumo's soul. Any forceful action would inevitably harm Yakumo. Hinata then recounted the entire saga to Naraku. Every few generations, a member of the Arima clan emerges possessing extraordinary abilities, and in this generation, that individual is Yakumo. However, from a young age, Yakumo's health was frail, and she would grow fatigued after minimal training. Consequently, her parents withdrew her from the ninja academy and enlisted Hinata as her private tutor. Concerned for her well-being, Hinata advised Yakumo to abandon her aspirations of becoming a ninja and instead live a normal life. Yakumo's parents agreed, wishing to spare their daughter from further deterioration. Yet, this decision sowed the seeds of resentment within Yakumo, giving birth to the vengeful entity known as Ido. One fateful day, after yet another unsuccessful plea to her parents to allow her to pursue a ninja's path, the other self within Yakumo broke free from its mental shackles, resulting in the destruction of their home and the tragic loss of her parents in the ensuing blaze. Due to a protective mechanism of her mind, Yakumo completely repressed these memories, erroneously believing that the third Hokage had sent assassins to kill her family and herself. Because of her formidable abilities, Yakumo was isolated within Sakamiya Manor, and as her mentor, Hinata frequently visited, though she was met with increasingly cold treatment. The third Hokage and Hinata could only temporarily seal away Ido along with Yakumo's powers. I see. So that is the truth. Naraku feigned surprise. His performance so vivid it seemed a shame he wasn't an actor. He could easily earn an Oscar. Therefore, your plan to separate or eliminate Ido is fundamentally flawed. In principle, they are one and the same, and any forceful attempt would only endanger Yakumo and potentially further empower Ido. This conclusion is one I arrived at after numerous discussions with the third Hokage, Hinata stated with a hint of resignation. In fact, I may possess a method to aid in the eradication of Ido. Naraku pondered for a moment before addressing Hinata with a slow, deliberate tone. What? Are you serious? No, that cannot be. This is a problem even the third Hokage could not resolve. Upon hearing Naraku's assertion that he could eliminate the malevolent force within Yakumo, Hinata initially felt a surge of hope, only to be quickly engulfed by disbelief. It is worth noting that Ido, residing within Yakumo, is a being that even the third Hokage could not contend with. Naraku, at merely 10 years of age, despite recently passing the Chunin Exams and defeating seasoned jonin like Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy, becoming an elite jonin of Konoha, could hardly be expected to surpass the third Hokage's prowess. After all, the third Hokage is renowned as Konoha's strongest Hokage and a master of all ninja arts. If he could not find a solution, what could Naraku possibly achieve? Undeniably, the third Hokage is formidable, but Miss Hinata, there is a saying, every field has its experts. The challenges that elude the third Hokage are precisely where my strengths lie. Had I not been confident in my abilities, I would not have sought you out today. Observing Naraku's unwavering confidence, Hinata found herself hesitating. From a tender age, Yakumo has been under the tutelage of Hong, who was merely in her teens at that time. The bond they shared was exceptionally close, akin to that of sisters as well as teacher and student. If there truly existed a means to assist Yakumo, Hong would undoubtedly be elated. However, after years of attempts, every endeavor has ended in failure. She hesitated to nurture newfound hope only to face disappointment once more. With her lower lip clenched tightly, Hong exhibited an air of uncertainty. Naluo sat quietly beside her, occasionally sipping tea, refraining from urging her, but patiently awaiting her decision. Ultimately, it appeared that Hong had made up her mind. She lifted her head resolutely and gazed at Naluo. Very well, I consent to accompany you on this venture. However, my word alone does not suffice. I must report to the third Hokage. The final decision rests in his hands. Then it is settled, Miss Hong. I shall await your news at home. Farewell. Naluo placed his teacup down and rose to take his leave. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I will provide you with a resolution. Hong also stood, escorting Naluo to the door, and just before he departed, she remarked. As Naluo stepped outside, a smile crept upon his lips. It seemed that the situation was promising. The third Hokage had always sought to test the limits of his abilities, and now, by volunteering to assist Yakumo, an endeavor that had confounded even him, Naluo was certain he would be intrigued to discover how he would resolve it. Thus, he would surely agree rather than oppose. With his hands tucked into his coat pockets, he gazed at the night sky. It is getting late. I must return to rest. Tomorrow will be a busy day. With that, he made his way toward the Hyuga clan. On the other hand, after bidding farewell to Naluo, Hong promptly exited, heading towards the Hokage's office. Although night had fallen, she was aware that the third Hokage remained at work, diligently attending to affairs, an insight gleaned from years of experience. It must be noted that despite many errors in his elder years, the third Hokage remained devoted to the welfare of the village. Knock, knock, knock. Hong rapped on the door of the Hokage's office. Enter, came the voice from within, aged yet authoritative, tinged with weariness. Ah, it is you, Hong. What brings you here at such a late hour? Upon recognizing her, the third Hokage softened his tone, addressing her amiably. It was no jest. The third Hokage was well aware of his son Asuma's infatuation with her, and it seemed that Hong harbored a similar sentiment. Having grown up together, they might very well become future in-laws. If her discomfort were to hinder their union, Asuma would undoubtedly lay blame upon himself. Esteemed third Hokage, I have come to report on matters concerning Yakumo Kuruma, Hong stated directly. Yakumo Kuruma? What has transpired? Has the Ido within her broken free from its seal? The third Hokage inquired, his demeanor growing serious at the mention of Yakumo. While one Ido posed little threat in the third Hokage's eyes, the decision to seal it was made purely for Yakumo's safety. However, should it escape and wreak havoc in the village, it would undoubtedly pose a concern. After all, what was trivial to the third Hokage could be perilous for others. Not at all. Just a few days ago, I visited Yakumo, and the Ido has remained dormant within her, showing no signs of disturbance. The third Hokage relaxed upon hearing that the Ido had not breached its confines. My visit today pertains not only to Yakumo, but also to Hyuga Naluo. Hong then relayed the details of Naluo's request to the third Hokage. Oh, this young man claims he possesses a method to resolve the Ido without harming Yakumo's essence? The third Hokage inhaled deeply, alleviating the fatigue of his late-night duties, before exhaling a cloud of smoke and directing his gaze toward Hong. Indeed, that is what Naluo asserted. He mentioned that the task, which has stumped even you, third Hokage, falls within his area of expertise, Hong reported earnestly. That lad, after years of taking one step at a time, is asking to undertake a task on his own initiative for the first time. How remarkable. Moreover, he expresses confidence in tackling a problem that even I have struggled with. Could it be that the sun has risen from the west? Hong chuckled lightly, teasing, considering Naluo's temperament over the years. I too found it curious at first. However, upon reflection, perhaps his feelings for Yakumo have blossomed after their recent encounter. Indeed, that could very well be the case. After all, Yakumo is quite charming. And given their similar ages, it is not uncommon for young hearts to take notice of one another. The third Hokage laughed heartily. Very well, then. I shall grant permission. Tomorrow, you and Naluo shall visit the Tsumiyama estate to observe how he intends to vanquish the Ido. However, be vigilant, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Ensure it is sealed promptly. Upon your return, provide me with the specifics. I am curious to know what other secrets this young man may possess. Truly, as Naluo had anticipated, the third Hokage was eager to uncover the depths of Naluo's abilities, which filled him with such confidence in resolving the troublesome Ido. Had he been privy to the assumptions made by the third Hokage and Hong, he would have likely rolled his eyes at their conjectures. Chapter 31. Brother, have you forsaken her? The following morning, Naluo remained in a state of slumber, blissfully unaware, when Hinata and Hanabi burst into his room. Brother, rise and shine. Hinata called softly, leaning over the edge of Naluo's bed. Brother, awaken. We have guests at home seeking you, and father has summoned you. Hanabi chimed in, having climbed onto Naluo's bed and playfully tugging at his covers. Disrupted from his peaceful dreams, Naluo, overwhelmed by the incessant disturbances of his younger sisters, buried his head beneath the blanket, feigning ignorance. Yes, I am but an ostrich. As long as I bury my head deep enough, no one shall discover me. Naluo consoled himself. Observing her brother's antics, Little Hanabi's eyes sparkled with mischief as a cunning plan formed in her mind. She stood upon the bed, slightly bent her knees, and leaped with vigor. With a resounding thud, Hanabi landed squarely on Na Luo's abdomen, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Ah! Na Luo jolted awake, nearly catapulting off the bed from the unexpected impact. Hanabi, you are becoming increasingly mischievous, he grumbled, his expression darkening as he regarded the girl still perched atop him. That kick nearly knocked the breath out of him. Thankfully, at just 3 years of age, Hanabi bore little weight, and the blanket provided some cushion. Otherwise, Na Luo might have been in dire straits. Hee, lazy brother, what time is it? Who told you to stay in bed? Oomph. Hanabi retorted, unperturbed by Na Luo's displeasure and brazenly casting him a disdainful glance. Alas, it truly is not wise to indulge you all so much. Na Luo sighed, gently massaging his forehead, a hint of melancholy shadowing his thoughts. Their mother had succumbed during childbirth, leaving behind an ailment that eventually claimed her life. Before her passing, she summoned Na Luo to her bedside, issuing countless admonitions to care for his 2 younger sisters. With a solemn vow at his mother's side, Na Luo promised to look after them throughout his life, ensuring they would never experience even a hint of distress. Consequently, he became increasingly indulgent towards his sisters, striving to fulfill their every desire. At times, even their father, Hinata Hayashi, observed that Na Luo's affection for his 2 sisters bordered on excessive. This nurturing had resulted in the vivacious personality of the younger sister, Huohua, which diverged significantly from her original characterization, resembling more the spirited Ino. Conversely, Hinata remained calm and graceful, though she had shed some of her earlier timidity. Unbeknownst to Hinata, she had begun to view Na Luo as her role model, diligently training to improve her skills. This development brought a sense of satisfaction to Hinata Hayashi, who, while appreciating Na Luo's support for the family, wished for his daughter to be more than just a decorative presence. Na Luo rubbed his aching abdomen, lightly trodden upon by Huohua, and lifted her in his arms, disregarding her protests as he playfully tousled her silky hair into a disarray resembling a bird's nest before setting her down. Observing this playful scene, Hinata stifled a giggle, her lips pressed together in amusement. Once released, Na Luo turned to Hinata, pinching her cheek playfully. Pray tell, what prompts you to rouse me from my slumber so early? Do you wish to embark on an adventure? Hinata replied, it is not us, but father who sent us to awaken you. A lady named Yuhi Kurenai has arrived, seeking you. Yuhi Kurenai? Na Luo paused, realization dawning upon him. She must be here to discuss the 3rd Hokage's approval of his proposal to eliminate Ido. How careless of him to almost forget such an important matter while still drowsy. Stretching and yawning, he rose from bed and began his morning routine. Brother, that lady is quite beautiful. Speaking of which, it seems someone has come to visit you so early. You wouldn't be abandoning her, would you? Huohua chimed in, edging closer to Na Luo with a teasing tone. Na Luo, caught off guard, nearly spat out his mouthwash in response to her words. What nonsense fills your little head? What are you even thinking about? He retorted, his lips twitching in disbelief. Oomph. Just because I'm young doesn't mean I'm oblivious. I'm well aware of your charm. Little Sakura and Ino are always around you because they like you. Not just them, many girls in the village admire you. Huohua declared, her hands firmly planted on her hips, exuding a maturity beyond her years. Na Luo was left utterly speechless by his sister's precociousness. Hinata, please take Huohua to the study. Teach her to read and write, and steer her away from such frivolous thoughts, he urged, feeling overwhelmed. Of course, brother. We will take our leave now, and when you have time, please take us out to play. Hinata replied dutifully, leading Huohua away, granting Na Luo a moment of peace. Thankfully, Hinata remained as obedient and sensible as ever, bringing him a sliver of comfort. In the Hyuga clan's main hall, Hinata Hayashi was entertaining Yuhi Kurenai. Although Kurenai possessed formidable genjutsu talent, she was still merely a chunin at this time, not yet deserving of the clan head's personal attention. However, upon learning that Kurenai was sent by the 3rd Hokage to accompany Na Luo on a mission, Hayashi's curiosity piqued, prompting him to stay and inquire about the task at hand. Although this was somewhat against the code of conduct for ninjas, Hayashi could not ignore the matter concerning his son. After all, his son had recently ascended to Jonin rank, having bested seasoned Jonin Kakashi and Guy. Yet there was always the risk that the 3rd Hokage might assign him a perilous mission. Excuse me, Miss Kurenai? May I inquire what task the Hokage has assigned to Na Luo? Hayashi asked, clearing his throat. Lord Hayashi, I apologize. But this matter is classified and I cannot disclose too much, Kurenai replied, effectively curbing his curiosity. Ah, I see. If it's classified, then I shall refrain from pressing further, he said, chuckling nervously. Actually, there's no need for concern, Lord Hayashi. Although this mission carries certain risks. It was Nailuo who expressed the desire to undertake it, so I trust he possesses sufficient confidence, Kurenai reassured him. Hayashi was taken aback. What? That rascal volunteered for a mission on his own? He found it hard to believe that his son, who had always preferred to remain idle, would take such initiative. At that moment, Nailuo entered the hall, freshly groomed and holding a bun, greeting Kurenai with a nod. Chapter 32. I am merely concerned for you at the entrance of Konoha village. Nailuo exchanged pleasantries with the two gate guards, having known them for 5 years since he was 5 years old. After a brief exchange of banter, he accompanied Kurenai towards the outskirts of the village, specifically to the Rikimi Chinshan villa. Along the way, Kurenai and Nailuo engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, Kurenai turned to him and asked, By the way, Nailuo, I understand you are generally averse to trouble. What prompted you to voluntarily offer assistance to Yakumo this time? Nailuo waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing really. I met Miss Yakumo yesterday and found her quite agreeable. Since I have the ability to help her with her health issues, I thought it best to lend a hand and spare her some suffering. Oh, is that truly all? Yakumo is quite lovely, being the eldest daughter of a prominent family, and possessing remarkable genjutsu skills. At your age, aren't young people typically experiencing the stirrings of affection? You have no other thoughts regarding her? Kurenai questioned. Her curiosity piqued as a playful smile crept across her face. Nailuo felt his mouth twitch at her inquiry. Miss Kurenai, I am but a 10-year-old child, not yet of age. To discuss such matters with me could be construed as encouraging premature romance, don't you think? Moreover, don't you find your question rather nosy? Kurenai turned to him with a teasing smile. Oh, really? I don't see it as nosy. I'm merely concerned for you, after all. Clearly. Kurenai showed no sign of embarrassment. Nailuo rolled his eyes and abruptly said, Speaking of which, Miss Kurenai, I heard that you and Asuma Sarutobi, the third Hokage's youngest son, have been childhood friends, sharing a very close bond. Is your relationship purely platonic, or has there been mutual affection since childhood? What? Who told you that? Kurenai stammered, caught off guard. Asuma and I share merely a platonic friendship. Faced with Naraku's sudden inquiry, Kurenai found herself momentarily taken aback, responding with a hint of hesitation. Oh, so it's just a friendship. Naraku remarked with a tone laden with implication. Why do you ask such things, you child? At this moment, Kurenai, regaining her composure, retorted with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Borrowing from what Miss Kurenai just said, I was merely expressing concern for you. After all, as I understand it, Mr. Asuma is often absent from Konoha. Being a man, who knows if he might attract some unsavory women while away. It would be a pity if Miss Kurenai were to wait in vain in Konoha, only to find him returning with a family in tow. Naraku spoke nonchalantly. Yet his words deeply unsettled Kurenai. That's impossible. Asuma is not that kind of person. I firmly believe he would never do such a thing. Kurenai declared with unwavering conviction. Didn't Miss Kurenai just assert that her relationship with Mr. Asuma is purely platonic? If it is indeed just friendship, why concern yourself with whether he brings back a wife and children? Or do you concede that your relationship with Mr. Asuma is more than ordinary? Naraku smirked, continuing to press Kurenai with his inquiries. Well, it's getting late. We should hurry to the Rikamaru Manor to see Yakumo. A faint blush crossed Kurenai's flustered face as she deftly diverted the conversation. Observing her awkward attempt at maintaining decorum, Naraku felt a twinge of disdain. It's still morning. How can you say it's late? Your skill at changing the subject leaves much to be desired. Though in my past life I was but a single, unremarkable individual, having lived in an era of information overload, I had encountered a myriad of experiences. Dealing with a girl like her was hardly a challenge, and yet she sought to mock me? I ought to show her my true prowess. At that moment, Kurenai, still just a young woman under 20, was not particularly old. If she were in my previous world, steeped in the influences of the internet, she would likely have been a skilled driver by now. However, in the world of Naruto, having never truly dated, she appeared somewhat naive. After Naraku's ridicule, Kurenai refrained from initiating any further topics of conversation, and the two walked in silence toward the Rikamaru Manor. After nearly half an hour, they arrived near the site where Naraku had barbecued the previous day. As they crested a hill, their destination came into view, a grand estate nestled at the foot of the mountain, with 2 Umbu guards stationed at the entrance. As Kurenai and Naraku approached, the Umbu guards hesitated momentarily upon seeing them. They recognized Kurenai, as she frequently visited Yakumo, but it was their first encounter with Naraku, especially since Kurenai had brought an unfamiliar face along. "Thank you for your diligence in guarding this place." Kurenai greeted the two guards first. "Oh, it's nothing. It's part of our duty." "And who might this be?" one of the Umbu asked, looking curiously at Naraku. "Since you have long been stationed here, it's understandable you wouldn't know him. However, you must have heard his name, Hyuga Naraku. Just a few days ago, during the Chunin examinations, he triumphed over the combined efforts of Kakashi and Guy, making him the youngest elite Jonin in Konoha." Kurenai explained to the Umbu guards. "What? So he is Hyuga Naraku? I've heard he is quite young. Seeing him in person, he appears to be only around 10 years old. I was still in the ninja academy at that age. How embarrassing." The Umbu guards expressed their astonishment at Kurenai's introduction. "We are here today on the orders of the third Hokage to see Kamizuki Yakumo," Kurenai stated, retrieving the third Hokage's official hand scroll from her pocket. One of the guards accepted the scroll and used a special Umbu technique to verify its authenticity. Once confirmed, he returned it to Kurenai. "In that case, please enter." Kurenai nodded to the Umbu, tucking the scroll back into her pocket. "By the way, regardless of what sounds you might hear inside, there's no need to panic. Just keep watch outside." As Kurenai hurried toward the entrance, she seemed to recall something and turned back to address the guards. Naraku followed Kurenai into the manor, lifting his gaze to observe the interior. Despite being daylight, the atmosphere within the house felt dim. This somber ambience made Naraku quite uncomfortable. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Although the Rikamaru Manor appears picturesque from the outside, offering a delightful view, the interior is in disrepair, with outdated facilities and poor lighting. Given that Kamizuki Yakumo has already endured trauma, residing in such a place would surely weigh heavily on her spirit. I cannot fathom how you all tolerate it." Kurenai paused thoughtfully. "Indeed, this is something we have not considered." At that moment, someone clad in the attire of the Konoha medical team approached them. "Miss Kurenai, here to visit Yakumo again?" The newcomer greeted her. "Yes, we are here on the orders of the third Hokage. Please take us to Yakumo." "Oh, on the orders of the third Hokage? Certainly. Follow me." Miss Yakumo is currently in the art studio. The medical staff member, taken aback by the mention of the third Hokage, glanced at Naraku, but said nothing further. Leading the two upstairs. "How has Yakumo been lately?" Kurenai inquired as they ascended the staircase. "Well, she's stable. The seal you left on her soul keeps her mind relatively calm, but her physical condition is quite poor. She spends her days resting, avoiding strenuous training, which is the only reason she is doing somewhat better," the medical staff member sighed, revealing their helplessness regarding Yakumo's health. Upon reaching their destination, the staff member indicated a room, saying, "Yakumo is inside. I'll take my leave now. Call for me if needed." Kurenai reached for the doorknob, hesitating momentarily before withdrawing her hand. She turned to Naraku, asking, "Are you truly confident about this?" "Miss Kurenai, we have come this far. Worrying further is futile. Besides, if I lacked confidence, I would never jeopardize Yakumo's safety." Seeing Naraku's resolute expression, Kurenai bit her lip, ultimately steeling herself for what lay ahead. With a creak, Kurenai turned the doorknob and pushed open the aged wooden door, which protested with a harsh scraping sound. The two entered the room, where Kamizuki Yakumo sat with her back to them, engrossed in her drawing, seemingly oblivious to their arrival. Naraku surveyed the surroundings and noted that the walls of the studio were adorned with Yakumo's artwork. A cursory glance revealed that her pieces depicted either eerie, haunted houses at midnight, the remnants of war-torn landscapes, or lifeless bodies sprawled across enclosed rooms, all imbued with a somber atmosphere. "Yakumo, I've come to see you again." Kurenai softly called out to Yakumo's back. Yet, it seemed Yakumo did not hear her, remaining focused on her artwork, indifferent to Kurenai's greeting. At this moment, Naraku stepped forward and spoke. "Miss Yakumo, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you again." Upon hearing Naraku's voice, Yakumo Kurama paused her artistic endeavors and slowly turned her head, finding Naraku cheerfully standing behind her. In that instant, Yakumo felt as if she had returned to her childhood, akin to a child caught misbehaving by her father, filled with unease. It seemed that her earlier disregard for the impolite behavior of Hinata was a grave matter that Naraku had observed. "And Naraku-kun, what brings you here?" Yakumo stammered. "Oh, I happened to meet Miss Hinata today, and she mentioned wishing to visit you. Coincidentally, I enjoyed our conversation yesterday, so I took the liberty of accompanying her." "I apologize for the intrusion," Naraku explained. "Not at all. I am truly delighted that you came, Naraku-kun." As she gazed at Naraku's radiant smile, Yakumo felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Hinata, observing the interaction, paid no mind to Yakumo's neglect of her, as it was not the first time she had experienced such treatment. At that moment, she wore a peculiar smile while watching Naraku and Yakumo, her unspoken thoughts evident on her face. Yakumo noticed the amusement on Hinata's face, which only exacerbated her awkwardness. Naraku intentionally glanced at the paintings displayed in the studio and remarked, "Oh dear, Miss Yakumo, why are all your paintings so dark and somber? They are rather uncomfortable to behold, quite unlike what you created yesterday. These are just my random sketches. In truth, I dislike them. I plan to organize them and burn them." Yakumo hurriedly explained, seemingly anxious that Naraku might misunderstand her. "Oh, I see. I thought as much. These paintings do not resemble your style at all. After all, you give off such a bright and sunny vibe," Naraku complimented. Upon hearing Naraku's praise, Yakumo quickly covered her flushed cheeks. "Is that so? Is that truly the impression I leave on you, Naraku-kun?" Hinata, watching Naraku's gaze, felt an unexpected surge of disdain mixed with surprise. This young man, so adept at charming girls with his flattery, would surely become a notorious playboy in the future. However, Naraku remained oblivious to Hinata's thoughts, engrossed in conversation with Yakumo, who was utterly captivated, her smile unwavering. Hinata sighed inwardly. "Oh dear, this foolish girl is completely smitten." As Naraku chatted with Yakumo, sensing the atmosphere had become just right, he purposefully changed the subject. "Look at me. So engrossed in conversation with Miss Yakumo that I almost forgot about Miss Hinata's purpose for visiting. Did you not express concern for Miss Yakumo's health, coming all this way to check on her?" Yakumo cast a sidelong glance at Hinata and said calmly, "I am quite well, so there is no need for your concern. Miss Hinata, if there is nothing else, I would appreciate it if you could take your leave, as I wish to converse with Naraku-kun a while longer." Noticing the tension in the air, Naraku quickly interjected, "Miss Yakumo, I've heard that your health has not been the best since childhood. Miss Hinata is genuinely concerned for you. Since she is here, why not allow her to take a look? By the way, I must let you in on a secret. My medical skills are rather impressive. Perhaps I could assist as well. You mentioned wanting to become a formidable ninja, did you not? If we can improve your health, that dream might just become a reality." Naraku gently encouraged. Yakumo bit her lower lip, internally conflicted as she felt a strong aversion towards Hinata, who she believed had a hand in her parents' demise and sought her own life as well. Yet, she found herself unable to refuse the man she had only met twice. Instinctively, she yearned for his company, feeling a sense of joy and security whenever she was with him, an indescribable comfort enveloping her. After much inner turmoil, her fondness for Naraku ultimately overshadowed her animosity towards Hinata. "Very well, Miss Hinata, I will trouble you then," Yakumo finally conceded. Upon seeing Yakumo's agreement, Naraku exchanged a subtle glance with Hinata, who acknowledged it in return. Given the spaciousness of the studio, they did not relocate. Yakumo lay down in the center, while Hinata sat cross-legged directly in front of her, placing a hand on her forehead to begin her examination. Chapter 34. Naraku in Death's attire. Hinata, sitting cross-legged, channeled her chakra through Yakumo's body, meticulously assessing her health. There are no major issues. While your condition hasn't improved, it hasn't worsened either. You must continue to take care of your health," Hinata concluded. "I told you, if there is nothing else, let us leave it at that," Yakumo replied coolly. "Just a moment. Since I'm here, I might as well check the seals within you," Hinata said before Yakumo could object, her mental energy converging into Yakumo's mind. She carefully inspected the seals and found them intact and undamaged. Hinata glanced at Naraku, indicating that Yakumo's condition was unremarkable. Naraku pondered for a moment before addressing Yakumo. "Miss Yakumo, if you don't mind, I would like to join Miss Hinata in examining your health." Yakumo opened her eyes and glanced at Naraku. "All right," she softly replied, granting her consent. Naraku sat cross-legged beside Hinata, not rushing to explore Yakumo's spiritual world. Instead, he first performed a diagnostic examination of her physical condition. Through this exploration, Naraku discovered that Yakumo's health was genuinely poor. Her body was inherently fragile, akin to that of a newborn, rendering her incapable of enduring the rigorous training required to become a ninja. Relieved that he had conducted a preliminary assessment rather than recklessly diving into action, Naraku silently celebrated. With Yakumo's physical condition, should a battle ensue in her spiritual world, her body would likely suffer, potentially endangering her life. Naraku employed his healing technique, advancing to an intermediate level, and the initial faint white light gradually intensified. The luminous glow illuminated the dim studio, casting a gentle radiance throughout. Both Hinata and Yakumo watched in curiosity, uncertain of Naraku's intentions. He placed his glowing palm on Yakumo's abdomen, and in an instant, the light spread throughout her entire being. "Ah, that feels wonderful," Yakumo involuntarily exclaimed, only to be met with immediate embarrassment. "How shameful. Why did I say that in front of Naraku-kun? But it truly feels delightful." She wished to disappear into the ground, overwhelmed by her shyness. "All right, that should suffice." Naraku clapped his hands together. To prevent Yakumo from harm, he temporarily reinforced her body, leaving a trace of his power within her to maintain its stability. "Naraku-kun, I had no idea you possessed such remarkable medical skills," Hinata exclaimed, clearly astonished. At merely 10 years of age, Hinata Naraku has already attained the formidable rank of Jonin, a feat that is remarkable yet not entirely unexpected, given that some prodigies possess an innate ability to cultivate their skills at an accelerated pace. However, Naraku's prowess extends beyond mere strength. He also exhibits an exceptional talent for combat, now showcasing a remarkable array of medical techniques. This piqued the curiosity of Yujito, who began to comprehend why the third Hokage had mentioned that Naraku had been concealing his true capabilities. Naraku smiled, but chose not to respond to Yujito's inquiry. "Well then, Miss Yujito, shall we reconvene to assess the ceiling of Yakumo?" Naraku suggested, casting a knowing glance towards her, which she immediately understood. "Indeed, it would be prudent for you to verify once more, as your expertise in healing surpasses mine. It is best to ensure there are no oversights," she replied. Naraku silently commended her acting skills. On their journey to the Rikamori Hill Manor, Naraku and Yujito had already devised a strategy. Yujito would first enter Yakumo's mental realm to draw out the malevolent consciousness, Ido, which Naraku would then confront and subdue. Thus, Yujito promptly re-entered Yakumo's mind, while Naraku took a deep breath, mentally invoking Shinigami transformation. In an instant, a figure clad in black Shinigami garb, with a Zanpakuto hanging at its waist, emerged from Naraku's body. Initially ethereal, the figure solidified once it fully detached from him. Apart from its black attire, which starkly contrasted Naraku's usual white clothing, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Naraku, manifesting as his soul after the Shinigami transformation. The Naraku clad in Shinigami attire exuded an aura of decisiveness and ferocity, a stark departure from the gentle demeanor of his usual self, who resembled a humble nobleman. The Shinigami transformation, a power Naraku had only recently discovered following the initial release of his Zanpakuto, was intriguingly visible to the ninjas of the Naruto world, likely due to their chakra-infused bodies, while ordinary civilians remained oblivious to his transformed state. This conclusion was drawn from Naraku's multiple experiments. Once he had mastered the Shinigami transformation, he roamed the village in this form, greeted by numerous acquaintances, while those untrained in the arts could not perceive him, regardless of his proximity. Notably, Naraku could initiate the transformation at will, without the need for any external instruments, which also hinted at his potential to assist Kurama Yakumo. In Naraku's view, Ido, born from Yakumo's resentment, bore a fundamental resemblance to the hollows of the Shinigami realm, and he believed his Shinigami powers could counter it. Casting a glance at the still closed eyes of Yakumo and Yujito, Naraku transformed into a streak of light, entering Yakumo's mental landscape. As he entered, his feet touched the ground with a soft thud, and he surveyed the surrounding illusion. He found himself in a dimly lit corridor, an unfamiliar place that appeared to be crafted from Yakumo's memories, likely not the Rikamori Hill Manor, but perhaps her former home. I must locate them quickly. Lingering here could lead to unforeseen complications, Naraku pondered. He sprinted down the corridor, employing his Shuinpa technique to move with astonishing speed, his spiritual form unburdened by physical constraints. In the blink of an eye, he searched the entire first floor, no sign of them. He decided to ascend to the second floor. As he prepared to do so, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Naraku-kun, a figure adorned in casual home attire, appeared around the corner of the stairs. "Yakumo-san, what are you doing here alone? Where's Miss Yujito?" Yujito-sensei just finished checking the seal and stepped out. "Did you not see her? It seems you missed each other." Yakumo giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. "Oh, is that so?" Naraku replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. Chapter 35. A battle awaits. Observing the charmingly smiling Yakumo, Naraku squinted. "What is it, Naraku-kun? Why do you gaze at me so?" she asked, her cheeks flushing slightly under his scrutiny. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating when you acquired such prominent fangs." "What? Fangs? Impossible. I clearly altered my appearance. How could I have fangs?" In a fluster, Yakumo hurriedly touched her face, only to find no fangs at all. How dare you deceive me? Realizing her cover was blown, Ido, the malevolent entity, relinquished its guise and transformed into a monstrous figure, with a green face, prominent fangs, and large horns. Pathetic. With such a low intellect. How can you even attempt to be a villain? You wretched creature, I saw through your facade immediately. Naraku bellowed at Ido. Curse you, human. I shall eliminate you first, and then turn my sights on Yujito. Ido retorted. Ever since Yakumo encountered you yesterday, she has begun to radiate a newfound light, albeit faint. I sense a loss of power, and I will seize this opportunity to vanquish you. Once that girl succumbs to darkness, I shall devour her, and none shall stand in my way. With that, Ido lunged at Naraku. Unfazed by the aggressive onslaught, Naraku gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. How could this be? I am an ethereal entity. Your blade cannot harm me, Ido exclaimed, only to be taken aback as Naraku's strike sent it reeling, a searing pain manifesting as a massive gash appeared across its chest. In disbelief, Ido gazed down at its wound. As a manifestation of Yakumo's heart, it was supposed to be impervious to harm from anyone but her. Yet now, it was injured, instilling fear within it. Who gave you the audacity to challenge me? Do I appear weak to you? Naraku scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. Internally, Naraku reveled in his discovery. The so-called ethereal entities and heart demons were akin to hollows, easily subdued by his Shinigami powers. This was indeed a promising development. As Naraku celebrated internally, the wounded Ido, realizing it was outmatched, hastily retreated underground. This realm was shared between Yakumo and Ido. Thus, Ido could traverse it instantaneously. Distracted, Naraku missed the chance to intercept it. Stay, you wretched creature. Let us engage in battle, Naraku shouted. Foolish mistake. I let slip such a prime opportunity, he thought, frustration gnawing at him. But do you truly believe you can escape? Naraku concentrated on the residual essence Ido left behind, channeling a binding spell. In an instant, a visible ribbon of light materialized before him, guiding him towards the second floor. Naro, wielding his Zanpakuto, sprinted toward the direction indicated by the beam of light. The luminous trail led him to a firmly shut door. Without needing further confirmation, he instinctively knew that Ido was inside. The tendrils of dark energy seeping through the door seemed to taunt anyone nearby, as if to say, I am here, come and pursue me, and you shall be rewarded. Taking a deep breath, Naro delivered a powerful kick, shattering the door with a resounding crash. You demon, there's nowhere left for you to flee. Prepare to meet your end. With his Zanpakuto transformed into its crescent moon form for added effect, he stood at the threshold, exuding an indomitable aura. Naraku-kun, you have finally arrived, exclaimed the bound figure of Akatsuki, suspended in the air in a crucifixion-like manner. What happened? You were captured so easily? Nero looked upon the plight of his former teacher, Akatsuki, and felt a twinge of disbelief. How could it be that, despite being an educator, you fell victim to your own student so quickly? Had I arrived any later, you might have met a dire fate. Clearly embarrassed, Akatsuki stammered, I didn't expect Yakumo to ambush me. Nero turned to the side, where Yakumo stood. The kunai poised threateningly against Akatsuki's neck, her expression torn with conflict. She did not wish to appear as a murderer before Nero. Yet the opportunity before her was too precious to squander. She had endured for so long, finally reaching this moment. Naraku-kun, please do not intervene. I must avenge my parents by killing Akatsuki, she implored. Yakumo, lower your weapon. Surely there must be a misunderstanding. Akatsuki has always regarded you as family. Let us discuss this calmly. No, family. She is my enemy. She conspired with the third Hokage to murder my parents. Yakumo's voice trembled with fury. What are you saying? How could I and Lord Third ever plot against your parents? Akatsuki, still suspended, was now engulfed in confusion. Do not deceive me. Not only did you kill my parents, but you also intended to eliminate me. I overheard your conversation on the rooftop of the Hokage residence that day. You spoke of killing me when the opportunity arose. Did you think I was unaware? With a surge of emotion, Yakumo thrust the kunai forward, its sharp edge piercing Akatsuki's pale neck, a trickle of crimson flowing down. Yakumo, do not act rashly. Surely there is a misunderstanding regarding the tragic event of your parents' demise. Do you truly remember nothing from that day? At such a close distance, Nero had the skill to disarm Yakumo, yet with Ido lurking nearby, he opted to expertly counsel her instead. Do not listen to them. They are merely envious of your extraordinary talent. You possess an innate gift for illusion techniques, and they fear that one day you shall surpass them. They sealed away your abilities out of dread. They killed your parents to leave you isolated in this estate. By ending their lives, by eliminating this woman before you, You shall achieve your revenge. Just as Yakumo's emotions reached a boiling point, a surge of dark mist enveloped the room, and Ido materialized behind her, whispering insidiously, "Oh, how tiresome this is." Upon witnessing Ido's appearance, Nero executed a swift step, disarming Yakumo of her kunai and sending Ido crashing against the wall with a powerful kick. "Stay out of this. Your prattling is unwelcome." 3 massive, pointed beams of light pinned Ido against the wall, rendering him immobile. Nero had previously used this technique against Kai. Yet Ido lacked Kai's strength, and the binding spell effectively restrained him. "Now, it is time for us to converse in earnest." Nero addressed Yakumo and Akatsuki. Chapter 36. A near explosion of tension in a flash, Nero disarmed Yakumo and incapacitated Ido, then clapped his hands together. "With the nuisances dealt with, let us sit down and engage in a meaningful dialogue. And Yakumo, do release Akatsuki. Your actions are hardly respectful to a teacher." With a serious demeanor, Nero admonished Yakumo. Her expression shifted through a range of emotions, and after a moment of internal struggle, she reluctantly lowered Akatsuki to the ground. Given the current circumstances, she recognized that with Nero present, she stood no chance of defeating Akatsuki alone. As Akatsuki regained her footing, she turned to massage her painfully bound wrists and inwardly cursed. "That wretched girl. Why must she bind me there, so tightly? What if I suffocate?" Adjusting her disheveled attire, she faced Yakumo. "You claim that the third Hokage and I sought to kill your parents and you. What do you truly know?" Yakumo, with a stubborn expression, retorted, "Stop feigning innocence. I overheard your conversation with the third Hokage on the rooftop. You two conspired to eliminate me." "Yakumo, you are mistaken." Akatsuki protested, realizing that Yakumo had misinterpreted the situation. Yet, she hesitated to reveal the truth, fearing it would shatter Yakumo's already fragile psyche. "Perhaps there are things you have forgotten, Yakumo? Like the day your parents perished in the fire? Do you remember?" Seeing Akatsuki's hesitation, Nero could no longer remain silent. "Yakumo, you must confront certain truths. Avoidance will not solve this. Only by facing reality and unearthing the deepest recesses of your memories can you hope to vanquish Ido. Otherwise, your continued evasion will lead to your own downfall." Nero's expression turned gravely serious as he interrupted Akatsuki, asserting that confronting the past was essential. "Yakumo, please listen. Reflect upon that fateful day when your parents perished in flames. I understand this may be excruciating for you, but it is a confrontation you cannot avoid." Nero stepped closer to Yakumo, gently brushing her hair with his left hand in a soothing gesture. "I cannot remember that day." Yakumo began to recall the harrowing events, but the weight of her memories seemed to overwhelm her, causing her to tremble and weep uncontrollably. Sighing softly, Nero sheathed his Zanpakuto and opened his arms, drawing Yakumo into an embrace. "It's all right, dear. Do not fear. I shall be by your side. Whatever you encounter, we shall face it together." As he gently patted Yakumo's back, Akatsuki observed the scene with an expression of growing dismay. "Goodness, is he truly flirting with my student in front of me? Is he openly displaying affection while I bear witness? If it weren't for the inopportune timing, Kurenai Yuhi would undoubtedly have teased the two of them." Naraku, with a face stained with tears, looked up at Naraku, who was comforting her. "Trust me. And also trust yourself. You must bravely confront your inner self." Naraku nodded at Yakumo. Yakumo pursed her lips, seemingly emboldened by Naraku's words. "That day, yes. Due to my physical condition, my parents again urged me to abandon my dream of becoming a ninja. Then, my head hurts." Yakumo suddenly clasped her head in anguish. "Yakumo, hang in there. You're almost there, don't give up." At that moment, all Naraku and Kurenai could do was cheer for Yakumo from the sidelines. Everything else depended solely on her. Then memories flooded back, and she recalled that she had killed her parents. The inferno that claimed their lives was caused by none other than herself. Just as Yakumo was regaining her memories, a painting in the studio began to change. The canvas, once entirely gray as if it had been that way all along, started to fade gradually, revealing the truth within. On the canvas, there blazed the fiery destruction of the Kurama clan, with Yakumo standing serenely before the burning house, utterly unmoved, overwhelmed by the resurgence of memories. Yakumo could no longer contain her grief and burst into tears. At that moment, it felt as if all her strength had been sapped away, and she collapsed weakly into Naraku's embrace. "Cry it out, let it all out." Naraku continued to console her. "However, Yakumo, there is one thing you have misunderstood. It was not you who killed your parents, but that monster." Naraku pointed to the creature pinned to the wall. "Ido." "Naraku, what exactly is this thing? Why is it in my consciousness?" Yakumo shrank back in fear, pressing closer to Naraku. This is Ido. A monster born from the long-standing resentment within your heart. I prefer to call it your inner demon. It was this very entity that killed your parents. Having escaped from within you to do so, it has lurked in your consciousness, feeding on your bitterness to grow stronger, until one day it might completely consume you. Naraku revealed the origins of Ido slowly. Indeed, this is also the reason I sealed your powers. My intention was not to stifle your talent or crush your hopes of becoming a ninja, but rather to confine this monster. Otherwise, if left unchecked, it would have turned against you long ago. What I told the third Hokage that day was not about killing you. Rather, he meant to find a way to eliminate Ido to ensure your safety. Kurenai approached Yakumo, gently caressing her tear-streaked face, feeling a twinge of compassion. I'm sorry, Kurenai-sensei. I have misunderstood you all along. Yakumo cried as she flung herself into Kurenai's arms, apologizing to the teacher who had always helped her, but whom she had treated coldly due to her misconceptions. Naraku remained silent, allowing Yakumo to weep freely. Some burdens, when held too long, simply need to be released through tears. After a while, observing Yakumo's emotions gradually stabilize, Naraku spoke. All right, now that the misunderstandings are cleared up, there is one final and most important task to fulfill. Chapter 37. Never to be seen again. Naraku helped Yakumo to her feet and led her before Ido. Poor Ido, pinned to the wall by Naraku's technique, could not move, no matter how hard it struggled. Yakumo, while I could slay Ido, it is your inner demon. Your trial to face. Only by vanquishing your inner demon can you truly let go. Otherwise, it will never be complete. Yakumo gazed at the monster before her, fear evident in her eyes, instinctively retreating closer to Naraku. Naraku patted Yakumo's back and placed the Zanpakuto in her hands. Though Yakumo grasped the sword, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Naraku embraced her from behind, their hands joining together on the hilt of the Zanpakuto. The firm grip seemed to instill immense courage in Yakumo, who finally ceased her trembling. Are you ready? Naraku whispered softly in her ear. Yes. Yakumo bit her lip, responding with unwavering determination. Seeing Yakumo's resolve, Naraku said nothing more. With one hand clasped around Yakumo's, he raised the Zanpakuto, its blade facing backward and hilt forward towards Ido. No, don't kill me. Don't listen to them. They are deceiving you. Stop, we are one. I can abandon my desire to consume you if you let me live. Ido's pleas escalated into threats as it sensed the looming threat of death from the Zanpakuto. However, this did nothing to deter Naraku and Yakumo. The blade advanced steadily and resolutely. In the end, the hilt of the sword was but an inch from Ido's forehead. Enough. This is tiresome. Off you go to where you belong. Oh, but wait. You are merely a derivative of the main persona. Upon death, you can only turn to ash and dissipate, unable to enter the realm of soul. So, farewell, never to be seen again. Soul burial. With a low roar from Naraku, a soft light began to emanate from the hilt of the Zanpakuto. Yet, as this light illuminated Ido's face, it only intensified its fear, causing its screams to rise in pitch. Ultimately, the hilt made contact with Ido's forehead, and the creature that had been struggling suddenly froze in place, motionless. Naraku withdrew the Zanpakuto, and where the blade had touched Ido's forehead, a soul mark appeared. Soon after, Ido's body began to glow, the light spreading until it transformed into particles and dispersed. Moments later, Ido vanished completely before the three of them, and as it did, the once dim consciousness world became bright, akin to the dawn of a new day. Naraku, you at that moment. Yakumo realized the intimate embrace Naraku had her and seemed somewhat familiar, causing her to blush shyly. Ahem, my apologies. The situation was exceptional. Naraku awkwardly explained. Goodness. In this life and the next, aside from his sister, this was the first time he had held a girl like this. While fully focused on Ido, he hadn't thought much of it. Now, however, Yakumo, though still young, had matured early in the world of Naruto, and at 11 or 12. She had developed in all the right places. He nearly embarrassed himself. It's all right. I know you were only trying to help me. Yakumo lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed as she defended Naraku. Is Ido truly gone? Was it so simple to eliminate? Kurenai looked on in disbelief, knowing that the third Hokage had previously struggled to find a way to eliminate Ido without harming Yakumo, ultimately resorting to sealing it away. However, in this abyss, from the beginning until now, with just a single step, a seal, and the handle of a blade, a monster that had long plagued the third Hokage and Kurenai Yuhi was effortlessly obliterated. In truth, it was nothing of great significance. My power merely countered the existence of Ido. Moreover, even if I had refrained from intervening, as long as Yakumo was resolute in her conviction to eradicate Ido, it could have been vanquished. After all, Ido's existence was born from Yakumo's long-standing negative emotions. Once she unravels her inner turmoil and gathers the courage to confront her darkness, Ido would no longer pose a problem. Sensing Kurenai's confusion, Naraku offered an explanation. Is that so? Kurenai's heart suddenly understood. Well then, the problem is resolved. We should take our leave. See you outside. With a wave of his hand, Naraku transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Yakumo's consciousness. In the outside world, Naraku returned as a spirit, stretching his limbs. In the next moment, Yakumo and Kurenai opened their eyes. Gazing at Kurenai before her, Yakumo leaped into her embrace. All right. Silly girl, it's all in the past now. From today onward, live well. Kurenai reassured her. Yes, I understand, Kurenai-sensei. Yakumo replied. Even if you cannot become a ninja, it matters not. I will always be your teacher, and I will protect you from anyone who dares to bully you. In truth, Yakumo still had the potential to become a ninja. Observing Kurenai comforting Yakumo, Naraku could not help but interject. What? Both Yakumo and Kurenai exclaimed in unison. The primary obstacle to Yakumo becoming a ninja lies in her frail physique. I can help her restore her health, and then the issue would be resolved. Naraku-kun, is what you say true? Can I truly become a ninja? Yakumo gazed at Naraku with excitement. Indeed, I can heal you, but it will take time. Your body is exceedingly weak, and a sudden change may be overwhelming. We must proceed gradually. I suggest you stay with the Hyuga clan for the time being, which will facilitate your treatment. Upon hearing that she would reside at Naraku's home, Yakumo felt slightly embarrassed. Is that all right? Wouldn't it be too much trouble for you? Naraku-kun, no worries. I have already taken the liberty to agree on your behalf. After all, Yakumo's parents had passed away, and though she had other relatives, they rarely kept in touch. She had lived alone for many years. Moreover, you previously mentioned that the environment at the Kitami Hill Manor is too gloomy for prolonged residence. Going to your home is quite suitable, as it allows for both treatment and companionship. Seeing Yakumo still in turmoil, Kurenai, unable to contain herself, promptly agreed on her behalf. Silly girl, if you like it, just go for it. Don't you know that hesitation leads to defeat? Once you settle in with the Hyuga clan, you need not fear that time will not foster deeper feelings between you two. What I can assist with is limited. The rest is up to you. Kurenai observed the two with a knowing smile. Chapter 38. Which rogue seeks to harm me so? You mean to say that Naraku, that mischievous lad, has effortlessly dealt with Ido? In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, seated in his chair, took a puff from his pipe, letting the smoke linger in his lungs for a moment before exhaling slowly. The fatigue from prolonged work began to dissipate slightly with that breath. Standing before his desk was Kurenai, who had come to report on the mission's proceedings. After listening to her account, the third Hokage inquired pensively, is that so? Yes. The seemingly insurmountable Ido was utterly powerless before Naraku, completely suppressed throughout the encounter. Kakashi is often hailed as the genius of Konoha, and the third Hokage frequently praises me as a master of Jinjutsu. Yet, in the presence of Naraku-kun, I feel our talents pale in comparison. To think he is merely 10 years old, how can he be so extraordinarily gifted? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have found it utterly unbelievable. Kurenai replied with a wry smile. Do not feel disheartened. In his presence, I, too, feel as though I am aging. I have tested him repeatedly, only to discover that he seems to possess an endless array of hidden talents. According to your assertion, Naraku has a profound advantage over beings of the spiritual and consciousness variety. This was previously unknown to me. Oh. The tides of time push forward the new generation while the old fades into obscurity. The third Hokage sighed, his smoke curling into the air. Clearly, Naraku's exceptional abilities brought him both joy and melancholy. The joy stemmed from Naraku being a shinobi of Konoha, a scion of the esteemed Hyuga clan, known for their unwavering support of the third Hokage. Thus, he would never act against the interests of Konoha. Yet, the melancholy arose from Naraku's apparent laziness. Had he not warned him that failure to pass the Chunin examination would result in consequences, he might have simply coasted through. By the way, you mentioned Yakumo has moved into the Hyuga clan, correct? Yes, Naraku mentioned he could heal Yakumo, but it would take some time. Considering the environment at Kitami Hill Manor and the convenience of treatment, it was decided that Yakumo would stay at Naraku-kun's home. Ah, what a clever lad. He excels even in matters of healing. Yakumo's health has stumped every physician in Konoha, yet he has found a solution. Could it be that his medical skills rival those of Tsunade? I am truly eager to learn what he is incapable of. The third Hokage tapped his pipe. Knocking off the ash, then turned to Kurenai. Well, this matter ends here. Remember not to disclose Yakumo's situation to the villagers. As for that lad Naraku, I had intended to assign him a mission in the coming days, but since he must focus on treating Yakumo, we shall delay that. He may only undertake missions once Yakumo's health has improved. I have noted all of this. You may dismiss me now. Kurenai responded, bowing slightly. Yes, thank you, Kurenai. The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling her departure. As Kurenai exited the office, the third Hokage resumed his seat, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, lost in thought. Ah, Naraku. You truly continue to astonish me. I must not allow you to languish in complacency. It is imperative that you be spurred to action. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage opened his eyes, muttering to himself. At the Hyuga clan's residence, Naraku brought Yakumo before his father, informing him that Yakumo would be residing with the Hyuga clan for the foreseeable future. At that moment, the expression on Hayashi Hyuga's face was quite remarkable. He certainly recognized Karama Yakumo. After all, the former Karama clan was once a prestigious family in Konoha, not unlike the Hyuga clan. Moreover, Karama Yakumo was the beloved jewel of the Karama clan's leader. However, since over a decade ago, the Karama clan had seen a decline in talent, failing to produce even a single jonin. The head of the Karama clan and his wife perished in a mysterious fire a few years back, and thereafter, Karama Yakumo had vanished from the village. Yet now, his own son had brought her home. What could this mean? Was he to become a grandfather so soon? Sensing his father's thoughts, Naraku began to explain, Father, due to Yakumo's health issues, she has been arranged by the third Hokage to reside elsewhere for treatment over the years. But the results have been subpar, and progress has been minimal. Today, I accompanied Miss Yukari to pay a visit, and I discovered that I could treat her illness, albeit it would require some time. Thus, I brought her back to my home for a while to facilitate her treatment. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing Naraku's explanation, Hisashi suddenly realized. Although Miss Yukari is staying with the Hyuga clan, there is no issue if she wishes to reside here indefinitely. She can consider this place her home. And should she require anything, she need only speak up. Hisashi warmly welcomed Yukari. Observing his father's enthusiastic demeanor towards Yukari, Naraku couldn't help but smirk, realizing that even his explanations were as good as meaningless. Achoo! At that moment, Naraku felt an itch in his nose and let out a loud sneeze. Who? Which ruffian is attempting to harm me? Naraku rubbed his nose, feeling a surge of vigilance. Ever since he eliminated Danzo's subordinates half a month ago, there had been no further movement from Danzo. He suspected that the old fox was plotting something sinister. Yes, it must be him. I must remain cautious. Naraku pondered silently. Naraku, why are you not ushering Miss Yukari to her guest room? Seeing Naraku standing there in a daze, Hisashi couldn't resist speaking up. Honestly, my son is a genius in his training, yet he is so oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart. Miss Yukari, please follow me. I shall escort you to the guest room. Certainly, thank you, Naraku-kun. Lord Hisashi, I shall take my leave now. Go on, go on. You young ones should spend more time together. Watching the two depart, Hisashi couldn't help but smile. After leaving the front hall, Naraku led Yukari through the Hyuga clan's backyard. My father tends to speak without thinking. Please disregard his ramblings. Noticing Yukari's flushed face due to Hisashi's misunderstanding, Naraku decided to clarify. Yukari responded in a fluster. Naraku sighed silently. To be honest, Yukari is quite lovely, but she is far too easily embarrassed, turning red in my presence. Which reminds me of my sister Hinata. If marriage were to be considered, a girl like Yukari would be a splendid choice. Undoubtedly a virtuous wife and mother in the future. But that is a matter for another day. Currently, Yukari is merely around 10 years old, nearly my age. To harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards her would be utterly wicked. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education in my previous life, Naraku would never entertain such notions, and moreover, he is not a pedophile. After settling Yukari into the guest room, Naraku took his leave. Subsequently, Yukari resided in Naraku's home to receive treatment. Chapter 39. During the mission the night was dark. Naraku walked alone along the wilderness path, clad in white and possessing long hair, resembling a drifting specter against the moonlit sky. However, as the area was desolate, there was no risk of frightening ordinary passers-by. At that moment, Naraku was no longer in Konoha but had ventured into the land of grass. After administering treatment to Yukari for over half a month, the once frail girl had finally regained a normal constitution. One cannot deny the potency of healing techniques. The reason for the prolonged duration was simply due to Naraku's mastery of intermediate healing. Were he to advance to high or even perfect levels, he could mend severed limbs instantly. As long as the person was still alive, he could restore them in a heartbeat. The healing techniques in the world of Bleach far surpass those in the Naruto universe. This is hardly surprising, as Shinigami can be regarded as deities to some extent, possessing a power system that surpasses that of mere mortals. Upon learning that Naraku had healed Yukari, the third Hokage finally commenced his actions. A plethora of A and S rank missions came crashing down upon Naraku. What? Naraku refuses? Don't be absurd. Does he think the ninja code is merely for show? As a ninja, one must adhere to the leadership of the Hokage, unless one explicitly declares their defiance. However, Naraku would never resort to such measures, as the Hyuga clan has always been a staunch supporter of the third Hokage. Just days ago, the third assigned him a new mission. The task was to infiltrate the land of grass and assassinate a target. This was classified as an S-rank mission. Yet Naraku had already undertaken many such tasks during this time. Normally, missions are carried out in teams, but Naraku expressed to the third that he required no companions. After all, Naraku's strength was evident. Weak teammates would only be a hindrance, while stronger ones would be a waste of valuable resources. The third Hokage initially rejected Naraku's request, concerned that he would lack support in a critical moment, but ultimately relented due to Naraku's insistence. Thus, Naraku began to undertake missions alone. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. After yawning, Naraku surveyed his surroundings. Well, according to the map, crossing the mountain ahead leads to the target's residence. Let us pick up the pace. The sooner I finish this mission, the sooner I can find a place to rest. Naraku swiftly utilized his Shuinpa to traverse the vast wilderness, moving so swiftly that he left a white phantom in his wake. After a while, having crossed the hill, Naraku halted, standing on a branch of a large tree, gazing at a courtyard before him. According to intelligence, the target of this mission resides within this estate. Once he is eliminated, the mission will be complete. Then, it's time to move. As he commenced his actions, Naraku set aside his usual nonchalance, adopting a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Though often laid back and sometimes even flippant, he would never falter at critical moments. After all, this is the world of Naruto, and he is living within it, not merely observing it as a past anime. Here, a moment of negligence could lead to death. Naraku had no desire to die in such a pitiful manner. Under the cover of night, Naraku swiftly circled the estate, utilizing his Byakugan to pinpoint the locations of the enemies guarding ninjas. Here lies the weakest point of defense. I shall infiltrate from this spot. After a thorough sweep, Naraku successfully identified the most vulnerable entry point and infiltrated. Once inside, Naraku did not linger on the first floor, but ascended directly to the second floor. The intelligence indicated that the bedroom in the middle of the second floor was where the target slept, and without wasting a moment, Naraku stealthily approached the door to the target's bedroom. A trap? Just as Naraku was about to open the door, he detected a concealed mechanism trap. This trap was quite well placed. Alas, everything is futile before the Byakugan. Spiritual pressure manifested as a thread, swiftly disabling the trap. With a soft creak, the bedroom door opened slightly, and Naraku slipped inside. Silently approaching the bed, Naraku peered at the figure lying there. It resembles the target quite closely. Naraku retrieved a photo of the target and compared it to the figure before him. Well then, let us wake him up to confirm. Naraku drew his Zanpakuto, positioning it against the man's neck. The cold blade against his skin stirred discomfort in the sleeping figure. He groggily extended his hand towards his neck. What is this? The opponent's hand brushed against the sharp edge of the Zanpakuto, the blade effortlessly slicing through his skin. Instantly awakened from his stupor, he was about to scream when Nailuo positioned the sword horizontally before him, stifling his outcry. I will ask, you will answer, understand? Nailuo said coldly. The man, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously. What is your name? I am Nichuan Gangban. Please, do not kill me. Are you the underground emperor of the grass country? Yes, my lord. If you spare my life, I am willing to offer a substantial sum to buy my freedom. Very well, Nailuo replied, refraining from further inquiry. Just as the man believed he would be spared, Nailuo swung his long blade, and Nichuan Gangban's head rolled to the ground. Nichuan Gangban, the underground emperor of the grass country, had stirred chaos with a group of rebellious ninjas, even attempting to overthrow the regime of the grass country. Tasked by the grass country to eliminate him, Nailuo had now completed the mission. Sheathing the Zanpakuto, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Not good. Lord Nichuan's heart has stopped. What happened? I don't know. Just moments ago, his heart was racing violently. I was about to notify you when it suddenly ceased. And the jutsu binding me to Lord Nichuan has also broken. This indicates something has gone awry. Everyone, surround the estate. Not a single fly is to escape. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside. Nai Luo activated his Byakugan and glanced out, discovering that the enemy had encircled the room, numbering at least 100. Have I been exposed? He pulled apart Nichuan Ganban's clothing, revealing a jutsu inscribed over his heart. TCH, this is troublesome. A jutsu inscribed on the heart. Any irregularity in its beating would alert the caster. Nai Luo had not anticipated being discovered, but fortunately, the mission was complete. Now, all that remained was to break free. Sealing Nichuan Ganban's corpse within a task scroll, Nai Luo exerted force and burst through the roof. Under the dim night sky, Nai Luo stood atop the roof, facing the encircling rebels below. Chapter 40. So there is no room for negotiation? Alone, Nai Luo confronted the encirclement of over 100 ninjas. TCH, how tiresome. Must you create unnecessary complications? Can't I simply complete my task in peace? Observing the throng surrounding him, he couldn't help but sigh. Hey, everyone. Your boss is dead. Why not call it a day and let me leave in peace? He was merely your employer. I take his corpse, you can divide his assets, and we'll part ways without further conflict. Nai Luo proposed to the gathered ninjas. What nonsense are you spouting? You think you can just walk away after killing our boss? Yes. We cannot let you go without retribution. The rebels shouted in unison. Oh, reputation? As traitors of your respective villages, do you even possess such a thing? Nai Luo scoffed, disdain dripping from his words. What a joke. A group of rogues who kill and burn indiscriminately, yet you speak of honor? If you valued your reputation, you would have hanged yourselves by now. You bastard. How dare you? Such audacity, surrounded yet still so arrogant. Brothers, kill him and dismember his body. It was evident that Nai Luo's words had struck a nerve. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, seemingly the leader. With those eyes, you must be from the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Who would have thought the Lord of the Grass Country would seek help from Konoha? How disgraceful. I don't know how you infiltrated and killed Nichuan Gangban. But now you are surrounded. Do you truly believe you can escape? The leader's voice dripped with contempt. You look no older than 10. Is Konoha so desperate that they send a child to deal with us? It's not that Konoha lacks capable ninjas. Rather, the third Hokage believes a child is sufficient to handle you lot. Otherwise, it would be a waste of resources. Nai Luo shrugged, stating it as a simple fact. Huh. Sharp-tongued, are we? Today, we will seize Nichuan's territory and wealth, and we demand your head to cleanse our shame. The leader was evidently incensed, his voice brimming with murderous intent. TCH, it appears negotiation is off the table, Nai Luo sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Everyone attack. Kill him. With a single command, the rebels assumed battle stances. In that case, I shall send you all on your way. After all, the path to the underworld is lonely. Unfazed by the impending assault, Nai Luo's aura began to rise. Several rebels charged at him first. Nai Luo cast a cold glance, then unleashed his gentle fist technique. With a series of rapid strikes, the initial attackers were struck down, their chakra disrupted, and their bodies losing control. They plummeted from the rooftop, their fates uncertain. TCH, are you just going to watch your comrades fall to their doom? How cold-blooded, Nai Luo remarked, observing the rebels' indifference to their fallen allies. They were merely useless. Their demise is their own fault for lacking skill. Is that so? If that is your mindset, then I shall kill you without hesitation. The cold-heartedness of the rebels solidified Nai Luo's resolve to eliminate them. Such bravado. Everyone, maintain distance and use ranged attacks. Do not engage in close combat. The Hyuga clan excels in that. The leader clearly understood the strengths of the Hyuga. Or perhaps it was simply that their reputation preceded them. The combination of Byakugan and Gentle Fist made their close combat capabilities formidable. In the entire ninja world, few were unaware of the Hyuga clan. A sound strategy. Against other clans, you might find success, but unfortunately for you, you face me. While the Hyuga were indeed masters of close combat, this also limited them. Their weakness lay in long-range combat, a fact learned through countless battles. Yet, Nai Luo was not bound by such limitations. You wish to exhaust me from a distance? You must first create that distance. A cold smile crept across Nai Luo's lips. If the combination of Gentle Fist and Byakugan earned the Hyuga fame, what then of the combination of Gentle Fist, Byakugan, and Shunshin? Nai Luo chose not to rely on any jutsu just yet, intending to test his own close-quarters combat abilities against these adversaries. They were not particularly strong, nor were they weak, at the very least. Nai Luo felt no threat emanating from them. The adversaries were numerous, and any ordinary jonin would likely meet with certain death when besieged by them. Even if Kakashi were to arrive, he would have to exert all his strength to preserve his own life. Such foes were precisely the opportunity needed to test one's mettle. Without further ado, Naraku executed a swift step, vanishing in an instant. What? Where are they? Ah, here. In that moment, Naraku darted like lightning through the throng, his speed so astonishing that the enemies could barely react. Each time they perceived his presence before them, it was invariably accompanied by the piercing of their chests or the snapping of their necks. Soon, the air was filled with the echoes of their anguished cries. Damn it! Where is he? Where could he possibly be? Bastard! Fire style, fire dragon jutsu. Ah, you fool! What are you doing, casting jutsu blindly? You've hit your own comrade. Chaos erupted on the scene as some, in their panic, unleashed jutsu that inadvertently struck their allies. Everyone quiet. Do not lose your composure. The leader of the rogue ninjas ground his teeth in frustration as he surveyed the chaotic scene. Faced with such circumstances, what were you planning to do? Suddenly, Naraku's voice drifted ominously from behind him. What? A wave of dread washed over his heart. With a swift motion, Naraku transformed his hand into a blade, piercing through the leader's chest. Bang! In the next moment, the leader transformed into a split wooden log. Oh, a substitution technique? Impressive reflexes. However, I hope you are just as fortunate next time. Clearly, the leader was not without his skills to have risen among the ranks of rogue ninjas. Yet, without some measure of strength, he would not stand a chance among such vile individuals. Naraku glanced around, noting that, after his recent onslaught, there lay a dozen corpses upon the ground. This time, he had refrained from using his Zanpakuto, relying solely on his physical prowess. With precise strikes, his foes either lost their heads or were disemboweled. Consequently, he was now drenched in the blood of his enemies, particularly his drooping right hand, from which blood continued to drip. The rogue ninjas gazed in terror at the harbinger of death before them, clearly shaken by Naraku's brutal methods. They could hardly fathom that this mere 10-year-old ninja from the Hyuga clan of Konoha possessed such terrifying strength. Now, I declare, you are all surrounded. Naraku's voice resonated like that of the Grim Reaper in their ears. Chapter 41, A Night of Darkness and Winds. A night of murder and arson. Naraku calmly announced that he had encircled the more than 100 ninjas single-handedly. Yet, none among them found this assertion amusing. For Naraku had proven his prowess in the preceding slaughter. Damn it, everyone, attack together. He is but one man. We will wear him down, or we shall all perish today. The ninja leader, having narrowly escaped Naraku's grasp, now stood on the other side, his heart still racing. Had he been even a moment slower in executing his substitution technique, he would have met his demise. Having been a ninja for so long, he had never encountered such peril before. He had nearly met his end today. Though his heart was filled with panic, he understood that he could not show weakness now. The die was cast. Either they would kill Naraku, or he would slay them. Thus, he steeled himself and issued commands to his comrades. All melee ninjas, engage him. The rest, attack from a distance, aim and fire. It seemed the leader's words infused them with courage as the rogue ninjas began to launch a coordinated assault on Naraku. Some ninjas erected earthen walls to isolate Naraku, while others began to unleash various jutsu from the rear. Fire style, fire dragon jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. Water style, water dragon jutsu. An array of techniques cascaded toward Naraku, as if they were free of cost. Naraku calmly regarded the jutsu hurtling towards him, extending both hands with a serene demeanor. Way of Destruction number 54, Abolish Flame. Way of Destruction number 58, Heavenly Storm. As he simultaneously invoked these two techniques, a massive flame erupted from his left hand, while a small whirlwind took shape in his right. Bringing his hands together, the Abolish Flame merged seamlessly into the Heavenly Storm. Here, enjoy this. Naraku flung the fused techniques forward, the once diminutive fire whirlwind rapidly expanding as it left his grasp. Within moments, it transformed into a colossal firestorm, engulfing the sky in flames, and surged forward. The immense firestorm collided with the various jutsu unleashed by his foes, both sides momentarily locked in a stalemate. However, it was not long before the enemies began to sense a shift. What is happening? Why is my chakra depleting so rapidly? Look, the earth walls are melting. No, this flame is different. It burns through our jutsu. Moments later, they finally realized the gravity of the situation, witnessing their own techniques being consumed by Naraku's firestorm. The earthen walls crumbled under the assault, and even the water-style techniques were incinerated by that peculiar flame. What manner of fire is this? It burns everything. But he is a close combat ninja of the Hyuga clan. How can he possess such a terrifying long-range attack? What kind of monster are we battling? Wherever the firestorm formed by the fusion of Heavenly Storm and Abolish Flames swept through, not a blade of grass remained. Every jutsu from the opposing side was reduced to cinders. The searing heat of the firestorm scorched their skin, yet their hearts turned cold as ice. Finally, after incinerating all opposing techniques, the unimpeded firestorm surged toward them. Not good. Run. Get away. Don't block my path. In that moment, panic-stricken, all the rogue ninjas began to flee, wishing for nothing more than to sprout additional legs. Yet, how could they outrun the swiftly swirling tempest? The heavenly storm, now a raging fire whirlwind, rapidly advanced, ensnaring those ninjas who could not escape. The unfortunate souls caught within could only emit a fleeting scream before being turned to ash. After obliterating the ninjas before him, the firestorm surged into the manor. Boom. Crackle. As the storm passed, the grand manor was reduced to splinters, igniting rapidly. Observing the devastation as the tempest continued to spread, Naraku raised his hand, dissipating the storm, yet the manor continued to burn fiercely. The brilliant flames illuminated the faces of all present. This fiery tempest had claimed dozens of lives, and combined with the initial slaughter by Naraku, only 50 or 60 remained. Having their numbers, Naraku smiled and declared, "On this dark and windy night, a night of murder and arson, I suggest you cease your struggles and make your way to the afterlife. I must return to complete my mission. The devil, he is a devil. No, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I will leave now and will not oppose you." In that moment, the crowd began to plead for mercy, even their leader trembling like a leaf, clearly terrified by Naraku's wrath. Now you wish to beg for mercy? It is too late. In their presence, none shall escape. Naraku remained indifferent to their pleas for mercy. They were merely a band of marauding brigands, leaving a trail of destruction across countless villages within the borders of the grass country. Wherever Naraku tread, he encountered only ruins and lifeless bodies. From the very beginning, he harbored no intention of sparing them. How infuriating! You are forcing us into a desperate fight to the death. Do not overstep your bounds. If we are to risk our lives, you shall not fare well either. As these words echoed, their bravado rang hollow, betraying their inner trepidation. We acknowledge your formidable strength, shinobi from the hidden leaf, yet we still number 50 or 60. Should you choose to engage us, it is not certain you will emerge unscathed. Such devastating techniques as you displayed earlier, I suspect you cannot wield them often, can you? As you previously stated, there are no irreconcilable grudges between us. Why must we persist in this futile struggle? The leader of the rogue ninja stifled his inner fear and addressed Naraku. Indeed, there is no deep-seated enmity between us, and I trust you do not seek vengeance for the fallen. Upon hearing this, the rogue leader's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope. However, your despicable nature sickens me. While there are often reasons compelling individuals to abandon their villages, once you have turned against the innocent, you forfeit the right to live. The flicker of hope that had ignited within the rogue ninjas extinguished instantly upon hearing Naraku's words. Moreover, who informed you that I am incapable of unleashing such powerful techniques multiple times? You seem to harbor a misunderstanding regarding my capabilities. I am no mere blue-starved youth like Kakashi. To speak frankly, my reserves are at least tenfold that of Kakashi. Prepare yourselves for judgment, wretches. The ruler, the mask of flesh and blood, the all-encompassing, soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity. Truth and moderation, the wall of unknowing sins, stand upon it. Destructive path. 33rd, Blue Fire Crash. Naraku vanished in an instant, appearing in midair. Before the despondent throng, he recited the incantation of the demon path, augmenting its power. A cerulean glow coalesced in Naraku's palm, then surged downward toward the crowd with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Upon impact, the blue fire crash erupted violently, engulfing all in a blinding inferno. Chapter 42. A scene reminiscent of hell in the dimness of night. Naraku hovered in the air. Below, the explosion of the blue fire crash ignited the surrounding trees, flames roaring relentlessly. The blast claimed the lives of many rogue ninjas who could not evade its wrath. Those left standing writhed in agony amidst the flames. Naraku, suspended above, could even smell the scent of charred flesh. Observing the struggles of those below, he mused that perhaps dying in the explosion was a less agonizing fate for them. Ah, my leg. My leg is broken. One rogue ninja clutched his mangled limb, writhing on the ground in a desperate plea for help. Please, I don't want to die. Another rogue ninja, his abdomen shattered, internal organs spilling forth, murmured in anguish. blood trickling from his lips, occasionally coughing up fragments of his entrails. Yet, around him, others were evidently too preoccupied to heed his plight. The light in his eyes dimmed further. Someone extinguished the flames. Please, help me. A figure ablaze rolled desperately on the ground, attempting to smother the flames consuming him. Everyone, quickly, all water-style ninjas, unleash your techniques to quench the fire. Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out. Naraku turned to the source, discovering it was the rogue ninja leader. Oh, he is still alive? What remarkable fortune. And even in such dire straits, he recalls to organize the water-style ninjas to extinguish the flames, evidently demonstrating some leadership skills. Alas, Naraku shook his head. No matter how talented this man might be, his wicked heart ensured he would not escape unscathed. The ninjas below finally grasped the situation, and all water-style practitioners began employing their jutsu to douse the flames. Naraku paid them no heed, merely observing coldly from above. After all, in his eyes, they were nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Attempting to flee? Naraku, having activated his Byakugan, discerned every movement below. He noticed several rogue ninjas scattering in 4 directions, clearly attempting to evade his pursuit. A commendable thought, but alas. White lightning. Naraku remained stationary, merely raising a hand to point at the fleeing figures. In the next moment, blinding arcs of electricity descended from the heavens, incinerating those who dared escape into charred remains. The ninjas, who had just extinguished the flames, beheld the charred corpses and were instantly engulfed in a deeper despair. This wretched fiend seeks to annihilate us completely. How infuriating. If we are to die, let us die fighting. Yes, let us fight. At least we may perish with some semblance of dignity. Seeing that Naraku showed no intention of sparing them and realizing their inability to escape sparked the last remnants of their fighting spirit. Ready to fight to the death? Now that resembles a true shinobi. Very well, let it be so. Die as the warriors you are, at least it grants you a modicum of honor. Naraku surveyed the remaining warriors, estimating around 20 still stood. He nodded, descending rapidly. Upon landing, he drew his Zanpakuto from the system space. Enough delay. Let us conclude this swiftly. Naraku unsheathed his blade, directing it toward the remaining rogue ninjas. In the blink of an eye, he activated Shunpa, materializing behind one rogue ninja before he could react, severing his head cleanly. The severed head rolled away, blood gushing forth from the neck like a fountain. The crimson liquid bloomed like a flower of death. Having dispatched one, Naraku wasted no time, charging toward the others with his blade. The already beleaguered group could offer no resistance. Naraku slaughtered them with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep, the number of rogue ninjas dwindling rapidly. Some brandished kunai, yet were cleaved in half along with their weapons. Others attempted to form seals to cast jutsu, but Naraku cut through them, severing both body and limbs. Even without utilizing his shurikai, the resilience and sharpness of the Zanpakuto, combined with Naraku's speed and strength, transformed it into an unparalleled weapon of destruction. Ultimately, when Naraku sheathed his blade, only the rogue ninja leader remained alive, while the others lay slain around him. The ground was strewn with severed limbs, blood pooling in the water left behind by the extinguished flames. The once vibrant estate, now reduced to ruins and engulfed in flames, juxtaposed with the carnage of bodies and blood, rendered the scene akin to a hellish battlefield. And Naraku, the harbinger of death, reaped the souls of the fallen. The rogue ninja leader, witnessing this horrifying tableau, was utterly paralyzed with fear, his pupils dilating in terror as he trembled uncontrollably before Naraku. Nailuo gazed at him and took a step forward. This single stride became the final straw that shattered the psychological defenses of the rebellious ninja leader. Faced with Nailuo's advancing presence, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. "You are a devil," he muttered incessantly. "Now, I speak, you answer. If your response pleases me, I shall grant you a swift death. Do you understand?" Nailuo approached him, blade in hand, and addressed him directly. A devil is indeed a devil. Yet, in response to Nailuo's inquiry, the leader seemed oblivious, merely continuing his murmurs. "Have you been frightened into submission?" Nailuo frowned. This was quite troublesome. Nailuo had spared his life solely to uncover whether there were other strongholds beyond this one. If there were, he intended to eradicate them thoroughly. Though typically lethargic, Nailuo had accepted a commission from the land of grass, adhering to the principle that the client is paramount. He resolved that if he were to act, it would be executed with utmost precision. However, he did not anticipate that the rebellious leader would be so thoroughly terrified, now exhibiting signs of severe mental disturbance. With a swift motion, Nailuo struck, severing the leader's arm. "Ah, my hand." The speed of Nailuo's blade was such that the leader initially felt nothing, but soon after, excruciating pain surged through his mind. The agony of losing an arm jolted him back to reality, prompting him to scream in despair. Are you back to your senses? If so, answer my question. Nailuo's voice was cold and unyielding as he observed the leader wailing on the ground, his heart unfazed. Having long since cultivated a heart of stone through years of missions. Chapter 43, Discovery of a Vortex Xiangling after years of missions. Nailuo was no longer the soft-hearted novice he once was. Even at the tender age of 5, before embarking on any missions, he calmly executed ninjas from the hidden cloud village. Now, after enduring various bloody trials, he had become adept at confronting adversaries without hesitation. Those with tender hearts had perished long ago on the battlefield. Only those capable of ruthlessly eliminating foes survived. Thus, Nailuo could confidently slay hundreds of ninjas without flinching. Concerning life and death and the act of killing, Nailuo had long since become indifferent. As long as he remained true to his conscience and refrained from wantonly slaughtering innocents, he saw no moral burden in eliminating enemies. After all, it was a matter of survival. If he did not kill, he would surely be killed. Glug, the rebellious leader, swallowed hard despite the pain. What do you wish to know? He asked, his voice trembling. Well, not much, just whether you possess any other locations aside from this stronghold. If I tell you, will you spare me? The leader still harbored a glimmer of hope. What do you think? Nailuo smiled at him. Yet the leader perceived the smile as chilling as a specter in the dead of night. He understood that Nailuo would never spare his life. The only difference lay in whether he would die swiftly for his honesty or endure the horrors of torture for his deceit. There is another location, but it houses fewer people, only a dozen or so. It serves as our emergency refuge. He forced a bitter smile, ultimately choosing to divulge the information. Very well. Lead me there. Do not attempt any tricks. You must know there is no escape for you. Rest assured, having witnessed your capabilities, I have abandoned all illusions. Now, I only wish for a swift end. Clearly, he had come to terms with his grim reality. Nailuo utilized binding techniques to restrain him and then hoisted him along the path indicated, moving rapidly forward. After some time, traversing several mountains, Nailuo finally arrived at another stronghold. This stronghold was situated at the base of a mine, guarded by 2 ninjas at the entrance. Nailuo discarded the rebellious leader onto the ground and kicked him awake. Awaken. Is this the place? The leader, weakened from blood loss, stirred groggily. In truth, had Nailuo not provided him with rudimentary treatment during their journey, he might have succumbed already. The rebellious leader struggled to lift his head and surveyed the surroundings. Upon spotting the cave, he weakly affirmed, "Yes, this is it." Excellent. Nailuo lifted him again and, with force, hurled him into the cave. Thud. The rebellious leader landed heavily at the feet of the 2 guarding ninjas, producing a dull thud. Who goes there? What happened to the leader? The 2 were startled but quickly recognized him. Leader, who inflicted such injuries upon you? An enemy attack. Brothers, prepare yourselves. Upon hearing the commotion outside, a multitude of figures emerged from within. At this moment, Nailuo stepped slowly from the shadows, confronting the gathered crowd. Is this the only enemy? Or are others lurking in the dark? The sight of Nailuo, drenched in blood, rendered the opposing ninjas incredulous, for they perceived him as exceedingly youthful. Run. I am sorry for you all. At that moment, the rebellious leader seemed to experience a pang of conscience, urging his comrades to flee. Enough, boss. This brat must have employed some underhanded means to harm you. Wait here, we will fetch medicine for you. Quickly, don't stand there. You 4 deal with this brat, while the rest go inside to retrieve the medicine for the boss. A figure who appeared to be a subordinate barked orders. The group of rebellious ninjas surrounded Nailuo, while 2 returned to the cave for the so-called medicine. The remaining ninjas encircled Nailuo, grinning maliciously. Huh, who is this little brat? Coming at night to deliver himself to death? Look at his dazed expression. He must be terrified. This kid, using some trick to injure the boss. Don't forget. He looks tender and delicate. Capture him alive. Don't kill him just yet. I want to have some fun before ending him. Hey, your tastes remain as unique as ever. The crowd laughed derisively, viewing Nailuo as mere prey. To their taunts, Nailuo remained unperturbed, for in his eyes, they were simply corpses waiting to happen. However, he cast a significant glance at one who suggested a friendly interaction, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, the rebellious leader lay on the ground, having turned his gaze away, closing his eyes. Sigh, I have given my warnings. You all insist on courting death. I can hardly bear to watch. At that moment, Luo finally made his move. Drawing his blade, a myriad of shimmering slashes erupted in an instant. It was a spectacle of rapid motion as Luo danced across the battlefield, his blade reflecting the firelight in a dazzling display. Whoosh! In mere moments, Luo sheathed his blade and stood resolutely. As the ninjas encircling Naraku slowly oozed blood from their bodies, a gust of wind swept through the forest, causing those who had been standing to collapse instantaneously, their forms reduced to scattered remnants. The individual who had spoken disrespectfully was cleaved into countless pieces, rendered beyond the possibility of reassembly. "Boss, we have brought the medicine for you." At that moment, two individuals who had ventured into the cave emerged, leading a young girl by the hand. However, upon exiting the cave, they were met with a gruesome sight of dismembered corpses and pools of blood. "What in the world happened?" they exclaimed in horror. The little girl they were guiding, upon witnessing the bloody scene, could not suppress her urge to vomit. Without further ado, Naraku raised his hand and unleashed a lethal strike, piercing the foreheads of the two individuals and extinguishing their lives. He then turned his curious gaze toward the young girl. Wasn't she supposed to be fetching medicine? Why had she emerged with a child? Moreover, the girl's crimson hair was unmistakable, a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. Wait a moment. Could this child be? The red-haired girl, bound by iron chains around her wrists and ankles, made a clattering noise with each movement, evidently restrained to prevent her escape. The chains were secured so tightly that they had already begun to chafe her skin, leaving behind bloody marks. Naraku scrutinized her closely. Her attire was tattered and stained, suggesting a long period without change. Initially, he had not noticed, but now, as he drew nearer, a faint, sour odor reached his nostrils. He recognized it as the scent of neglect and uncleanliness, reminiscent of the prisoners he had encountered in the dungeons of the Hidden Leaf Village. Her exposed arms and neck bore numerous marks, some of which were still fresh, indicating recent injuries. At this moment, she was curled up tightly, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at the bloodied Naraku. When she noticed his attention upon her, she instinctively buried her head between her legs, clutching it with her hands. "What is your name?" Naraku inquired. Yet the girl, much like the former rogue ninja leader, was paralyzed by fear and trembled without uttering a word. "Am I truly that frightening? I consider myself quite charming. The girls in the village are always drawn to me. You, on the other hand, lack a discerning eye." Naraku scoffed. "Hey, are you dead? If not, respond to my question. What is the name of this little girl? Where did you abduct her from?" He kicked the rogue ninja leader. With that kick, the leader, who had been teetering on the brink of consciousness, was jolted back to reality. "Huh," he murmured, half-lidded eyes struggling to focus. With a swift motion, Naraku stomped on his leg, breaking it with a sickening crack. The agonizing pain sent the rogue ninja leader into a frenzied scream. "Weren't you the one who promised a swift death? You lack integrity," he shouted amidst his suffering, casting aside his fear to hurl insults at Naraku. The trembling girl, hearing the sound of breaking bones and the leader's cries, shook even more violently. "All right. I did promise you a quick end. My memory fails me at times. I seem to have forgotten. However, now that you are awake, let us return to my previous inquiry. Who is she? How did you come to bring her here? Is that acceptable?" Naraku leaned down, wearing an apologetic smile as he addressed the rogue ninja leader. The leader, enduring his agony, glanced at the girl. "This girl is named Xiangling. We stumbled upon her accidentally. Both she and her mother possess a unique power, whether injured or depleted of chakra. A mere bite from them allows for recovery." "Oh, and what of her mother?" Naraku pondered aloud. "Her mother died 6 months ago. At that time, we had just fought a battle against the Land of Grass, and many of our comrades were wounded. We used her mother for recovery, but inadvertently drained her chakra. She did not survive the ordeal," the leader recounted, his voice growing weaker with each word. "We were left with this girl. A few months ago, she attempted to escape, but we captured her and shackled her. After all, she is our miraculous medicine. Alas." The rogue ninja leader continued, perhaps seeking a form of relief in confession, imparting the full story of Xiangling's plight. By the end, his voice had become faint and intermittent, expressing regret that despite possessing such a miraculous remedy, he could not survive at Naraku's hands. "Well, you have been cooperative, so I will grant you a swift release. Remember to be a good person in your next life, should you have one." Naraku positioned his blade at the rogue ninja leader's throat. "Wait, may I ask a question? I wish to know your name. I do not wish to die without knowing whose hand has claimed my life." Naraku contemplated for a moment before replying. "My name is Hyuga Naraku." Without further ado, he exerted force and severed the rogue ninja leader's head from his body. Afterward, He retrieved a clean cloth to wipe the blood from his blade before sheathing it. Naraku then turned his attention toward the tightly curled Xiangling and slowly approached her. Sensing footsteps drawing near, Xiangling couldn't help but glance up. Upon lifting her gaze, she found Naraku squatting before her. "Please, don't kill me. I can heal your wounds. I can prepare tea and cook for you. Just spare my life," Xiangling cried. Overwhelmed with fear, her tears streaming uncontrollably. No matter how much Naraku attempted to appear harmless, he had forgotten his blood-soaked appearance, which would terrify anyone, especially given that Xiangling had witnessed him slaughtering numerous ninjas. In her eyes, he had become a ruthless killer. Naraku sighed in exasperation. "Calm down, I will not harm you. There is no need to be afraid." He attempted to soothe her gently. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. Xiangling continued to weep inconsolably. The muscles in Naraku's forehead began to tense. "Little girl, I told you to stop crying. If you do not listen, I might just kill you," he said, feigning ferocity. To his surprise, this threat proved effective, and the once sobbing Xiangling finally managed to suppress her tears. To manage disobedient children, Naraku possesses myriad methods. Although he has never tested these on his two younger sisters in this life, in his previous life, he certainly did not hesitate to discipline the unruly children of relatives. Observing Xiangling, who refrained from crying yet appeared on the verge of tears, Naraku felt a pang of sympathy. This little girl seemed even younger than his sister Hinata, yet she had already endured such suffering. In her desperate quest for survival, she had compromised her dignity to appease her adversaries. In an instant, Naraku could no longer bear to instill fear in her. "Enough of the tears," he said gently. "I will take you away from here. From now on, you shall stay with me, and no one will dare to bully you again. Whoever wishes to harm you must first seek my permission." Naraku retrieved a clean handkerchief from his system space and tenderly wiped Xiangling's dirty little face, whispering words of comfort. Chapter 45, Another Little Bride? As the handkerchief touched Xiangling's skin, she instinctively recoiled in fear. Yet, Naraku's gentle yet firm hand steadied her, as he wiped away her tears and grime. In that moment, Xiangling felt the warmth of Naraku's touch, and her fear inexplicably dissipated, reminiscent of the soothing caress from her mother. Overwhelmed by emotion, she threw herself into Naraku's embrace, sobbing heartily, her tears soaking his shirt. There, it's all right now. Come, let us return home." Under the night sky, Naraku lifted the petite Xiangling and began walking towards the land of fire, Konoha. He did not glance back at the corpses left behind. Once the mission report was submitted, the Land of Grass would dispatch someone to handle the aftermath. At the entrance of Konoha village, two figures, one tall and one small, stood hand in hand. These figures were Naraku and Xiangling. Due to the presence of Xiangling, who slowed him down, it took them 5 days to return from the Land of Grass to Konoha. "Here we are, Konoha, the place I call home, and soon it shall be your home too. Do you understand?" Naraku addressed the little girl. Xiangling gazed in awe at the grand gates before her. Such a small country as the Land of Grass had no doors as imposing as those of Konoha. For Xiangling, it was akin to a rustic villager encountering the city for the first time. Suddenly, two figures appeared before Naraku. Well, is that our young master Naraku returning from his mission?" one of them teased. Upon seeing the two men, Xiangling instinctively shrank behind Naraku. "Oh, and you've brought back a little girl. Naraku, you're not kidnapping children, are you? That is a serious offense in Konoha." The other chimed in, eyeing Xiangling curiously. "Come on, you two old geezers," Naraku replied with a smirk. "Aren't you both old enough to retire? Stop scaring the little girl." These two were the gatekeepers of Konoha, whom Naraku had known since childhood. Their banter was a regular occurrence whenever they met. "Come on, you cheeky brat. Jokes aside, you'll need to explain the little girl's origins. It's our duty." As they shifted to serious matters, their playful demeanor faded, and they regarded Naraku earnestly. "Relax. This little girl is someone I encountered during my mission in the Land of Grass. She was imprisoned by my target, and her mother was killed by those people. Seeing her so alone, I decided to bring her back with me. Don't worry, she poses no threat. I'll inform the third Hokage about the details." Naraku waved his hand dismissively, maintaining an air of calm, withholding further specifics to ensure Xiangling's safety. "Ah, I see. Well, we won't keep you. Go on and submit your report. Your sisters have surely missed you during your absence." After exchanging farewells, Naraku led Xiangling into the village. As they walked through the bustling streets, Xiangling marveled at the vibrant sights of Konoha. The enticing aromas wafting from various food stalls made her mouth water. Watching her become entranced by the food, Naraku chuckled to himself, recalling how in his previous life, he only knew Xiangling as a love-struck girl infatuated with Sasuke. Oblivious to her culinary enthusiasm. With no other choice, Naraku bought her a skewer of candied fruit. Here, enjoy this for now. I'll take you to meet an elderly gentleman, and afterwards, we can indulge in more delicious treats. Xiangling gleefully accepted the candied fruit and began to eat. In the Hokage's office. Come in. Naraku pushed the door open and entered with Xiangling. Old man, I'm back. Did you miss me? He greeted cheerfully. Approaching the third Hokage. Oh, isn't this our talented Jonin? After gallivanting about, you finally decided to return? The classified documents from the Land of Grass arrived 3 days ago, yet you just now return. The third Hokage scrutinized Naraku with a disapproving gaze. Naraku quickly waved his hands. No, you've misunderstood, old man. It's not that I didn't want to return sooner, circumstances prevented it. And look, I brought a little one with me. He stepped aside to reveal Xiangling, who, feeling intimidated by the Hokage's gaze, instinctively nestled closer to Naraku. The third Hokage had noticed her upon their entrance, but remained silent, knowing Naraku would not bring someone without reason. What? Another little bride? Remember, I am still living with you. Be careful not to set your own house on fire. The Hokage quipped, a hint of amusement in his tone. Perhaps having spent ample time with Naraku, the third Hokage seemed to have picked up the art of banter himself. You need not worry about that, old man. I'm still young and vigorous. As for you, I suspect that even if you wished to, you'd find it quite a challenge. Naraku grinned mischievously. The third Hokage, caught off guard by the retort, felt a flicker of irritation. You insolent brat. Is there anything else? If not, be off with you. Not so fast. Old man. Take a good look at her hair color. Naraku gently nudged Xiangling forward. The Hokage examined Xiangling's vibrant red hair, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Red hair. Could it be? His voice held a note of uncertainty as he turned to Naraku. Indeed, this little girl is someone I met during my mission. Unfortunately, she is too young to remember her past, but if I'm not mistaken, she is likely a member of the Uzumaki clan. Naraku recounted the details of their encounter with the Hokage, ensuring to provide a comprehensive account. At last, Naraku addressed the third Hokage, saying, Old man, I brought her here to meet you because I wish for her to join Konoha and become one of us. I thought it best to inform you, lest the Umbu continue to keep a watchful eye on her. Furthermore, she is my responsibility now. I have come to regard her as my sister, and I will not entrust her to you for your experiments. That is something you can forget about. Naraku warned the third Hokage sternly. The third Hokage remained silent, merely picking up his pipe to take a puff of smoke. Naraku stood beside Xiangling, waiting quietly for the third Hokage's decision. Finally, after a few puffs, he spoke. What do you take Konoha for? We shall not treat an innocent person in such a manner. Rest assured, I will communicate with the Umbu, and this young girl will henceforth be considered a part of our village. However, as she is someone you have brought back, you must ensure that no trouble arises, understood? The third Hokage cautioned Naraku. Naraku inwardly scoffed at the irony of the situation, knowing that Konoha harbored Danzo, who secretly stifled potential, and Orochimaru, who had conducted ghastly experiments on the living. Yet, he kept his thoughts to himself. Very well, then. I shall take my leave, old man. Naraku waved goodbye to the third Hokage and turned to depart with Xiangling. Chapter 46. Shall I try? After watching Naraku and Xiangling exit the Hokage's office, the third Hokage turned to pick up a document from his desk. This document had been delivered 3 days prior by the representatives of the Land of Grass. Upon opening it, he found it contained the results of Naraku's mission there. Originally, this report was compiled by the ninjas of the Land of Grass after assessing the battlefield and was meant for their leader. However, after some deliberation, the leader decided to forward it along with the mission completion report to Konoha. The battle report had been reviewed by the third Hokage several times over the past 3 days, yet he felt compelled to read it once more. The report began with some inconsequential pleasantries before delving into the main subject, which detailed the aftermath of Naraku's battle with remarkable precision. The scene was one of devastation, with shattered walls and scattered limbs strewn about the ground. Furthermore, the grass ninjas had discovered the remains of several enemy ninjas, gruesomely dismembered in a cave where Naraku had last been. All of this was captured in photographs included in the report. After a prolonged gaze at the images, the third Hokage set them down with a heavy sigh. Alas, this young man possesses a terrifying capacity for violence. According to the grass ninjas, he left no survivors among the 156 adversaries he faced, many of whom met a particularly brutal end. I cannot fathom how he has become this formidable. Nor can I discern whether it is right or wrong to send him out on these missions for his training. I can only hope he remains true to himself and does not lose his way amidst power and bloodshed. Konoha has already produced one Orochimaru. We cannot afford another. The third Hokage took another puff from his pipe, sighing deeply once more. Meanwhile, Naraku and Xiangling made their way home. Upon entering the backyard, they could hear the sound of his sister Hinata training with Yaoyun. Naraku peeked in to see Hinata and Yaoyun engaged in a focused sparring session, their faces reflecting a rare seriousness. Sitting on the steps was Hanabi, who was intently watching the two practice, her hands cradling her face in concentration. Tada, I'm back. Naraku suddenly appeared before them. Brother. Upon seeing Naraku, Hinata and Hanabi beamed with joy, rushing towards him. Ah, my dear sisters. You've both grown even more beautiful during my absence. Naraku exclaimed, embracing each of them in turn. Look what I brought back for you. Naraku said, producing a bounty of treats he had scavenged on his journey from the land of grass. The system space allowed him to store food without fear of spoilage, which often led him to use it as a snack repository for his sisters. Though Hinata had matured and was less inclined to indulge in sweets, Hanabi, still a child at heart, dove into the pile of goodies. Naraku-kun, you're back. Yaoyun chimed in, watching the playful interaction between Naraku and his sisters. Yes, I actually returned earlier, but I was delayed by some matters. How have you been these past few days? Thanks to you, Naraku-kun, my health has improved. I am now training alongside Hinata without any discomfort. That is wonderful. Congratulations on finally being able to pursue your dream of becoming a ninja. Naraku shared a smile with Yaoyun. Naraku-kun, who is this? Yaoyun inquired, glancing at Xiangling, who had been lingering shyly behind Naraku since entering the Hyuga compound. Xiangling felt a pang of insecurity, wondering if these charming sisters would render her superfluous. Naraku gently brought Xiangling forward, introducing her. Allow me to introduce you. This is Xiangling, a girl I met during my travels, whom I have come to regard as my sister. Since she is younger than you, Hinata, she will also be your sister from now on. And Hanabi, remember to call her sister from now on, understood? Naraku affectionately placed his hands on Xiangling's shoulders, introducing her to the group. He had learned of Xiangling's age during their journey. She was merely 8 years old, just 2 months younger than Hinata. However, due to prolonged malnutrition and being treated as a mere vessel for blood, she appeared much younger than her actual age. He then tousled Xiangling's hair, saying, the taller one is Yaoyun, a good friend of mine. This short-haired sister is Hinata, and the little one is Hanabi. Both are my beloved sisters. From now on, I want you all to get along well, understood? Yes. Hinata nodded obediently, stepping forward to extend her hands toward Xiangling. Though Xiangling hesitated, sensing the warmth emanating from Hinata, she eventually placed her small hands into Hinata's. Hinata grasped Xiangling's hands and offered her a kind smile. Feeling the sincerity in Hinata's gesture, Xiangling's face finally broke into a sweet smile. As the fireworks danced in the air, Huohuo rummaged through the snacks while waving at Xiangling. All right, you three go play for now. Find your own snacks. Nai Luo introduced the trio and then turned his attention elsewhere. He stood up and addressed Yakumo. You seem to have recovered well. How about I give it a try with you? Please do, Nai Luo-kun. Yakumo replied, bowing politely before launching a sudden punch. Hey, that's a bit unsporting, Nai Luo exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Yakumo's unexpected move. Nevertheless, his quick reflexes allowed him to evade the sneak attack. Yakumo remained silent, merely sticking out his tongue playfully. The two began to spar, exchanging blows. Nai Luo, however, exerted minimal effort, mostly standing still and allowing Yakumo to engage him, simply blocking her strikes. After a long while, Yakumo, panting heavily, stopped and said, Nai Luo-kun, I can't keep up. You're just too formidable. I'm no match for you. Nai Luo smiled lightly and replied, You've only just begun to recover. Reaching this level is quite impressive. Keep it up. I believe you will become even better. Chapter 47, Graduation Approaches. In the small grove outside Konoha village, ever since Nai Luo had brought most of the 12 small strong for a barbecue, this place had become their gathering spot. Be careful. It's almost burnt, you fool. Sasuke scolded. Stop nagging, it's so annoying. Huh, after all these years, you still can't grill properly and you dare call me annoying? Pathetic. Humph, you're the one at the back. Why don't you try using ninjutsu to grill? By the creek, a massive barbecue grill continuously rotated. Naruto was turning the spit, roasting a wild boar, while a dark-haired youth below blasted flames at it. The flames formed through ninjutsu were evidently hotter than ordinary fire, making the boar sizzle and ooze fat. However, Sasuke's control over the fire was evidently lacking, as several spots on the boar were nearly charred. This individual was none other than the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. For years had passed since Nailuo became a Jonin, and Naruto, Sasuke, and the others were now 12, on the verge of graduating from the Ninja Academy. For years ago, after the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Nailuo noticed Sasuke was trapped in his grief. Thus, during his pickups of Hinata and Naruto, he would intentionally approach Sasuke, having promised his brother to look after him. Initially, Sasuke was wary and resistant to Nailuo's approach. However, with time, he realized that Nailuo bore him no ill will. Moreover, Nailuo often provided guidance during his training. Sasuke reflected that there was nothing particularly special about himself for Nailuo to concern himself with, and gradually accepted his goodwill, integrating into Nailuo's small group. Thus, the 9 from the 12 small strong, all from the same class, gathered around Nailuo. Additionally, Nailuo was accompanied by Yakumo, Hyuga, and Xiangling, making their outdoor excursions quite the spectacle. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke, the eternal rivals, were working together to grill, while other boys were fishing in the stream or playing with insects. The girls were busy preparing soup or arranging the picnic blanket, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Nailuo stretched lazily and opened his sleep-laden eyes. Sasuke, your fire control is lacking. Inability to master the temperature and intensity of the flames means you'll expend more chakra in battle. Do not underestimate chakra in critical moments. A lack of it could be fatal. Nailuo glanced at Sasuke as he spoke. Grilling with flames released through ninjutsu was a training method Nailuo had set for Sasuke. Initially, Sasuke resisted vehemently, deeming it a joke. However, after being compelled to try it a couple of times, he found his control over fire techniques had indeed improved and began earnestly practicing. Nailuo and you're awake. The soup is almost ready. Would you like to try it? The girls greeted him as he stirred from sleep. Oh, this soup smells delightful. Who made it? Nailuo inquired, leaning closer to the girls. It was me, Nailuo-kun. Please have a taste. Yakumo, now even more beautiful after 4 years, responded as she served him a bowl. After tasting it, Nailuo couldn't help but finish it all. This is truly delicious. Yakumo, your culinary skills are exceptional. You'll surely make a wonderful wife someday. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry you. Nailuo praised her exuberantly. Is Nailuo-kun hinting at something? Yakumo, upon hearing his words, blushed instantly, her shyness around him unchanged after all these years. Time to eat. Nailuo set down his bowl and inspected the boar. Seeing it was nearly ready, he decided it was time. With a swift motion, he lifted the grill and, raising his hand skyward, unsheathed his blade. With swift strikes, the massive boar was sliced into pieces. Oh, it's finally time to eat. Upon hearing this, Naruto, Kiba, and Shikamaru were the first to rush over, gathering around the picnic blanket and diving into the feast. Nailuo and we've been eating so much these past few years, and I've noticed the game around here is dwindling. Shikamaru commented as he approached Nailuo. Really? Perhaps it's because we've been hunting so aggressively that the animals have fled, Nailuo mused. Over the years, Nailuo had frequently brought people to this spot for picnics, which had certainly burdened the local wildlife. From the smallest birds and rabbits to the largest wild boars, none had escaped being served at Nailuo's table. However, recently, the dwindling number of animals struck Nailuo as odd, and Shikamaru's observation confirmed his suspicions. The animals in the area were either hunted to extinction or had fled in fear. The atmosphere grew a touch awkward. By the way, you all will be graduating soon, right? Time truly flies. Nailuo shifted the topic, addressing everyone. Yes, next week is our graduation exam. If we pass, we will officially become Genin of Konoha. They all chimed in. But we can't compare to Nailuo and We're 12 and just becoming Genin, while you were already a Jonin at 10. Sakura remarked, her tone somewhat deflated. Don't think like that. Being a Genin is impressive in its own right. Let me tell you, when it comes to battles, Jonins wield pots and pans, while Genins can unleash devastation. Never underestimate a Genin. Nailuo concluded with a mysterious smile directed at Naruto and Sasuke. Naraku. Why are you staring at me? Seeing Naraku's gaze fixed on him, Naruto asked in a state of confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I just want to know how well you're preparing. Don't let us down at the critical moment. If everyone else graduates as Genin and you're the only one who fails, you'll have no face left. Naruto swallowed the meat in his mouth with effort and patted his chest, saying, rest assured, Naraku, I will definitely succeed. Naraku was merely teasing Naruto. After all, he knew Naruto would undoubtedly become a genin, despite his struggles with controlling his chakra due to the Nine-Tails disturbance, which led to his inability to master even the basic transformation technique and ultimately resulted in his exam failure. He was fortunate that there was someone secretly aiming to use Naruto to steal the sealing book. After this ordeal, Naruto deepened his bond with Iruka and successfully graduated as a genin. Chapter 48. It's just a performance. Naraku stood at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, observing the stream of students exiting after school. At this moment, he couldn't help but reminisce about his past life, vaguely recalling how he used to wait at the school gate for his grandparents to pick him up. Shaking his head, he cast aside these sudden thoughts. Although he had been thrust into this world after a fatal accident, and most of his family was gone, Naraku still yearned to return and see them. Yet, he knew his current strength was too feeble. He resolved to return once he gained enough power to traverse worlds. While Naraku was lost in thought, a clear voice snapped him back to reality. Hinata, have you finished the exam? How did it go? Although he was confident in Hinata's innate talent, Naraku still asked. Yes, I passed. Starting today, I am a Konoha ninja. Hinata beamed, revealing her ninja headband. However, when she thought of Naruto, her expression dimmed. In their entire class, everyone had passed except for Naruto. She couldn't fathom how devastating this blow would be for him. Huh, Naruto didn't pass? Yes, Hinata nodded. Let us go find him. Naraku took Hinata's small hand and headed into the campus. Naraku had already sensed Naruto's direction, but he deliberately walked in the opposite way. After all, he needed to give Mizuki an opportunity to stir up trouble. Otherwise, how would Naruto naturally become a genin? As they wandered the campus, pretending to search for Naruto, they encountered Sasuke. Naraku, big brother. Sasuke called out. You passed the exam, right? Humph. That trivial test was something I could have passed years ago. Sasuke replied haughtily. Naraku smiled but chose not to speak. He understood Sasuke's personality well enough. However, Sasuke's talent was still notable compared to ordinary people, and there wasn't much left for the Ninja Academy to teach him. Big brother Naraku, I have a request. Now that we graduated from the Ninja Academy, I'd like to ask you to train me. Just as Naraku was about to leave, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. Oh, Haven T, I already been helping you train? Naraku replied, looking at Sasuke with a request in his eyes. It's not enough. I want you to intensify my training. I have important matters to attend to and powerful foes to defeat. I know that my current self is far from adequate. Sasuke raised his head, staring directly at Naraku. His voice resolute. Naraku glanced at the stubborn Sasuke and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he said, for the next few days, I'll be in the village. Meet me every morning at the highest little hill outside the village. That's where I train daily. Hearing Naraku's agreement, Sasuke's face lit up with joy. If we talk about Konoha's geniuses, disregarding the past, Naraku undoubtedly stands as the foremost in recent years. Just 4 years ago, he became an elite jonin at merely 10 years old, consistently completing every mission single-handedly, without a single failure, whether they were relatively simple B-rank or challenging S-rank tasks. All executed flawlessly. Under the unintentional promotion by the third Hokage, Naraku became a model for the younger generation in Konoha. This is why Sasuke willingly followed Naraku and called him Big Brother. He believed that with Naraku's guidance, his strength would surely soar. Naraku turned, rubbing his forehead. What is this? I feel like I've become a professional babysitter. However, since I promised Itachi before, he calculated, with 2 younger sisters, Naruto, Ayumi, Xiangling, and now adding Sasuke, it seems his responsibilities are multiplying. Well, it's just for a few days. Once they're divided into different classes, I'll leave it to Kakashi. Naraku shook his head and walked towards Naruto. At this moment, he noticed Mizuki sitting with Naruto, chatting. Seeing the curious expression on Naruto's face, he feared Mizuki had already mentioned the sealing book, so it was time for him to intervene. Hey there. Naraku approached Naruto. Sitting on a swing, Naruto looked up upon seeing Naraku and Hinata. His face initially brightened but then quickly fell. Big brother Naraku. Naruto greeted him, visibly upset. What's the matter? It's just that you didn't pass the exam this time, right? Don't lose heart. There will still be opportunities. Naraku ruffled Naruto's hair, casting a glance at Mizuki, speaking pointedly. Ah, it's the esteemed heir of the Hyuga clan. I've heard so much about you. My name is Mizuki, and I am Naruto's teacher. Mizuki introduced himself to Naraku, seemingly unperturbed. Ah, Mizuki-sensei, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've often heard Naruto and Hinata speak of you. They've greatly benefited from your guidance at school. Naraku responded warmly. Oh, it's nothing. It's our duty as teachers. I noticed Naruto sitting here alone, so I thought I'd come and encourage him. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Mizuki hurriedly explained, seemingly worried Naraku might misunderstand. Oh, all right, we should be leaving as well. Farewell. Naraku waved to Mizuki, taking Hinata's hand in one and placing the other on Naruto's shoulder as they departed. Mizuki watched Naraku's retreating figure, his gaze flickering. Soon, if everything goes well tonight, one day, I too shall become someone praised by all in Konoha, just like you. At the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, Naraku treated Naruto and Hinata to ramen. After finishing their meal, he bid farewell to Naruto. This time, Naruto was unusually sullen, even in front of his favorite Ichiraku Ramen. Naraku could only offer a few words of comfort. However, he didn't say much more, knowing well that Naruto was already contemplating the theft of the sealing book. Therefore, as long as things unfolded according to the plot, everything would be fine. What Naraku must do is to protect Naruto in the shadows, preventing any unforeseen incidents. In the dead of night, Naruto lay alone in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Damn it, he thought, though Naraku has always been comforting me, he must still feel disappointment towards me in his heart. Everyone else has passed the tests and become ninjas, yet I have failed. The villagers all know that Naraku sees me as a brother. I must have brought him shame. The anguish in Naruto's heart felt like a knife twisting within him. Suddenly, the words spoken by Mizuki during the day flashed through his mind. Hidden within the village is a scroll of sealing techniques, containing various ninjutsu. If one were to master the techniques within, they could indeed become a ninja, but acquiring the scroll would not be an easy task. In an instant, Naruto sat up. Damn it, I must become a ninja. Chapter 49. The Peeping Old Man in the Dead of Night. Naraku was not asleep. Instead, he lay on the roof of his home, gazing at the stars while waiting for Naruto to steal the scroll of sealing. Finally, just as Naraku began to doze off, he heard the sound of several ninjas moving swiftly. Naraku opened his eyes and saw shadows leaping across the rooftops. Really? Can't they just take the main road? What if they wake someone up jumping around on someone else's roof at this hour? So rude. Naraku muttered to himself. It appeared that Naruto was making his move. I'm so tired, he thought. I should go take a look. As long as Mizuki doesn't ambush him, it will be amusing. Although the third Hokage was undoubtedly watching through the crystal ball, he was far too removed from the situation. There was no way Naraku would believe that Naruto could easily steal the scroll without the third's intervention. A boy who couldn't even properly execute the basic transformation technique stealing a forbidden item from Konoha? If that were the case, Konoha would have been destroyed countless times. Naraku was convinced that the third Hokage was well aware of the situation and was merely allowing Naruto to take the scroll. Naraku detected a trace of Naruto's chakra and followed it. In a small grove within Konoha, Naruto, Iruka, and Mizuki were already in a standoff. To prevent being detected by the third Hokage, Naraku had cast a spell of concealment upon himself. At that moment, Iruka was lying on Naruto, covered in blood, with a large windmill shuriken lodged in his back. It seems the first round of verbal sparring has concluded. Naraku realized that Naruto had learned from Mizuki why others called him a fox demon. The villagers shunned him because he was the one who had killed Iruka's parents and destroyed the village 12 years ago, didn't they? At this moment, Naruto's heart was in turmoil. He pushed Iruka away and ran into the woods. Seeing Naruto escape, Mizuki abandoned the dazed Iruka and pursued him. Naraku followed at a leisurely pace, observing the chase unfold before him. As Naraku had anticipated, Mizuki transformed into Iruka to block Naruto, but unexpectedly, the Naruto he pursued was actually Iruka in disguise, leading Mizuki to be ambushed and sent flying. Mizuki fell to the ground, struggling to rise, while Iruka leaned against a tree, reverting to his original form. Naraku caught a glimpse of Naruto, who was hiding behind a large tree nearby, clutching the scroll. The situation became dire. Mizuki had merely sustained some pain from his fall, but Iruka was on the brink of collapse. Without outside intervention, he would surely perish. Iruka, what do you gain by protecting that guy, disregarding your parents' hatred? Mizuki taunted. I will not let the scroll fall into your filthy hands. Iruka replied defiantly. How foolish of you. Naruto is no different from me. As long as he uses the jutsu on that scroll, he can do as he pleases. That fox demon Naruto could never achieve anything without the power of the scroll. Mizuki boasted. Indeed, Iruka muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Naruto, who was hiding, trembled. Damn it, even Iruka-sensei doesn't recognize me? Is it only through Naraku that I can gain anyone's approval? Naruto lamented, but then he heard Iruka state. If he were a fox demon, that would be different. But Naruto is not. He is my acknowledged, exceptional student. He works hard, is focused, but lacks cleverness. In this entire village, aside from the heir of the Hyuga clan, no one acknowledges him. Naruto understood the pain others felt. He was not a fox demon, but Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. Iruka spoke with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing those words, Naruto, hidden away, was deeply moved. You reckless fool. I was going to deal with you in the end, but since you said that, you shall die now. Mizuki, left speechless by Iruka's words, grew furious. He drew the windmill shuriken from his back, preparing to eliminate Iruka first. At that critical moment, Naruto charged out from the side, colliding with Mizuki and sending him flying. Naruto glared fiercely at Mizuki. Don't you dare lay a hand on Iruka-sensei. I will kill you. Mizuki clumsily scrambled to his feet. Arrogant brat. I will kill you with a single blow. Naruto formed hand seals. Then you shall see, scum. I will repay you 1,000-fold. Shadow clone technique. As Naruto executed the jutsu, hundreds, even thousands, of identical Narutos appeared on the scene. They surrounded Mizuki, taunting him. What? Didn't you say you would teach me a lesson? Come on, over here. Mizuki, trapped in the middle, panicked at the sight of so many Narutos. The Narutos swarmed him, pummeling him with punches and kicks. In the end, when the shadow clones dissipated, Mizuki lay on the ground, unrecognizable and twitching. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. I think I might have gone a bit too far. Iruka-sensei, are you all right? I'm fine. Iruka looked at Naruto and smiled genuinely. Naruto, come here for a moment. I have something for you. He then handed his forehead protector to Naruto, officially declaring him a graduate and a genin of Konoha. Through this incident, a bond formed between Naruto and Iruka. Naraku, watching from the shadows, felt relieved that events had unfolded according to his design, remaining within his control. Otherwise, he would have had to reveal himself. Naraku gazed up at a specific spot in the sky. That old man, the third Hokage, is still peeping. How shameless. Naraku, having mastered the powers of death, possessed an exceptionally strong spiritual presence. Ever since he broke through to a higher level of spiritual pressure, he had been able to sense the third surveillance. Over the years, he had noticed the third occasionally spying on him, which was quite displeasing. But he could only feign ignorance. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage watched the events unfold through the crystal ball, feeling reassured. Although the Book of Seals was intentionally left for Naruto to steal, he did not desire for Naruto to lose control. Such an outcome would be disastrous. Fortunately, the situation was ultimately brought under control, with Naruto mastering the shadow clone technique and earning the rank of genin after defeating Mizuki. He also established a friendly relationship with Iruka, which is indeed a positive development. However, there was an unsettling feeling that someone had been observing him with ill intent. The third Hokage bore a perplexed expression. Chapter 50. You have been emptied again on the boundless seashore. Naraku stood at the edge, gazing out at the infinite ocean. Having spent a considerable time in the Hidden Leaf Village, it was a rare pleasure to witness the coastal scenery, which was quite delightful. Every time he beheld the vastness of the sea, it stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. Faced with the unending tides, Naraku couldn't help but sigh. Subsequently, he kicked aside the corpse of a mist ninja at his feet and leaped down the cliff. In the next moment, instead of plummeting into the sea, Naraku ascended into the sky in defiance of the laws of physics, swiftly soaring into the distance. This was the land of water, and it had been half a month since the Chunin Exams. Following the second day of the exams, Naraku began training Sasuke, although the duration was brief, lasting only 3 days. True to the original storyline, class divisions commenced after 3 days, with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura once again placed together. Their instructor was none other than Kakashi Hatake. After leaving the troublesome duo of Sasuke and Naruto in Kakashi's care, Naraku set out to undertake another mission. This task was related to the land of water and required him to infiltrate and acquire intelligence. Upon receiving the assignment, Naraku embarked alone. Upon arrival, he met with the Hidden Leaf ninjas who were covertly stationed there. Afterward, he infiltrated the target location and successfully stole the intelligence. However, he was soon confronted by several mist ninjas who had discovered the theft, necessitating Naraku to take action to resolve the situation. For years had passed since Naraku's ascension to Jonin, and his spiritual pressure level remained unchanged at Jonin. During these years, he evidently did not enhance his spiritual pressure through daily sign-ins. However, This was to be expected, while the level beyond high spiritual pressure remained a mystery. It was certainly at least of Kage caliber within the Naruto universe, which was not easily attainable. Despite the lack of power enhancement, Naraku had acquired several valuable items over the years, his luck not having abandoned him entirely. At that moment, Naraku's system interface displayed the following. Host, Hyuga Naraku level. High spiritual pressure, Jonin. Abilities, Byakugan, perfect. Gentle fist, master. 8 trigrams 128 palms, master. 8 trigrams air palm, master. Heavenly spin, master. Binding techniques, 160 series. Intermediate healing techniques, advanced body flicker technique, sky dance technique items. Zanpakuto, mundane. Initial release abilities, reverse brush. Moon slash, gray cat. Divine spear, heavenly punishment, wabi sabi. Dragon Ball World Senzu Beans. The inclusion of the sky dance technique allowed Naraku to soar freely through the air, significantly enhancing his aerial combat capabilities. Although the body flicker technique enabled him to stand suspended in midair, it could not compare to the freedom of flight. Moreover, his Zanpakuto had gained 4 new initial releases, with the Gray Cat's ability being relatively inconsequential, while the other 3 brought immense joy to Naraku. The Divine Spear, renowned for its speed, was tested by Naraku, revealing that in its initial release state, it already reached 5 times the speed of sound, making it impossible for anyone to evade his assassination when caught off guard. With the ability of Heavenly Punishment, Naraku could enlarge his Zanpakuto. Have you ever seen a 40-meter blade? If not, I grant you the privilege of fleeing 39 meters first. Not to mention that after achieving its final form, it could summon the black rope of Heavenly Punishment. Finally, the most delightful surprise for Naraku was Wabi Sabi, whose ability could double the weight of anything it struck, with no upper limit. In the original work, due to Kira Itachi's inadequate strength, the terrifying potential of this blade went unrealized. However, in Naraku's hands, with his speed and power, he could strike his enemies hundreds of times in an instant, potentially overwhelming them with their own weapons. As for the Senzu Beans, they provided Naraku with an additional layer of security as he traversed the later stages of the Naruto world. Flying high in the sky, Naraku traveled for half a day, distancing himself from the land of water and entering the land of waves. Just then, he spotted a group of people below. Curious, Naraku tilted his head and swiftly descended. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing here? The group was Kakashi's team, with Naruto and Sasuke carrying the unconscious Kakashi on their backs, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Ah, Naraku, what brings you here? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence to encounter you while on a mission. Is this fate? Sakura gazed at Naraku with admiration. Naraku, Sasuke greeted him coolly. What are you doing in the land of waves? And what happened to Kakashi? Naraku inquired. Well, we accepted a mission to protect Uncle Dazna from gangsters during the bridge construction. However, we were ambushed by ninjas. Kakashi-sensei fended them off, but he ended up fainting. Naruto explained. I see. So this is a mission in the land of waves. It seems Kakashi must have faced Zabuza, Naraku pondered. By the way, is Zabuza a man or a woman? I'm quite curious. Naraku's mind raced with thoughts. He then approached Kakashi to assess his condition. There's nothing serious. He's merely exhausted from chakra depletion. A period of rest will suffice, Naraku reassured. Upon hearing that Kakashi was not gravely harmed, Naruto and the others visibly relaxed. However, knowing it would take some time for his recovery, their faces fell once more. Observing their expressions, Naraku smiled and said, Rest assured. I shall remain here with you during this time. Really? Then we have nothing to worry about. Upon learning that Naraku would stay, the trio's anxiety vanished instantly. The group then proceeded to Dazna's home, settling Kakashi comfortably before Naruto and the others retired to rest, while Naraku took on the responsibility of guarding the premises. The following morning, Kakashi awoke slowly under the sun's warm rays. He reached up to rub his somewhat dizzy head. Oh, you're awake. So who drained you this time? Naraku teased, standing nearby with a mischievous grin. Kakashi-kun, what are you doing here? Kakashi asked curiously. I happened to pass by after completing my mission in the land of water and saw you in such a disheveled state. I couldn't leave you all here. Kakashi sighed. I was only meant to undertake a B-rank mission, but unexpected events unfolded, culminating in an encounter with the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. Thankfully, we managed to eliminate him without any serious consequences. This situation seems rather peculiar. Perhaps he is not dead after all. Naraku, could you summon Naruto and the others for me? There are matters I wish to discuss with them. Chapter 51. We shall meet again soon. What? Kakashi-sensei. What do you mean by saying Zabuza might still be alive? Did you not confirm his death? Upon hearing Kakashi's words about Zabuza's possible survival, Naruto could not contain his excitement and began to shout. The weapon used by the Mist Ninja Zanbu is known as a flying needle, a tool that can inflict minimal harm. If it strikes the body's acupoints, it can induce a state of apparent death. First, he transported Zabuza's entire corpse back rather than severing the head. Second, he intentionally employed flying needles as his weapon. Thus, the boy's intention was likely to save him. You must all prepare yourselves in advance. Kakashi elaborated to the group. What preparations are we to make? Kakashi-sensei, you cannot be suggesting we engage in battle with such an opponent, can you? He is a foe even you struggle to defeat. Moreover, we have Naraku here with us, right? Sakura exclaimed in disbelief at Kakashi's words. However, Naraku gestured to the trio. Do not look to me. I will only intervene if your lives are in peril. The rest is up to you, for this is your mission. Upon hearing that Naraku would only act in life-threatening situations, the three wore expressions of disappointment. In this mission, you are all rapidly evolving, especially you, Naruto. Your growth has been the most remarkable. This is our team's undertaking, and should Naraku intervene, while Zabuza may indeed meet his end, our mission would consequently fail. Therefore, everyone, strive forth. I shall train you with utmost dedication. Kakashi encouraged the trio. Thus began the arduous training with Kakashi, who leaned on his cane as he guided them through their regimen. During this time, they also learned why Tazuna was constructing the bridge. Though they said little, their hearts resolved to protect the villagers. Days swiftly passed, and as Kakashi instructed the trio, the villagers labored on the bridge while Naraku wandered aimlessly through the woods. One day, weary from walking, Naraku sought refuge under a tree's shade. The midday sun filtering through the leaves, casting a dappled light upon the ground. The gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness, and the pleasant weather lulled Naraku into a drowsy state. After an indeterminate time, the faint sound of footsteps reached Naraku's ears. Groggily, he opened his eyes to see a figure in a pink sleeveless gown standing beside him, holding a flower basket. Blinking away the sleep, he carefully examined her. With alabaster skin, delicate features, waist-length hair, and a graceful figure adorned with a gentle smile, Naraku confirmed that she must be Haku. My apologies. I came here to gather herbs and did not mean to disturb you. Haku said apologetically, her voice as melodious as a lark in a quiet valley. Naraku was momentarily taken aback and inadvertently glanced at Haku's chest. Quite ample. Thus, it is certain that Haku is indeed female. At that moment, Naraku finally confirmed Haku's gender. Noticing Naraku's silence and lingering gaze, Haku's cheeks flushed slightly. My apologies for the interruption. I shall take my leave. Haku stood up and said gently, wait, I'm reminded of something. Seeing Haku about to depart, Naraku quickly rose to speak. These herbs are quite rare. You may take ages to find them alone. Allow me to assist you. Observing the basket, Naraku recognized that it contained the herbs Haku was gathering to treat Zabuza's injuries. Oh no, that would be too much. I've already disturbed your rest. How could I ask you to help me gather herbs? Naraku replied, I too have rested sufficiently. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well pass the time. By the way, it's quite a task to collect herbs in this blazing sun. Haku responded, for someone important in my life, no effort is too great. Sigh, is this person worthy of such dedication? Is he your beloved? Naraku inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. In his previous life, he had been intrigued by the relationship between Haku and Zabuza, and now, he had the opportunity to inquire. Haku shook her head, explaining, he is not my beloved. When I was young, he saved me. Had it not been for him, I would have perished from starvation. In my heart, he is more like an elder brother. Oh, I see. That relationship resembles the bond one share with one of my sisters, Xiangling. She too was rescued from a band of villains and brought home, where I have always treated her as my own sister. Listening to Haku's narrative, Naraku finally grasped the bond between her and Zabuza, while also recalling the little girl, Xiangling. Is that so? I see you wear a ninja headband. It seems you too are a ninja, capable of protecting those dear to you. How wonderful. Moreover, you appear to be a person filled with compassion. I mistakenly judged you earlier. Haku smiled warmly at Naraku. Naraku recalled his earlier indiscretion of staring at her chest, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, I salvaged some of my dignity. Otherwise, it would have been quite humiliating. Naraku mused internally. Time flowed as they engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing tales of their past, and their relationship deepened. At last, having gathered the necessary herbs for Zabuza's treatment, Haku addressed Naraku. Well then, Naraku, I must return. May we meet again by chance. Oh, I am certain our paths will cross once more. Naraku replied with a subtle smile, implying deeper meanings. Subsequently, they bid each other farewell. Watching Haku gracefully depart, Naraku softly remarked, with such beauty, it is no wonder she claims to be male, should ill-intentioned individuals take notice of her, given her current status as a rogue ninja. It could lead to dire consequences. Perhaps she did not anticipate encountering anyone today, hence her lack of disguise, revealing her true form. The real world of ninjas is filled with individuals of various kinds. A stunning female ninja like Haku, if targeted, could face a grim fate without sufficient strength. The anime of my past life merely scratched the surface, leading many to believe that Naruto is solely about fervor. Ah, the day is waning. I must return home. I wonder how the three youngsters are faring in their training. It has been 5 or 6 days. Kakashi has regained nearly full strength, and Zabuza's injuries should be nearly healed as well. Thus, the final battle is imminent. Heh, Haku, we shall soon meet again. A smile graced Naraku's lips as he made his way back to the village. Chapter 52, Sasuke's Sacrifice, Boundless Power. Early the next morning, Kakashi and the others were already well prepared. Today, Tazuna intended to go to the bridge, and the early rising Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura decided to accompany him for protection. As for Naruto, Naraku glanced at the slumbering figure, chuckling to himself. He probably wouldn't even hear thunder outside. Well then, Naraku, we shall take our leave. Kakashi greeted Naraku. Do you truly not require my company? Naraku casually inquired. Ah, it's unnecessary. Things have been fairly stable these past few days. There shouldn't be any issues. Kakashi replied, though his tone held a hint of uncertainty. Upon hearing Kakashi's refusal, Naraku accepted it naturally. Aware that Zabuza would attack the bridge today, he reasoned that they would not encounter any immediate danger, and thus, he welcomed the opportunity to linger a little longer. Thus, Kakashi and his companions departed towards the under-construction bridge, while Naraku remained indoors, sipping tea and reading. After a while, Naruto gradually awakened, rubbing his eyes in a daze. He noticed that the sun had risen, and Naraku was sitting there watching him. Alas, Naraku, are you the only one here? What about Kakashi-sensei and the others? They have gone to protect Mr. Tazuna at the bridge. Oh, they left me behind to go to the bridge? Why didn't they wake me? Upon realizing that Kakashi had abandoned him, Naruto sprang from the bed. I must go as well. By the way, Naraku, aren't you coming? He hurriedly donned his clothes and rushed out, only to return to ask Naraku again. Kakashi said there was nothing to worry about, so I will not go. You may proceed. Naraku waved his hand, signaling Naruto to hurry along. Shortly after Naruto departed, 2 armed rogues arrived outside, revealing themselves as subordinates of Kato. Is this the home of that old man Tazuna? And you must be his daughter. Haha, we shall take you as a hostage. What are you doing? Let go of my mother. A commotion erupted from outside. Finally, they've arrived. Let's deal with them, and then head to Kakashi, Naraku thought. His purpose for staying here was to protect the mother and daughter duo, and now that the moment had come, he decided to confront them directly. Stepping outside, Naraku dispatched the 2 rogues with a swift motion, their lives extinguished in an instant. He then reassured the frightened women before soaring into the sky towards Kakashi and the others at the bridge. As Naraku floated in the air, he noticed that by the time he arrived, Naruto had already joined the fray. However, the situation was dire for Kakashi and his companions. Naruto and Sasuke were locked in battle with Haku, who had inflicted numerous injuries upon them. Kakashi wished to assist, but feared for Tazuna's safety, ultimately opting to engage Zabuza once more with his Sharingan. Yet, Zabuza had already deciphered Kakashi's combat style from their previous encounter and chose to employ the mist technique, evading Kakashi's attempts at confrontation. The current dynamics dictated that once Haku dealt with Naruto and Sasuke, he could come to Zabuza's aid, sealing Kakashi's fate. Meanwhile, Sakura could only helplessly cower in the corner, yelling in vain. Naraku, concealing his presence, observed the scene from above. It was not that he was indifferent to Naruto and Sasuke's plight. Rather, he believed that growth often necessitated facing adversity. A minor setback now could lead to significant progress later, and as long as their lives were not in peril, Naraku had no intention of intervening. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, Naruto collapsed to the ground, while Sasuke valiantly shielded him, taking Haku's needles in a desperate act of protection. Seeing Sasuke fall limp in his arms ignited a fierce rage within Naruto. Sasuke, you shall not perish. In an instant, Naruto's eyes turned blood red. and his canines elongated as he transformed into a feral state, launching himself at Haku with primal fury. The crimson chakra enveloped him, amplifying his speed and strength. Finally, Naruto seized Haku's arm and delivered a powerful blow to her mask, sending her flying backward. As Haku hit the ground, she skidded across it, her mask fracturing upon impact. Meanwhile, Kakashi observed Naruto's chakra threatening to overflow and resolved to end the battle swiftly. He produced a summoning scroll and slammed it onto the ground. Haku, initially unaware of the impending danger, realized too late as Kakashi's summoned ninja hounds emerged from the earth, viciously restraining Zabuza's limbs. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Haku, who had been knocked down, slowly rose, her mask cracking further with each movement. Naruto, undeterred by his earlier success, continued his assault on the struggling Haku. Naraku, observing from above, furrowed his brow. In the next moment, he materialized on the battlefield, positioning himself before Haku. With a swift motion, he grasped Naruto's fist, rendering him immobile. Naraku then yanked Naruto towards him and, with a decisive chop, knocked him unconscious. You see, I told you we would meet again soon. Naraku turned to Haku with a smile. You? Why are you helping me? Haku was astonished. Although she knew Naraku was a Konoha ninja, she never anticipated his presence on the battlefield, much less that he would come to her aid. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not assisting you. I merely seek to contain this one. If the beast within him were to emerge, we would all suffer the consequences. Naraku waved his hand dismissively. Kakashi, relieved to see Naraku subduing the rampaging Naruto, exhaled in relief. Zabuza, upon witnessing Naraku's appearance, widened his eyes in alarm. Haku, retreat. Stay away from him. What? Haku was puzzled, taken aback by Zabuza's sudden panic. Get away. That is the White Death of Konoha. The White Death? Upon hearing this moniker, Haku's pupils dilated in fear, and she instinctively took a step back. The White Death? Is that the title of Naraku? Much like Kakashi is known as the copy ninja, Sakura, the only one of the trio still standing, felt a surge of curiosity. Zabuza, how do you wish to meet your end? Naraku spoke slowly. Do not harm him. Haku, dragging her injured body forward, positioned herself protectively in front of Zabuza. Haku, is this the person you have long sought to protect? Naraku inquired, observing her fierce determination. Haku remained silent, her eyes fixed defiantly on Naraku. Chapter 53. A Foreordained Demise. Haku, when did you come to know the White Death? Zabuza coldly interrupted, observing the exchange between Naraku and Haku. I met him while gathering herbs in the forest yesterday, Haku explained. Very well, since it has come to this. Do you still wish to resist? Naraku cast a sidelong glance at Zabuza, his tone mocking. Upon meeting Naraku's gaze, Zabuza felt a chill run down his spine. Despite his notorious reputation as the demon of the mist, the sensation of being hunted by a beast was palpable in Naraku's presence. Zabuza, a seasoned killer, recognized the threat of death looming before him. The title of the White Death of Konoha was not to be taken lightly. However, the relentless bitterness within Zabuza's heart remained unyielding. He had fled from the hidden mist village like a stray dog, intending to take on some unsavory jobs, saving enough funds to amass an army in return for vengeance. Little did he expect to encounter the formidable Konoha ninja. How infuriating. Zabuza's chakra surged violently, managing to break free from Kakashi's summoned ninja hound's grasp, though he suffered several bites, blood streaming from his wounds. Oh, a desperate struggle. Naraku scoffed. Just as he prepared to intervene, Haku stepped in front of him. TSK, you are no match for me. Are you certain you wish to obstruct my path? That could lead to your demise. Even if it means death, I shall stand in your way. Haku's tone was resolute. Very well, I shall merely observe. Kakashi, this is your mission. It is best resolved by you. Kakashi cast a helpless glance at Naraku, silently thinking, this scoundrel, unable to resist the allure of a beautiful woman, already has two at home and yet flirts outside. He then rubbed his wrist and advanced towards Zabuza, who, gripping his executioner's blade, swung it fiercely at Kakashi. However, the mist technique had dissipated, and Kakashi's Sharingan faced no barriers. Zabuza's agility was commendable, yet under the gaze of the Sharingan, every movement was laid bare. Each strike Zabuza attempted was effortlessly dodged by Kakashi, who countered with precision. After several exchanges, Kakashi remained unscathed, while Zabuza lost an arm, his balance faltering, causing him to stumble. Haku, what are you doing standing there? Come help. Hearing Zabuza's call, Haku glanced at Naraku, noting his inaction, before unsteadily rushing to Zabuza's side. Naraku, aren't you going to assist Kakashi-sensei? Sakura, observing the 1-against-2 scenario, couldn't help but worry for Kakashi. Do not fret. Although Kakashi's chakra is somewhat diminished, his true strength far exceeds what you perceive. His ultimate technique has yet to be unleashed. Naraku calmly watched the unfolding drama. On the field, with half of his chakra depleted, Kakashi sought to end the encounter swiftly and unleashed Raikiri, poised for a decisive strike. Brilliant arcs of blue electricity coalesced in Kakashi's hand, accompanied by a piercing sound. How is this possible? The chakra in his hand is visibly concentrated. Facing Kakashi's Raikiri, Zabuza sensed a lethal threat once more. This ends here. Zabuza, you have sacrificed far too many for your ambitions. If you cease now, you may yet leave unharmed. Otherwise, you shall pay with your life. Kakashi's final admonition echoed. What nonsense! Who do you think you are looking down upon? Prepare to die. Zabuza's ears perceived Kakashi's words as mockery, igniting his fury. He forcefully pushed Haku aside, charging at Kakashi with his executioner's blade. No. Haku reached out, attempting to restrain Zabuza, but he had already bolted forward, and Haku, in his weakened state, could not stop him. Seeking death, Kakashi uttered no further words, gripping Raikiri as he met Zabuza head-on. In an instant, the two collided with a ferocious force. A shockwave radiated outward, and blood rained down upon the battlefield. As the dust settled, it became evident that Haku had intervened, positioning himself between Kakashi and Zabuza, taking the brunt of Kakashi's Raikiri to his chest, while Zabuza's blade found its mark on Kakashi's shoulder. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, did you not predict my demise? It appears you were mistaken. This tool of mine is quite effective. Zabuza laughed triumphantly, having inflicted injury upon Kakashi. Damn it. Kakashi withdrew his hand from the Raikiri, clutching his wounded shoulder. Kakashi-sensei, how can this be? Naraku. Witnessing Kakashi's dire state, Sakura anxiously called out Naraku's name. Alas, seeking death, one cannot be restrained. Is this the destiny of Demise? Naraku sighed, knowing he could have intervened to save Haku, but refrained, for it was Haku's choice. Swiftly, Naraku appeared beside the three, glancing at Haku, whose heartbeat had ceased. Damn little brat, the White Death, perish. Zabuza yanked his blade from Kakashi's shoulder, aiming it at Naraku. Naraku seized Zabuza's right hand, which gripped the weapon. A sharp crack resounded as Zabuza's right hand was rendered useless. Following this, Naraku delivered a powerful kick, sending Zabuza sprawling. As Zabuza fell, he slid several meters back, the executioner's blade slipping from his grasp. Ugh! A mouthful of blood erupted from him. Do you still possess the strength to resist? Noting Zabuza's inability to retaliate, Naraku gently set Haku's lifeless body down before approaching Kakashi to staunch his bleeding. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Oh my, is the battle this fierce? I am quite disappointed, Zabuza. At that moment, a group appeared on the bridge, drawing everyone's attention. The leader, clad in sunglasses and a suit, stood there with a cane. It was Kato and his entourage. Yet Naraku dismissed them, considering them mere scum of society, and resolved to eliminate them all for provoking his ire. Kato, what brings you here? And why have you brought so many with you? Zabuza inquired of them. Ah, the battle plan has changed. I trust you all will perish here, Zabuza? Kato then revealed his plan to Zabuza, humiliating him in the process. Taking a few steps forward, Kato stood before Haku's corpse. By the way, I still have a score to settle with this little one for daring to injure my hand. He raised his cane, ready to strike Haku's body. Stop right there. Zabuza shouted at Kato, staggering to rise in an attempt to prevent the desecration of Haku's remains. However, a figure moved swifter. As Naraku appeared before Kato, seizing his uninjured right hand and crushing it with a firm grip. Crack. Now, that seems more balanced. Naraku delivered a kick, sending Kato flying. Then turned to Zabuza, stating, the rest is up to you. May I have a weapon? In response to Zabuza's request, Naraku tossed him a kunai, which Zabuza caught with his mouth, charging towards Kato and his men. At that moment, Naraku lifted Haku's body, walking away. Yet, as he cradled the corpse, an odd expression crossed his face. Chapter 54, The Departed Ghost. Zabuza, with his hands incapacitated, clutched the kunai with his mouth and charged at Kato and the others. Despite being unable to use his hands and facing dozens, even hundreds of foes, Zabuza's advance showed no signs of faltering. He could scold Haku at will, but that privilege was his alone. In the pursuit of self-preservation, I met her demise at the hands of Kakashi's Raikiri. Zabuza harbored no grievances. For in the world of ninjas, life and death are but a relentless cycle. To be vanquished is merely a testament to one's inferiority in skill. Yet now, Bai lay lifeless, and Kato sought to desecrate her remains, an affront that Zabuza could not abide. Though he often referred to Bai as a mere tool, a disposable asset, deep within his heart, he cherished her far more profoundly. From the moment he found her as a child, they had relied on one another. It could be said that Zabuza had raised her single-handedly. Having grown up without family, he regarded Bai as his little sister, even if he maintained an emotional distance out of fear that their bond might deepen too profoundly. In Zabuza's eyes, a ninja ought to be devoid of emotions, for such attachments only serve to hinder one's resolve. Nevertheless, Bai had carved out a place within his heart long ago. Now, however, someone dared to attempt the desecration of Bai's body before him. Kato, you shall pay for this. Zabuza's expression was fierce, akin to that of a vengeful spirit. The sheer intensity of his aura rendered Kato and his men paralyzed with fear. Sensing the tide turning against him, Kato hastily retreated behind his subordinates, hoping to shield himself with their numbers. Yet, despite his lost arms and staggering gait, Zabuza's formidable skills allowed him to break through the ranks of the ruffians. Advancing towards Kato. Zabuza halted abruptly before him, his body drenched in blood, weapons embedded throughout, a testament to the unimaginable will that kept him standing. With a visage twisted in fury, he bellowed Kato's name. Join me in hell, where you shall witness my transformation into a true specter. Zabuza clenched a kunai between his teeth and lunged at Kato with ferocity. Each thrust drew forth Kato's blood, splattering the ground beneath them. Ultimately, Zabuza's kunai slashed across Kato's throat, and they found themselves at the edge of the bridge, where one more step would plunge them into the sea. Without uttering another word, Zabuza forcefully sent Kato tumbling into the abyss below. With his battered form, he stepped forward, leaving a trail of blood as he made his way toward Bai. Along the path, not a single ruffian dared to impede his progress. Bai, farewell. It was you who cared for me all along. Thank you. And until we meet again in the next life. Zabuza murmured as he stumbled onward. What are you doing? Just as Zabuza's consciousness began to fade, he beheld Naraku kneeling before Bai's lifeless form, hands resting upon her chest. You bastard. Is this the conduct of a Konoha ninja? How can you, the infamous White Death, possess such shamelessness? Zabuza's rage surged, even as his fading awareness sharpened in an instant. Yet, Naraku remained undeterred, focused solely on his task. Bastard. Zabuza surged forward once more, but his body betrayed him, crumbling to the ground. Just as he was about to collide with the earth, Kakashi appeared and caught him. Do not speak. Do not cause a disturbance, simply watch. Naraku is saving her. What? Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him, Bai's life had seemingly extinguished. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. How could Kakashi assert that she still had a chance? Have no doubt, Naraku's medical prowess is unparalleled. Not a single medical ninja in Konoha can rival him. Perhaps only Lady Tsunade among the legendary sanin could contend with his skills, Kakashi replied with a calm assurance. Naraku, undistracted by Zabuza and the others, was wholly absorbed in his efforts to revive Bai. Initially, he had believed her to be deceased, fully aware of the devastating power of Kakashi's Raikiri. Yet, at the moment he cradled Bai in his arms, he sensed that a flicker of life still resided within her. The illusion of death was a consequence of the immense electrical surge that had caused her heart to cease, without a meticulous examination. The faint glimmer of vitality would have gone unnoticed. Realizing this, Naraku swiftly communicated his findings to Kakashi and the others before urgently commencing his healing techniques. Though Bai retained a thread of life, her body had suffered severe damage. The moment Raikiri struck her, the overwhelming current surged through her body, radiating from her heart and obliterating the surrounding blood vessels. However, Bai had fought back with her chakra, mitigating some of the damage inflicted by Raikiri, thus granting Naraku the opportunity to save her. A radiant light streamed from Naraku's hands, cascading over Bai's form, mending her injuries. At long last, through Naraku's tireless efforts, Bai's vital organs and blood vessels were restored. Naraku's hands trembled as Bai gasped for breath, sitting up in astonishment. Bai? Upon witnessing her revival, Zabuza slowly closed his eyes. The legendary swordsman of the mist, the demon of the bloody mist, had passed. Am I not dead? Bai exclaimed, astonished to find herself alive. Zabuza-sensei. In the next moment, she spotted Zabuza's lifeless form cradled in Kakashi's arms, and she rushed towards him, crawling in desperation. Yet, Zabuza had already succumbed. The only reason he had endured for so long was his concern for Bai. Zabuza-sensei. Bai wept bitterly, holding his lifeless body. Take heart. Zabuza died to prevent Kato and his men from violating your remains, preserving your dignity. He has always held you dear, Kakashi consoled her. Upon learning that Zabuza had sacrificed himself for her, a mix of tears and smiles graced Bai's face. I always knew he believed in me, my brother. Bai clutched Zabuza tightly. Hey, have you all finished your morning? You killed our benefactor. At that moment, the previously intimidated ruffians, emboldened by Zabuza's demise, began to jeer once more. Silence. I shall send you all to hell, you parasites. Naraku declared, unleashing a flurry of Sakura flash upon the ruffians. The technique streaked across the bridge, deftly avoiding destruction of the structure while mercilessly striking down each of the ruffians, reducing them to a crimson rain. Chapter 55. The White Death. Following the conclusion of battle, work resumed that very day. Naraku and Kakashi awaited the completion of the bridge alongside the villagers. With Kato dead and his subordinates dispatched by Naraku, there were no further obstacles to the bridge's construction. Originally nearing its completion, the project advanced rapidly now that external hindrances had been eliminated. Just 3 days after the fierce conflict, the bridge was finally complete. Naraku and his companions bid farewell to the villagers, but they were not alone in their return. They were accompanied by Bai. Zabuza was laid to rest on a prominent mountain by the bridge, where the view of the newly constructed bridge unfolded before him. Flanked by the sea in front and mountains behind, an auspicious resting place indeed. For the past few days, Bai had been vigilantly guarding Zabuza's grave. It was only the day before Naraku and the others planned to depart that Naraku approached Bai, inviting her to accompany them to Konoha. Bai initially declined. However, Naraku, feigning amusing tone, remarked, though he is dead, there may still be a chance for revival. This statement stirred Bai's thoughts, prompting her to urgently question Naraku. He explained that there are indeed many miraculous methods in this world, and perhaps they could uncover a way to bring the dead back to life. Bai's heart fluttered at the possibility, mistakenly believing Naraku referred to ninjutsu. In truth, Naraku was alluding to his ability to sign in and acquire items or powers from other realms. According to Naraku, there were only 2 resurrection techniques known in the world of Naruto: the reanimation jutsu, performed with the Rinnegan, and the self-resurrection technique, executed by Chio of the Sand Village. However, both methods had exceedingly strict conditions. The deceased must not have been gone for too long, and the cost of revival was a life for a life. Conversely, among the myriad realms, numerous items and abilities exist that simplify the process. Whether it be the Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball universe or resurrection skills from other worlds, their presence in the Naruto realm would be nothing short of miraculous. I had already begun acquiring divine beings. So how far could she be from obtaining a resurrection item or ability? She chose to remain silent, bowing her head as she sat before Zabuza's grave. Naraku, too, opted for silence and turned to leave. Initially, it was presumed that Bai would choose to stay, yet the following morning, as the group departed the village, Bai followed suit. Naraku-sensei, from this day forth, please allow me to remain by your side. Whatever you require, I shall obey. I only request that when a method to revive the deceased is discovered, you will save Zabuza. Bai sincerely bowed to Naraku. Naraku glanced at her and helped her rise. Such matters can be discussed later, he replied, neither agreeing nor refusing. For he himself was uncertain when he might acquire the power of resurrection. He had merely spoken of the possibility to uplift Bai's spirits, fearing her despondency. Now that Bai had found motivation to live, Naraku felt his purpose had been fulfilled. Thus, the 6 of them journeyed towards Konoha. Along the way, Sakura suddenly turned to Naraku and inquired, by the way, Naraku and I heard them refer to you as the White Reaper. What does that mean? Is it akin to Kakashi-sensei's copy ninja title? Huh, White Reaper. That sounds incredibly cool, exclaimed Naruto, who was promptly joined by Sasuke's curious gaze. Having been unconscious during the previous battle when Naraku appeared, both Naruto and Sasuke were unaware of the events that unfolded afterward, with Sakura being their sole informant. Oh, it's merely a title, Naraku chuckled, ruffling his hair. Naraku and how did you come by such a cool title? Do share with us. Despite Naraku's intent to gloss over the topic, Naruto persisted, and even Sasuke and Sakura looked on with eager curiosity, clearly wanting a detailed account. Naraku found himself in a predicament, not out of embarrassment regarding the title, but rather a concern that revealing its origins might frighten them. After all, he had always presented himself as the amiable, understanding older brother figure. Seeking assistance, he glanced at Kakashi, who noticed Naraku's silent plea. Ahem, regarding the title of White Reaper. Kakashi began, instantly capturing the trio's attention. This moniker emerged after Naraku carved a path through the ranks of ninjas since becoming one. Specifically, it gained notoriety after he became a jonin. Kakashi elaborated that during every mission Naraku undertook, no opponent had survived his encounters. The apex of Naraku's fearsome reputation was a skirmish 2 years prior against the Land of Lightning. During that time, tensions flared at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, prompting both sides to dispatch reinforcements. Naraku, being one of Konoha's reinforcements, was the fastest to reach the battlefield. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the Leaf's forces were surrounded by Cloud Ninjas, and the situation was dire. At that moment, Naraku sprang into action, wielding his blade with unparalleled skill, decimating the ranks of the 1,000 Cloud Ninjas. Ultimately, he led the Leaf Ninjas to form a barrier that ensnared all the Cloud Ninjas within, wreaking havoc upon them. The battle, which lasted a mere half-hour after Naraku's arrival, saw every Cloud Ninja slain by his hand. This was merely one of the most renowned clashes. According to incomplete statistics, since Naraku began undertaking missions, the number of ninjas who had perished at his hands surpassed 3,000, including many formidable and seasoned jonin from various nations. His overwhelming prowess, coupled with the staggering number of lives taken, along with his signature white attire and striking white eyes, led to the ninja world collectively dubbing him the White Reaper. Kakashi elucidated the origins of the title with clarity. Gulp. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke stared at Naraku in stunned silence. Although they were merely listening to Kakashi's recounting, their own experiences in battle and encounters with death allowed them to sense the underlying brutality in Kakashi's words. The number 3,000 struck a chord with them. After all, they had never encountered that many ninjas in their lifetime. Their gazes towards Naraku began to reflect a hint of fear, particularly in Sakura, who instinctively distanced herself from Naraku. Retreating behind Sasuke, Naraku shot a helpless look at Kakashi. Oh, did you not want me to explain? Kakashi realized his misunderstanding and felt a bit embarrassed. My apologies. I misinterpreted. Well done, Kakashi, you were supposed to cover for me, yet you exposed my past. Though Naraku knew that Naruto and the others would eventually learn the truth as they matured, he felt it was premature for them to grasp such weighty matters. Kakashi's revelation had thoroughly shattered the image Naraku had cultivated in their minds. Internally, he made a mental note to remember this moment with Kakashi. Chapter 56, Trouble Brews Again. After 3 days of travel, the six finally returned to Konoha. Given Naraku's own speed, he could have returned long ago, yet he preferred to delay, knowing that an early return would only result in the third Hokage summoning him for another mission. Seeking to indulge in some leisure, Naraku leisurely made his way back to Konoha alongside Kakashi and the others. After all, his intelligence had already been conveyed back to the village. Now, he merely needed to report in, with no other pressing matters at hand. Since learning about Naraku's ferocity in the ninja world, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke initially found it difficult to adjust. That very day, they made a concerted effort to keep their distance from him. The following day, however, Naruto resumed his usual exuberance, playfully trailing behind Naraku. Sasuke, too, returned to his customary aloof demeanor, yet his gaze upon Naraku was rife with yearning. Naraku discerned the underlying desire for power within Sasuke's eyes. He imagined that with strength akin to Naraku's, he might finally avenge Itachi. As for Sakura, since that day, she had been deliberately distancing herself from Naraku, and he understood that his image in her eyes had irrevocably shattered. Sakura could not reconcile the image of the boy next door, Naraku, with the notion of him being a psychopathic murderer in the shinobi world. Naraku merely smiled at this. She was still too young. In a few years, after venturing into the world of shinobi, her perspective would likely shift. By then, she would no longer perceive him as cruel. Regardless, even if Sakura continued to alienate him, Naraku remained indifferent. To him, Sakura was ultimately just another acquaintance. From the outset, he had only valued a select few, and she was not among them. Upon entering Konoha, they made their way to the Hokage's office. Kakashi and his team were there to report on their mission, while Naraku intended to inform the third Hokage about Bai, a rogue ninja from the mist. It was imperative to notify the authorities, as Bai was not like the previous Kankuro, whose homeland, the Land of Grass, maintained a cordial relationship with the Land of Fire. Bai's homeland, the Land of Water, on the other hand, was in direct opposition to the Land of Fire. Even though Bai was a rogue ninja, her unannounced entrance into Konoha could lead to complications if not properly vetted. Thus, Naraku planned to present Bai to the third Hokage for approval. As they entered the Hokage's office, Naraku positioned Bai to one side, while observing Kakashi's team report their mission. Once they concluded, Naraku approached the third Hokage with a playful demeanor. "Busy are we, old man?" The third Hokage cast a glance at Naraku. If it weren't for you, Kakashi's team might have faced dire consequences. I won't hold you accountable for your mission being interrupted. And this young lady is the rogue ninja from the mist you brought back, I presume? He scrutinized Bai, acknowledging her beauty, and mused about Naraku's intentions. It's no wonder you wanted to bring her along. But with two already at home, can you really handle another? He sighed inwardly, reflecting on Naraku's youthful indiscretion regarding his well-being. Bai harbors no ill intent. Her actions were driven by survival, and she has never harmed anyone from Konoha. Now that she wishes to ally with me, I implore you to grant her a chance, Naraku stated with a serious expression. His words implied that Bai was his personal asset, not merely a pawn of Konoha, suggesting a protective stance against her being used as cannon fodder. The third Hokage remained silent, observing Bai intently, before finally saying, "You all may return for now. We shall discuss this matter in a few days. Naraku, she will stay at the Hyuga compound during this time. Remember, you brought her here. Her safety is your responsibility." He dismissed them, and Naraku felt compelled to say more. But Kakashi discreetly pulled him back. "Very well, old man. Please consider it, and we shall await your word." Naraku turned to leave with the others. Just as Naruto swung open the office door, a figure appeared before them. Upon closer inspection, Naraku realized it was the legendary elder of Konoha, Danzo Shimura. Naraku's eyes narrowed, glinting with a dangerous light. Ah, Danzo. Since Naraku had eliminated several of Danzo's subordinates 4 years prior, the elder had likely relinquished any hope of subduing Naraku. Over the past 4 years, Danzo had repeatedly tried to undermine Naraku, creating traps during missions and even spreading false information to ensnare him. Naraku suspected, with certainty, that Danzo was behind these schemes, as the intelligence he received for his missions primarily came from Konoha Zanbu, which Danzo led. Unfamiliar with Danzo, Naruto, seeing an elderly man, stepped aside out of respect. Danzo, unperturbed, entered the office. As the group exited, Naraku exchanged a fleeting, intense glance with Danzo, a spark of hostility igniting between them. Their connection was brief, unnoticed by others, for Danzo's antagonism toward Naraku could not be publicly acknowledged, nor did Naraku possess evidence to expose Danzo's covert machinations. Both were intent on finding opportunities to eliminate each other in the shadows. After Danzo averted his gaze, it settled on Bai, and his eyes narrowed with a contemplative expression. Minutes later, after Naraku's group departed, Danzo exited the Hokage's office, his dark demeanor indicating an unsatisfactory discussion with the third Hokage. Upon leaving the Hokage building, he silently returned to the headquarters of Root, contemplating for a moment before addressing the heir, investigate the identity of the girl that Hyuga Naraku brought back. "Yes, Lord Danzo," replied a masked figure who promptly vanished. "Hyuga Naraku, let us hope I don't find a weakness in you, for even if I cannot destroy you, I will ensure your discomfort," Danzo muttered to himself, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 57. Are you prepared for your demise? The following day, while Naraku was still deep in slumber, Hanabi hurried into his room. Hinata, like Naruto, had graduated as a full-fledged ninja and was often accompanying Kurenai on missions, leaving little time at home. Even Ayam and Kankuro formed a team and frequently went out with village ninjas. Now, only the 7-year-old Hanabi remained at home. "What's wrong, my little darling?" Naraku groggily opened his eyes. However, this time Hanabi did not seek his affection. Her tone was tinged with urgency. "It's bad, big brother. Some people came, saying they want to take Sister Bai away. They're all wearing umbu masks, and Father isn't home. I couldn't stop them and had to come find you. Bai is probably already with them." "What?" Hearing that Bai had been taken by the umbu sent a jolt of alarm through Naraku. What is happening? Even if the third Hokage disagreed with Bai remaining in the village, he would not resort to direct abduction. What could possibly be amiss? Without further contemplation, Naraku hastily donned his attire and rushed towards the Hokage's office. Bang! Without so much as a salutation, Naraku barged through the door. "Naraku, you impudent boy! What are you doing?" The third Hokage, witnessing Naraku's unceremonious entrance, could not suppress his irritation. "Old man, why did you send someone to abduct Bai? What is the meaning of this? Even if you oppose her staying in the village, I could simply take her with me. Why must you act so ruthlessly?" Naraku, seemingly oblivious to the third Hokage's ire, confronted him directly. "What are you talking about? When did I send anyone to capture anyone? As you mentioned, she was brought back by you. Even if I desired her departure from the village, I would never resort to abduction." The third Hokage, somewhat perplexed by Naraku's barrage of inquiries, nonetheless grasped the crux of the matter. "I had been taken away, not by your orders?" My sister mentioned that the captors wore umbu masks. If not you, then who could it be? Damn it. Danzo, are you courting death? In an instant, Naraku discerned the identity of Bai's captors. Since the third Hokage had not dispatched anyone and the captors bore umbu masks, they could only be Danzo's root operatives. With clarity in mind, Naraku dashed out of the Hokage's office. Where are the umbu? He demanded. Humph, you may evade others, but not me. Binding technique no. 58. Chasing Swallow. Naraku unleashed the binding technique towards a lingering trace of Danzo's chakra, originally prepared for a clandestine confrontation with him, but fortuitously employed today. In the next moment, a shimmering light visible only to Naraku illuminated the path ahead. Whoosh! Naraku vanished from his location, sprinting towards the indicated direction. Within the Hokage's office. Observing Naraku's hasty departure, the third Hokage felt a headache coming on. Danzo, what are you scheming now? Umbu, follow Naraku. Do not allow him to create a disturbance. If any signs of escalation arise, notify me immediately. The third Hokage commanded, and two umbu swiftly pursued the direction Naraku had taken. This must be the place. Following the illuminated path, Naraku arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. No one would expect such a rundown location to be the stronghold of Konoha's root ninjas. Gazing at the remnants of crumbling walls, Naraku surmised, if there is none above, then it must be below. I recall from my previous life that the root's lair was hidden deep underground. If that is the case, then I shall unearth your stronghold today. Those who reign. The mask of flesh and blood, myriad phenomena, take flight on wings, crowned with the name of humanity. Heat and chaos, surging southward across the sea, advancing step by step. Destruction technique number 31, Crimson Fire Cannon. Naraku levitated in midair, channeling the enhanced Crimson Fire Cannon through incantations. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of Crimson Fire Cannons rained down like missiles upon the ground. At that moment, Konoha village resonated with thunderous explosions, tremors rippling through the earth. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? The villagers were thrown into disarray. Far away in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage also heard the deafening blasts. Damn it! What are we waiting for? At this rate, the entire village will be razed. The third Hokage cursed as he exited, racing towards the root ninja's gathering place. Meanwhile, at the root stronghold, after Naraku's destructive onslaught, the entrance to the underground lair was finally revealed. At the entrance lay several mangled corpses, root ninjas who had emerged to investigate the commotion, only to be obliterated by Naraku's Crimson Fire Cannon. Naraku kicked aside the bodies at the entrance and stepped inside. Shortly after Naraku's entry, Konoha's ninjas began to converge on the location. The first to arrive were the two umbu who had followed him, followed by several nearby ninjas, and then the third Hokage, along with Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and other jonin of Konoha. Lord Third, what has happened? The crowd inquired in unison. Sigh, it's that rascal Naraku causing a ruckus. Quickly dispatch someone to calm the villagers. The rest of you, set up barriers in the vicinity to prevent the fallout from spreading. The third Hokage commanded with urgency. What? Lord Third, does Naraku dare to cause a scene in the village? Some questioned, puzzled. Danzo has directly taken Naraku's companion. You all know Naraku's temperament by now. Hurry. Upon hearing that Danzo had taken Naraku's companion, those aware of Naraku's disposition internally lamented. If a satisfactory resolution were not provided today, he would not relent. Yet, Danzo was not one to be easily dealt with either. With these two forces colliding, today a situation would not be easily resolved. In the underground base of the route, Naraku traversed the dimly lit passageway leading further down, encountering no resistance whatsoever. It seemed they had withdrawn their forces, waiting for him. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Naraku's mouth. Finally, he reached the lowest level. Before him stood a grand door, without a thought for decorum. He approached and unleashed a white lightning attack, obliterating the door into smithereens. The explosion sent dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, Naraku stepped through the shattered entrance. Behind the door, dozens of root ninjas stood ready, while Danzo sat in the center on an imposing chair, leaning on his cane. Bai was bound to a nearby pillar, covered in explosive tags. Danzo, you wretched old dog, time and again you test my limits. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Naraku declared, his voice laced with chilling malice. Chapter 58, a one-man showdown against many. Additional update. Naraku cast a frigid glare at Danzo seated in the grand chair. Having long wished to eliminate Danzo for his repeated covert sabotage, Naraku resolved to abandon any pretense of restraint now that the facade had been torn away. I sincerely apologize, Naraku-san, for the trouble caused. Bai, bound to the pillar, spoke apologetically to Naraku. Bai, do not fear. I will rescue you at once. Naraku reassured her. Humph, Hyuga Naraku. Are you attempting to betray Konoha by striking here? Danzo scoffed, immediately applying a label of treachery onto Naraku. Cut it out, Danzo. You lack the authority to judge me. Who gave you the right to take my people? Who emboldened you? Naraku challenged Danzo directly. This person you brought back, as far as I know, is a rogue ninja from the mist. Bringing such an individual into Konoha, what is your intent? Be aware, the land of water is our adversary. Should they wreak havoc within our village, Hyuga Naraku, can you shoulder that responsibility? Tuanzong, with an air of righteous indignation, addressed Naraku, leaving those unaware to believe he genuinely had the interests of Konoha at heart. How disingenuous. Does he not realize the true nature of his intentions? He proclaims his dedication to Konoha, yet behind the scenes, he has committed countless heinous acts over the years. Should I enumerate them for you? Truly, it is as if he wishes to play the virtuous while engaging in the most sordid of deeds. The individuals I brought back, I shall take responsibility for. When did you, Root, acquire the audacity to intrude upon the affairs of Konoha's elite? The third Hokage is still alive. Has Tuanzong already elevated himself to the role of Hokage? Merely a filthy rat hiding in the sewers, daring to claim the mantle of justice. Naraku unleashed a torrent of invective that left Tuanzong crimson with rage. Meanwhile, Tuanzong pondered. Could this youth truly know of the dark deeds I have committed in secret? He must be eliminated. This is an opportune moment to end his threat. A murderous intent ignited in Tuanzong's eyes. Hinata Naraku has unlawfully breached the root base, disrupted Konoha, and audaciously sought to conspire with the Mizukage against us. Seize him. Eliminate him. Humiliated by the situation, Tuanzong could not restrain his orders to his subordinates. In a flurry, the root ninjas prepared to strike, with the foremost among them charging at Naraku. Before they could close the distance, Naraku executed a swift maneuver, drawing his blade and launching forward. With a swift slash, he cleaved through the onrush of root ninjas, leaving them in two severed halves. The remaining ninjas were struck with dismay. Those who had entered root were Konoha's elite, none weaklings. Yet, even they fell victim to Naraku's lethal prowess. The front line attempted to hold him back, while others unleashed ninjutsu, instructing the Earth-style users to impede his movements, denying him the chance to evade. Hearing this, Naraku chuckled. Over the years, many have recognized his extraordinary speed, and countless attempts to restrain him with Earth-style techniques had failed. They did not possess the skills necessary to contain him. Naraku darted left and right, weaving through the crowd. Each time the Earth-style users attempted to cast their jutsu beneath him, Naraku had already disappeared from their sight. In an instant, the scene transformed into a bloody maelstrom. Naraku surged through the throng and reached Bai's side. Frowning at the explosive tags on Bai, Naraku casually ripped them off and tossed them into the crowd. Moments before the tags detonated, he swiftly relocated to safety. The violent explosion reverberated through the underground base, dislodging debris from above. Tuanzong and the root ninjas had not anticipated such a tactic from Naraku. Many caught off guard perished instantly. Meanwhile, Naraku and Bai sheltered behind a conjured circular barrier. Unscathed, the earth-shattering blast sent tremors through those standing above. What in the world was happening below to cause such upheaval? As more and more gathered above, the elders of Konoha, including Mido Gate Kane and Tsurugi Kamaki, arrived on the scene, engaged in fervent discussions. Daybreak. I warned you that you were too lenient with this Hinata boy. Look at the chaos he has wrought. He openly unleashed such powerful jutsu within Konoha and infiltrated the lair of root. Who knows what he might do next? Mido Gate Kane and Tsurugi Kamaki reproached the third Hokage. Enough. This situation was instigated by Tuanzong. I will descend to assess the situation. You all remain here. The third Hokage resolved to investigate personally, aware that Tuanzong's lair harbored many secrets. While the third had long turned a blind eye to Tuanzong's actions, it did not mean they should become common knowledge. Just as he was about to descend, a figure emerged from the entrance. Bai just surfaced from below, immediately assumed a battle stance upon seeing the multitude. Bai, hold your ground. These are the upper echelons of Konoha. Kakashi interjected, blocking her path. Though Bai was formidable, she was still outmatched by any clan head in Konoha. A reckless confrontation would only lead to her downfall. Seeing Kakashi thwart her, Bai reluctantly lowered her hands. Naraku is down there, surrounded by dozens. He instructed me to emerge first and guard the entrance, forbidding anyone from entering, claiming he would face them alone. Bai's tone was oddly resolute. Those who overheard her words bore expressions of disbelief. They recognized Naraku's strength, yet facing so many powerful root ninjas and Tuanzong, who once vied for the Hokage position, how could she harbor the audacity to challenge them alone? Nonsense. The third Hokage's voice thundered, his expression one of ire. Stand aside. I must descend. Impossible. While I too worry for Mr. Naraku, if he insists no one should enter, I cannot allow it. I stubbornly blocked the third Hokage's way. Despite knowing she faced some of the strongest individuals in the ninja world, I did not waver. As she had promised Naraku, she would follow his wishes unquestioningly. Driven by her unwavering trust in him, both in character and capability. Faced with Bai's defiance, the third Hokage felt a surge of frustration. Chapter 59, Divine Retribution. Divine Spear. Within the underground stronghold, the explosion had enveloped the area in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of both sides became visible. Naraku, shielded by a transparent barrier of spiritual energy, locked his gaze upon the adversaries. The Earth-style users among the root ninjas hastily erected an earthen wall during the explosion, sheltering Tuanzong and their remaining forces behind it. Yet, despite their efforts, a dozen or so had not managed to defend themselves and were killed. Naraku had tossed the explosive tags directly into their midst, executing a surprise attack. Witnessing the heavy casualties on his side, Tuanzong gritted his teeth in fury. You wretched boy. Naraku regarded Tuanzong with disdain. Oh, are you angered? This is merely the beginning. None present today shall escape. Naraku lowered his barrier, brandishing his sword, and taunted those cowering behind their earthen shield. What a pitiful lot, hiding in your shells. Did you not desire to kill me? Here I stand. Come forth. Witness as I shatter your defenses. Let the heavens roar with retribution. Nailuo directly unleashed the initial release of his Zanpakuto. As he recited the incantation, a colossal black-armored warrior materialized behind him. The warrior, possessing only an upper body, towered over 30 meters in height. Even the vast underground base of the root could barely accommodate such a giant. A group of root ninjas, cowering behind the earthen wall, gazed in terror at the half-revealed figure of the Judgment King behind Nailuo. Even the seasoned and knowledgeable Danzo, who had participated in the Ninja World War, wore an expression of astonishment. What is this creature? It resembles the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, but wait, Nailuo does not possess the Sharingan. The Susanoo can only be manifested by an eye push to its utmost limits. As Danzo contemplated this incomprehensible existence before him, he fell into deep thought. Pathetic turtles. Taste my blade. Nailuo placed his hand on the hilt of his Zanpakuto, mimicking the movement of the black-armored warrior behind him. In the next instant, Nailuo slightly bent his legs, crouching in a stance to draw his sword. Sword pressure. In an instant, Nailuo drew his Zanpakuto, slashing toward the opposition. The black-armored warrior mirrored his actions, drawing a massive 40-meter blade. As the enormous sword was unsheathed, a tremendous spiritual pressure surged forth, bearing down on the adversaries. What is this power? Why does it feel so oppressive? This is bad. I can't move. The root ninjas gasped in horror, clearly unable to resist the onslaught of the sword pressure unleashed by the judgment. Or rather, this was an absolute crushing of power. The spiritual pressure of the Shinigami is fundamentally a more advanced force than the chakra of the Hokage world. Skills released through spiritual pressure at the same level of power are vastly superior to those unleashed through chakra. As Nailuo swung his blade horizontally, the black-armored warrior's 40-meter sword followed suit, cleaving through everything in its path. The ground beneath them shattered under the immense spiritual pressure concentrated upon the blade. When it struck the earthen wall conjured by the earth-style ninja, it sliced through as if it were mere tofu, encountering no resistance whatsoever. I must evade quickly, Danzo thought desperately as the massive sword swept toward him. The elite ninjas of Konoha, under the overwhelming spiritual pressure, found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. The immense spiritual pressure wreaked havoc in the underground space, immobilizing them entirely and rendering them unable to form hand seals, meaning they could neither counterattack nor evade. Whoosh! In an instant, the long sword swept past, and everywhere Nailuo's gaze fell was cleaved in two. Boom! The pillars supporting the overhead space were severed, and with the loss of support, massive stones fell from above, causing the entire root base to teeter on the brink of collapse. Nailuo activated his Byakugan, peering through the swirling dust. The ground was strewn with the bodies of root ninjas, all bisected at the waist. There are still survivors. The Byakugan detected two figures amidst the dust. Whoosh! One figure dashed swiftly toward the exit. Nailuo focused his gaze, and to his surprise, it was Danzo. Such a resilient life. Nailuo scoffed. But it was hardly surprising, for Danzo was a man with arms full of Sharingan, each eye capable of manifesting his energy, making it exceedingly difficult to kill him before exhausting his Sharingan. Evidently, Danzo had just used one of his Sharingan to narrowly escape calamity. Danzo, where do you think you're going? If you possess any valor, stand and fight. Nailuo bellowed at the fleeing Danzo. Humph, you little brat. Having slain so many from Konoha, there will be no refuge for you in the future. Would release, great forest of violence. Danzo's right arm swiftly conjured a gigantic tree to fend off Nailuo's assault, while he hurried toward the passage. Do not think you can escape. With Danzo on the verge of fleeing, Nailuo transformed his Zanpakuto into a divine spear, uttering the initial release incantation, and in an instant, the Zanpakuto appeared before the old thief Danzo at 5 times the speed of sound. Thud! The divine spear pierced through the wood release technique conjured by Danzo. The tip of the spear, undeterred, plunged into Danzo's chest after breaching the great forest. Ugh! Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? My wood release could not withstand it. Danzo exclaimed in disbelief, for he knew that wood release was the signature technique of the first Hokage, a power that once dominated the ninja world. Yet now, it failed to stop Nailuo's strike? What kind of force is this? Humph! While wood release is formidable, it depends on who wields it. If the first Hokage were here, I might not pierce his defenses, but you wield it. How potent can your wood release truly be? The divine spear retracted to its normal size as Nailuo spoke mockingly to Danzo. Everyone knows the first Hokage's wood release is powerful, and many aspire to possess it, believing that acquiring it will make them the next first Hokage. However, in truth, they are merely crude imitations, poor replicas. Just like Yamato. The first Hokage subdued the entire ninja world with wood release, and nearly all the trees of the Land of Fire were created by him. But Yamato? Even though he possesses wood release, he often merely uses it to construct houses, and every time Konoha is destroyed, it falls to him to perform his humble dwelling techniques. And thus, after building a few houses, he is exhausted. Danzo is no different, merely possessing a semblance of wood release. I must escape. Danzo, with a gaping wound in his chest, stumbled toward the ground. Just as Nailuo was about to pursue, a figure leaped towards him. Danzo, hurry. Chapter 60. The fall of the root, a figure blocked Nailuo's path. Nailuo glanced over and recognized it was Oil Girl Torian, one of Danzo's most trusted aides. In the previous encounter, only he and Danzo had survived. Danzo had relied on the Izanagi of his Sharingan, while Torian had transformed into countless tiny insects at the critical moment, evading death. However, he had paid a tremendous price. The insects he had meticulously nurtured were largely extinguished by the spiritual pressure. Danzo, I'll hold him off. You must flee. Torian shouted anxiously. Torian, very well. I will remember your sacrifice. Seeing someone obstructing his pursuit of Nailuo brought a glimmer of hope to Danzo as he hastily made his escape. Do you truly believe yourself my match? You are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If you had feigned death, I might have overlooked you. But you insist on seeking your demise. Nailuo shook his head at Torian. As for Danzo, Nailuo was in no haste. The divine spear is not merely fast and deadly. The spear's tip is laced with potent toxins capable of dissolving cells. Even if Danzo were to succeed in escaping, he would still meet his end. Facing Nailuo, Torian displayed a resolute expression. Even in death, I shall impede you. From the day we entered the root, our lives have been pledged to the will of Lord Danzo. The so-called root bears no name, no emotions, no past, and no future within our hearts. There exists only Lord Danzo and our missions. Yamanaka Torian spoke resolutely to Naraku. Alas, you are merely a pitiful creature brainwashed by Danzo. Thus, I shall send you on your way and grant you liberation. Naraku understood. All root ninjas had been subjected to Danzo's indoctrination since the day they were chosen to join the ranks. In their hearts, there was only Danzo. Whatever he commanded, they obeyed without question. In the original narrative, Sai, being still young and having his brother by his side within root, ultimately managed to break free. However, those like Yamanaka Torian are far beyond redemption. This only fueled Naraku's desire to dismantle Danzo piece by piece. It is worth noting that these were once the elite forces of Konoha, now utterly ruined by Danzo's selfish ambitions. Not to mention the countless lives he has extinguished in the shadows. Come now, let me witness the true extent of your strength. Secret technique, poison dust technique. Yamanaka Torian swiftly gathered poisonous insects between his hands and blew them towards Naraku, causing the insects to instantly disperse into the surrounding air. These insects were highly toxic. Mere inhalation would lead to death. The toxic dust spread throughout the entrance, controlled by Yamanaka Torian to prevent Naraku from pursuing Danzo. I must admit, if this technique were to encounter someone else, it would be quite troublesome. However, regrettably for you, it is ineffective against me. Naraku stepped forward, a radiant white light enveloping his entire body. Then, step by step, he confidently walked into the poisonous dust. What? How can this be? My secret technique has no effect on you at all? Witnessing Naraku unharmed within his ultimate move, Yamanaka Torian felt a surge of disbelief. This is impossible. We are both Jonin. Even if you are formidable, how can you be this powerful? Doubts began to creep into Yamanaka Torian's mind. Finally, Naraku stepped out of the poison dust, standing before Yamanaka Torian. Though Yamanaka Torian's poison dust technique was formidable, Naraku's healing ability perfectly countered its harmful effects. All the poisonous dust, upon nearing Naraku, was purified by the radiant energy emanating from his body. The application of this technique was something Naraku had devised years ago when contending with a poison-wielding ninja. It must be said that he had truly mastered the art of healing. Well then, you have unleashed your strongest technique. You can now rest in peace. Naraku extended a finger towards Yamanaka Torian's forehead. Charge. The technique pierced through, creating a bloodied hole in Yamanaka Torian's forehead. I'm sorry, Lord Danzo. I did my best. Yamanaka Torian murmured, and consciousness faded into darkness. Naraku retracted his hand, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Thunderous rumblings erupted as the cave began to tremble violently. Evidently, it could no longer withstand the onslaught of powerful attacks, and was on the verge of collapse. Danzo, you are the last one left. Be ready to meet your fate. With a swift motion, Naraku dashed towards the ground. Below, all of Konoha's elite forces surrounded the entrance to Route. White stood resolutely, blocking any passage for anyone. Amid the standoff, another tremor accompanied by a deafening roar shook the vicinity. The third Hokage's expression darkened as he glared at White in anger, saying, I will say this once more, move aside, or do not blame me for bullying a junior. White remained steadfast, meeting the third Hokage's gaze without yielding. Just as the third's patience was wearing thin and he prepared to act, footsteps echoed from the underground passage. Everyone turned their attention there. Even White glanced back, subsequently parting to clear a path. Whoosh! A figure darted out. As everyone focused, it was none other than Danzo. Upon seeing Danzo emerge, White's pupils constricted, and he cast a worried glance towards the underground passage. Ha ha ha! I am finally free. Danzo laughed maniacally, reveling in his escape. However, he soon noticed the circle of people surrounding him, all of whom were Konoha's higher-ups, their expressions curious as they observed his manic laughter. Danzo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Boo! Quickly, Hinata Naraku intends to betray Konoha. Everyone, eliminate him. Danzo shouted to the surrounding individuals, but unfortunately, they clearly had no intention of heeding his command. Danzo, what on earth is happening down there? Where's Naraku? The third Hokage bellowed at Danzo, halting his outburst. I am right here. A voice resonated, and in the next moment, Naraku appeared before everyone. Naraku, are you all right? Seeing Naraku on the surface, White felt a wave of relief but couldn't help but ask. After all, Naraku had faced dozens of Konoha's elite below. Naraku nodded at White, indicating he was unharmed. Danzo, do you really think you can escape? Naraku spoke coldly. You wretched brat. Danzo glared at Naraku, his eyes aflame with fury. Today, Naraku has dismantled all that Danzo had built. Though a few root ninjas outside managed to evade this catastrophe, Danzo's most trusted subordinates perished below. Now, he was as isolated as a hermit. The root organization could be said to be utterly obliterated. With this thought, Danzo's rage ignited. Chapter 61. What are you? At this moment, everyone above ground watched the confrontation between Naraku and Danzo. Yet, Naraku paid no heed to their gazes, advancing menacingly towards Danzo. Enough, Naraku. How much longer do you intend to cause a scene? The third Hokage stepped forward to shield Danzo. Naraku cast a nonchalant glance at the third Hokage. Old man, I am determined to kill Danzo today. No one can stop me. Considering the kindness you have shown me over the years, I advise you to step aside and not let our confrontation escalate. Unmoved by the third Hokage's obstruction, Naraku remained resolute. Insolence. To cause such chaos in Konoha and still speak to the Hokage in that tone. Is this the upbringing of your Hyuga clan? Clearly, you have been overly indulged. With Hayashi absent, today we shall take it upon ourselves to discipline you. Before the third Hokage could respond, Midogate and Tozuna Kamaru interjected. You two senile old fools dare to bark here. Get out of my way. Teach me a lesson. What qualifications do you possess besides relying on your age? Naraku shot a cold glance at the two old men, his tone laced with murderous intent. At this moment, Naraku was blinded by rage. Over the years, Danzo had repeatedly schemed against him, and he had endured. Now that the mask had been torn off, Naraku had no intention of sparing Danzo. To eradicate the roots is to prevent regrowth. If one must act, it must be thorough. Naraku was determined to leave no future threats. Otherwise, allowing Danzo to survive poses a risk not only to Naraku, but also to those around him. What if Danzo were to target Hinata, Hanabi, or Yakumo and Kyuko? Should anything happen to them, Naraku would undoubtedly be unable to bear it. Therefore, for the safety of his companions, Naraku must decisively eliminate the threat today. Anyone who stands in his way becomes his adversary. Yet, Mido Minyan and Toko Shoka, these two elderly figures, without seeking clarity on the matter, immediately chose to cast blame upon him. Naraku has never been fond of these two old geezers, and this time he decided to give them a good scolding. If they dared to make a move, he would not hesitate to strike them down together. It was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate just how sharp his blade truly is. You uncouth brat, what happened to the upbringing of the Hyuga clan? How could such a disgraceful person like you exist? The two, Toko Shoka and Mido Minyan, who were subjected to Naraku's furious tirade, trembled with rage. They had intended to assert the authority of the Konoha Elder Council and establish their presence. But they never expected Naraku to unleash such a torrent of insults, especially in front of the village's upper echelons. This humiliation was unbearable. Watching the spectacle, the Konoha Jonin and clan leaders could hardly suppress their amusement at Naraku's scathing rebuke of the two elderly figures. Indeed, as Naraku had pointed out, these two had long relied on their seniority, using their status as elders to criticize others incessantly. Yet, the third Hokage, out of respect for their long-standing friendship, had chosen to overlook their behavior. This had emboldened their arrogance, to the point that they sometimes sought to interfere even with the third Hokage's decisions. Seeing them being chastised today brought immense joy to the onlookers. Even Kakashi discreetly extended his thumb in approval towards Naraku. All right, Naraku, you have rescued Bai, and the remaining forces have been vanquished. Let us conclude this matter here. The third Hokage spoke slowly, addressing Naraku and the gathered crowd. This incident was instigated by Danzo. The village does not intend to hold you accountable, so let us move past this. No, Hizashi, this boy Naraku must be punished today. Or what will become of Konoha's authority? If he is not reprimanded today, he will only grow more insolent in the future. Moreover, I previously mentioned a peculiar point regarding him, but you suppressed it. In front of so many witnesses today, I shall reiterate the strange aspects of this boy. Just as the third Hokage was preparing to mediate, Mido Minyan spoke up again. Satisfied with the attention that his words garnered, he relished the limelight. Traditionally, the Hyuga clan excels in gentle fist techniques, yet this boy, he not only masters gentle fist, but also possesses an array of bizarre ninjutsu. Have you ever wondered where his extraordinary abilities come from? If he had one or two techniques of his own creation, I could accept that. But how many unfamiliar ninjutsu has he wielded over the years? And what of his ability to stand midair? As far as I know, who other than the Tsuchikage from the land of Earth can achieve such a feat? This boy's strange powers, if left unexplained, will surely leave everyone feeling uneasy. Who knows if he is a pawn of another faction infiltrating Konoha? Hyuga Naraku, you must provide us with a satisfactory answer today. As Mido Minyan spoke, the onlookers bore expressions of curiosity. Clearly, this was a matter that had piqued their interest for some time. However, probing into another's abilities is considered a grave taboo in the ninja world, so they had kept their inquiries to themselves. Little did they expect, today, Mido Minyan would unveil their curiosity. Amidst the calculating thoughts of the crowd, Naraku suddenly burst into laughter. Hyuga Naraku, what are you laughing at? Mido Minyan, feeling his dignity challenged, called out loudly. Do you truly wish to know the source of my abilities? Naraku asked, his laughter fading as he turned to Mido Minyan. Of course, Before he could finish, Naraku abruptly appeared before Mido Minyan and delivered a powerful kick. Thud! Naraku's foot struck Mido Minyan's abdomen, sending him crashing backward into the wall, which crumbled upon impact. What? The crowd gasped in shock, unable to fathom Naraku's sudden aggression. Even if they had anticipated it, they would have been powerless to defend against it. After the fourth Hokage's demise, Naraku had undoubtedly become the swiftest ninja in the realm. Minyan, Toko Shoka cried out, rushing towards the rubble where Mido Minyan lay buried. Question me? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to demand answers regarding my abilities? Since when did Konoha adopt such rules? You two old fools, I have tolerated you long enough. Be wise and remove yourselves from my presence while I am still inclined to spare you. Otherwise, do not blame me for the mercilessness of my blade. Having just rescued Mido Minyin from the debris, Toko Shoka had intended to chastise Naraku, but upon seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, she felt a shiver run down her spine. The words she had planned to say were swallowed back into silence. Chapter 62. Still the third Hokage Toko Shoka chose not to say more. She summoned 2 ninjas to carry the half-conscious Mido Minyin and hurried towards the medical facility. Bah! Watching the 2 elderly figures retreat in defeat, Naraku spat in their direction. Then, he turned his gaze to the hidden Danzo behind the third Hokage. Hyuga Naraku, let me reiterate, today's events end here. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The third Hokage's voice deepened as he addressed Naraku, who still refused to relent against Danzo. Witnessing Naraku's forceful kick against Mido Minyin ignited a surge of frustration within the third Hokage. It is important to note that Mido Minyin and Toko Shoka, alongside the concealed Danzo, were all his old friends of several decades. Friends who had graduated and fought together were dwindling, and he cherished these 3 immensely. This was why he had consistently turned a blind eye to their arrogance in Konoha. However, now, his longtime friend Mido Minyin lay at Naraku's mercy, and Naraku showed no signs of relenting towards Danzo. The third Hokage's anger flared. Had he truly been too lenient with this boy? Had he lost all respect for me? The third Hokage pondered darkly. Seeing the third Hokage's determination to protect Danzo, Naraku scoffed inwardly. As expected, Sarutobi Hizashi is exceedingly lenient towards Shimura Danzo. Over the years, Danzo has committed numerous misdeeds. Yet the third Hokage has always chosen to overlook them, as long as it does not create a scandal that echoes throughout the village. The third Hokage will always clean up after him. Within this narrative lies not only the profound camaraderie forged over many years between 2 comrades, but also the indispensable role of the dark leaf in the hands of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen radiates warmth as the sunlit Hokage, while Danzo Shimura, a blade of ruthless decisiveness in the shadows, complements him. Together, they strive for absolute control over the village. Now, Naraku seeks to obliterate this blade from the third Hokage's grasp, and he will not tolerate any interference. Yet, having resolved to act, Naraku's determination will not waver in the face of the third Hokage's resistance. I have proclaimed that today I shall eliminate Danzo. No one can thwart me, Naraku declared, shaking his head as he addressed the third Hokage. Seize Hyuga Naraku. The third Hokage's fury was palpable. In an instant, several appeared, surrounding Naraku. However, he remained unfazed. Are you certain, Hokage, that you wish to send these against me? Should they perish, do not lament. Naraku taunted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The third Hokage paused, recalling that Naraku had recently decimated the entire Root organization. The ninjas of Root were not to be underestimated, and if Naraku could annihilate them, these would be no match for him. To provoke Naraku's murderous intent would be nothing short of courting death. Naraku, do you truly wish to betray Konoha? I could understand your anger against Danzo as an attempt to save someone, but now that the individual is safe, should you still wish to act violently? I cannot allow such chaos. The third Hokage hesitated, striving to reason with Naraku. Oh, third Hokage, I was mistaken. I thought you had changed, yet you remain the same. You persist in shielding Danzo, despite the countless hindrances he has placed in my path over the years. I do not believe you are unaware of this. In the past 4 years, my missions have either been compromised or the information has been erroneous, all orchestrated by Danzo. You are fully aware of his actions yet choose to remain indifferent. Is this the so-called impartiality of a Hokage? The surrounding crowd gasped, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief as they turned their gazes toward the third Hokage. It is well known that in the perilous world of ninjas, erroneous information or compromised movements could lead to death. The implication that Danzo had intentionally misled Naraku multiple times was chilling. They contemplated how they would fare in such a situation. A single misstep could cost them their lives. And yet, the third Hokage, knowing of Danzo's deeds, had imposed no punishment. What if they were to find themselves in a similar predicament? Would their lives hold any value in the eyes of the Hokage? Lord Third Hokage, is what Naraku says true? At last, Akimichi Dingzu, the head of the Akimichi clan, broke the silence, directing his inquiry at the third Hokage. Over the years, as Naraku's relationships with the heirs of various clans had flourished, the elder generation had grown increasingly fond of him. Though only Dingzu spoke, The other clan heads and Jonin regarded the third Hokage with piercing gazes, awaiting an explanation. Faced with the scrutiny of Konoha's elite, the third Hokage felt a surge of frustration. Internally, he cursed Danzo. "You old fool, why provoke this young man?" Yet he could not remain silent. An explanation was imperative. After a moment's hesitation, he began, "Indeed, Danzo has committed errors, but I have reprimanded him upon learning of his misdeeds. Furthermore, Naraku stands unscathed here today. These trials can be seen as his training." With a sigh, the third Hokage finished speaking. It was clear that Danzo had indeed targeted Naraku, and the Hokage had shielded him, even now attempting to defend his actions. The surrounding ninjas quickly grasped the implications of the third Hokage's words, their hearts growing cold. "We fight valiantly for Konoha, only to have someone stab us in the back, while the Hokage turns a blind eye." The sentiment was palpable. Punishment? What sort of punishment has the Hokage imposed? A brief confinement? A few scoldings to vent frustrations? The Hokage speaks eloquently. Should I become a mere lesson learned? If my abilities were insufficient and I fell victim to Danzo's schemes, would I be blamed for my misfortune? Do our lives hold no value in the Hokage's eyes? Naraku's voice dripped with scorn as he addressed the third Hokage. "You now understand why I seek to eliminate Danzo. It is not merely because he captured my people today. It is primarily due to his repeated attempts to orchestrate my demise. I ask you all, if you found yourselves in such a predicament, would you choose reconciliation? Would you willingly die in silence while fighting for the village, only to be betrayed from behind? Or would you still smile and seek peace with those who wish to kill you?" Naraku's voice rang out, demanding a response from the gathered crowd. Though no one spoke, their expressions conveyed their sentiments. Danzo deserves death. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension as the audience silently expressed their agreement with Naraku. Faced with the unwavering resolve of Naraku, who stood ready to strike down Danzo, the third Hokage found himself in a precarious position. To protect Danzo would mean losing the trust of the people gathered before him, making future obedience to his orders all the more difficult. Yet, he could not forsake Danzo, the sharpest tool in his arsenal, responsible for handling the village's dirtiest work. Caught in this dilemma, the third Hokage felt the weight of the moment. "Danzo, you are among the last of Konoha's elder ninjas. I have heard tales of your past aspirations for the Hokage title. Has time dulled your once fierce ambition, leaving you to cower behind others? Today, I will not let this matter rest, Hokage. However, if you are determined to protect Danzo, then I propose a fair duel between us. This battle will determine our fates. Only one shall survive, and you all may bear witness. Danzo, if you possess even a shred of honor, step forward and face me. Do not allow me to look down upon you." As both sides reached an impasse, Naraku boldly challenged Danzo to a life-and-death duel. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, fixing a steely gaze upon Naraku. "Is this truly the path you wish to tread?" Without flinching, Naraku met his gaze. "It is not my choice. It is a path forced upon me." Before the third Hokage could respond, Danzo unexpectedly placed his hand on the Hokage's shoulder. "Enough, Hiruzen. Hinata Naraku. Since you wish to engage me in combat, I shall oblige you." Danzo pushed aside the third Hokage who stood in his way and addressed Naraku. The third Hokage looked at Danzo, wanting to say something, but Danzo shook his head in response. "Do not speak, Hizashi, my mind is made up." As Naraku stated, "I too once aspired to seize the title of Hokage, yet at what point did I become so timid? I was once a hero of Konoha, and if I were to retreat from this challenge today, what place would I have in Konoha henceforth? Furthermore, this young man wishes to take my life, but I doubt he possesses the capability to do so." Danzo stood before Naraku, declaring, "Young man, as you wish, let us engage in battle today, determining both victor and fate." "Oh, it seems you still possess a modicum of shame," Naraku thought to himself, slightly surprised that Danzo had agreed to his duel request. The typically shadowy Danzo was stirred by the remnants of his fighting spirit. However, Danzo likely believed he could exploit his numerous Sharingan to outmaneuver me. He assumed I was oblivious, but in truth, I am well aware of all his hidden cards. A faint smile crept across Naraku's lips. "Now, I kindly ask everyone to make some space," Naraku announced to those around him. "Everyone disperse. Umbu ninjas, erect a barrier to prevent the aftermath of this battle from harming the civilians." With the situation now set, the third Hokage could only acquiesce to the duel between the two, subsequently organizing the Umbu to clear the area. On the battlefield, Naraku and Danzo stood facing each other. Words unspoken. All that needed to be said had already been articulated, and further dialogue would only be superfluous. Now, they were simply to fight for their lives. Wind release, shuriken. Danzo struck first, infusing his ordinary shuriken with wind chakra, enhancing their sharpness to the point where they could effortlessly sever rock. 3 empowered shuriken shot towards Naraku, aimed at angles designed to cover his evasive paths. Oomph! Naraku scoffed, opting not to evade but instead to draw his sword and slash at the incoming shuriken. Clang! Clang! The shuriken fell in halves, despite Danzo's enhancements. They could not withstand Naraku's Zanpakuto. Wind release, vacuum wave. However, Danzo's next move was already upon him. A long, whip-like translucent blade of wind erupted from Danzo's mouth, sweeping towards Naraku. Faced with the approaching wind blade, Naraku chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he leaped into the air, evading the attack. Wind release, vacuum continuous waves. Just as Naraku soared into the air, Danzo unleashed a series of wind blades. Danzo had anticipated Naraku's leap, believing that although Naraku was swift on the ground, his speed would be compromised in the air. Little did Danzo know, the Shinigami Shuinpa was equally swift whether on the ground or in the air. A flurry of wind blades enveloped Naraku's surroundings. Danger! The onlookers anxiously held their breath for Naraku. As a seasoned ninja who had participated in the Ninja World War, Danzo's prowess was indeed formidable. His control over the battlefield and mastery of ninjutsu left spectators in awe. They pondered how they would fare if caught in such a barrage. Surely, they would suffer grave injuries, if not death. Yet, a cold smile played on Naraku's lips as he deftly executed Shuinpa, evading the onslaught with a series of agile movements. Nanny! Danzo exclaimed, astonished, unable to fathom Naraku's speed even while airborne. Old man, I've given you 3 chances. Have you had enough? Now it's my turn, Naraku declared, aiming his Zanpakuto at Danzo and murmuring, God gun. Upon hearing God gun, Danzo's heart jolted, instinctively attempting to evade. After all, he had just lost a life to this very technique. Yet, he was a moment too late. The instant Naraku invoked the release, the Zanpakuto transformed into the God gun and shot forth towards Danzo. Thud! Danzo had no opportunity to resist as Naraku's blade pierced his heart. Danzo! The third Hokage cried out in despair. Even the onlookers were taken aback, astonished that Danzo had been vanquished in a single blow. Enough! It is not over yet. Come forth, Danzo, you cannot hide. Naraku called out, his gaze directed toward a distant corner. As he spoke, a figure emerged from behind that corner, none other than the supposedly deceased Danzo. Humph, did you uncover my hiding spot with your Byakugan? Truly an annoying eye. Danzo replied, begrudgingly acknowledging Naraku's insight. What is happening? A shadow clone? No, that was clearly a physical body. The crowd was engulfed in confusion as they observed the unscathed Danzo. Even the third Hokage looked perplexed. Naraku, however, remained composed, mentally calculating how many lives Danzo had left to extinguish. Chapter 64. The Pendulum of Life and Death. Danzo possessed a total of 11 Sharingan. Factoring in the 2 lives buried underground, he had died 3 times, leaving him with 8 opportunities to utilize Izanagi. If I kill him 9 more times, he will be entirely out of lives. Naraku calculated in silence, while others were oblivious to Danzo's secrets. Even the third Hokage was unaware of the Senju cells and Sharingan within him, yet Naraku knew them all too well. Danzo, prepare to experience the thrill of dying repeatedly. With that, Naraku suddenly appeared behind Danzo, swinging his blade with lethal intent. Too fast. Danzo gasped internally, instinctively sidestepping. As he evaded, a smile graced Naraku's lips. He did not pursue. Instead, his Zanpakuto extended instantaneously, catching up to Danzo. In an instant, Danzo was cleaved in 2. How absurd. The God Gun Shuriken had yet to be released. Did he truly think he could escape with his speed? It was laughable. He could not evade. Danzo. The crowd watched in horror as Danzo was slain once more, prompting another cry of despair from the third Hokage. Enough, your mourning is premature. Come out. You know hiding is futile. Naraku called out, shifting his gaze to another direction. Under Naraku's watchful eyes, Danzo slowly re-emerged. What is the meaning of this? Is it an illusion? Or some form of Danzo's ninjutsu? No, it cannot be an illusion. I have tested for signs of jinjutsu. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their curiosity piqued by Danzo's repeated resurrections. Huff. Danzo exhaled, his left hand brushing against the bandages that enveloped his right arm. Curse it, my Sharingan is dwindling. Realizing that with each death, 1 more Sharingan had closed, Danzo felt a growing sense of urgency within. Although the use of the Sharingan to perform Izanagi can rewrite reality and allow one to resurrect, the sensation of being killed is an experience that is palpably felt. Moreover, If this continues, my Sharingan will inevitably exhaust its power, and at that moment, I shall truly meet my demise. We shall proceed. Naraku chuckled wickedly and launched an assault on Danzo once more. However, this time he refrained from utilizing his divine spear, instead opting to grant Danzo a different manner of death. Whisper, my gray cat, Naraku intoned, as the blade of his Zanpakuto disintegrated into dust, leaving only the hilt in his grasp. He then wielded the bare hilt as if it were a sword and struck down at Danzo. Observing Naraku's phantom slash, Danzo felt an acute sense of impending doom, despite seeing nothing tangible before him. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo executed another wind technique, though he perceived no visible threat. The feeling of danger in his heart was unmistakable. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to cast a jutsu. Alas, the vacuum wave proved utterly ineffective against the minuscule gray cat. Naraku deftly evaded the attack, while Danzo suddenly found himself hemorrhaging. With a splatter, wounds began to manifest upon Danzo's previously unscathed body, as if an invisible blade were relentlessly hacking away at him. Ultimately, a crimson line appeared upon his neck. Blood gushed forth, and his head toppled to the ground. The third Hokage, on the verge of crying out in despair, abruptly paused as a thought struck him. He glanced at Naraku, who was looking off to the side. The third and the others followed Naraku's gaze and, indeed, found Danzo miraculously intact in that direction. Cough, cough. The third Hokage cleared his throat, striving to mask his discomposure. At this moment, Danzo's expression was one of utter rage. In previous encounters, his demise had been all too clear, yet this time, he remained oblivious to the manner of his death. Was this truly the day his life would end? In an instant, fear and doubt began to creep back into Danzo's heart. The only reason he had dared to accept Naraku's challenge was his belief that he could resurrect. Yet it was patently clear that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. The battle was far from over. Naraku pressed forward, and the gray cat, now scattered in the air, lunged once more at Danzo. With a splatter, Danzo's head was severed again. This time, the third Hokage refrained from lamenting. He simply turned to scan the surroundings, and indeed, Danzo reappeared. What manner of ability is this? For years, I have never witnessed him wielding it. Has this old fox concealed it so deeply? At that moment, the third Hokage too felt his composure slipping. Danzo's power was undeniably grotesque. And this time, Naraku did not engage in further banter. He directly commanded the gray cat to attack. With each strike, Naraku relentlessly severed Danzo's life anew. The unfortunate Danzo, trapped within the barrier set by the Umbu, found himself unable to escape, forced to pay the toll of his Sharingan for each resurrection, fluctuating endlessly between life and death. Ultimately, after countless revivals, only one Sharingan remained. As he stood on the brink of annihilation, Naraku suddenly sheathed his blade. He surveyed the audience, noting their rapt attention, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, are you curious as to why Danzo can resurrect time and again? Earlier, Mito's old man remarked that my abilities stemmed from an unknown source, and I sense your intrigue. Would you like to uncover the nature of Danzo's powers? Danzo, will you divulge it yourself? Naraku addressed him coolly, yet his words struck Danzo like thunder. What? What does he mean by that? Could he possibly know my secret? This is impossible. Could it be Orochimaru who disclosed this? Danzo's mind raced as he pondered. He believed he had concealed the secret of the Sharingan adeptly. His subordinates loyal and bound by cursed seals, rendering betrayal improbable. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that Orochimaru had let the secret slip. But how did Orochimaru come to know Naraku? Danzo's suspicions spiraled wildly. Meanwhile, far away in the Sound Village, plotting the downfall of Konoha, Orochimaru sneezed several times. How curious. Why would I sneeze? Surely no one in the ninja world would miss me. Orochimaru muttered to himself. Back in Konoha, as Naraku spoke, the onlookers displayed varied expressions, clearly eager to learn more. It seems Danzo is unwilling to speak, so allow me to unravel this mystery. Naraku swiftly moved behind Danzo, reaching to tug at his bandages. Get away from me. Danzo roared in fury at Naraku's advancing hand. Chapter 65. Unveiling everything. Danzo's heart was a tempest of shock and rage. Although he did not comprehend how Naraku had uncovered his secret, he understood that this knowledge must never reach the others in the village. Otherwise, even if he did not perish at Naraku's hands, he would be utterly unable to remain in the village afterward. However, Naraku would not afford him the opportunity to resist. White binding. Naraku employed a technique, instantly enveloping Danzo in white light, rendering his consciousness hazy. This technique, which Naraku had previously utilized against Might Guy during the Chunin Exams, had yielded unexpectedly favorable results. Deploying it against Danzo proved equally effective. Seizing the moment of Danzo's daze, Naraku swiftly struck with his blade, slicing through the bandages that bound Danzo. As the bandages fell away, not only from his body but also from the right eye concealed beneath, Naraku's strike was executed with impeccable precision, severing the bindings without inflicting harm upon Danzo. Moments later, Danzo finally emerged from the stupor induced by the binding. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, yet quickly realized something was amiss. His right eye was exposed to the light, and upon inspection, the bandages had vanished. Danzo glanced at the ground, now littered with his discarded bandages, and in that instant, he comprehended his dire predicament. What has happened to his right arm? Why does it appear so peculiar? No. Look at his right eye. That's a Sharingan. How could Danzo possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? What in the world is happening? Look at his right arm. It appears to be adorned with a multitude of closed eyes. The onlookers, witnessing Danzo unbound, erupted into discussions, for this was undeniably bizarre. The Sharingan is the exclusive legacy of the Uchiha clan. Aside from them, only Kakashi possesses one, a fact known to all. How did Danzo acquire his eyes? Danzo, pray tell, what is the meaning of this? The third Hokage demanded, gazing at Danzo's Sharingan and the strange arm. However, at this moment, Danzo could no longer afford to pay attention to the third Hokage. Hinata, Naraku, you scoundrel. Danzo vehemently cursed at Naraku. What? Are you afraid of letting others know what you dare to do? Naraku sneered dismissively. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know how Danzo came to possess his Sharingan? Naraku proclaimed loudly as he surveyed the crowd. Silence. Danzo lunged at Naraku, desperate to prevent him from revealing the truth. Yet, how could Danzo possibly match Naraku? He was sent flying by a swift kick from Naraku. Do you all remember the annihilation of the Uchiha clan a few years back? Naraku's words caused the expressions of those around him to shift dramatically. They certainly remembered the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan, but how was it connected to Danzo? Could it be that Danzo had orchestrated their demise to seize their Sharingan? If Naraku were aware of their thoughts, he would likely commend them. Brothers, you are perilously close to the truth. However, such knowledge was best kept to himself. Otherwise, the third Hokage would surely find a way to eliminate him. After a moment of contemplation, Naraku organized his thoughts. On the night of the Uchiha massacre, Danzo had dispatched root ninjas to stealthily hunt down the members of the Uchiha clan, collecting their Sharingan, which he later transplanted onto his right arm. It could be said that Danzo's right arm was stained with the blood of the Uchiha clan. Naraku pointed at the closed eyes on Danzo's arm. Upon hearing this, the onlookers turned pale. If the Uchiha clan was merely slain by Itachi as previously stated, they would feel little concern, as it was their family matter. But if, as Naraku claimed, Danzo was also involved, the implications were entirely different. If Danzo could eradicate another clan today, could it be their clan tomorrow? Danzo, you must clarify the origin of your Sharingan. Naraku, I will take Danzo with me first, and I will provide you with an explanation. At that moment, the third Hokage suddenly interjected, interrupting Naraku's exposition. He could not allow Naraku to continue, fearing that Naraku might inadvertently disclose the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, which would lead to disastrous consequences. As for how Naraku came to know this information, the third Hokage recalled that Naraku had been present at the scene that day, conversing amiably with Itachi. Thus, it was not surprising that he was privy to the inside details. Witnessing the third Hokage's desire to protect Danzo, Naraku could not help but smile coldly to himself. Lord Third, you now understand how Danzo acquired his Sharingan, but do you know the origin of his first Sharingan? At this moment, Naraku unleashed another bombshell. Third Hokage, I have heard that you once had a comrade named Uchiha Kagami. Is that so? Indeed. Uchiha Kagami was one of our former companions, but unfortunately, he perished early in the Ninja World War. A sigh escaped the third Hokage's lips as he reminisced about old friends. He died on the battlefield. That is what Danzo told you, but is that truly the case? Have you never questioned the words Danzo spoke to you? Naraku inquired of the third Hokage. What? What do you mean by that, Naraku? The third Hokage, recalling Naraku's earlier comments about the origin of Danzo's first Sharingan along with his current counter-questions, was suddenly struck by a thought. He incredulously turned to look at the fallen Danzo. Struggling to rise from the ground after being kicked by Naraku, Danzo was in a miserable state. That kick had nearly knocked the last remnants of his Sharingan's resurrection effect out of him. Gasping for breath, Danzo clutched his abdomen, attempting to recover from the pain. Danzo, I ask you, is what Naraku said true? How did Kagami truly die? The third Hokage, now unable to plead for Danzo's defense, questioned him sternly. Ha 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 ha. Danzo suddenly erupted into wild laughter. Indeed, I killed Uchiha Kagami. After slaying him, I seized his Sharingan for my own use. Not only him, but I also forced Uchiha Shursui to his death. Later, during the Uchiha clan's extermination, I captured many of them and confiscated their Sharingan. I did all of this. As Danzo's secrets were laid bare by Naraku, he became increasingly deranged. For years, he had concealed these truths, only to have them exposed in such a manner. Danzo realized he could no longer remain in Konoha. The village he had devoted himself to no longer held a place for him. At that moment, everyone regarded Danzo with disdain. No one had imagined that this man, once considered a hero of Konoha, had committed so many heinous acts in secret. Danzo, why would you do such a thing? Kagami was our friend. The third Hokage's heart ached upon learning of Kagami's death. If he had died on the battlefield, there would be nothing to say. After all, life and death are part of a soldier's fate. But he never expected that it was Danzo who had killed Kagami and stolen his Sharingan. Humph, I did it all for Konoha. Kagami's Sharingan could only make me stronger, allowing me to better protect Konoha. Danzo boldly defended himself against the third Hokage's accusations. Oh, so, to better utilize the Sharingan, you abducted infants from neighboring villages, conducting human experiments on them to research would release, all in the name of Konoha? Naraku unleashed yet another explosive revelation. Indeed, progress comes at a cost. Those who grow up in Konoha must be ready to sacrifice themselves at any moment. It is their sacrifices that allowed me to research would release cells and control 11 Sharingan. Those who perish for this cause should feel honored. Danzo, realizing Naraku was aware of his human experimentation, no longer cared about admitting more sins now that his secrets were out in the open. Seeing Danzo stubbornly refuse to admit his wrongdoings, Naraku shook his head in disappointment. Danzo, you scoundrel, you deserve to die? You were the one who abducted my child. I dedicated myself to the village, risking my life on missions, only to ensure my child could live a better life, yet you captured him for experiments. Return my child. A voice of fury rose from the crowd, followed by the sound of weeping. Naraku looked up to see a Chunin from Konoha, whose child had mysteriously disappeared years ago. After searching for a long time, he had found neither hide nor hair, only to learn now that his child had been taken by Danzo. The man, who had shed blood for the village without shedding a tear, now wept sorrowfully upon discovering the truth of his child's fate. 3 generations of leaders must provide a satisfactory resolution regarding Danzo, otherwise, no one will be appeased. Not only the aforementioned ninja, but also the heads of various clans and the elite jonin of Konoha have begun to demand an explanation from the third Hokage. Danzo's actions have indisputably transgressed moral boundaries. At this moment, the third Hokage finds himself at a loss for words in defense of Danzo. Should he continue to protect him, he risks losing his position as Hokage. Simultaneously, he is filled with anger. Danzo has orchestrated many events behind his back over the years, some of which the third Hokage himself had to intervene to halt. For instance, Danzo's human experimentation was initially thwarted when the third Hokage personally led a raid on his stronghold. He is acutely aware of all this, having even rescued the only child who survived after successfully merging with the first Hokage's cells. However, he never anticipated that Danzo had concealed so much from him, inciting a desire to eliminate him. Curse you, old fool, you have truly brought me trouble. The third Hokage seethes inwardly. He also harbors resentment toward Naraku, who exposed these deeds. Had Naraku not demanded Danzo's death, matters would not have escalated to this point. Oh, you wish to kill me? Everything I have done has been for the prosperity and strength of Konoha. For years, if not for my tireless efforts in the shadows to clear away obstacles, Konoha would not enjoy such stability. I am the root, buried deep beneath the towering tree of Konoha, extracting nutrients in silence to nourish its growth. Everything I have done is for Konoha. Who among you can condemn me? Danzo cries out defiantly in response to the disdainful gazes of the crowd. Please, do not elevate yourself to such a lofty moral pedestal. Everything you have done has been for your own gain. You always claim to act for Konoha, yet each of your actions ultimately benefits yourself. The theft of the Sharingan is but one example, and even before the fourth Hokage was appointed. Your fear of Konoha's white fang overshadowing your bid for Hokage led you to spread rumors that contributed to his demise. Everything you do is solely for your own sake. Naraku retorts coolly. What? Kakashi, amidst the crowd, suddenly hears that his father's death was a consequence of Danzo's rumors, aimed at eliminating him as a rival for the Hokage position. Kakashi clenches his fists in anger. Just then, a large hand rests on his shoulder. Kakashi glances over to find his dear friend Guy by his side. He shakes his head to indicate that he is fine. Yet his uncovered right eye remains fixed on Danzo. At this point, Danzo has cast aside all pretense. With the village aware of his deeds, he realizes that regardless of the outcome of this confrontation, he cannot escape death. Therefore, he decides to fight with all his might, if he is to perish. He will drag Naraku down with him. Naraku Hyuga, today you will see me utterly disgraced. With nothing left to conceal, I shall unleash my full strength upon you. Danzo summons his spirit beast, the Dream Eater, which appears in a colossal form akin to an elephant. Upon its arrival, it unleashes a powerful wind technique. With its enormous mouth agape, it generates a tremendous vacuum, drawing everything in its vicinity toward it. Naraku's gray cat is swiftly suppressed, being pulled towards the beast's maw like dust in the air. Oomph! Naraku scoffs, dispelling the cat's form, then raises his blade to prepare for a counterattack. You shall not have the chance. Perish. But Danzo seizes the opportunity to charge at Naraku. In an instant, Danzo's right arm transforms into a massive tree branch, crashing down upon Naraku. The interruption of Naraku's attack and the Dream Eater's immense suction hinder his speed, leaving him no choice but to employ his defensive technique. With a thunderous crash, Danzo's strike sends Naraku crashing to the ground. As dust swirls around the impact site, Danzo prepares his next move, channeling a vast amount of wind chakra. Wind release, vacuum sphere, he shouts, unleashing a barrage of wind bullets that rain down upon Naraku. Just as the crowd holds its breath in anxiety for Naraku's fate, a spear suddenly emerges from the dust. With a piercing sound, the spear penetrates Danzo's heart, continuing onward to strike the Dream Eater behind him. The sound of measured footsteps echoes as Naraku steps forth from the haze, seemingly unscathed save for the slight dirt on his white robe. In a swift motion, Naraku retracts the spear, restoring it to its original form. Danzo's body, now devoid of life, collapses, leaving only the massive carcass of the Dream Eater. Naraku pays no mind to the beast's remains, instead swiftly turning to block a sudden attack from behind. The clash of weapons resounds as Naraku's blade meets Danzo's kunai. I knew you would attempt this trick, old fox. Naraku smiles, sensing Danzo's failure. In his desperation, Danzo retreats, having exhausted all his Sharingan. With his last resurrection, his right eye has lost its brilliance, now closed and devoid of light. What other options do you possess? Naraku stands firm, coldly addressing Danzo. If you lack further tricks, then prepare to meet your end. Danzo, gripping his kunai and panting heavily, realizes the truth in Naraku's words. He has reached a dead end. With his Sharingan spent, his spirit beast slain, and his techniques ineffectual against Naraku, Danzo is overwhelmed with despair. After years of navigating the ninja world, he cannot believe he is being bested by a mere teenager. The prospect of a mutual demise would at least offer him some solace, yet Naraku remains merely dirted. Filled with regret, Danzo does not lament his confrontation with Naraku, but rather his failure to eliminate him sooner, allowing him to develop into a formidable adversary. I cannot die. For the sake of Konoha, for the ninja world, I must not perish here. I am the sole reformer capable of changing this ninja world. Danzo bellows furiously at Naraku. Is this truly your final statement? Then you may as well perish. In an instant, Naraku vanished from his original position, reappearing before Danzo, his Zanpakuto poised to strike. With a clash, Danzo managed to parry the lethal blow of Naraku's blade, but that was the extent of his fortune. Naraku swiftly lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Danzo hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Danzo slammed onto the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as he lay supine. Before he could rise, Naraku materialized before him once more. The Zanpakuto lunged forward, impaling Danzo to the earth. With his Sharingan extinguished, how will you survive this time? Naraku gazed down at the incapacitated Danzo and spoke. Hinata Naraku, you scoundrel. Even in death, you shall not escape my wrath. At the brink of his life, Danzo's hand shot out, grasping Naraku's ankle, while his other hand violently tore open his garment. A sealing technique appeared upon his chest. Upon witnessing this, Naraku's pupils constricted. The four symbols seal. Naraku hastily withdrew his Zanpakuto, severing the arm that clutched his ankle, and activated his Shuinpa at full speed, retreating immediately. In the next moment, a dark liquid erupted from Danzo's chest. This viscous substance surged forth, gradually spreading outward, consuming everything in its path, like a black hole. Hinata, it seems I must take my leave first. Perhaps to you, I am in the wrong, but in my heart, I have always acted for the sake of Konoha. Alas, I never became Hokage, Danzo murmured, casting a final glance towards the third Hokage. Their eyes met, seemingly exchanging a farewell. Danzo, the third whispered softly. Ultimately, Danzo was enveloped by the dark liquid, vanishing from sight. Naraku took a deep breath, relieved that Danzo was finally dealt with. One less scheming adversary lurking in the shadows. He glanced at the spot where Danzo had disappeared, shaking his head. To the citizens of Konoha, Danzo's actions were despicable, yet for the Hokage, a figure like Danzo was essential for conducting the unsavory tasks. This was the very reason why the third had turned a blind eye to much of Danzo's machinations. In essence, it was merely a power struggle among the elite. Such sordid affairs exist wherever there is light and shadow. Konoha, a towering tree thriving in sunlight, inevitably casts its own mottled shadows, with the darkest places being the roots, silently drawing sustenance from the soil. Did Danzo contribute to Konoha? Undoubtedly. Yet, he was equally culpable. While serving Konoha, he also sought personal gain, and at times, his ambition overshadowed his loyalty to the village. The roots, drawing nourishment from the darkness, ultimately succumbed to it. Danzo can never be absolved. As the events unfolded, all eyes were fixed upon Naraku. They had anticipated a fierce clash, where even the victor would emerge gravely injured. After all, one was a seasoned jonin vying for the Hokage position, while the other was Konoha's youngest and most exceptional elite jonin. Both were formidable. Yet, no one foresaw that Naraku would dispatch Danzo with such ease, akin to a father besting a son. Unscathed throughout the ordeal, he had vanquished Danzo time and again. In the end, Danzo was compelled to use a sealing technique at the cost of his own life, yet it proved futile. The terrifying prowess of Hinata Naraku was evident. It was feared that within Konoha, his strength rivaled even that of the Hokage. The onlookers began to speculate. Meanwhile, the third Hokage concealed his sorrow. Danzo was dead. Yet numerous matters remained to be addressed. The malevolent deeds Danzo had committed over the years needed to be revealed to the villagers. Furthermore, Naraku's brazen actions within the village, though justified, could not go unpunished. Otherwise, Konoha's authority would be jeopardized. If everyone followed his example, openly engaging in battles within the village, chaos would surely ensue. Yet, how to deal with Hinata Naraku was a conundrum for the third. Today, I have compiled a token of gratitude for all my esteemed readers. As a humble author seeks to express thanks. Special acknowledgments to those who have supported me. Chapter 68. My soul is confined. Half a month has passed since Naraku's defeat of Danzo. During this time, the third Hokage has encountered considerable distress. Initially, he sought to discipline Naraku, but the village's higher-ups united in support of him. Moreover, upon returning to the village and learning of the events, the usually composed Hinata Hayashi confronted the third Hokage in a fit of rage. He even threatened to mobilize the entire Hinata clan, warning that any punitive action against Naraku would lead to their rebellion against the third's leadership. The implication was clear: should you dare to harm my son, the Hinata clan shall defect. Faced with this ultimatum, the third was initially furious, but upon reflection, he realized that if he had a descendant as distinguished as Naraku, he too would fight tooth and nail to protect him. Ultimately, the third had no choice but to acquiesce. Naraku's punishment was merely house arrest within the Hinata clan. However, the tale of Naraku's battle with Danzo spread throughout the village. The cause, process, and outcome were well known, as so many had witnessed the confrontation firsthand. Even the villagers uncovered Danzo's numerous misdeeds over the years, leading to his complete disgrace. For some time, the village had been denouncing him. Simultaneously, this incident also affected the third Hokage, as Danzo's transgressions spanned decades, and the third had failed to recognize them, even expressing a desire to protect Danzo during the battle. This resulted in a sharp decline in the third's reputation, as the villagers began to question his leadership abilities. The third found himself overwhelmed during this period. Ultimately, to mitigate the repercussions of this event, he decided to collaborate with neighboring shinobi villages to host the Chunin Exams. As expected, this strategy proved effective. With the announcement of the Chunin Exams, the villagers busied themselves, reducing the chatter. The ninjas of Konoha swiftly mobilized to relay information to surrounding nations. Meanwhile, the confined Naraku took this opportunity to rest and recuperate at home. However, the once imprisoned Naraku now surprisingly appeared outside the Hidden Leaf village. It was still the same familiar place, surrounded by those well-known faces, indulging in a grand barbecue feast. The only difference this time was the presence of a few additional guests: Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma Saratobi, as the jonin leading the group of young ninjas. They had become quite familiar with Naraku during this period, often dropping by for a meal. "Naraku, you've been confined by the third Hokage. Is it truly wise for you to be out here like this?" Naruto inquired, biting into a piece of meat and glancing at Naraku, hesitating before speaking. "Fear not. Though my body is here, my spirit remains at home." The third merely imposed a confinement. He did not specify whether it pertained to the body or the soul. Naraku replied nonchalantly. "Is that truly permissible?" Naruto blinked in confusion. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others silently turned away, unable to bear the absurdity of such reasoning. It was hardly a credible excuse, and Naraku seemed to be the only one bold enough to disregard the third's orders. The most uncomfortable among them was Asuma, as the third was, after all, his father. Naraku's actions were quite disrespectful to his father, yet Asuma chose to feign ignorance. If his own father could not control him, what could he possibly do? After feasting, everyone dispersed to rest. Kakashi sat beside Naraku. "Thank you, Naraku," Kakashi said simply. Yet Naraku understood the weight of his gratitude. Kakashi's father, the Leaf-White Fang, had been driven to his death by Tsunade's machinations. By eliminating Danzo, Naraku had avenged Kakashi to some extent. There's no need for thanks. My actions against Danzo were merely driven by personal grievances. Naraku waved his hand dismissively. "I understand, but I still wish to express my gratitude. The death of my father left an indelible mark on my young heart. Had it not been for the fourth Hokage's intervention, I might have strayed further down a dark path. Thus, regardless of your motivations for eliminating Danzo, I must thank you," Kakashi insisted. "Suit yourself," Naraku replied indifferently. "Oh, by the way, I'd like Naruto and the others to participate in the upcoming Chunin Exams," Kakashi said after a pause. "Well, their abilities are just barely sufficient. As their Jonin instructor, you can decide. I suspect both Kurenai and Asuma's teams will join as well." "Indeed, all three of our teams will participate," Kakashi nodded. "That's agreeable. Their skills have improved significantly of late, but they've also become somewhat overconfident. The Chunin Exams are filled with hidden talents. It would do them good to witness that." Naraku mused thoughtfully, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "By the way, do you have any particular candidates in mind for this Chunin exam?" Kakashi asked, noticing Naraku's contemplative demeanor, piquing his curiosity. "I'm not sure about other villages, but I know that Guy's team will also participate. In his class, there's Rock Lee, who excels in physical techniques, and my cousin Niji Hyuga. Do you think any of the 9 here could best them?" Naraku gestured toward the young ninjas, posing a question to Kakashi. After careful consideration, Kakashi rubbed his forehead in realization. He was quite familiar with Guy's team, and it appeared that none of the 9 would stand a chance against them. "No, there's still time before the exam. We must conduct a final training session," Kakashi declared decisively. "If they are to participate, they must do so in the strongest manner possible." "Oh right. Here, take this. It's something new I've written," Naraku said, reaching into his pocket and dramatically pulling out a book, tossing it to Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes lit up as he caught the book and eagerly began to peruse its contents. "Wow, Naraku, did you write something new so quickly?" At that moment, Kakashi resembled a man who had lived alone for 30 years and suddenly found a beautiful woman in his bed, overwhelmed with excitement. "Hey Kakashi, what's got you so thrilled?" Asuma, cigarette in mouth, approached the two. Upon seeing Asuma, Kakashi quickly tucked the book into his jacket. But Asuma caught sight of the cover emblazoned with the words "Showdown." This piqued his curiosity. Hadn't Kakashi always been an avid reader of Intimate Paradise? When did he change his taste? Chapter 69. I'll whisper to you. Half a month passed swiftly as preparations for the Chunin exams unfolded. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai reported their respective teams for the exam, while participants from other villages gradually arrived in the Leaf Village. The atmosphere in Konoha became exceedingly vibrant. After half a month, Naraku was informed by the Umbu that his confinement had been lifted. However, the notification felt inconsequential. The third Hokage was aware of Naraku's disregard for his orders, yet chose not to intervene. He recognized that further admonishment would be futile. As long as Naraku did not cause any disturbances, he would let him be. The Umbu had come primarily to inform Naraku that he would serve as the chief examiner for the second part of the exam, alongside Mitarashi Anko. Upon receiving the order, Naraku was taken aback. Initially, Anko was to be the sole examiner, but now he was included? Well, it was of little consequence. Wandering around the Forest of Death would be enjoyable. As for Orochimaru's impending schemes, Naraku pondered whether he should expose him and eliminate the threat. After much contemplation, Naraku found himself torn. If he revealed Orochimaru, Konoha could prepare in advance, likely leading to Orochimaru's demise and lessening the village's losses. However, this would mean the third would remain alive, continuing to hold power, and Tsunade would not assume the mantle of Hokage. Konoha would remain under the rule of the older generation. Yet, should the third be allowed to perish, Naraku had shared many years with him. Despite their discord over Danzo, the third had nurtured him throughout the years. Naraku hesitated, feeling uncertain. Ultimately, the third was growing old and too lenient towards enemies. Konoha was increasingly appearing weak, not only due to a lack of elite forces, but also because the third's excessively accommodating foreign policies made others perceive the village as vulnerable. Konoha needed a strong new Hokage. After much deliberation, Naraku finally made his decision. The third was indeed aging and too forgiving towards adversaries. Otherwise, his uncle Hayashi wouldn't have been sacrificed so easily. At this moment, Konoha is in dire need of a new Hokage to alter its current state. To Naraku, Tsunade appears to be an excellent candidate. Firstly, her assertiveness is, to some extent, beneficial for Konoha. Secondly, Tsunade's straightforward approach, devoid of intricate schemes or hidden plots, is something Naraku appreciates in his dealings. Lastly, should she ascend to the position of Hokage, Jiraiya would frequently remain in Konoha, thus bestowing the village with two formidable powers. If the third were to continue his tenure, neither of them would return. In this calculation, sacrificing 1/3 for the gain of 2 elite shinobi seems advantageous, even profitable. My apologies, old man third, but it seems your demise may be necessary. Naraku silently expressed his regrets to the third. As for Orochimaru, had he remained docile before the third's attack, Naraku would have disregarded him. However, should he choose to make a spectacle of himself, Naraku wouldn't mind allowing him to test the sharpness of his blade. With determination, Naraku set aside his ponderings, no longer hesitating. Well, the exam is tomorrow. That little Hyuga girl, Hinata, is likely feeling quite stressed. I should go offer her some comfort. Naraku rummaged through his system space to gather a collection of Hinata's favorite treats before heading out to find her. In this Chunin exam, only Hinata from his household would be participating, as Yakumo had already become a Chunin after her recovery, and as for Xiangling, she was currently too weak to compete. So Naraku decided against her participation. The following day, the Chunin exam commenced. The first segment was a written test, which on the surface seemed to assess theoretical knowledge. But in reality, it tested the participants' ability to gather intelligence and their resolve to persevere in the face of adversity. Without a doubt, the top students breezed through this stage, while those with the capacity to cheat resorted to copying. Only Naruto, the fool, was unable to produce answers and had no means of cheating. Although he ultimately submitted a blank paper, his persistence earned him a stroke of luck to pass the exam. Naraku, watching from the shadows, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. One could only attribute this to the protagonist's fortunate aura. Just as Marino Ibiki announced the conclusion of the first exam and began to celebrate with the remaining participants, a figure crashed through the window. The newcomer, donned in a fishnet outfit, with a curvaceous figure and a practical short ponytail, immediately unfurled a massive banner and affixed it to the wall. Then, addressing the crowd below, she proclaimed, "I am one of the examiners for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. Now, everyone follow me to the next round." Her dramatic entrance and over-the-top dialogue left the genin below in shock, staring at her in bewilderment. The audience erupted into a flurry of expressive reactions. Even Ibiki, who had yet to leave the podium, peeked out from behind the banner and remarked, "Mind the atmosphere. By the way, you're alone. Where's Hyuga Naraku?" Anko, blushing slightly, quickly shifted the topic. "I couldn't find Naraku-kun, so I thought I'd bring them over first. He will surely join us shortly. Speaking of which, I can't believe there are still 26 teams remaining. Ibiki, you were too lenient this year." Anko shifted the conversation back to Naraku and Ibiki. "There's no helping it. There are many outstanding contenders this year." Ibiki replied with a hint of exasperation. During the second exam, I will personally eliminate half of them." The crowd below gasped in terror. "Ask your respective instructors for details. For now, let us disperse." Anko coldly addressed the crowd, marking the official end of the first exam. Naraku stood at the school entrance, observing the participants streaming out. "Brother, Naraku-kun." Hinata and Naruto spotted him and rushed over. "Given your cheerful expressions, it seems you passed the exam today, right?" Naraku affectionately tousled their hair. "Indeed, the exam content was quite manageable," Hinata replied softly. Hearing this, Naruto awkwardly fumbled with his head. How amusing. He was the one who submitted a blank paper. And you, Naruto? Naraku asked knowingly, leaning in conspiratorially. Naruto whispered, I'll let you in on a secret. I didn't answer a single question. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Is that so? Naraku leaned closer to Naruto and said, I'll let you in on a secret too. I will be one of the main examiners tomorrow, and I will be watching you closely. Are you excited? Naruto froze in surprise. Nanny! An ear-piercing scream erupted, continuing to express gratitude to all the benefactors for their donations. Special thanks to Night Sky, Night Owl, Friend Account, Born to be a Dragon, and many others. Chapter 70. The second exam begins on the morning of the second day. Naraku rose early. After all, as one of the main examiners today, arriving late would be quite inappropriate. At the Konoha Village Training Ground number 44, also known as the Forest of Death, Naraku stood at the perimeter, casting his gaze upon the towering trees within. This place was familiar to him. After all, he had taken his Chunin exam here, where he faced both Guy and Kakashi alone, ultimately using his technique, Moon Slash, to cleave the central tower, creating a massive chasm even outside the tower. Who would have thought that the second round of the Chunin exam would take place here again? But, is that tower still usable? Ah, Naraku-kun, you arrived so early. Just then, Anko approached, holding dango in one hand and 2 cups of red bean soup in the other. Here, Naraku-kun, these are delicious. I brought them especially for you. She politely offered him the dango and a cup of red bean soup. Naraku paused momentarily before accepting the breakfast from Anko. Thank you, Miss Anko. Gazing at the enchanting woman before him, he found it hard to reconcile her with the future sweet potato. After a moment's consideration, Naraku spoke. Anko, while these sweets are delightful, one must be cautious about indulging too much, as it may lead to weight gain. Ah, it's fine. With my figure, how could I possibly gain weight? Anko nonchalantly brushed off his concern. Seeing this, Naraku decided to abandon his efforts to advise her. After all, if someone is unwilling to listen, there's little one can do. The two sat together, enjoying their breakfast while engaging in light conversation. As the time for the exam drew near, the participants began to arrive at the venue. Naraku and Anko took their seats at the examiner's table, scrutinizing the crowd below. Once everyone had gathered, Anko gave Naraku a signal, indicating it was time for him to speak. Naraku initially intended to decline, but Hondo turned around, deliberately ignoring Naraku's subsequent gaze. Left with no choice, Naraku stepped onto the stage. He became the speaker before the battle, which compelled Naruto to stand quietly, refraining from causing a ruckus. This also prevented the scene of Orochimaru's tongue rolling out to seize a kunai from occurring. However, Naraku cast a glance at several ninjas from the grass village, pausing for a moment on a woman donning a straw hat. She exuded an aura of danger, and Naraku was certain that she was Orochimaru. As Naraku observed Orochimaru, she seemed to sense his presence and raised her gaze to meet his. Their eyes clashed momentarily before swiftly averting. Intriguing. Is this the famed White Reaper of Konoha that has risen to prominence in recent years? Orochimaru lowered her head, licking her tongue as she spoke softly. During their brief eye contact, Naraku had unwittingly conveyed a faint sense of threat, were it not for his persistent desire for the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Orochimaru might have entertained thoughts of targeting Naraku instead. Unaware of Orochimaru's intentions, Naraku pulled out the consent forms for the exam, requesting all participants to sign. As they signed, he explained the exam's content and important points. The examination would entail a scroll competition, comprising a book of heaven and a book of earth. Each team would possess one scroll, and throughout the exam, they could employ any means necessary to obtain the opposing scroll. Only the teams that gathered both scrolls would pass the examination. In other words, from the moment they entered the testing grounds, everyone around them would be adversaries. As Naraku concluded his speech, the participants' expressions turned tense. Having shared all he needed to, Naraku returned to his position at the examiner's table. Soon, everyone completed the consent forms and submitted them beside the examiner's seat. Naraku noticed the young ninjas passing by him and offered them encouraging glances. Suddenly, Niji approached the examiner's table. Naraku observed Niji hesitate momentarily before speaking. Niji, good luck. Upon hearing Naraku's encouragement, Niji paused for an instant. Thank you, Naraku and I. After a moment's hesitation, Niji responded. Over the years, despite Niji's consistent cold demeanor towards him, Naraku persistently sought to be near him. In Naraku's heart, he believed that Niji's father had perished due to his own negligence. He felt a deep sense of guilt towards Niji and yearned to make amends. Fortunately, Due to his unwavering concern for Niji, the latter no longer remained as aloof as before. A smile curved Naraku's lips upon hearing Niji's response. Rest assured, if the opportunity arises, I shall revive your uncle. As for the Cloud Village, I will avenge this grievance. That day shall not be far off. Naraku mused silently. This vendetta would surely be avenged. Regardless of the Cloud Village's portrayal as benevolent in the original narrative, Naraku was only aware of their failure to capture him, culminating in the tragic death of his uncle. A gentleman avenges his grievances after 10 years. However, Naraku was no gentleman, and this grudge was etched in his heart. As for strength, let us not forget that this is a major event, the Chunin Exams. In recent days, Naraku had acquired several valuable items through sign-ins. Not to mention the impending plan to topple Konoha, Naraku could hardly fathom the rewards that awaited him then. He eagerly anticipated that day. With this thought, he mused that the third Hokage's demise seemed to hold greater significance. Once everyone was prepared, Naraku and Hondo, the two chief examiners, rose. They stood before the crowd and announced, the second round of the Chunin Exams officially begins. Each team, please enter through a designated door. Good luck to all. As Naraku's words fell, all the gates to the Forest of Death swung open, and participants hurriedly sought their entrances. Swiftly, they displayed their speed, racing through the forest like thunder. Entering early would allow them to familiarize themselves with the terrain and set traps to gain the upper hand. Only Naruto and his two companions entered at a leisurely pace, making a fervent declaration as they did. Naraku covered his face. It was hardly a grand stage for such theatrics. How embarrassing. Once all the participants had entered, Naraku returned to his position at the examiner's table. Oh, I suppose there is little else to do now. I might as well take a break, he sighed, stretching. He and Hondo were responsible for overseeing the exam's overall coordination, while the minor tasks would naturally fall to the Chunin and Genin. Naraku contemplated and found himself with little to occupy his time. As for Orochimaru, as long as she did not cause too much commotion, he was disinclined to intervene. After all, the pivotal element of the plan to bring Konoha to its knees still required his initiation. Transcendence, the era of universal body refinement by Junjing. In the Blue Star Defense War, humanity faced overwhelming defeat against a multitude of interstellar beings. The protagonist traverses back in time to turn the tide, ushering in an era of universal body refinement. Ice and Snow Legend. My system died upon birth by half-step insomnia. A city worker, by chance, discovers a brass ring. When danger looms, the spirit within the ring saves him, transporting him to the realm of cultivation. The brass ring connects him to a game called Ice and Snow Legend, which enhances his cultivation prowess, igniting a bloodbath in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 71. Grilling is my specialty. As the second round of the exam officially commenced, Naraku and Hondo found themselves momentarily idle. During this time, Hondo ventured out, returning with a plethora of dumplings and red bean soup. She settled comfortably under the makeshift sunshade, leisurely indulging in her meal. Naraku glanced her way, musing to himself, such a lovely figure. It's a shame that soon it may only be a memory. Once she transforms into a sweet potato, it will be unwatchable. He lamented silently, realizing why Hondo had begun to resemble one. Her eating habits would indeed lead to such a fate. As Naraku waited in boredom, Hondo finally finished the last skewer of dumplings, skewering the bamboo stick into a tree, forming a neat symbol of the Leaf Village. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke erupted on the field, and a figure appeared. This is bad, Lord Naraku, Lady Hondo. We have discovered 3 corpses, and they are rather peculiar. Please follow me. Hondo and Naraku exchanged glances. Her eyes reflected confusion. While Naraku understood the gravity of the matter, true grass ninja corpses had been found. TSK, that fool Orochimaru. Unable to dispose of the bodies properly, and leaving them lying around in Konoha, is she not blatantly revealing our masquerade? Naraku inwardly criticized. Hondo, you go ahead. I will remain here to oversee things, just in case any issues arise, Naraku instructed Hondo. Joke, what is there to see in the sight of several mangled corpses? Moreover, rushing over would only mean having to return later. It's better to stay here and await news. Well then, I shall take a look first, and leave this place in your capable hands. After pondering for a moment, Hondo decided to allow Naraku to remain behind while she went to confirm the identities of the corpses. Naraku, feeling rather bored, let out a yawn. Shortly thereafter, Hondo returned, but her demeanor was evidently altered, betraying an undercurrent of suppressed anger beneath her calm facade. Narakuan. The deceased are 3 grass-hidden ninjas who participated in the Chunin Exams. The manner of their deaths suggests the involvement of Orochimaru, one of the legendary sanin from Konoha. This implies that Orochimaru has likely infiltrated the ranks of the Chunin candidates. Although his intentions remain unclear, they cannot bode well for us. I have already dispatched a message to Lord Hokage, and the Umbu will be here shortly to assist. However, for the safety of the candidates, we must enter the area to trace his whereabouts. Hongdo began to relay all the information to Naraku in a flurry. Orochimaru? Isn't he the traitor from Konoha? How audacious of him to show up here. Naraku feigned astonishment as he inquired. Indeed, his presence here signifies malevolent intentions. We must act swiftly to thwart any plans he may have that could jeopardize Konoha. Hongdo declared, her voice laced with fury. Naraku-kun, you are swift. Please proceed ahead. And I shall follow closely. Naraku opened his mouth, intending to suggest that he remain behind to guard against Orochimaru's escape, but with Hongdo already speaking, he felt compelled to join her, fearing suspicion if he remained idle. Very well, I shall venture forth to pursue the trail of those grass ninjas. Naraku replied with a slight grimace, rising helplessly to his feet and vanishing into the forest with remarkable speed. His swiftness astonished Hongdo. She barely caught a glimpse of his motion before he disappeared entirely. Well then, since I detected a trace of Orochimaru's presence earlier, I might as well investigate further. Naraku mused, shaking his head. As for the safety of the others, Orochimaru had come solely for Sasuke. As long as no one provoked him, he would not resort to unnecessary violence, thus ensuring relative safety. Utilizing a binding technique, Naraku advanced towards the indicated aura. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Death, Naruto and his companions had encountered Orochimaru and were engaged in a fierce struggle. Faced with the formidable power of Orochimaru, the once proud Sasuke found himself immobilized, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. At that moment, Naruto charged forward but was swiftly struck aside by a serpent summoned by Orochimaru, crashing violently against the trunk of a tree before plummeting towards the ground. Sasuke! Sakura! They cried out in alarm, just when they feared Naruto would sustain severe injuries. He suddenly opened his eyes, now transformed into blood-red slits like a beast. Unleashing a fraction of the Nine-Tails power, Naruto became a tempest of fury, throwing punches at the serpent coiled around Orochimaru's feet. Yet, his efforts proved futile as the serpent's defenses remained unbroken. Orochimaru effortlessly flung him aside. Then, mounting the serpent, Orochimaru lunged towards Sasuke, but Naruto intervened, placing himself defiantly before the massive serpent's head. Get back, Sasuke! He exclaimed, yet before he could finish, Orochimaru's tongue ensnared him, lifting him off the ground. Ah, so this is the Nine-Tails brat. Intriguing. Orochimaru contemplated, extending his hand. 5-element seal, he declared, sealing away the fragment of Naruto's Nine-Tails power. Devoid of its support, Naruto instantly lost consciousness, discarded like refuse by Orochimaru. As he plummeted, Sakura watched anxiously, while Sasuke, engulfed in fear, recalled Itachi's taunting words from that fateful night, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing Sasuke incapacitated, Sakura resorted to tossing a kunai, which pierced Naruto's clothing, pinning him to a tree. Just when it seemed Sasuke had succumbed to fear, he overcame his trepidation. Ah, the Uchiha bloodline stirs within me. Orochimaru was the first to notice Sasuke's transformation. In a flash, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and charged at Orochimaru. The two exchanged blows fiercely, under Orochimaru's relentless assault. Sasuke managed to bind him to a tree and unleashed a fire-style jutsu, roasting Orochimaru like a serpent on a spit. Humph, roasting is my specialty. Years of barbecuing with Naraku and II has not been in vain. Sasuke gasped, as Sakura rushed to support him. However, just when they believed victory was at hand, Orochimaru broke free from his bonds. Thank you to all the generous patrons for your support. As the battle raged on, Sasuke's most powerful strike merely singed the skin of Orochimaru's face, who then escaped his restraints. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together, causing both Sasuke and Sakura to kneel helplessly, unable to move. What? How can this be? They gasped in disbelief. Truly impressive, Uchiha. I find myself increasingly eager to possess you. Orochimaru licked his lips, greedily fixating on Sasuke. Who are you? Sasuke stammered under the immense pressure. I am Orochimaru. If you wish to see me again, then distinguish yourself in this examination. As he spoke, he brandished the stolen heaven scroll from Naruto and set it ablaze. Wait. The scroll. Sakura cried out in distress as she watched it burn. Now, let us leave a mark upon you. Orochimaru began to weave hand signs, his neck elongating as he lunged at Sasuke. At that critical moment, a blade of light descended toward Orochimaru's neck. Sensing danger, Orochimaru hastily maneuvered to evade. But the speed of the strike was too swift. Even with his quick reflexes, he could not escape the cut that grazed his neck, causing blood to spatter. Orochimaru retracted his serpent-like head and reached out to touch the wound. Blood flowed from the point of contact, slick and warm, accompanied by a sharp pain in his neck. How detestable! Who dares to interfere? Orochimaru's fury surged as he prepared to inscribe a curse mark upon Sasuke, but at that critical moment, his plans were thwarted by an unexpected figure that emerged onto the branches above. Dressed in white attire, with white eyes and shoes, the newcomer radiated an ethereal presence. Reminiscent of a prince on a white steed, save for his black hair. It was none other than Hyuga Naraku. At last, I have arrived. Orochimaru, what are your intentions toward my companions? Naraku assessed the three individuals before him, noting that they were largely unharmed. Sasuke bore a minor wound from his own actions. Merely fatigued. Naraku had interrupted Orochimaru just as he sought to mark Sasuke. Naruto hung unconscious from a tree, looking rather worse for wear. As for Sakura, she had remained unscathed amidst the chaos, untouched by the fray. So, it is you, the White Death of Konoha? Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips. You, a veteran ninja and once a renowned member of the legendary Three, truly think it acceptable to bully three juniors in this manner? Naraku met Orochimaru's gaze without flinching. Oh, do you intend to defend them? Hyuga Naraku of Konoha has gained quite a reputation in recent years, even reaching the furthest corners of the land. But do not delude yourself into thinking you can match my prowess. With a flick of his tongue, Orochimaru continued. You intrude upon my exam venue without so much as a greeting. I cannot simply turn a blind eye to your disruption. Whether or not I can defeat you will only be revealed through combat. Let today reveal how far I still am from the legendary heights of the three ninjas. Naraku brandished his blade, the Zanpakuto, with an air of lethal intent. Young one, if you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. The action to mark Sasuke was interrupted, and Orochimaru's anger boiled over. Seeing Naraku challenge his authority with a drawn weapon only fueled his rage further. Though Naraku had garnered considerable fame within the ninja world, to Orochimaru, he remained a mere junior. If he did not show Naraku the consequences of challenging the legendary Three, anyone might dare to confront them. In an instant, Orochimaru unleashed several serpents from his arm, directing them toward Naraku. With a swift motion, Naraku's blade gleamed, severing the heads of the serpents. He charged forward, swinging his weapon with precision. The clash of their weapons resonated through the air, a cacophony of combat. After dozens of exchanges, they separated momentarily, both assessing each other's condition. After their exchange, Orochimaru's kunai lay battered and broken in his hand, while Naraku's Zanpakuto remained unscathed. Intriguing. A smile crept across Orochimaru's face. He pressed his hands against his abdomen, and from his mouth emerged a serpent, which in turn expelled a sword. Orochimaru now wielded the Kusanagi. Is that the Kusanagi? Naraku mused, though his curiosity lay in the peculiar anatomy of Orochimaru, who seemed capable of swallowing and regurgitating anything. It was akin to a magical bag of wonders. If he were to showcase this talent as a street performer in a past life, he would surely amass quite a fortune. Impressive talent. Alas, I have no money today. Otherwise, I would offer you a reward. Naraku clapped in appreciation, only to realize he had forgotten his purse, leading to an awkward admission. Orochimaru's expression darkened, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. To reveal such grandeur only to be likened to a mere street performer? How insolent! Enraged, he lunged at Naraku without a moment's hesitation. Naraku parried, their faces inches apart as they grappled for dominance. Suddenly, Orochimaru's tongue transformed into a serpent, launching a surprise attack. Unfazed, Naraku retaliated with a swift hand strike, severing the snake with ease. You thought this would suffice? I am a master of martial arts. Seeing his ambush thwarted, Orochimaru retreated. You possess skill. No wonder you have made a name for yourself in the ninja world and dare to challenge me. But now, witness how you counter this. With that, Orochimaru crouched upon a branch, seemingly retching, and then unleashed a torrent of small serpents from his mouth, which quickly grew to the size of tree trunks, cascading toward Naraku like a tidal wave. Each serpent bore a blade-like tip, creating a formidable onslaught. Disgusting. Naraku internally recoiled at the sight. Chapter 73. You think you can come and go as you please? It must be noted that Orochimaru, whether retrieving items or executing jutsu, often expelled them from his mouth. The serpents emerged coated in a slimy residue, eliciting Naraku's disdain. Such repugnant creatures should be eradicated at once. While he voiced his contempt, Naraku remained resolute in his actions. Hado 33, Blue Fire Crash. Countless azure flames erupted from Naraku, raining down upon the writhing serpents. Explosions burst forth, severing the serpents in their path. Impressive. Is this the might of Naraku, my brother? Sasuke and Sakura exclaimed, witnessing the display of power with awe. In that moment, Naraku deftly approached his companions, thrusting his Zanpakuto toward the ground. Just as Orochimaru's serpent head emerged nearby, the blade sliced through, leaving only a muddy replacement in its wake. Quick reflexes, Naraku remarked, somewhat amused. On the other side, a flustered Orochimaru emerged from the remnants of the tree, his eyes cold as he glared at Naraku. Cursed Byakugan, you've seen through my stealth? Truly troublesome ocular techniques. Moments ago, Orochimaru had intended to use the serpents to distract Naraku, allowing him to inscribe a curse mark upon Sasuke. Unfortunately, Naraku's advanced Byakugan proved too perceptive. As Naraku continued to thwart his attempts, Orochimaru could not help but feel a growing sense of urgency. As Naraku arrived, it indicated that Konoha had discovered his infiltration into the Forest of Death. Thus, the third Hokage and the Umbu would surely take action. However, Naraku found himself unable to subdue him at that moment. The commotion from their battle was significant, and if it continued, reinforcements from Konoha would soon arrive. At that point, he could very well be trapped here. Regret washed over Orochimaru for not having disposed of the corpses he had left behind. Initially, leaving those bodies was merely a provocation towards Konoha, but now he recognized that aside from the third Hokage, no one in Konoha posed a challenge to him. As long as the third Hokage refrained from intervening, any other arrivals would not be his match. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering the formidable Hinata Naraku, who not only arrived swiftly, but also disrupted his plans entirely. With the situation escalating, a sense of retreat began to stir within Orochimaru. Hinata Naraku, I shall remember you. You have thwarted my ambitions, and we shall cross paths again in the future, he uttered coldly, prepared to withdraw. Naraku, however, was not about to allow him to leave so easily. Do you think you can come and go as you please, treating Konoha like your backyard? You ought to consult my blade first, he retorted, brandishing his Zanpakuto, which transformed from an ordinary size into a colossal butcher's knife. With both hands gripping the weapon, a surge of spiritual pressure flowed into the blade. Upon accumulating a vast amount of spiritual energy, Naraku unleashed his attack, Crescent Moon Slash. This time, he was cautious, not channeling all his energy into the Zanpakuto as he had before, but rather utilizing only a portion. Nonetheless, the power of this strike was formidable. As the crescent-shaped energy approached at great speed, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming sense of danger. This is bad. If I cannot fend it off, I will perish. In an instant, Orochimaru reacted by summoning 3 massive gates to shield himself from the incoming attack. The sound of successive impacts echoed as the 3-tiered barrier shattered before him. Yet, as the final gate fell, Naraku's Crescent Moon Slash had exhausted its power, scattering into a multitude of glimmering lights as it flew onward. However, the momentum still generated a fierce wind that tousled Orochimaru's long hair. What manner of technique is this? It shattered my triple gate with such ease, Orochimaru exclaimed in shock, realizing that his most potent defense had been rendered as fragile as paper. Witnessing Naraku standing firm, still brimming with energy, Orochimaru chose not to linger any longer and swiftly retreated. The large size of the triple gate had undoubtedly revealed his location to the pursuing Umbu, and he understood that it was imperative to flee. Hinata Naraku, you are truly intriguing. Though I have not acquired Sasuke's body, it appears that securing yours would be a commendable alternative. I have set my sights on you, so do take care, Orochimaru's voice echoed from the distance. What a nuisance. Coveting my body? You must be dreaming. Naraku scoffed, disdainfully dismissing Orochimaru's words. After the battle, he had gained insight into the disparity between himself and the higher echelons of power. Orochimaru, cautious and not fighting at full strength, had still posed a significant challenge. Yet Naraku had many trump cards left unplayed. This meant that against most elite shinobi, if he were to unleash his full potential, he might not necessarily emerge victorious, but survival would be assured. However, should he encounter the likes of Pain or Itachi, the pinnacle of the elite, he might find himself in peril. Nevertheless, Naraku remained undaunted. For now, he was merely operating at the level of a high-ranking jonin. Once he ascended further, defeating Orochimaru would surely become a trivial task. Sheathing his Zanpakuto, he glanced back at Sasuke and Sakura, who were both looking at him with admiration. Even the normally aloof Sasuke appeared impressed. The fact that someone like Orochimaru, A figure they regarded with despair, had fled in the face of Naraku's might was a testament to his strength. Sakura, who once feared the name associated with Naraku, felt her trepidation dissipate. Meanwhile, Sasuke gazed at Naraku with fervent eyes, contemplating that if he possessed such power, perhaps he could finally exact his revenge. Ignoring their reactions, Naraku extended a spiritual rope to rescue Naruto, who was hanging from a tree. He then turned to see several figures leaping through the trees, quickly approaching their location. Upon landing, it was revealed to be Anko and the Umbu, drawn by the commotion of the battle. After the Umbu arrived, Naraku recounted the events that had transpired. Damn it, it truly is Orochimaru. Anko clenched her fists in righteous fury. Indeed, while we may not know his nefarious schemes, it is clear that his target is Sasuke. Naraku remarked, casting a glance at Sasuke. He understood Orochimaru's intentions but remained silent, for revealing his source of information would only lead to further questions. Sasuke was bewildered, wondering why he had become the focus of such attention. Although Orochimaru had retreated for now, there was no certainty he would not return. To be prudent, I suggest we suspend Sasuke's participation in the Chunin Exams, Anko proposed hesitantly. No way, I refuse to withdraw from the exams. Sasuke protested vehemently. To withdraw would place him at a disadvantage, and his pride would not allow him to fall behind others. There's no need to forfeit. After this setback, Orochimaru should refrain from acting recklessly again. I will ensure their safety during the exams while keeping an eye on Orochimaru's movements, Naraku stated thoughtfully. Is that truly feasible? Anko inquired, her concern evident. Rest assured, it is settled. You shall inform the third Hokage of the situation here, while the rest continue searching the forest for Orochimaru's traces. We cannot allow any participants to withdraw. It would reflect poorly on Konoha, Naraku declared resolutely. Without waiting for further objections, he firmly established their course of action. Very well. Do take care, Anko relented, recognizing Naraku's determination. Deep down, Naraku had his own contemplations as they moved forward. Following the demise of Danzo, the narrative arc of the Naruto universe has undeniably veered from the original plotline. Presently, Naraku has thwarted Orochimaru's attempt to implant a curse mark on Sasuke, further disrupting the established storyline. In the past, Naraku would have refrained from such bold actions, as he was still vying for a strategic advantage in the unfolding events. However, Naraku's mindset has shifted. He may not yet possess the strength to dominate the ninja world, but in this early phase, his current abilities are far from insignificant. He believes that if his speculations hold true, his power will experience a substantial enhancement during the third exam. At that juncture, unless confronted by an opponent of Sage of Six Paths caliber, he would no longer harbor fears of defeat. That said, even if he were to lose, he would never accept defeat easily. With this in mind, why should he adhere to the previously established rules of engagement? As he observed his comrades, Akane and the Umbu, venturing forth to seek out Orochimaru, Naraku turned to his three companions. The exam continues, and there is no need to fear Orochimaru's threat. I shall protect you in the shadows. Do your best, and do not bring shame upon me, he encouraged them. Naraku, who exactly is this Orochimaru? Naruto, now awakened, inquired with a look of reluctant curiosity. You will learn of him in due time, was Naraku's noncommittal response, knowing they would soon uncover Orochimaru's identity. Without further ado, Naraku vanished from their sight. After a brief respite, Naruto and his companions resumed their journey towards the central tower. Meanwhile, Naraku utilized his curvature light technique to conceal himself, observing the surroundings from above. Strangely enough, Orochimaru had yet to appear. As the exam progressed, the participants managed to navigate through it without incident. Naraku recalled that after Orochimaru had marked Sasuke, he had disguised himself as a Leaf Village ninja and had met with Kabuto at the entrance of the central tower. Yet this time he was conspicuously absent. Naraku shook his head, dismissing the matter. The trajectory of events had altered. With no knowledge of Orochimaru's whereabouts, he resolved to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. However, the thought of Orochimaru's ominous remarks about coveting his body sent a chill down Naraku's spine. Damn it, that wretched fiend. He cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions stood before the central tower, mouths agape in astonishment at the sight before them. A massive chasm radiated outward from the tower, extending several hundred meters. The side of the tower exhibited clear signs of repair. What on earth is happening here? Was there an earthquake? Naruto queried, examining the fissure closely. Sasuke and Sakura mirrored his shock. No, the edges of the fissure are too neat. This is the result of an attack. Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Surely, This is some kind of deception. What sort of assault could cause such devastation? Sakura questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. At this moment, the trio, still inexperienced in the face of such monumental events, found the display utterly terrifying. In due course, they would grow accustomed to such displays of power. Meanwhile, Naraku, observing the fissure from above, was puzzled. Hadn't he carved this out himself? Why had it not been filled? He descended to the ground as Naruto and his companions entered the tower. Inside, all 21 successful candidates from the exam, along with several high-ranking officials from the Leaf Village, were gathered. Naraku approached the third Hokage, nodding to indicate that he had not encountered Orochimaru along the way. The third Hokage subtly acknowledged him. Naraku scanned the assembly, finally confirming that Orochimaru was indeed absent. Clearing his throat, the third Hokage stepped forward, pipe in hand. Now, we shall commence the third round of the ninja exam. But first, I must clarify an important matter. The third Hokage proceeded to elaborate on the true significance of the Chunin Exams. While some were already aware, the newcomers from the Leaf Village found it difficult to digest this information initially. Nevertheless, the exam would continue. Let us honor the will of our predecessors and battle fiercely for our dreams and dignity. The crowd's morale surged once more. At that moment, a figure emerged before them. Hokage-sama, allow me, as the judge, to explain, announced Tsukikage, lifting his head to reveal a rather unwell-looking visage. Naraku cast a glance at him. Ugh, that appearance suggests a short lifespan. Even if not slain by Maki, he likely won't last long, Naraku thought, suppressing his disdain. Chapter 75. The preliminary round concludes. I have a question. Naruto suddenly interjected, stepping forward. What is it? Tsukikage inquired, glancing at Naruto. I just wanted to know. Is that enormous crack at the entrance a result of an earthquake? Naruto scratched his head, pointing awkwardly at the patched wall. Clearly, he felt a bit embarrassed to ask such a question in such a formal setting. The audience exchanged glances, their expressions souring at the seemingly trivial inquiry. Though they were all too familiar with Naruto's tendencies. I can answer that for you. That is the result of a strike made by this man, Hyuga Naraku, during the Chunin Exams years ago. He subsequently earned the moniker White Death throughout the ninja world. The village initially planned to repair the fissure, but upon reflection, they decided to leave it as a reminder for future generations to look upon the brilliance of their predecessors and to follow in their footsteps, the third Hokage explained. Upon hearing the third Hokage's response, those in the audience who recognized Naraku gazed at him in disbelief. Before entering, not only Naruto but the others had noticed the crack. After all, such a massive fissure was impossible to overlook. They had all speculated about its origin, but the third Hokage's revelation left them incredulous. Such overwhelming destructive power, could it truly be the work of a mere human? This was the singular thought that raced through their minds. The Leaf villagers marveled at Naraku's might, while those with ulterior motives began to contemplate their next moves. The realization that, apart from the third Hokage, there existed another individual of such formidable strength in the Leaf Village posed a significant dilemma. Temari and Kankuro exchanged concerned glances, their apprehensions mounting. The White Death? It is he who has disrupted Lord Orochimaru's plans. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, casting a furtive glance at Naraku. Is this truly his power? How can I ever hope to catch up? Am I destined to remain a caged bird for eternity? Niji's heart brimmed with resentment. In an instant, the expressions of those in the audience varied dramatically. Now, let us proceed to the preliminary round of the third exam. The moonlight danced with the wind as it coughed lightly, addressing the crowd. This time, the unfolding events proceeded without deviation, fearing the exposure of his true strength. The pharmacist Do chose to forfeit. Consequently, from the initial 21 participants, only 10 groups remained for the duels. The draw commenced, and the first match pitted Sasuke against Chidori Armor. This time, free from the burden of cursed seals, Sasuke unleashed his power, swiftly defeating Chidori Armor. In the second match, Shino Aburame faced off against the Sound Ninja Sakan, emerging victorious. The third bout saw Kankuro confront Kinsango, with Kankuro claiming victory. The fourth battle featured Sakura Haruno against Ino Yamanaka, resulting in a stalemate as both fighters exhausted their energy. In the fifth match, Temari faced Tenten, but Tenten succumbed to the overwhelming might of her opponent's wind release techniques. The sixth contest showcased Shikamaru Nara against the Sound Ninja Kintsuchi, where Shikamaru's superior intellect secured him the win. In the seventh round, Kiba faced Naruto. It was a fierce exchange, and although Naruto initially struggled against Kiba, he ultimately turned the tide in a bewildering triumph. Nara, observing this spectacle from above, could not suppress his laughter, nor could the other spectators stifle their amusement. The 8th match brought Hinata against Neji. Nara, who had initially been relaxed, suddenly became serious. He remembered that in this duel, neither combatant would yield. Ultimately, Neji struck decisively, inflicting significant injury on Hinata. In this lifetime, with Nara's presence as the heir of the Hyuga clan, Hinata no longer bore the heavy burden of expectations and therefore fought without desperation. Neji, perceiving Hinata's future as one within the branch family, saw her as a fellow captive, and thus they shared a mutual understanding. Nara, realizing this, could not help but smile bitterly. The result of the battle was Hinata's exhaustion, granting Neji victory. In the 9th match, Rock Lee faced the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara. Nara felt a flicker of interest as this battle of the lower-ranked ninjas commenced. At the start, Lee struggled to breach Gaara's automatic defense, but upon shedding his weights, he turned the tide, delivering blows to Gaara. Initially taken by surprise, Gaara became enraged, his power surging as he pressed Lee back. In a moment of desperation, Lee opened the 8 gates, dramatically increasing his strength and once again gaining the upper hand. Nara nodded in approval at Lee's speed, which had reached a level comparable to his own basic Shuinpa. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange until, regrettably, Lee found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately having his arm and leg crushed by Gaara's sand. Just as Gaara prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Guy intervened just in time. As the battle concluded, Guy looked on with anguish at the injured Lee, while the medical team rushed to carry him away for treatment. Upon assessing Lee's injuries, a medical ninja hesitated to speak, but at that moment, Nara appeared at the edge of the arena and assured them, "It's all right. Leave Lee to me. I will heal his injuries." Recognizing Nara, the medical ninja swallowed their words. They had witnessed Nara's medical ninjutsu firsthand and dared not question his capability. Guy, relieved to see Nara ready to assist Lee, felt a sense of trust, knowing that many in Konoha had come to recognize Nara's formidable healing abilities. Nara promptly exited, taking Lee with him for treatment. As for the final match, Nara had little interest in watching. Choji faced off against TOS, a battle that was destined to end in defeat. At long last, the 10 matches concluded, and the preliminary rounds of the 3rd exam reached a definitive conclusion. The victors were Sasuke, Shino, Kankuro, Temari, Shikamaru, Naruto, Neji, Gaara, and TOS. These 9 individuals would advance to the final showdown. But the actual contest would only commence once the lords and leaders of all nations had arrived. This interim period served as a respite for those preparing for the decisive battle. In Chapter 76, Neji's request, within the Konoha infirmary, sunlight streamed across Lee's face as he slowly regained consciousness. "Where am I?" he pondered, realizing something was amiss with his limbs. Initially confused, memories of the battle flooded back. His bones had seemingly been crushed by Gaara's might. In a panic, he sat up and threw off the covers to inspect himself. How could this be? To his astonishment, he found himself completely unharmed, devoid of any trace of the injuries sustained in battle, or even the accumulated aches from training. Am I dreaming? He wondered, incredulously. Just then, footsteps echoed from the corridor. The door swung open to reveal Guy, Neji, and Tenten. "Lee, you're awake?" they exclaimed in joyous surprise upon seeing him alert. "Guy-sensei," Lee murmured, still in disbelief. "I thought I was gravely injured. How did I heal?" he questioned, bewildered. "Did I sleep for years?" "Calm down, Lee. The 2nd exam was just yesterday. It's only been one night," Guy reassured him, noting Lee's bewilderment. "But why?" Lee began before being interrupted. "Ah, you're awake. You seem to have recovered well." Nara entered, cutting in. "Nara, thank you. Thank you for healing Lee," Guy exclaimed, tears in his eyes as he embraced Nara. "Please, Guy, not like this. I'm not fond of men," Nara said, frowning in awkwardness. "Lee, quickly express your gratitude to Nara. The medical team declared you incapacitated, but it was Nara's exceptional healing skills that restored you. Without him, you might have never been able to continue as a ninja," Tenten reminded Lee, who stood in stunned silence. Upon hearing this, Lee leaped from his bed and rushed to Nara. "Naraku-kun, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for allowing me to continue as a ninja." I truly," Lee stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. "All right. I merely came to check on your recovery, and it appears you are doing well," Nara replied, observing Lee's fervent gratitude. "This recent failure should not weigh heavily on your hearts. After all, with that formidable entity residing within Gaara, your current selves indeed find him to be exceedingly powerful. Persevere. Even if your skills lie solely in physical techniques, I have faith that you can become an exemplary ninja." Naraku examined Lee's condition and, upon finding no significant injuries, offered a few words of comfort before preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Niji, observing Naraku's intent to leave, displayed a conflicted expression in his eyes. Ultimately, just as Naraku was about to step out the door, Niji called out to him. "Wait, Naraku, I would like to request your training." After uttering those words, Niji seemed to expend all his energy, fixing his gaze unwaveringly on Naraku. "Oh." Naraku halted his steps and turned to Niji. In truth, Niji's request was somewhat unexpected. Given his proud nature, he had never sought Naraku's guidance on training matters over the years. Yet today, he was proactively asking for Naraku's mentorship. Niji clenched his teeth and continued, "Though Teacher Guy is formidable, his specialty lies in the strong fist style, while I practice the gentle fist. In this regard, I believe you, Naraku, are far more adept. I do not wish to lose in the third match a month from now. All along, I have pursued you as my benchmark, yet I realize I can no longer keep pace with you. Nonetheless, I wish to prove myself. I want to demonstrate that the Hyuga branch is not inferior." With that, Niji fixed his gaze on Naraku with determination. Naraku and Niji maintained eye contact for a full half-minute, while the three onlookers felt it inappropriate to interject, as this was a matter between the two brothers. Finally, Naraku smiled. "Very well, I accept your request. However, remember, I do not intend for you to prove anything. I am merely teaching my brother in the capacity of an older sibling. Moreover, let me put this plainly, should you wish for my guidance, prepare yourself for some tough lessons. Starting tomorrow, come to my courtyard. Rest assured, with me around, you won't meet your demise. Even if you were to suffer broken limbs, I can heal you." As he spoke, Naraku made his way to the door. Pausing at the entrance, he added, "One last thing, do not mention the main and branch families again. From now on, those terms will no longer exist within the Hyuga clan. I shall eventually abolish this disgraceful system." With that, he departed without looking back. Inside the hospital room, Niji fell into profound silence. After a long moment, he raised his head with a smile. "Abolishing the caged bird? If it is you, Naraku, perhaps it can indeed come to pass. I am eager to see." As Naraku exited the doors of the Konoha hospital, he encountered Kakashi's team, though Sakura was absent. "Ah, Naraku, how are you?" Kakashi greeted him first. "Oh, where are you all headed?" Curious about the group moving towards the outskirts, Naraku inquired. "With the third exam approaching in a month, I plan to take Sasuke for some specialized training," Kakashi replied, scratching his head. Kakashi-sensei is biased. You teach only Sasuke while neglecting me," Naruto exclaimed indignantly from the side. "By the way, Naraku, could you assist me with specialized training?" At this, Naruto's eyes lit up as he eagerly approached Naraku. "Apologies, Naruto, but I have already promised to train Niji," Naraku responded awkwardly. "Niji? Isn't he my opponent in the first match? If you're training him, doesn't that put me at a greater disadvantage?" Naruto protested, anxiously bouncing around. Kakashi and Naraku exchanged glances, both feeling rather helpless. At that moment, Naraku's eyes brightened. "Naruto, while I lack the time, I can introduce you to someone. This individual can certainly aid you in your training." "Who? Is this person more capable than you, Naraku?" "Absolutely. This person is far more skilled than I am now," Naraku stated, his gaze fixed in a particular direction. Kakashi followed Naraku's line of sight and was taken aback upon recognizing a familiar figure. Across the street stood a women's bathhouse. At that moment, in the alley beside it, a figure with a head full of white hair was peering in. This figure was crouched, with their face pressed against the wooden slats, intently observing. Even without seeing the front, Naraku could envision a lecherous expression. "Ah, there's a perverted peeper. How despicable. Just wait until I catch him," Naruto shouted, incensed at the audacity of someone spying on the women's bathhouse. "Hey, you perverted lecher. What are you doing peeking at the girls bathing?" Naruto ran up behind the individual, shouting, "Shoo, be quiet. You'll get us caught." The figure hastily turned around, signaling Naruto to keep quiet. However, it was too late. Screams erupted from within the bathhouse, clearly having heard. "Peeking at others bathing in broad daylight. Do you have no shame?" Naruto admonished, forgetting entirely that he had once disguised himself as a woman to sneak in. What peeping? I was merely gathering material for my novel. As the great sage Jiraiya, how could I stoop to such behavior? To gather material for writing is not peeping." As the two continued their noisy dispute, Naraku and Kakashi approached them. "Long time no see, Jiraiya-sensei." Kakashi greeted the legendary sanin. "Ah, is that you, Kakashi? Are these your disciples?" Jiraiya ceased his quarrel with Naruto upon noticing Kakashi, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being caught in such a compromising situation. These two are my students. As for this one, I cannot claim to be his teacher. This is the youngest elite jonin of Konoha, known as the White Death in the ninja world, Hyuga Naraku. Kakashi introduced Naraku to Jiraiya. And this one, Naraku. I presume you recognize? Kakashi inquired, having noticed Naraku's familiarity with Jiraiya's identity. The legendary sanin, Jiraiya, who in the ninja world is unaware of his name. Naraku replied with a smile. Oh, you are the White Death who has generated quite a buzz in the ninja world in recent years? Before meeting you, I imagined you to be a bloodthirsty executioner, yet you present as a refined young gentleman. Jiraiya remarked, somewhat surprised by Naraku's demeanor. Well, it seems there may be some misunderstandings about me in the ninja world. Who can say for certain? Naraku shrugged nonchalantly. Jiraiya chuckled, deciding not to pursue the topic further, clearly skeptical of Naraku's words. After all, there are only wrong names, never wrong nicknames. However, what does it matter if one bears the notorious title of Naraku in the shinobi world, no matter how many lives one has taken or how brutal one has been? Is there anyone in this realm who has not shed blood? It would be absurd to say, I have slain 100, while you only 10. Thus I am justified in calling you cruel. Such reasoning is merely a case of 50 steps mocking 100. By the way, Jiraiya-sensei, have you been in the village all this time? Kakashi diverted the topic. I just returned a couple of days ago. Oh, and please don't inform the third Hokage of my return. I only came back for material. I certainly do not wish to be ensnared by him. Jiraiya warned Kakashi. Oh, rest assured, I will keep it to myself. That's more like it. Once my new book is published, you will be the first to see it. In a mere moment, Jiraiya's expression shifted from solemnity to lecherous glee. Yet this time, he did not detect the eager expression he usually found on Kakashi's face. Hey Kakashi, what gives? Are you truly indifferent to my new book? Jiraiya's face bore unmistakable astonishment, for Kakashi had always been his loyal reader. Well, Jiraiya-sensei, to put it bluntly, your book is nothing short of garbage. After much hesitation, Kakashi finally uttered those two final words. What? You dare to say such a thing? Jiraiya's heart suffered a devastating blow, leaving him momentarily petrified. Sigh, Kakashi, why must you be so honest? At least show some respect for your elder. Naraku interjected with a sardonic remark. Kakashi, you must clarify why you deem my book unworthy, and how dare you use the term garbage to describe it. If you cannot provide a reason today, I shall not let you off easily. Jiraiya, flustered, rushed towards Kakashi and seized his collar, demanding an explanation. Kakashi did not retort but instead retrieved the book Naraku had given him from his pocket. He thrust it into Jiraiya's hands. Jiraiya-sensei, please take a look. Once you have read it, compare it to your own work, and you will understand. Fuming, Jiraiya snatched the book from Kakashi and glanced at the cover, which bore the title A Bin. With a dismissive scoff, he began to flip through its pages. The first page read, Abin's performance at the Ninja Academy was far from stellar. As Jiraiya read on, his expression transformed from disdain to shock, and ultimately, he found himself completely engrossed in the narrative. At that moment, his demeanor could best be described with a single word, lecherous. Look, there's a strange old man over there. Passers-by pointed and whispered about Jiraiya. Ahem, Jiraiya-sensei, this is the street. Perhaps you should temper your expression. We can read it when we return. Kakashi, noticing the gazes of onlookers, could not help but reclaim the book from Jiraiya's grasp. With the book taken away, Jiraiya emerged from his trance and hastily asked Kakashi, Kakashi, you must tell me who authored this book. I wish to seek their guidance. Kakashi glanced at Naraku, who wore an indifferent expression. Ahem, actually, this book was written by Naraku-kun, and not just this one. I have several others in my pocket. Kakashi revealed candidly. What? Naraku, you wrote this? And you have more? Jiraiya gazed at Naraku in disbelief, for it was unfathomable that a mere child of his age could produce such literature. Jiraiya's expression was fraught with conflict, as if he had made a momentous decision. Naraku, please take me on as your disciple. Teach me the art of writing. Jiraiya proclaimed loudly. In response to such a request, Naraku naturally declined. Jiraiya-sensei, let us not speak of taking on students. In the realm of scholars, we engage in mutual exchange of knowledge. Upon hearing Naraku's words, Jiraiya's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Indeed, well said. The exchange of ideas among scholars is truly invigorating. He then pulled out his unfinished manuscript of Paradise of Affection and tossed it to the ground. Forget this rubbish. I shall not write it anymore. Chapter 78. The powerful aura of the protagonist Naruto ultimately followed Jiraiya to train, with the condition that Naraku would engage in scholarly exchange with Jiraiya. Naraku readily agreed, knowing that even without this exchange, Jiraiya would instruct Naruto. After all, Naruto was the only son of his disciple, and even the name Naruto was bestowed by Jiraiya. He would never abandon him. However, when it came to the exchange of scholarly discourse, Naraku felt confident, for he had a wealth of knowledge from his previous life, having immersed himself in classics for over 20 years. From ancient texts to modern forbidden literature, Naraku could recite them chapter by chapter. Thus, in the days that followed, Sasuke trained with Kakashi to master the lightning cutter, while Naruto learned summoning techniques from Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Naraku began instructing Neji in the gentle fist and the 8 trigrams. At the residence of the Hyuga clan, in the courtyard where Naraku resided, Neji arrived early in the morning, disturbing Naraku from his sweet dreams. With no choice but to rise, Naraku recalled his promise to Neji. First, Naraku engaged in a spar with Neji to gauge his strength and mastery of the gentle fist. Following that, he tailored a training regimen accordingly. Half a month later, in the spacious courtyard, 2 figures engaged in relentless combat. Naraku stood still, using only one hand to effortlessly deflect Neji's torrential onslaught. Phew. Neji, panting heavily, realized he had not even grazed the hem of Naraku's garment. Is this the Kaden? Neji inquired, glancing at the serene Naraku. Indeed, this is the family's secret technique, Katen, capable of providing 360-degree defense. I see you have a solid grasp of the gentle fist and the 8 trigrams, and your Byakugan has reached an intermediate level. Thus, you are ready to begin training in Katen. With half a month until the competition, strive to master it. This way, even if you cannot defeat your opponent, with Katen's absolute defense, you shall remain invincible. Naraku encouraged Neji, who was still catching his breath. All right, I will learn Katen. Neji replied earnestly. On another set of steps, 5 figures sat in ascending order. Haku, Ayam, Hinata, Xiangling, and Hanabi. Hinata, Neji and I is so serious. Haku, it's evident he has a story to tell. Ayam, I must say, Naraku-kun looks even more handsome when he has focused. Xiangling and Hanabi agreed. Haku chuckled at the infatuation exhibited by the girls. Such a life is truly delightful. If only it could last forever, free from the bloodshed and scheming that plague existence. Had I not encountered Lord Naraku, I might have already become naught but a pile of bones. How splendid it would be if Lord Naraku could resurrect Mr. Zai, allowing for a reunion. As I watched Naraku instructing Neji, I found myself momentarily lost in thought. Time passed steadily in the pursuit of training. On the morning of the 3rd assessment, the wind shadow of Sunagakure, along with the feudal lords from various nations and the leaders of other ninja villages, arrived in succession. Do not feel overwhelmed. Just give it your all, Naraku encouraged, patting Neji on the shoulder. Neji nodded silently in response. Soon after, the group departed from the Hyuga clan's gates, heading towards the examination venue. Upon arrival, the crowd dispersed, each heading to their designated areas. Neji entered the arena, where Shino and 3 others from Sunagakure were already present. Without exchanging pleasantries, he found a spot and stood firm. Hinata and her companions ascended to the stands, seeking a vantage point for observation. Naraku took a moment to survey the stands. After all, given Orochimaru's previous attempt at disruption, Konoha had to remain vigilant. Thus, today, the Jonin and Umbu of Konoha had been assigned to patrol the competition grounds. As the preparations for the match unfolded, 9 individuals had qualified for the finals, 6 of whom had already arrived. Among them, Toshi had provoked Gaara and had already been eliminated, while Naruto and Sasuke had yet to make their entrance. Just before the competition commenced, Naruto burst through the entrance, causing a commotion outside. Naraku turned his gaze elsewhere. Such an entrance was hardly dignified. At that moment, Naraku's attention was drawn to the high platform, where Wind Shadow Raza approached the 3rd Hokage. He squinted to scrutinize Raza. The familiar aura confirmed that it was indeed Orochimaru in disguise. However, since he had already resolved to send the 3rd to his demise, Naraku felt no compulsion to announce this revelation. The scheme to bring Konoha to ruin aligned perfectly with Naraku's interests. Once all the pertinent high-ranking officials had gathered, the examination officially commenced, yet Sasuke had still not arrived. The lingering doubts regarding Orochimaru's earlier assault led many to speculate whether Sasuke had been captured. However, the assembly could not afford to wait idly for one individual, and ultimately, the 3rd decided to postpone Sasuke's match until the final round. After delivering some rather uninspiring remarks, The third declared the competition open. The first match pitted Naruto against Neji. Over the past month, Neji had undergone rigorous training under Naraku's relentless guidance, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his abilities. Mastering the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, he had even conquered the complex technique of Kaiten. At this juncture, Neji's prowess could rival even seasoned Chunin. However, facing Naruto, Naraku found it hard to place his faith in Neji. Indeed, as the battle commenced, Neji dominated Naruto, leaving him utterly defenseless. Yet, fueled by his aspiration to become Hokage, Naruto persevered. Both fighters were driven by their respective desires to prove themselves, engaging fervently in combat. Ultimately, however, an overconfident Neji fell victim to Naruto's shadow clone, with Naruto's true self emerging from below to land a decisive blow that sent Neji crashing to the ground. Neji suffered a narrow defeat. Naraku felt a tinge of regret. It was not that Neji lacked strength, his abilities were undoubtedly sufficient to secure a place among the top three. Rather, it was the overwhelming power of the protagonist's aura that proved formidable. Naraku mused that should he ever entertain the notion of eliminating Naruto or Sasuke, fate would undoubtedly intervene, potentially leading to his own downfall. The term Child of Destiny was not merely a phrase. Chapter 79. The plan to ruin Konoha begins. The incapacitated Neji was carried away by the medical team. Naraku glanced toward the stands, where his father had risen, seemingly intending to visit Neji. With a smile, Naraku made his way to the medical team. After all, nothing urgent was likely to occur in the meantime. As he turned a corner in the medical ward, Hayashi Hyuga spotted his eldest son standing outside Neji's hospital room. "Naraku, what brings you here?" Hayashi inquired, intrigued, as he was aware that his son had a patrol duty today. "There's little happening at the arena, so I thought I'd come check on Neji. He certainly needs the support of his older brother right now," Naraku jested lightly. Hayashi playfully swatted Naraku's shoulder. "You're never serious. You taught Neji the Kaiten technique, didn't you?" Naraku shrugged, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Hayashi sighed. "Well, I won't say much more. I understand your perspective, and you've managed well over the years. I trust you to handle the elders of our clan." He added, "I have some things to discuss with Neji, so please wait outside." With that, he entered the room and locked the door behind him. Naraku understood what his father intended to discuss. It was likely the matter of his uncle Hizashi's tragic fate. Before Hizashi's sacrifice, he had penned a letter elucidating his choice to die in place of his brother, urging Neji not to hold resentment. However, burdened with guilt, Hayashi had withheld this letter from Neji, unknowingly deepening Neji's animosity towards the clan. Today, seizing this opportunity, Hayashi would finally clarify everything. After waiting for a while, when the door reopened, Naraku stepped inside. Hayashi's face bore an expression of relief, while Neji's countenance no longer reflected the hatred of the past. Naraku smiled gently and affectionately ruffled Neji's hair, causing a blush to rise on Neji's cheeks. "Fear not, before long, I shall ensure that the people of Kyuubi pay dearly for their transgressions," Naraku stated, though he refrained from expressing his unspoken hope of one day resurrecting Hisashi. He contemplated that voicing such aspirations might lead to disappointment if circumstances did not allow for it. "Naraku, do not act recklessly. The people of Kyuubi are formidable," Hayashi cautioned upon hearing Naraku's declaration. "Rest assured, I did not imply immediate action." Naraku waved off the concern and began to channel healing techniques towards Neji. Moments later, Neji's injuries were healed, and the trio exited the infirmary, making their way back to the stands. Though Neji's battle had concluded, he was eager to witness the remaining matches and assess the gap between himself and the other competitors. Upon returning to the arena, they arrived just in time for the third match between Temari and Shikamaru. As for the second match between Kankuro and Shino, Kankuro had opted to forfeit to conserve his strength. At this moment, Shikamaru and Temari's bout had reached its final stages, with Shikamaru's techniques primarily focused on control, proving less effective against Temari's offensive prowess. By cleverly piecing together his astute intellect and adeptly utilizing the terrain, he ultimately employed the shadow binding technique to subdue Temari. However, his chakra was fully depleted, leaving him no choice but to concede defeat in the competition. Naraku chuckled softly, reflecting on the irony of losing the match yet emerging as the sole Chunin of the event, having also won a wife in the process. While 3 matches had concluded, one of the protagonists, Uchiha Sasuke, was conspicuously absent from the arena. The spectators began to murmur, and even the ninjas from Konoha expressed their discontent. After all, punctuality is a fundamental principle for a ninja, Yet Sasuke had been delayed for an extended period. Just as the third Hokage was about to declare Sasuke disqualified, the Kazekage, or rather Orochimaru, interjected, pleading for an extension. Naraku raised an eyebrow, noting that although Orochimaru had not succeeded in marking him with the cursed seal, he still seemed intent on possessing Sasuke's body. As time ticked away, the discontent among the audience grew louder. Just before the official announcement of Gaara's victory, a sudden gust of wind swept through the arena, heralding the arrival of two figures, Kakashi and Sasuke, who appeared back-to-back, exuding an undeniable coolness that elicited gasps from the surrounding crowd. "Ah, two show-offs," Naraku remarked with a smirk. Upon Sasuke's arrival, Gaara descended from the arena, casually crushing two unsuspecting insects along the way. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match before launching into a fierce battle. Despite their efforts, they seemed evenly matched. Naraku, observing the unfolding chaos, shifted his attention to the stands, where he noticed several Umbu operatives beginning to mobilize. These Umbu were actually disguised agents of Orochimaru. Silently, Naraku moved closer to Hinata and her companions, prioritizing their safety above all else. As the battle between Sasuke and Gaara intensified, Gaara transformed sand into a spherical defense, rendering Sasuke's attacks ineffective. In a moment of desperation, Sasuke prepared to unleash the Raikiri that Kakashi had taught him, though he was merely executing the basic version of Chidori. With the lightning crackling around him, Sasuke's presence was indeed formidable, astonishing even Orochimaru, who gazed at him with a mix of greed and astonishment, ignoring the reactions of others. Sasuke thrust the Chidori towards Gaara's defensive sphere, shattering it with remarkable force. The pain caused Gaara to lose his composure, momentarily transforming into the ferocious One-Tail. The menacing gaze from the beast left Sasuke momentarily paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, white feathers began to drift from the stands, lulling the audience into a hypnotic state. The Konoha collapse plan had commenced, and Naraku smirked. As the white feathers fell, the citizens of Konoha and weaker ninjas succumbed to the hypnosis. Kakashi and Guy exchanged wary glances, recognizing the impending danger. The third Hokage, having sensed the disturbance, turned to Orochimaru, who was equally fixated on him. At that moment, one of Orochimaru's subordinates fired a signal flare, releasing smoke into the air. The operation had begun, and the Sand Village's ninjas sprang into action. Konoha's forces, witnessing this aggression, quickly moved to counter, but the Sand Village had come prepared. Despite their swift reactions, Konoha's defenders found themselves at a disadvantage. The Four-Sound Ninja appeared, encircling the third Hokage and Orochimaru, effectively pushing back the Konoha ninjas. They then executed the Four Purple Flames formation, isolating Konoha's forces and preventing them from intervening. Simultaneously, a colossal three-headed serpent breached Konoha's towering walls, slaughtering the guards stationed there. In the arena, Temari and Kankuro attempted to evacuate the out-of-control Gaara. Observing the ensuing chaos, Yakumo felt a surge of disbelief. As a master of illusions, she was not easily swayed by the tricks of others. "Naraku," she called, realizing the situation. "Bye. Your strength is commendable. Awaken Hinata and the others, then retreat. Remember to protect yourselves." Bai nodded in agreement, and Naraku, assured of their safety, approached Kakashi and Guy. As Kakashi and Guy engaged the imposters posing as Umbu, Naraku swiftly dispatched an attacking enemy with a kick. "Kakashi, the Sand Ninjas are fleeing. We must send a team to pursue them." Kakashi, fending off an adversary, replied without turning, "We can't leave this spot." Naraku glanced at the fallen Naruto and his comrades, grinning as he suggested, "Let these kids handle it." Kakashi observed the unconscious ninjas and the only awake Sakura, summoning Pakin to assign them the pursuit mission. Sakura promptly began dispelling the illusion on her teammates, but when she reached Shikamaru, her efforts yielded no results. Naraku, noticing the struggle, playfully kicked Shikamaru. "Enough with the act. Complete the mission and then rest." Caught off guard, Shikamaru muttered reluctantly as he got up. Subsequently, they followed Pakin's lead, and in the shadows, Shino stealthily joined the pursuit. Naraku, confident in Shino's abilities, did not dwell on it further. As chaos erupted in the stands, the third Hokage engaged Orochimaru atop the rooftops. At this moment, Orochimaru had removed his mask, revealing his true visage. Naraku contemplated the situation. With numerous elite ninjas from Konoha present, the enemy was unlikely to create significant turmoil. His concern shifted to the walls. "Kakashi, Guy, I leave this to you. I must assist those at the walls." Naraku bid them farewell and darted toward the commotion at the perimeter. At the walls, Konoha's ninjas struggled valiantly, yet their defenses were inadequate against the three-headed serpent's onslaught. Kunai armed with explosive tags felt like mere firecrackers against its massive form. Everyone, clear the area. Naraku commanded as he swiftly arrived, urging the ninjas to retreat. Recognizing Naraku's prowess, the ninjas surrounding the serpent promptly withdrew. Thunderous roar, the judgment of heaven. The blade of the Soul Reaper, the Na-Luo, unsheathed. Immediately unleashed its initial release. To combat such a colossal creature, one must wield an equally formidable weapon for effective strikes. A massive black-armored warrior. With only the upper half of its body visible, wielding a gigantic sword measuring 40 meters in length, materialized directly behind Na-Luo. The members of Konoha, witnessing this terrifying apparition, were nearly paralyzed with fear. This was the first time Na-Luo had publicly demonstrated the initial release of the judgment of heaven. The last time he had used it was beneath the Root Ninja's underground base, where all witnesses had perished, leaving no one aware of this formidable technique. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Na-Luo swiftly transported himself to the front of the three-headed giant serpent. With his Soul Reaper blade poised vertically, he cleaved downwards, splitting the serpent, which had been a source of exasperation for the Konoha ninjas, directly in two. Despite the serpent possessing three heads, Na-Luo's strike did not merely sever the central head. The colossal sword sliced through the middle head, cleaving the entire serpentine body in half. The massive carcass crashed to the ground, still writhing in defiance. Na-Luo, with a flick of his wrist, delivered another strike, severing the remaining two heads. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he summoned the serpent's remains into his system space. Such a large serpent should not go to waste. It could provide several sumptuous meals if roasted. Having completed these tasks, Na-Luo approached Mori no Ibiki, who was commanding the battlefield. The remaining matters are now entrusted to you. I shall continue to cleanse the enemies at the arena. With the disruption of the three-headed serpent eliminated, the remaining sand ninjas posed no challenge. Their eradication was merely a matter of time. Observing Na-Luo's retreating figure, Mori no Ibiki couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. How can this kid, also a jonin, be so extraordinarily powerful? Upon returning to the battlefield, Na-Luo noticed two additional figures within the four purple flames formation. Were those the first and second Hokage? Na-Luo mused, acknowledging that both were undoubtedly prodigies of their era. The first Hokage, with his mastery of wood release, had subdued the entire ninja world, while the second Hokage had single-handedly authored an entire book of sealing techniques. Though these two were now merely reanimated corpses, their strength was but a fraction of what it once was, yet they had already pushed the third Hokage into a precarious position. Furthermore, the third Hokage, now aged, lacked the stamina of his youth. How much longer could he endure? Na-Luo shook his head. The third Hokage's demise was an inevitable fate. Never mind. Since he had resolved to act from the outset, he would not allow himself to waver. System, I wish to sign in. Very well, my esteemed host. The sign-in commences. Chapter 81. Akiyuka's congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. This sign-in has granted Vice Captain level spiritual pressure, all series of Bakudo, all series of Hoko, advanced Shunpa, and Ice Will Pill. Hearing the system's notification, Na-Luo's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, after acquiring Vice Captain level spiritual pressure, he felt an explosive surge within, as if experiencing a transcendent elevation of his soul. This sensation, though encountered in previous upgrades, had never been so pronounced before. This heightened his anticipation for captain-level spiritual pressure. As the chaos around him was gradually subdued by the responding Konoha ninjas, Na-Luo quietly opened his system panel. The current status displayed: Host, Hyuga Na-Luo. Level, Vice Captain Shadow Level. Abilities, Byakugan, Perfect, Gentle Fist, Master. 8 trigrams 128 palms, Master. 8 trigrams Air Palm, Master. Heavenly Spin, Master. All series of Bakudo. All series of Hoko, Advanced Shunpa, and Sky Dance Technique. Items, Soul Reaper Blade, Oblivion, Initial Release Capabilities, Reverse Fluctuation, Moon Slash, Gray Cat, Divine Gun, Judgment of Heaven, Wabasuk. Pisces Theory, Thousand Cherry Blossoms, Ice Will Pill, Dragon Ball World, Senza Beans, 3, Dragon Ball, 4-Star Ball, Mangekyo Sharingan Single. Among these, Pisces Theory and Thousand Cherry Blossoms were rewards from the first and second exams, respectively. The 4-star Dragon Ball was obtained when Naruto summoned Gamabunta, leaving Na-Luo momentarily bewildered. What? Does the system wish for me to play a collection game? Collecting Dragon Balls to summon Shinran? The system's playful nature made Naruto wonder if it would also arrange for him to collect 5 blessings during the new year. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was acquired on the day he vanquished Danzo, and upon receiving it, Naruto couldn't refrain from expressing his disbelief. What is this? Looting from slain foes? He speculated that this particular Mangekyo Sharingan likely belonged to Uchiha Shursui, as it was the only one of its caliber among Danzo's collection. However, Naruto refrained from experimenting, as he had no desire to recklessly tamper with his own eyes. At this moment, Naruto was brimming with excitement. Had it not been for the inopportune timing, he would have laughed uproariously. After years in the Hokage world, starting today, as long as the Sage of Six Paths did not intervene, he, Naruto, could finally walk with unchallenged confidence. Alas, it was a pity that his Byakugan had not elevated to the Rinnegan. Otherwise, even against the Sage of Six Paths, he would stand a fighting chance. Enough, I must not be overly greedy. Naruto shook his head, the sudden surge of power nearly overwhelming his senses. Over the years, each of Naruto's power enhancements had been contingent upon significant events, often separated by years of stagnation. He suspected that this was the system's way of allowing him to acclimate to his newfound strength. Much like the so-called refining one's heart in the mortal realm depicted in cultivation novels. After all, Naruto was not a reincarnated celestial being in his past life. He was merely an ordinary individual. Suddenly, a tremendous sound caught Naruto's attention. Looking up, he saw the entire 4 purple flames formation shrouded by the vines summoned by the first Hokage. Recognizing this, Naruto understood that the battle was nearing its conclusion. The third Hokage had been pushed to his limits. To prevail, he had no choice but to unleash his final technique. Indeed, as his stamina waned, the third Hokage invoked the Shiki Fujin technique, summoning the Shinigami. The Shinigami, once summoned, was visible only to the caster. To everyone else, the third Hokage appeared unchanged as he performed the hand seals. This was strikingly similar to the rules of the Soul Society, where only those with the ability could perceive the Shinigami and hollows. However, there was one person present who could see the Shinigami, Naruto. Observing the grotesque visage of the Shinigami before him, Naruto remained silent for a moment. Then, he chuckled softly. What a Shinigami! Merely an ugly hollow. Indeed, this so-called Shinigami appeared to Naruto as nothing more than a hollow, with its hideous face and an aura of overwhelming malevolence. It fed upon the souls of others. Was this not the very definition of a hollow? However, this particular hollow seemed exceptionally powerful. Naruto discerned it had likely reached the level of Kyuubi's. A hollow of this caliber would be considered a captain-level threat in the Soul Society, an undeniable force to be reckoned with. Curse it, how did the hollows from the world of death become intertwined with the realm of Naruto? Could it be that the technique known as Shiki Fujin is a means to summon hollows from the world of death? Or is it possible that this particular hollow arrived in the Naruto universe for other reasons? At that moment, Naraku found himself momentarily stunned. The shock of encountering a creature from the world of death overshadowed his recent joy from leveling up. Naraku understood that the Shiki Fujin technique was created by the Uzumaki clan, implying that Uchiha's had appeared in this world countless years ago. He felt it imperative to clarify this matter at the earliest opportunity. If the Naruto world can summon beings from the realm of death, might there also be a way for him to traverse into that world? Perhaps not only to the world of death, but beyond. Considering the powers he had acquired through his sign-ins were not limited solely to that domain. While Naraku was lost in thought, the third Hokage had already taken action. He bore the brunt of the second Hokage's dark techniques, with 2 shadow clones swiftly engaging the first and second Hokage, seizing their reanimated forms with firm grips. Subsequently, the Shinigami, or Uchiha's, extended its clawed hand through the third's frail body, capturing the souls of the first and second Hokage, forcefully extracting them from their vessels and sealing them within its own being. At the moment the souls of the first and second Hokage entered Uchiha's body, Naraku sensed a slight increase in its power, causing a subtle shift in his expression. After all, he was a Shinigami, a natural adversary of hollows, and an enhancement in the opponent's strength certainly boded ill for him. It appeared that Uchiha's was absorbing the souls through Shiki Fujin to augment its own power. However, Naraku believed that even if it consumed the souls, rapid digestion was unlikely. After all, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had summoned the fourth Hokage, who had been consumed by the Shinigami for over a decade. This indicated either that those consumed were of such great strength that they could not be digested swiftly, or that Uchiha's had some issue leading to its poor digestion ability. Naraku leaned more towards the latter. as the strength of a shadow-level ninja simply could not contend with that of a captain-level powerhouse. Chapter 82. Farewell, Third Hokage. After devouring the souls of the two Hokage, the third Hokage, now weary and exhausted, struggled to engage with Orochimaru. After a few exchanges, the third unexpectedly seized the opportunity and trapped Orochimaru. Then, as Shiki Fujin was activated, Ochiuka's once again plunged its claws into Orochimaru's body, beginning the extraction of his soul. Unfortunately, the third Hokage was ultimately aged and had been pierced through the chest by Orochimaru wielding the Kusanagi sword. After a fierce struggle, the outcome was that Orochimaru only lost his soul and arms, while the third could no longer endure. Reluctantly, the third Hokage fell to the ground. Farewell, third Hokage. Naraku, watching from a distance, sighed silently. The third Hokage was a figure whose life could not be easily categorized as right or wrong. In Konoha, he undoubtedly made significant contributions, having stabilized a village that was in disarray upon his initial assumption of leadership amidst looming threats. However, during his decades in power, numerous issues remained unaddressed. The extermination of the Uchiha clan, the neglect that led to Danzo spreading rumors that caused the death of Konoha's White Fang, and yielding to the threat of Kumobikure by handing over Hinata Hayashi. These events were ultimately the third's failures. The battle had concluded, and just as the villagers of Konoha prepared to confront Orochimaru, the Sound Four had already shielded him as he made his escape. Initially contemplating whether to let him go, Naraku ultimately chose to abandon the thought. After all, keeping Orochimaru alive would provide more opportunities for sign-ins in the future. This premeditated battle ended with the third Hokage's demise and Orochimaru retreating after losing both arms. As for the unsuspecting Sand Shinobi, they either perished or were captured. Even Gaara and his companions, who attempted to flee, were defeated by Naruto and others, though they were ultimately allowed to escape. The Konoha Collapse War had officially come to an end. The villagers gathered around the fallen body of the third Hokage in solemn silence. Asuma quietly stepped forward, lifting his father's aged body without uttering a word, making his way toward the Sarutobi clan. The others exchanged glances, suppressing their grief as they began to clear the battlefield. The following day dawned bright and clear, yet as the time for the third's funeral approached, the skies darkened ominously, hinting at impending rain. When the villagers gathered at the third Hokage's grave, the heavens could no longer hold back, and a gentle rain began to fall. Naraku looked up, sensing that even the skies mourned for the third Hokage. At the funeral, all present wore somber expressions. Their long lives as ninjas had taught them to remain stoic in the face of death. Familiar with the cycle of life and death, they were not easily moved to tears. Except for Konohamaru, who wept profusely. Iruka stepped forward, gently embracing him in comfort, reminiscent of how the third had once consoled him. One by one, they approached the third Hokage's grave, laying down white flowers in tribute. Naraku also stepped forward to place a bouquet. Old man, I apologize for not intervening to save you. However, the future of the ninja world, with your ideals, is no longer suited for the leadership of Konoha. The ninja world is on the brink of significant change, and Konoha now requires a strong leader, along with fresh blood to rejuvenate it. Your death will only serve to enhance Konoha's future. Farewell. Naraku sighed inwardly before turning to leave. Not far from his exit, he encountered Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya stood leaning against a tree, lost in thought as he gazed at the third's grave. Naraku approached and stood beside him, and the two shared a moment of silence. After a long pause, Naraku broke the silence. What is this? Are you still feeling guilty for not saving the third? Jiraiya blinked, ruffling his white hair as he replied, What are you saying? With that formation in place, I couldn't get in. Naraku chuckled softly. You need not feel guilty. My thoughts align with your own deep down. The third indeed needed to step down. However, rather than allowing him to age quietly and pass away, perhaps a glorious death in battle would be the most fitting end for this noble ninja of Konoha. Jiraiya. Hey, that idea is quite dangerous. I certainly don't share that sentiment, so don't involve me. Seriously, why is it raining? Well, the funeral is over. Let us return and have a drink to warm ourselves. Upon hearing Naraku's words, Jiraiya's expression shifted noticeably. He quickly turned away, muttering to himself as he walked toward the village. Naraku observed Jiraiya's retreating figure, remaining silent, then simply smiled faintly. Jiraiya is undoubtedly one of the strongest in the entire ninja world. Just yesterday, he had been present at the scene, albeit concealed and remaining incognito. Had he chosen to intervene, He could have coordinated with the third Hokage to breach the sound force formation. After all, no matter how powerful a formation may be, it has its limits. However, Jiraiya chose not to intervene, clearly revealing that his thoughts aligned with what Naraku had just articulated. Nonetheless, these subtle musings were his own secret to bear. Now that Naraku had exposed him, he felt somewhat awkward. After all, it was akin to witnessing his master's demise, a fate hardly better than being slain by Orochimaru himself. Naraku shook his head and turned to find Hinata, Yakumo, and the others, leading them home. The following morning, before dawn broke, a thick fog enveloped the village due to the rain from the previous day. Amidst such weather, two figures clad in cloud-patterned cloaks approached the gates of Konoha. Who goes there? At the entrance, a guard, familiar with Naraku, noticed the odd attire of the duo and stepped forward to inquire. One of the figures turned, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan, casting a fleeting glance that rendered the guard unconscious. The two then proceeded, as if traversing an unguarded realm into Konoha. At the Hyuga clan's residence, Naraku awoke to the piercing sunlight gracing his face, reluctantly rising. The day had already brightened, and though he wished to linger in bed, Itachi was expected to return today. Oh well, I must bear this weary fate. Although Naruto should be safe within the village, it is prudent to keep an eye on him. As he muttered to himself, Naraku dressed and opened the door, stretching to announce his complete awakening. Today, Jiraiya should embark on his journey with Naruto to find Tsunade. Should I join them? The long trek would indeed be exhausting, yet perhaps they might uncover something valuable upon locating Tsunade. Ah, the dilemma. Chapter 83. Old Flames Rekindled? Stepping outside, Naraku wandered the streets of Konoha. He recalled that Kakashi and the others encountered Itachi and Kisame in the commercial district, leading to a confrontation. Ideally, they should have ambushed them at the village entrance before dawn. But who could blame Naraku for being ensnared by the allure of his bed, which each morning sealed him in slumber until the sun reached its zenith? As Naraku meandered through the village, he unexpectedly ran into Sasuke. Sasuke, have you seen Kakashi? Naraku inquired. Naraku, was it Kakashi you mentioned? I was just with him, but he seemed to have urgent matters and left, Sasuke replied, pointing in the direction Kakashi had taken. Oh, it appears they have already engaged, Naraku mused, darting towards the indicated path. Sasuke watched as Naraku swiftly departed before shaking his head and walking away. Naraku soared through the air, soon spotting 6 figures locked in confrontation. Kisame brandished his samahata, while Itachi stood there, composed. Meanwhile, Asuma and Kurenai closed their eyes tightly to evade Itachi's genjutsu, and Kakashi knelt before them, gasping for breath. At the forefront stood Might Guy, shielding the trio. Alas, poor Kakashi. A smirk crept across Naraku's lips as he materialized before the group. Naraku, you've arrived. Be careful not to meet Itachi's gaze, Guy cautioned, greeting Naraku with a warning gesture. Fear not, Guy. Naraku reassured him, approaching with unwavering confidence. Long time no see. Itachi, he greeted, as if reuniting with an old friend. Indeed, it has been a while. Naraku, your reputation has grown quite formidable in the ninja world, Itachi replied coolly. Who is this person, Itachi? Kisame inquired, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from Naraku, a feeling his superhuman instincts could not ignore, unlike the others. This is the individual whose name you may have heard, Konoha's White Death. What? It's him, Kisame exclaimed, taken aback. Naraku, intrigued, regarded Kisame with keen interest. That's quite a large blade you wield. It serves both as a weapon and a creature. I wonder how my Zabumaru would fare against it. Since acquiring Zabumaru, Naraku had seldom had the opportunity to wield it, as few in the ninja realm were adept with weapons. Naraku's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he gazed upon Kisame's samahata. What are you staring at? Kisame snapped, feeling increasingly unsettled under Naraku's intense scrutiny. How audacious to intrude upon Konoha and question me. Do you dare to fight? Naraku exclaimed, raising his blade, Zabumaru, which transformed into a uniquely shaped weapon. He then charged at Kisame, who, enraged, defended himself with samahata. Yet, after a mere exchange, Kisame sensed something amiss. What? Why is samahata getting heavier? A smile of delight graced Naraku's face. It's working. After all this time, I've finally utilized Zabumaru. With renewed enthusiasm, Naraku struck several blows against samahata. You scoundrel! Kisame shouted, feeling the weight of his blade increase with each hit. Fury and alarm surged within him as he swung with all his might. The weight magnification rendered samahata cumbersome, but when swung with force, it pushed Naraku back. What in the world is this? Kisame exclaimed. struggling to keep his weapon from sinking into the water. The weight increase not only burdened Kisame but caused Samahata, almost a sentient being, to struggle under the oppressive force. It emitted sounds of distress, unable to even twist its form. Samahata, damn you, you will pay for this. Kisame cried, his anxiety mounting as he regarded his distressed companion. Observing Kisame charging at him, Naraku merely lifted his Zabumaru, halting the furious Kisame in his tracks. Knowing the peculiar nature of Naraku's weapon, Kisame was no fool. He did not charge recklessly into the fray. Enough, Naraku. Itachi suddenly intervened, positioning himself between Naraku and Kisame, his crimson Sharingan fixated on Naraku. Naraku met his gaze unflinchingly. In the next moment, Itachi activated his ocular technique, aiming to draw Naraku into his Tsukuyomi space. However, 3 seconds later, Naraku remained utterly unresponsive, leaving Itachi perplexed. No reaction? He decided to try again. Itachi cast Tsukuyomi once more towards Naraku, but after another 3 seconds, still nothing. The two stood face to face. Their gazes intertwined in a profound connection. Mr. Itachi, Guy, struggling to drag the heavy sword Samahata behind him, could no longer contain himself as he observed the two locked in their gaze. The weight of Samahata was simply too much, and he feared that if he lost his grip, it would sink to the riverbed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guy was carrying the unconscious Kakashi, and Asuma and Kurenai looked on in confusion at the scene unfolding before them. What was going on? Was there an untold story between Naraku and Itachi? Perhaps a rekindled romance after years of separation? The minds of the onlookers were filled with gossip. Narakujin, please retract your powers. Guy and I shall take our leave. Itachi finally spoke, knowing full well that with Naraku's interference, capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was out of the question. Naraku smiled at Itachi and snapped his fingers, instantly lifting the heavy gravity he had placed on Samahata. The sudden lightness caused Guy, who was exerting all his strength to hold it, to stumble backward and fall into the water, making the once formidable Akatsuki organization appear rather disheveled. Chapter 84. Naraku, be mindful of your influence ultimately. Itachi and Kisame chose to leave Konoha, and Naraku made no effort to stop them. After all, both men were formidable and there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Konoha had just endured a fierce battle and could not withstand another conflict of such magnitude. Naraku escorted the two out of Konoha and, on his return journey, encountered Naruto, who was about to leave with Jiraiya. With Jiraiya by Naruto's side, Naraku felt he could momentarily set aside his worries. He headed directly to Kakashi's home. Inside, Kakashi lay weakly on the bed, unable to move. Itachi had trapped him in the Tsukuyomi space, where, although only a few seconds had passed in reality, 3 whole days had elapsed within the illusion. Kakashi had been tormented for a full 3 days, yet his strong will kept him from losing his sanity upon returning. Naraku approached the bed and placed his hand on Kakashi's forehead. A soft, white light enveloped Kakashi's body. This healing energy not only restored Kakashi's physical form, but also mended the damage inflicted upon his soul by Tsukuyomi. The healing technique was not merely for physical injuries. It was originally designed to heal the souls of the dead. As souls are ethereal, the effectiveness of this technique on them far surpasses its efficacy on the physical body. After a brief moment, Naraku withdrew his hand, and Kakashi's complexion had improved significantly. Your soul's injuries have been mended, but it would be wise to rest for a few more days, Naraku advised him. Thank you. Kakashi, having regained some strength, sat up in bed and expressed his gratitude. By the way, Naraku, is there something special between you and Itachi? I noticed the two of you were gazing at each other quite intently. I must say, with him being a rogue ninja now, you should be mindful of your influence. Guy leaned closer to Naraku, a mischievous grin on his face. Even Asuma and Kurenai, standing behind him, regarded Naraku with strange expressions. Narakujin, you mustn't betray I am. I've tolerated your bringing home so many girls, as at least they were in fair competition. But you absolutely cannot bring home any males. Kurenai finally said, after much internal debate. Hearing their words, Naraku felt a surge of frustration, barely suppressing the impulse to kick Guy across the room. You, Mato Guy, who looks so robust, are surprisingly nosy. Naraku cursed inwardly. What are you all thinking about? Itachi merely attempted to use Tsukuyomi on me, but it failed. Naraku explained, casting a glance at the group. What? Tsukuyomi failed? Naraku, you managed to withstand Itachi's Tsukuyomi? Kakashi looked at Naraku in astonishment. He knew that he had been drawn into Tsukuyomi after just a single gaze from Itachi, enduring 3 days of torment. Kakashi understood the terrifying nature of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. But now Naraku claimed that Tsukuyami had no effect on him. Could this imply that Uchiha clan's illusions were ineffective against Naraku? Naraku chose not to answer their questions, as this was a closely guarded secret of his. In reality, Kakashi was quite close in his assumptions. The principle behind illusions is to disrupt the opponent's chakra, leading them into a state of delusion. However, Naraku possessed no chakra. He wielded only spiritual pressure. Even techniques like Gentle Fist and Byakugan were activated through his spiritual energy. Thus, any attempts to disturb chakra would naturally be futile against Naraku. As for drawing Naraku into Tsukuyami, that was absurd. He was a Shinigami, a master of the soul. Naraku's soul was so robust that even if he stood still for Itachi to attempt to absorb him, he would remain unaffected. Therefore, these so-called illusionary attacks had no bearing on him whatsoever, unless they were deployed by someone of sage-level caliber, in which case Naraku might need to exercise caution. Oh, so that's how it is, Guy and the others chuckled awkwardly. Returning to the matter at hand, Itachi's objective in coming to Konoha was to capture the Nine Tails within Naruto. It appeared they would need to bolster protection around Naruto. Asuma awkwardly smiled, attempting to shift the conversation. Indeed, but there is no need for concern. After escorting Itachi and Kisame away, I encountered Naruto and Jiraiya on my way back. From the looks of it, Naruto was preparing to leave with Jiraiya. Naraku shared his encounter, knowing it wouldn't be long before they learned that the two had gone in search of Tsunade. Is that so? With Jiraiya around, Naruto's safety is somewhat assured. The group felt relieved. Suddenly, the door swung open, and in walked Sasuke. Huh, Kakashi, why are you sitting up in bed? Are you injured? And why are so many Jonin here? What has happened? Sasuke inquired, noticing Kakashi's weakened state and the unusual expressions on the faces of those present. Oh, it's nothing. Kakashi is just feeling unwell and often lies in bed for no reason. You'll get used to it, Naraku said while moving to close the door. Remembering how a certain teammate had carelessly revealed that Itachi had come to Konoha. However, a voice echoed from the corridor. Is it true that Itachi has returned to Konoha and is targeting Naruto? It was Aoba, rushing toward them with a question. Nailuo helplessly rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, "Why such a loud voice? Are you afraid that the entire Konoha won't hear you?" Turning his gaze, he noticed Sasuke's expression had drastically changed. It appeared that the second pillar was preparing to flee. Indeed, Sasuke's face was filled with murderous intent as he dashed out of the room. The others in the room were ready to pursue him, but Nailuo swiftly intervened. Enough, Sasuke is aware of Itachi's return. No amount of persuasion will stop him. Let him confront Itachi and he will inevitably recognize the disparity between them. Rest assured, I shall protect Sasuke from the shadows and ensure he remains unharmed. With that, Nailuo exited the room to chase after Sasuke. After all, he harbored a desire to accompany Naruto and the others to seek Tsunade's approval. Since Sasuke was already on his way to confront Itachi, it was a fortunate coincidence. Moreover, considering Orochimaru's failed curse mark attempt and his current weakened state, it was uncertain whether he might suddenly turn against Sasuke. Nailuo concluded it was prudent to keep an eye on Sasuke. After all, the second pillar he had saved would never be granted another chance for a curse mark. Chapter 85. The unseasoned second pillar. After leaving the room, Nailuo concealed his presence. He swiftly employed the dance of the sky technique, leisurely floating in the air, observing the frantic Sasuke below as he inquired about Naruto's whereabouts. Ultimately, he learned from Ichiraku that Naruto was en route to the Sakuracho. Without hesitation, Sasuke bolted out of Konoha, racing towards the Sakuracho. Nailuo shook his head at the sight of the wrathful Sasuke, sprinting ahead. He was merely a child blinded by hatred, meticulously woven by his elder brother. Nailuo continued to watch as Sasuke ran breathlessly to the Sakuracho, where he found himself at a loss amidst the bustling streets. However, one must not underestimate the intellect of the second pillar compared to Naruto. Unable to locate his target, he reasoned that Naruto and the others would eventually need to rest. So he began searching through the inns one by one. He knew that since Itachi's objective was Naruto, finding Naruto would inevitably lead him to Itachi. Finally, after scouring the entire street, he arrived at the last inn. Concealed in the skies, Nailuo utilized his Byakugan to see Itachi and Kisame inside, along with Jiraiya approaching. Carrying a woman, Nailuo chose to remain hidden for the time being. After all, Itachi had no intention of killing Sasuke, and Naruto's group needed to return alive. Thus, the worst that could happen was that the two would suffer some injuries and hardships, but they would not perish. Having made it to the top ranks in the Chunin Exams, Nailuo felt that the two had become somewhat complacent during this period. It was time for them to witness the prowess of a peak expert and understand the gulf between them. Inside the inn, Itachi knocked on Naruto's door. Engrossed in his training, Naruto initially thought Jiraiya had returned so soon, but upon opening the door, he found two unfamiliar faces. Immediately, he was threatened by Kisame as he stepped outside. Just as Kisame was about to strike, Sasuke appeared behind Itachi. The brothers, reunited after 4 years. Yet, upon their first encounter, Sasuke unleashed Chidori, charging fiercely at Itachi. Nailuo watched, shaking his head, thinking that with such speed, he might as well be delivering a meal. As expected, with a single move, Itachi effortlessly broke Sasuke's bone. As Naruto attempted to rush in to assist, he was nearly struck by Kisame's blade. Just as Jiraiya made his entrance, carrying a woman, Jiraiya, with flamboyant flair, aimed to take on both Itachi and Kisame simultaneously. However, the second pillar insisted on handling the fight himself, prompting Jiraiya to be momentarily bewildered. What a brave kid, this Uchiha scion. Even Nailuo, who was well aware of Sasuke's character, shook his head. Alas, he is still lacking the harsh lessons of reality. Sasuke staggered to his feet and charged at Itachi once more, but the outcome was predictable. He was sent flying by a swift kick from Itachi. Unable to bear it any longer, Naruto attempted to rush in for help, only to be halted yet again by Sasuke. Sasuke lunged at Itachi, his expression contorted with rage. As if to say, "You will not leave without delivering a severe beating today." Yet it was merely a simple kick that sent him crashing down. Even Itachi could no longer tolerate Sasuke's foolish antics and stepped forward, gripping Sasuke's neck, subjecting him to its Tsukuyomi experience. Mere seconds later, Sasuke regained consciousness only to emit a blood-curdling scream before fainting entirely. Naruto could no longer restrain himself and intended to rush in to save Sasuke. Alarmed by Naruto's impulsive behavior, Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder why everyone was so eager to charge ahead without considering their own limitations. Jiraiya summoned the Great Toad of Iwa to ensnare both Itachi and Kisame. However, ultimately, Itachi employed Amaterasu to incinerate the Toad's innards, allowing their escape. "Why did you flee, Itachi?" Kisame could not help but inquire after escaping the Toad's grasp. In his view, even if Jiraiya was strong, he and Itachi could contend against him. Moreover, their sole objective was the Nine Tails. Once acquired, they could simply take Naruto without a fight. Itachi did not respond but gazed at the sky, saying, "How much longer will you remain hidden, Nailuo?" Nailuo chuckled softly, revealing himself. It was no surprise that Itachi detected him. He had not made a concerted effort to mask his presence. If he could not perceive such a thing, he would not be Itachi. Not only Itachi, but even Jiraiya had long since sensed his presence. "So it's you. No wonder I felt as if someone had been watching me all along." Kisame finally realized Nailuo had been observing him. "What? Do you wish to test the sensation of heavier weapons again?" Nailuo glanced at him. Speaking with a dispassionate tone, Kisame, filled with reluctance, recognized that much of his strength relied on his shark skin technique. Yet now, before Nailuo, he dared not utilize it. "Enough, Kisame." Itachi interjected, concerned that Kisame might act impulsively and find himself at a disadvantage. "Nailuo, I sense no killing intent from you. It seems you harbor no desire to strike." Nailuo gradually descended to the water's surface and approached Itachi, asking, "How much longer can your body and your eyes endure?" Itachi's expression remained unchanged, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "I should be able to hold out until I complete what I intend to do." Kisame, observing the two converse as if they were old friends, found himself in a state of confusion. Are these two quite close? Why was I not aware of this? Nailuo hesitated for a moment before extending his right hand toward Itachi, a radiant light enveloping his entire hand. Nailuo reached out to touch the top of Itachi's head. "Are you not afraid that I might intend to harm you?" Nailuo inquired, gazing at Itachi, who showed no inclination to evade. "I stated that you harbor no intent to kill. Moreover, I cannot fathom any reason for you to take action." Itachi replied to Naraku's inquiry with a nonchalant demeanor. Well, Naraku did not expect Itachi to place such unwavering trust in him. In the next instant, the radiant light of response enveloped Itachi's form, beginning from his head. Moments later, Naraku withdrew his hand. "Well, I have provided you with a rudimentary treatment. However, the issues plaguing your body are far too severe. To achieve a complete cure, it will require at least half a month. This treatment can only serve to alleviate your condition temporarily, allowing you to feel somewhat more at ease in the interim." During the process of treating Itachi, Naraku discovered that Itachi's body was riddled with wounds. A man barely in his 20s bore a physique worse than that of someone in their 70s or 80s. Naraku could scarcely imagine how Itachi had endured these past years. Chapter 86. Not enough to see. After treating Itachi, Naraku waved goodbye to the two and departed. Beside him, Kisame was consumed by curiosity, unable to comprehend why adversaries would lend a hand in assisting Itachi's recovery. However, Itachi had no intention of providing an explanation and simply led Kisame away into the distance. "Mr. Itachi, are we not going to capture the Ninetales brat?" Kisame could no longer restrain his question. "With Jiraiya and Naraku present, do you believe there is still a chance?" Itachi replied coolly, and the two hastened away. At that moment, Naraku had returned to the inn. On the second floor of the inn, a long scratch marred the corridor, and even the windows in the walls had shattered. Jiraiya stood there, a wad of paper stuffed in his nose to staunch the bleeding, looking thoroughly displeased. Before him stood Might Guy, bowing repeatedly in apology. Upon seeing Guy, Naraku paused, surprised that this spirited, bushy-browed fellow had come along as well. It seemed Jiraiya had not managed to evade that kick after all. Observing Jiraiya's disgruntled expression, Naraku stifled a laugh and approached them to greet them. "Ah, Guy, you two have arrived. Naraku, I thought it best to come and check on you. But I didn't expect." Guy's words trailed off as he awkwardly glanced at the grim-faced Jiraiya. "Naraku, you must help Sasuke," Naruto exclaimed, pulling Naraku to the still-dazed Sasuke. Naraku assessed Sasuke's condition, which mirrored Kakashi's. However, Sasuke's spirit was significantly weaker, unable to withstand the torment of Tsukuyomi, leading him to retreat into himself. Naraku administered a simple treatment. Watching Naraku treat Sasuke, Guy could not help but exclaim, "Thank goodness Naraku is here. His formidable healing arts have saved many lives in the village. Alas, he is often assigned to missions. It would be wonderful if he could remain in the village. Each time such situations arose, I cannot help but think of that one person." Jiraiya chuckled. "In fact, our journey is to find her." Guy looked at Jiraiya in astonishment. "You mean to find her?" "Indeed, I refer to Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary sanin," Jiraiya readily admitted. That afternoon, the group parted ways. Guy took the slightly improved Sasuke back to the village, while Naraku, Jiraiya, and Naruto set off in search of Tsunade. With Guy safeguarding Sasuke, Naraku felt confident. Should any of Orochimaru's subordinates appear, he would send them packing. Thus, the trio embarked on their quest for Tsunade. Naraku was aware that they would find her in the gambling district, yet he chose not to disclose this information. After all, revealing such knowledge would be difficult to explain. Jiraiya was not easily deceived. Hence, they decided to treat this outing as a delightful excursion. As they traveled, Jiraiya began teaching Naruto the intricacies of the Rasengan technique. The three continued their jovial journey. Finally, after traversing several towns, Jiraiya managed to glean Tsunade's whereabouts within one of them, on the mountain outside the gambling district. Orochimaru and Kabuto had also discovered Tsunade's presence, who had come to treat her injured arm. Inside the casino, a cacophony of noise persisted. The sound of coins spilling from a winning machine caused Tsunade, who was engaged in gambling, to momentarily freeze in astonishment before succumbing to silence. In disbelief, Tsunade repeatedly attempted her luck, only to find herself winning each time. "This is a bad omen, Shizune, we should leave," Tsunade declared, preparing to exit. However, shortly after stepping outside, she was intercepted by Orochimaru. "Ah, this little frog certainly looks better with a bit of weight." Not long after entering the gambling district, Naruto was persuaded to purchase a lottery ticket, which turned out to be a winning ticket. At this moment, he gleefully held up a plump frog-shaped wallet. "Run. There's a monster ahead." Just then, a commotion drew the attention of the trio. Jiraiya inquired about the situation and surmised it was likely Tsunade and Orochimaru. They abandoned the panicking crowd and hurried in that direction. Yet, by the time they arrived, the place was already deserted, just when they thought they had missed their chance. That evening, while dining at a quaint tavern, they unexpectedly encountered Tsunade and Shizune face to face. Noticing Tsunade's inebriated state, Naraku smirked. Quite the sight. As they sat down, Jiraiya broached the subject of persuading Tsunade to assume the role of Hokage. Unsurprisingly, she rejected the proposition outright, even going so far as to declare that being Hokage was beneath her. This provocation ignited a confrontation with Naruto, and the two soon found themselves at odds. Although Tsunade easily knocked Naruto down with a single gesture, her gaze fell upon him and inexplicably reminded her of her deceased brother. Thus, they made a wager. Throughout this exchange, Naraku remained a silent observer, confident in Naruto's words to potentially turn the tide. The following morning, before dawn, Naruto ventured out to practice the Rasengan. You are the infamous White Death of Konoha, renowned in recent years. Naraku stood by the inn's window, gazing at the scenery outside when a voice broke through his thoughts. Without turning, he recognized it was Tsunade. Senior Tsunade, you awoke so early after last night's revelry? You truly have a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Naraku greeted her. This time, however, Tsunade remained silent, standing beside Naraku, quietly observing him. Naraku, too, met her gaze with unwavering composure. This boy is impressive. I cannot see through him. Tsunade mused inwardly. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Tsunade found herself unable to penetrate Naraku's enigmatic aura. Yesterday I merely perceived him as large, but today, in the sunlight and at close range, he appears not only large, but also fair-skinned. Gazing upon his imposing figure, Naraku's singular thought was, have I seen enough? Not nearly enough. Upon noticing Naraku's persistent gaze, Tsunade coolly remarked. Expecting Naraku to be flustered, she was taken aback when he unabashedly admitted it, causing a vein to throb on her forehead. Ah, you little rascal, lacking in maturity, yet so brazen. In the future, keep your distance from Jiraiya. Be a good child, and do not let him lead you astray. Just now, he carelessly passed the blame onto Jiraiya. Achoo! Tsunade, did I hear you calling my name? Jiraiya, who had just emerged from his room, sneezed and rubbed his nose as he approached the two. Chapter 87. Cherish what you have. Tsunade paid no heed to Jiraiya, casting a fleeting glance his way before departing. Jiraiya, bewildered by her gaze, pondered where he had gone awry so early in the day. Hey, what are you two discussing? Jiraiya scratched his head and leaned closer to Naraku, inquiring. Naraku, with a hint of disdain, pushed away Jiraiya's greasy face. Wanna know? Ask Tsunade-senpai yourself. TCH. You little brat. During this time, Jiraiya had been searching for Tsunade while teaching Naruto the Rasengan, all the while engaging Naraku in cultural exchanges. Over the course of a few days, their bond had strengthened significantly, often exchanging playful banter. TCH, if you want to share, it's fine. It's probably nothing good anyway. Jiraiya feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave. Asking Tsunade was beyond his courage. Hey Jiraiya, you and Tsunade are no longer young. Do you intend to let this drag on? Just as Jiraiya was about to depart, Naraku called out to him. What do you mean dragging? Jiraiya, feeling exposed after his inner thoughts had been laid bare, stammered nervously. Some things should be cherished while you still can. Don't wait until they are lost. By then, regret will come too late. Remember, when flowers bloom, they should be picked. Do not wait until there are no flowers left to pluck. I want to say more about your matters. You should think it over. After saying this, Naraku left Jiraiya, who was left in thoughtful silence. Having finally ventured out without a mission, and in a town notorious for gambling, Naraku was determined to enjoy himself. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a disservice to his Byakugan-esque keen perception? Meanwhile, Jiraiya stood rooted in place, his expression shifting like the wind. Since his youth, he had harbored a secret crush on Tsunade. He believed he had concealed his feelings well, yet today Naraku had exposed them directly. This left him feeling vulnerable, as if he were stripped bare beneath the blazing sun. TCH, this kid, though small, has quite the insight and has turned the tables on me. After some time, Jiraiya shook his head and chuckled lightly. Yet, the boy spoke truthfully. But what if I confess my feelings to Tsunade and she rejects me? I would likely be beaten to a pulp. For a moment, Jiraiya appeared despondent. In the following days, Jiraiya concealed himself while observing Naruto practice the Rasengan, ensuring his safety, all the while contemplating his relationship with Tsunade. Tsunade and Naraku, on the other hand, roamed the town's gambling houses. However, their experiences were vastly different. Each time Tsunade entered a gambling house, the patrons rejoiced. Yet when Naraku appeared, the atmosphere turned grim, as if a harbinger of doom had arrived. Some establishments even barred Naraku from entry. In no time, the dual titles of the Big Fat Sheep and the Gambling King echoed throughout the town. Thus, a week passed. One evening, Tsunade encountered Naruto, who was returned by Shizune, covered in wounds. This deeply affected her, and in that instant, she seemed to arrive at a final resolution. After tending to Naruto's injuries, she stepped out to find Jiraiya and Naraku, who were indulging in drinks. Hey, Jiraiya, isn't Naraku still underage? How could you bring him to drink? Observing Naraku seated with a drink, Tsunade promptly landed a punch on Jiraiya's head. You can't blame me. He ordered the drink himself. Jiraiya lamented, feeling unjustly accused. Naraku chuckled as he watched the playful exchange. Though not new to drinking, Naraku preferred to abstain due to the dizzying effects of excess alcohol. "Boss, bring me 2 bottles of wine," Tsunade commanded the vendor. Upon receiving the drinks, she took advantage of the moment when Naraku and Jiraiya lifted their glasses to discreetly add a potion to their drinks. Then she filled Jiraiya's cup and, after a moment's thought, poured one for Naraku as well. Thereafter, she feigned nonchalance while discreetly observing their reactions. Gulp. Naraku and Jiraiya raised their glasses once more, downing the drinks Tsunade had poured. Witnessing this, Tsunade felt a sense of relief. The trio continued to drink and engage in casual conversation. Soon, Naraku and Jiraiya began to feel lightheaded. With a loud thud, Naraku and Jiraiya collapsed onto the table. "My apologies." Tsunade muttered a quiet apology as she turned and left, glancing back at the 2 unconscious bodies. After a considerable time, Naraku stirred, stretching lazily. "This potion is indeed potent. No wonder Jiraiya fell victim to it. However, it is no match for me. Jiraiya, remain here and rest. I shall find a place to sleep." Naraku waved farewell to the unconscious Jiraiya and turned to leave. Left behind, Jiraiya lay in a deep slumber under the cool night sky. The next day dawned bright and clear. Naraku first found a place for breakfast before returning to the stall where they had drunk the previous night. The vendor appeared anxious, glancing at the still unconscious Jiraiya. "It's all right, uncle. Leave it to me," Naraku assured the vendor as he approached the 2. Quickly, he gathered his resolve. "Hey, Jiraiya, wake up." Naraku feigned exhaustion, trembling as he tapped Jiraiya. "Ugh." Jiraiya finally stirred awake. "What have we done?" "Ah, it seems we fell victim to Tsunade's trickery." Naraku sighed in resignation. "We must hurry and stop Tsunade." "Naraku, are you all right?" Jiraiya asked, panting heavily. "I'm fine. I just felt drained and weak. There are too many people here. Let us return to the inn and call Naruto and the others." The 2 supported each other as they made their way back to the inn. Upon arrival, disregarding the astonished expressions of Naruto and Shizune, Naraku immediately requested Shizune to concoct a makeshift antidote. After consuming it, they gradually regained some strength. "What? Tsunade knocked you out and went to find Orochimaru?" Upon learning of Tsunade's whereabouts, Jiraiya's mind became chaotic. If Tsunade were to ally with Orochimaru, it was possible that his arm could indeed be healed. "I don't believe Tsunade would betray us, but we must hurry and find out for ourselves." Naraku resolutely stood up. "The author is desperately seeking gifts. Typically, I provide 2 updates a day with a total of 4,000 words. Many readers have requested additional chapters. If the gift amount exceeds 50, I will add another chapter with no upper limit. Well, let's see if you have what it takes. Bombard me with money until I am glued to my computer, unable to rise." Chapter 88. In the name of the 5th Hokage. When the crowd arrived at the designated negotiation site with Orochimaru, they discovered only Tsunade's coat on the ground. Shizune picked up Tsunade's coat, holding it close to her chest. It appeared that the negotiations had collapsed, and Tsunade had chosen to confront Orochimaru in battle. Naraku addressed the others. At that moment, Tsunade's pet pig sniffed the air and dashed off in a particular direction. "Tsunade-sama is over there." Shizune was the first to run after it. "This pet pig seems quite useful. I wonder how it would taste when roasted." Naraku mused, watching the pig sprint ahead. Suddenly, the pig halted, sensing an ominous presence. The group, 4 humans and 1 pig, continued onward. Upon reaching the battlefield, they witnessed Kabuto charging towards Tsunade with kunai in hand. The group intervened, placing themselves between Tsunade and Kabuto to thwart his attack. Yet, Tsunade pushed past her allies and charged at Kabuto and Orochimaru, prepared to fight fiercely. However, Kabuto was already aware of Tsunade's vulnerabilities. As she approached, he sliced his palm, splattering blood onto her face, triggering her hemophobia. Tsunade froze, trembling uncontrollably. Her companions quickly shielded her, while Orochimaru and Kabuto, noticing their numerical disadvantage, summoned a giant snake. On the other hand, Jiraiya was hindered by the effects of a drug, only able to summon a small toad. Naruto, seeing Jiraiya mocked, managed to summon a similarly sized toad dragon. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew tense. Orochimaru and Kabuto commanded the snake to attack, and amidst the chaos, Shizune and Naruto sustained injuries from the serpent's strikes. "Oh ho, Naraku! Weren't you quite arrogant in the Forest of Death? Today, we shall settle the score. If I can obtain your body, it won't matter if I can't acquire one from the Uchiha clan." Orochimaru grinned at Naraku. "Curse this pervert." Naraku inwardly cursed, wishing he could eliminate Orochimaru without pretense of still being affected by the drug. As Orochimaru's serpent swung its tail towards him, Naraku instinctively dodged, albeit slower than before. Huh. Have you both fallen victim to Tsunade's drug, like Jiraiya? What an opportunity. Kabuto declared. I will handle these two. You deal with Tsunade and those young ones. The three engaged in combat atop the massive serpent. Despite Naraku and Jiraiya still being impaired by the drug, the odds were against Orochimaru. However, the situation was grim for Shizune, who was quickly overpowered by Kabuto, and even Naruto, who attempted to use Rasengan, was swiftly knocked down. In a moment of despair, Kabuto's incessant chatter triggered Naruto's mouth jutsu. Tsunade, kneeling and witnessing Naruto's determination to become Hokage, saw her younger brother's spirit reflected in him. Her previously vacant eyes regained their light. Just then, Naruto retaliated against Kabuto, landing a blow. Tsunade rushed to heal Naruto, and she was astonished to find that her hemophobia seemed to have vanished. Orochimaru, it appears your subordinate is failing. Naraku smirked at Orochimaru. Useless trash. Orochimaru coldly remarked as he observed Kabuto on the ground. Yet, he could not abandon Kabuto, as he relied heavily on him. Feigning a retreat, Orochimaru charged towards Naruto and Tsunade. I won't let you succeed. Naraku anticipated Orochimaru's move and swiftly blocked his path. How swift! The onlookers marveled at Naraku's speed. With the ambush thwarted, Orochimaru had no choice but to retreat alongside Kabuto. Naraku positioned himself protectively beside Tsunade and Naruto. Tsunade-senpai, leave Naruto to me. I can heal him. No, Naruto is gravely injured. Only I, before Tsunade could finish, Naraku initiated his healing technique. Moments later, Tsunade noticed Naruto's condition rapidly improving. This is incredible healing. It surpasses my own. Tsunade gasped in disbelief. Naraku smiled gently at her. I too possess medical skills. Otherwise, how could I have neutralized the poison you administered? Tsunade was taken aback, realizing the implications of Naraku's remarkable speed. You managed to neutralize my poison on your own? Naraku nodded. Yes, it took a bit of time. In truth, he had consumed the antidote the previous night, but he downplayed the duration. Tsunade, however, interpreted his words differently, believing he had just now freed himself from the effects. Regardless, Tsunade found it astonishing. After all, the drug was meant to counter Jiraiya, and it was no ordinary concoction. Naraku's ability to neutralize it without an antidote showcased his exceptional medical prowess. Let us have a spar sometime. Tsunade proposed, her interest piqued. Don't misunderstand. I mean a contest of medical skills. Naraku accepted her invitation with a shrug and replied, we can discuss that later. For now, your old comrades are waiting for a reunion. This matter is between you three legendary ninjas. I shall refrain from intervening. Tsunade glanced at the standoff between Orochimaru and Jiraiya, nodded, and rose to her feet. This battle shall conclude with my declaration, in the name of the fifth Hokage. As she walked forward, she began to perform the summoning technique. Seeing this, Jiraiya also prepared to summon. This is bad, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto exclaimed, hastily gripping Orochimaru's arm to assist in the summoning. The three initiated their summoning techniques simultaneously. With a thunderous boom, a massive cloud of smoke enveloped the area. As it dissipated, three colossal summoned beasts emerged, Gamabunta, a giant slug, and Manda. The world of summoning beasts reemerges in the realm of ninjas. In Chapter 89, another Dragon Ball appears, as the three legendary ninjas stand atop their colossal summoned beasts. Tsunade and Jiraiya cast cold glances at Orochimaru and Kabuto, creating a tense atmosphere on the battlefield. After healing Naruto, Naraku tended to Shizune's injuries and then stood aside, quietly observing the standoff among the three. Naraku-kun, are you not going to assist? Shizune, feeling better, approached him and inquired. There's no need, Naraku replied, shaking his head. Two of the legendary sanin joining forces against a one-armed Orochimaru should suffice. If they cannot prevail, then they are unworthy of their titles. Currently, the dynamics among the legendary sanin were precarious. Due to her fear of blood, Tsunade had not fought for a long time, rendering her strength diminished. Jiraiya was still recovering from Tsunade's anesthetic, while Orochimaru, despite his formidable reputation, was severely handicapped without his arms, relying on Kabuto, who, although competent, could not match the prowess of the three. In Naraku's estimation, the odds were at least even. However, as time progressed, Jiraiya and Tsunade would gain the upper hand. Tsunade's instincts as a top-tier ninja would soon resurface, and Jiraiya's strength would gradually return as the effects of the drug wore off. Conversely, Kabuto, no matter how capable, could not compare to the trio. Thus, it was inevitable that Orochimaru would meet defeat. Indeed, as the battle commenced, The tide turned dramatically from Jiraiya and Tsunade struggling to hold their ground to ultimately overpowering Orochimaru. Damn it! Orochimaru seethed, his expression darkening atop the massive serpent. He realized his plans had utterly failed at this juncture. The only option left was to retreat, seeking a means to heal his arms later. Let us go? Orochimaru resolved, swiftly escaping with Kabuto. How fortunate for him. Tsunade clenched her fists, expressing her frustration. The two then dismissed their summoning techniques and approached Naraku. Tsunade first checked on Naruto's condition, relieved to find him unharmed. To Naraku's surprise, a tender expression graced Tsunade's face. Well, with Orochimaru gone, things should be fine now. We'll rest in the village for a day and head back to Konohagakure tomorrow. What do you think, Lord 5th Hokage? Naraku teased, sensing the situation had stabilized. Yes, that sounds good. You can update me on the current state of Konoha, Tsunade agreed without hesitation. That evening, Naraku recounted the events in Konoha over the past few years. What? Danzo engaged in such nefarious deeds behind the scenes? Tsunade exclaimed, shocked to learn of the scandals that had plagued the village. The official narrative was that Danzo had died of illness, but the villagers knew the truth, silenced by the 3rd Hokage's decree against divulging such matters. How infuriating. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, shattering it into splinters. To have him killed so easily was a disgrace. Has the 3rd lost his mind? Allowing Danzo to orchestrate such chaos? The foundation of Konoha is being squandered. Observing Tsunade's fury, Naraku remained silent, sipping his tea. He had anticipated her reaction, which was precisely why he allowed the 3rd Hokage to meet his demise, paving the way for Tsunade's return as Hokage. Her character, embodying integrity yet pragmatism, was precisely what Konoha needed for reform. I only know what I've mentioned. I am merely a jonin responsible for carrying out missions. The intricate details of the village are primarily held by Minato and Koharu. You may inquire about other matters with them later. All right, it's getting late. I'll retire for the night. See you tomorrow, Naraku announced, stretching before preparing to leave. Understood. I have a general overview of the village's situation now. On the surface, Konoha appears bright and prosperous, yet beneath lies chaos. I must contemplate how to manage the current state of Konoha during our journey, Tsunade remarked, waving goodbye to Naraku as Shizen escorted him out. Upon returning to his room, Naraku found Jiraiya enjoying a drink while reading a risque book. Naruto, who had previously been unconscious, was now awake but looking unwell. After examining Naruto, Naraku reassured him that he merely needed rest, for with the 9 tails within him, his recovery abilities were remarkable. Naraku contemplated the two before stepping onto the balcony. System, I wish to sign in. Received. Signing in now. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Dragon Ball, 1 star. Naraku's lips twitched at the system's announcement. Raising his hands, 2 orbs of orange-yellow appeared, one containing a single star and the other 4. So, it has indeed transformed into a quest to gather the Dragon Balls. Given the unreliability of his system, Naraku felt uncertain about collecting all 7 in the near future. Nonetheless, should that day come, the potential wishes seemed promising. For the Dragon Balls were known to grant powerful and practical desires. Yet, he pondered if the 2 Dragon Balls in his possession were merely replicas of those in their respective world. Shaking his head, Naraku dismissed such thoughts, storing the Dragon Balls back into the system space before re-entering the room. Why dwell on such matters? Sleep beckoned. 5 days later, after a relentless journey, the group of 5 and 1 pig finally returned to Konoha. Tsunade stood before the familiar gates of the village, lost in memories of her past exile. For years, she had distanced herself, not out of desire to abandon Konoha, but due to the painful memories it held. Now, however, she was ready to face her past with resolve. Let us go, into the village. At that moment, Tsunade's expression shifted, her steps firm as she entered the village. In Chapter 90, the transition of Tsunade's Hokage position proceeded smoothly. After all, she was brought back by the village, and with Danzo deceased, Konoha was left in disarray. The individuals who used to take charge have vanished, and no one else in the village seems willing or qualified to assume that role. Coupled with Tsunade's formidable strength and reputation, it is effortless for her to secure her position as Hokage. However, while both Toka and Mito are not opposed to Tsunade's ascension, they have taken it upon themselves to assert the presence of the Elder Council, occasionally appearing before Tsunade to critique her decisions. Tsunade, considering their seniority and the fact that they have just returned to the village, chooses not to confront them. Yet, Naraku is not inclined to show them the same leniency. Since returning, Naraku has refrained from undertaking missions, Tsunade has retained him to assist her with administrative duties alongside Shizun, keeping him occupied in the office throughout the day. Initially, the two elders nagged incessantly, but Naraku merely cast a fleeting glance their way, choosing not to engage with them, especially since Tsunade remained unruffled by their antics. However, on the third day, when the two elders once again graced the Hokage's office, Naraku observed that while Tsunade maintained a cheerful facade, her hands were clenched tightly beneath the desk. At that moment, she was struggling to suppress the urge to unleash a punch upon the two elders. Even Shizun, standing nearby, furrowed her brow, clearly disapproving of their presence. Naraku shook his head with a faint smile and then rose to confront the two elders. "What do you want, brat?" they retorted. Mito, having previously been incapacitated by Naraku's kick, now sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Toka during their visits to the Hokage's office. As Naraku approached, both elders felt a twinge of fear. Honestly, at your age, with your limited mobility, it would be wise to refrain from venturing out every day. If, by chance, a knife were to fall from the sky and strike you, or if some masked individual were to take your life, it would be a most unjust fate. After surviving the Great Ninja War, you should be enjoying your twilight years in peace. To perish without cause would be a grave loss. Is that so? Naraku leaned closer, gripping Mito's wheelchair and locking eyes with him, enunciating each word carefully. He then glanced at Toka, who instinctively stepped back under his gaze. "Damn it, are you threatening me?" Mito stammered, visibly shaken. Tsunade merely cast a disinterested glance before turning away, unwilling to intervene due to her position as a junior member of the council. Since Naraku had taken matters into his own hands, she felt it best to allow him to handle the situation. Seeing Mito attempt to leverage Tsunade against him, Naraku couldn't help but smile, revealing a row of pristine teeth. To the two elders, this scene appeared utterly sinister, evoking memories of the day Danzo was slain, when Naraku exuded a chilling aura, his blade dripping with blood, resembling a harbinger of death. Even the battle-hardened elders felt a shiver of fear at the recollection. Realizing their apprehension, Naraku patted Mito's shoulder and straightened up. "Well then, esteemed elders, the Hokage has numerous matters to attend to, so I shan't delay you any further. Please remember to close the door on your way out." He dismissed them firmly. Both elders swallowed hard, and Toka silently pushed Mito's wheelchair out of the Hokage's office. "Oh, and do not forget my earlier words. I was not jesting." Naraku's voice echoed once more as they exited. The two halted momentarily, and Toka quickly closed the office door before hastily pushing Mito away, displaying agility that belied their age. "Now that the troublesome individuals have departed, Lady Tsunade, Shizun, let us resume our work." Naraku clapped his hands and addressed the two women. "Naraku, is this truly wise?" "They are, after all, members of the Elder Council," Shizun expressed her concerns. "Rest assured, such old-timers should not be coddled. The more lenient you are, the more they will overstep their bounds. As for the Elder Council, bah, they are nothing without respect. Grant them respect, and they are elders, withhold it. And they are mere shadows." Naraku stated nonchalantly. "Is that really permissible?" Shizun struggled to accept this viewpoint. "Naraku has a point," Tsunade interjected, fully endorsing his perspective. Faced with Mito and Toka, Tsunade found herself unable to confront them directly, aware that as their junior and the Hokage, any discord would reflect poorly on Konoha's leadership. Fortunately, Naraku's intervention had shattered the stalemate, allowing her some reprieve. With no further interruptions, the three resumed their tasks until nightfall, finally concluding a day of labor. "All right, that's enough for today. After such a long day, let me treat you both to a drink," Tsunade declared, rising and stretching, her impressive figure accentuated by her movements. Nearly straining her attire, Naraku stole a glance, then another. "Indeed, quite impressive," he mused, acknowledging Tsunade as one of the most well-endowed individuals he had encountered. Noticing Naraku's lingering gaze, Tsunade shot him a sidelong glance. "You little brat, I've told you countless times to steer clear of Jiraiya. Don't let that lecherous old man lead you astray." Just then, the office door swung open, revealing Jiraiya's lecherous visage. "What is up? I'm not unwelcome here, am I?" he queried innocently, rubbing his head where Tsunade had struck him. "What brings you here? You're not needed," Tsunade retorted sharply. "What? You mean to say Naruto and Sasuke fought today?" During their drinking session, Jiraiya suddenly announced that earlier, on the hospital rooftop, Sasuke and Naruto had clashed, unleashing their respective techniques, Chidori and Rasengan. This was no mere spar. Had Kakashi not intervened, one of them would undoubtedly have been injured. Of course, we both know that the one to suffer would have been Sasuke, given his lack of cursed seal power. Ah, so they truly clashed again. I wonder if the Sound Ninja will come after Sasuke once more. Although Orochimaru was unable to place a curse mark on Sasuke before, his obsession with the Sharingan suggests he is capable of anything. Alas, this troublesome child, Itachi, should be monitored closely. After all, he is someone I rescued from the serpent's clutches, and I will not allow you to take him back. After finishing his drink, Naraku rose to his feet. Apologies. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. He bid farewell to the three and promptly exited, arriving at the Uchiha residence. The once bustling compound seemed desolate. With only Sasuke remaining in a place that once housed dozens, emptiness was inevitable. Naraku approached Sasuke's door and, utilizing his Byakugan, observed Sasuke packing his belongings. It appeared he was indeed preparing to leave Konoha. Understandably, without the power of the curse mark, Sasuke was considerably weaker than in the original narrative, especially after being bested by Naruto just the previous day. At this juncture, any temptation from the Sound Ninja showcasing the curse mark's power could easily lead him astray, reminiscent of a naive girl from a past life being deceived. Naraku mused, what a bold lad to attempt an escape without my consent. Just as he contemplated entering to confront Sasuke, he hesitated. This could be an opportune moment to locate Orochimaru's lair. If he could eliminate him while he was incapacitated and bring Sasuke back, it would certainly disrupt the main storyline. Would such an act yield even greater rewards than previously anticipated? With this thought, Naraku's eyes lit up. This indeed seemed a worthwhile endeavor, even if it resulted in a mere squandered opportunity for a sign-in. Without further ado, Naraku ceased his steps, vanished into the air, and activated his stealth technique. 10 minutes later, Sasuke exited with a small backpack. Before departing, he wandered around his yard, seemingly bidding farewell. He understood that his departure would mark him as a rogue ninja in Konoha, yet he was indifferent. Since that fateful night, he had ceased to care about anything except for vengeance. For this singular desire, he was willing to sacrifice everything. From his concealed vantage point, Naraku observed Sasuke leave his home, then witnessed him incapacitate Sakura on the street before exiting the village, ultimately following the four Sound Ninja. The five on the ground remained oblivious to the presence of Naraku, shadowing them from above. In Konoha, at the Hokage's office, Tsunade received the news of Sasuke's defection early that morning. She had intended to summon Naraku to address the situation, but the messenger informed her that Naraku was absent and his whereabouts were unknown. This revelation troubled her, as the ability to infiltrate Konoha undetected indicated formidable skill. However, with most of the higher-ranked ninjas dispatched on missions, those remaining were tied to critical positions, rendering them unavailable. If only Naraku were here, his extraordinary speed and prowess could have made a swift return possible. Where could he possibly be at such a crucial moment? Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, exerting just enough control to avoid damaging it. With so few capable individuals available, either occupied in vital roles or on assignments, she realized that Konoha was currently bereft of talent. 15 minutes later, Shikamaru arrived at the Hokage's office, stunned by Tsunade's summons. He could hardly fathom that the last of the Uchiha clan would betray Konoha. Given the current lack of manpower, you must assemble a team yourself. I will grant you 20 minutes to prepare before you set out. This is your first S-rank mission. I hope you do not disappoint me, Tsunade instructed. Shikamaru promptly accepted the mission and began gathering his teammates. Ultimately, he, Naruto, Choji, Kiba, Neji, and Lee quickly assembled and set off in pursuit of Sasuke. Meanwhile, since Sasuke had not received a curse mark, there was no pretense of death to facilitate a second transformation. The five advanced swiftly. Naraku, growing somewhat bored from his aerial perch, pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and began to absent-mindedly snack. Time passed, and he soon detected several presences rapidly approaching from behind. Konoha's pursuit team was closing in. Indeed, the young ninjas of Konoha soon confronted the Sound Ninja, but, unfortunately, fell victim to their traps, which Naraku observed with keen interest. Given Sasuke's speed, they were unlikely to escape far, providing him an opportunity to witness their progress. As expected, similar to the original storyline, Naruto and his comrades managed to break free from the seals, with Choji remaining behind to battle Jirobo while the others pressed on. Following that, Kankuro engaged Neji. Just as Naruto's group caught up with the Sound Ninja, Kimimaro appeared, his strength surpassing all expectations, allowing Sasuke to seize the moment to flee. Fortunately, Konoha had a reinvigorated Lee, now even stronger than before. A fierce battle ensued, with Kiba facing off against Sakan, Shikamaru against Hyuga, and Lee against Kimimaro. Amidst the chaos, Shikamaru urged Naruto, "You must pursue Sasuke." After a moment's hesitation, Naruto, gritting his teeth, chose to follow Sasuke, recognizing the importance of their mission. Naruto sprinted with fervor, ultimately catching up to Sasuke at the Valley of the End. The clash of destiny unfolded between Naruto and Sasuke, the embodiment of Ashura and Indra. This time, Naruto emerged victorious, for without the curse mark, Sasuke was no match for him. However, in a moment of carelessness, Naruto fell prey to Sasuke's cunning, finding himself unconscious on the ground while Sasuke made his escape. Chapter 92. You have finally arrived. Naraku glanced at the unconscious Naruto and then at the retreating Sasuke, shaking his head in resignation. Ultimately, Naruto was too soft-hearted. Had it been Naraku, he would have swiftly subdued him and taken him back to Konoha without a second thought. Nonetheless, Sasuke's victory in this battle had awakened his three-tomo Sharingan, marking a form of growth. System, sign-in. Naraku murmured inwardly. Commencing sign-in, host. Congratulations, host. You have obtained perfect level Shuinpa. The system's announcement sent a thrill through Naraku's heart. This was indeed the perfect level Shuinpa, a speed unparalleled. In the world of Bleach, Orochi Shihoin possessed this level of Shuinpa, earning her the esteemed title of the God of Flash. Now, in comparison to her, Naraku found himself lacking only in spiritual pressure. After all, the execution of Shuinpa depended on the support of spiritual energy. The greater the spiritual pressure, the more potent the techniques of Kido and Shuinpa would become. Though Naraku had attained perfect level Shuinpa, he currently possessed only vice-captain level spiritual pressure, which paled in comparison to Orochi's captain level might, resulting in a noticeable disparity in speed. Fortunately, I did not intercept Sasuke in the village. Otherwise, how could I have achieved such a significant outcome? Naraku felt a sense of relief within. If Naraku wished to locate Orochimaru, it would be a rather simple endeavor. After all, he had encountered Orochimaru several times and had discreetly gathered his essence. By employing the technique of grasping the tail and pursuing the sparrow, he could directly find Orochimaru's lair. The reason he allowed Sasuke to escape was to test whether he and Naruto could acquire anything valuable from their battle. After all, one was the reincarnation of Indra and the other of Ashura. Their fates had been intertwined since ancient times, and this battle could be regarded as their true fateful confrontation. Indeed, Naraku's expectations were met, as this battle yielded a perfect grade Shuinpa. In that moment, Naraku's spirits soared as he glanced at Sasuke in the distance. Well, let him run for a while. I can catch up easily. He then activated his Byakugan and witnessed the severely injured Choji and Niji lying on the ground, on the brink of death. He then saw Gaara and his companions from Sunigakure arriving to assist Konoha, engaging in fierce combat with Kimimaro and his team. Frowning, Naraku descended beside the unconscious Naruto, swiftly grasping the back of his collar, and then rapidly flew towards the injured duo. First, he reached Niji, lifting him with one hand before hastening to Choji's side. Once at Choji's location, Naraku laid the two severely wounded individuals side by side and began his healing process. With his formidable healing abilities, it was no challenge to restore their vitality. Moments later, their life signs began to stabilize. Suddenly, Naraku's ears perked up, and he glanced behind him. Several figures wearing animal masks appeared behind him in an instant. It was Kakashi and several Umbu, dispatched by Tsunade to provide support. All right, I leave these three little ones to you. I will check on the situation elsewhere. Seeing that Niji and Choji's injuries were no longer critical, Naraku promptly headed towards another battlefield. Soaring into the air, he surveyed the current state of the battle. Kiba and Shikamaru had received support from Kankuro and Temari and had successfully defeated their opponents. Meanwhile, although Lee had Gaara's assistance, the strength of Kimimaro was overwhelming. Even with their combined efforts, it was a grueling fight. Fortunately, Kimimaro's body was deteriorating, unable to sustain prolonged combat. In the end, during Kimimaro's desperate last stand, Gaara's absolute defense held firm, clinching a narrow victory. It seems this side is secure now. With all the battles won, Naraku felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly transported the injured individuals back to their original location to commence healing. While tending to them, Naraku spoke to Kakashi and the others. After I heal them, you should take the injured back. I will continue pursuing Sasuke. Rest assured, I will bring him back. Are you sure you can handle it alone? Kakashi asked with evident concern. Have no worries. He is merely a powerless Orochimaru. Sensing Kakashi's lingering doubts, Naraku pondered for a moment before adding, Kakashi, it has been quite a while since we last sparred, hasn't it? Do you have any idea of my current strength? A smile crept onto Naraku's face. You see, I don't even know myself. I only know I am much stronger than before. It is the perfect opportunity to test my skills against Orochimaru. With that, Naraku vanished from sight. Kakashi, are you trying to show off to me? Disguised, Naraku soared through the sky, quickly catching up to the fleeing Sasuke. Observing Sasuke's determined advance, Naraku smirked and then simply floated in midair. Just as Naraku continued to track Sasuke, the Konoha support team, laden with the wounded, hurried back when suddenly, a head resembling an aloe sprouted from the ground. The figure emerged, sporting a plant-like head, seemingly surfacing from the earth like flowing water, leaving no trace behind. The plants atop its head parted to reveal a face, half black and half white. Not only the face but the body was similarly divided, distinctly marked. How intriguing. Is Orochimaru attempting to acquire the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? What expression would Itachi wear if he knew? However, could that individual be the White Death of Konoha? To be able to fly freely in the skies is rather troublesome. He scanned his surroundings and then melded back into the earth, disappearing from sight. Had Naraku been present, he would have instantly recognized this as the infamous Black Zetsu, the mastermind behind many events in the Naruto universe. His ultimate goal was to release Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was sealed upon the moon. Thus, the Naruto series could also be aptly titled The Chronicles of Black Zetsu's Maternal Rescue. Alas, Black Zetsu's stealth abilities were exceptionally refined. Even with Naraku's Byakugan activated, he failed to detect the hidden presence. Otherwise, Naraku might have attempted to eliminate Black Zetsu, potentially triggering astonishing rewards. The following day, after a full day of escape, Sasuke finally arrived at Orochimaru's hideout. After battling Naruto, and having run tirelessly for an entire day and night, he approached with faltering steps. On the verge of collapse when the door swung open, Orochimaru slowly emerged from behind the door, gazing at Sasuke, and licking his lips said, "Sasuke, you have finally arrived." Chapter 93. What power is this? After enduring countless hardships, Sasuke had finally reached Orochimaru's lair. At this moment, Orochimaru felt a mix of excitement and despondency. He was thrilled that a member of the Uchiha clan had finally come to him. Once he implanted the cursed seal, he could seize Sasuke's body. Yet, he was also disheartened that he could not hold on any longer before Sasuke's arrival and had no choice but to possess another body. This meant he could not reincarnate through the cursed seal in the short term. No need to rush. The meat is already in the pot. It will be eaten eventually. Orochimaru's gaze toward Sasuke was filled with longing. Sasuke, uncomfortable under Orochimaru's gaze, directly confronted him, saying, "Orochimaru, your subordinates told me that if I came, you would grant me power. Now that I am here, I hope you do not deceive me." Orochimaru smiled at Sasuke. "Rest assured, I keep my word. Follow me." He then turned to enter the hideout. Without hesitation, Sasuke followed. Just as the door was about to close, a voice echoed from above. "Orochimaru, at your age, still resorting to abducting young people? Aren't you ashamed? I can't stop you from abducting others, but you should not take my Konoha villagers." Orochimaru abruptly turned around to see a familiar figure descending from the sky. Who could it be? "Ah, it is you, Naraku," Orochimaru exclaimed. "You come to my territory without prior notice. I could have arranged for someone to host you." Seeing Naraku, Orochimaru's expression shifted before he broke into a smile. "Naraku, my dear brother." Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of panic upon seeing Naraku. Naruto disregarded Orochimaru, casting a cold glance at Sasuke. "As a Konoha ninja, how dare you betray your village? Who gave you the audacity?" "Humph, I'll deal with you later." The typically arrogant and self-assured Sasuke, faced with Naruto's reprimand, found himself rendered speechless. "Orochimaru, if you had remained hidden and behaved, I wouldn't have bothered with you. However, you made a grave mistake by turning your attention to Sasuke. After all, I promised Itachi to take good care of his younger brother." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke, who had been sulking with his head bowed, suddenly looked up at Naruto. "Brother Naruto, you said you promised that person to look after me. What does that truly mean?" The expression on Sasuke's face was a tapestry of emotions, surprise, anger, and confusion. He was desperate for answers. "Be quiet. I said I'll deal with you later. Now, go stand aside." Naruto's spiritual pressure materialized into a long rope, binding Sasuke and flinging him away to a distance. A fierce battle was imminent, and Sasuke was ill-suited to remain in such proximity. "Now, Orochimaru, the nuisance has been removed. You must know why I am here. There's no need for further pleasantries. Unleash your full capabilities." Orochimaru glared coldly at Naruto, infuriated by his audacious demeanor. As a legendary sanin, Being confronted by a younger generation was intolerable. You think so highly of your own strength? There are many geniuses in the ninja world, but most perish before they reach their potential. Orochimaru licked his lips, while Kabuto dashed toward their hideout, intending to release the prisoners from the dungeon to deplete Nareo's strength. You will learn of my power firsthand. Nareo summoned his Zanpakuto from the system space, a swift motion releasing the blade from its sheath. Having upgraded to the rank of vice captain, Nareo was no longer concerned about the exposure of the system. After all, what could they do if they learned of it? They simply couldn't defeat him. With his Zanpakuto in hand, Nareo charged at Orochimaru, delivering a fierce slash. Orochimaru's body contorted with serpentine grace, evading Nareo's strike. Subsequently, his head lunged forward, aiming to bite Nareo. Thud! Orochimaru's rapid headbutt collided with Nareo's erected shield, producing a dull thud. Failing to land a hit, Orochimaru swiftly retreated, rubbing his teeth in disbelief. Is this shield truly that resilient? It nearly shattered my teeth. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed as a throng of prisoners surged into the corridor. These individuals, once Orochimaru's pawns, had been subjected to torment and experiments. Their humanity stripped away, they obeyed without question. Today, I shall liberate you from your lost dignity. Nareo addressed the soulless throng charging toward him. Stars scattered like the bones of beasts, spires, crimson crystals, wheels of steel. Motion is wind, stillness is void. The clash of spears resounds with reverence. Hado number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. An orb of orange light crackled with electricity, coalescing in Nareo's hand before rapidly expanding. He aimed at the crowd, unleashing the Thunder Roar Cannon. Boom, boom, boom. The Thunder Roar Cannon rained down like cleansing missiles, wreaking havoc. With Nareo's vice-captain level spiritual pressure, combined with a Hado above 60, the devastation was immense. Even a shadow-level ninja would sustain grave injuries from a direct hit. What kind of power is this? Orochimaru mused as he watched his subordinates perish. He remained unconcerned, viewing them merely as disposable tools. Now, captivated by Nareo's displayed might, he recalled their previous encounter in the Forest of Death, where he sensed the peculiarity of Nareo's abilities. During their second meeting, amidst the trio's battle, Nareo had been holding back. Witnessing Nareo's prowess once more, Orochimaru concluded that this was certainly not ninjutsu. As the explosions subsided, Nareo surveyed the scene. Aside from Orochimaru, no one else remained standing. Nareo, this is undeniably not ninjutsu, is it? Can you enlighten me on the nature of this power? Orochimaru gazed at Nareo with yearning, desperate for answers. For a scientist, encountering the unknown without a means to comprehend it was an excruciating experience. Chapter 94. Guess the battlefield was drenched in blood. Dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. Some prisoners, fortunate enough to survive the Thunder Roar Cannon, could only wail in agony, despairing as they awaited their final moments. Unmoved by the cries of his subordinates, Orochimaru remained fixated on Nareo, yearning for enlightenment. Nareo raised an eyebrow, then suddenly broke into a grin. Guess. When Orochimaru heard Nareo speak, he anticipated the revelation of the answers he sought, only to be met with this unexpected retort, darkening his expression. Nareo, since you refuse to speak, I shall capture you and extract the answers myself. As his words fell, Orochimaru's eyes locked onto Nareo with intense determination. Nareo, unperturbed, faced Orochimaru with his blade drawn. He had come seeking confrontation. Fear was not an option. Indeed, Orochimaru's inquiry into Nareo's powers was not unexpected. The Konoha ninjas had long suspected the origins of Nareo's abilities to be enigmatic, distinct from conventional ninjutsu. However, the third Hokage had suppressed such inquiries. And with the Hyuga clan as Nareo's backing, no one dared to delve deeper. Later, during the confrontation with Danzo, Mito Minion attempted to exploit this anomaly to attack Nareo, only to be swiftly incapacitated by him, silencing any further questions. Now, encountering Orochimaru, whose obsessive nature for research made him eager for understanding, Nareo remained resolute in his silence. Do you think that just because you wish to know, I must divulge my secrets? Ridiculous. Nareo would not indulge Orochimaru, especially as they stood on opposing sides. Even if he were to reveal anything, it would be after Orochimaru's demise, before his lifeless form. The tension escalated as both parties readied themselves for battle, the atmosphere thick with hostility. On the desolate ground, Nareo and Orochimaru faced each other, surrounded by remnants of the fallen. A gust of wind swept through, stirring the dust and causing their garments to flutter. In the distance, Sasuke, flung away by Nareo, climbed atop a higher stone pillar, gazing intently at the unfolding confrontation. Even from a distance, Sasuke could sense the chilling intent to kill, causing him to involuntarily swallow. At that moment, the two combatants moved. Orochimaru struck first, initiating the battle with a series of concealed serpent techniques. Mere trifles. Naraku swiftly severed the thick, serpent-like arms that lunged at him, then, with a flash step, appeared behind Orochimaru and cleaved him in twain. However, Naraku did not revel in his initial success. He was aware that Orochimaru was not so easily vanquished. Indeed, the bisected Orochimaru transformed into a mere shadow. In the next heartbeat, Naraku instinctively raised his blade for defense. The clash of Naraku's Zanpakuto against Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword echoed like a thunderous collision. The two warriors exchanged blows, only to separate in an instant. In the briefest of moments, they had engaged in numerous exchanges, a feat that would have surely spelled doom for any ordinary jonin. Indeed, Naraku, I sense that you have grown even more formidable than when we last met in the Forest of Death. Back then, you barely brushed against the threshold of shadow-level prowess. Now, you have firmly attained such strength. Orochimaru praised Naraku, though internally he felt immense pressure. After all, Naraku had come seeking trouble, and the stronger Naraku became, the more perilous Orochimaru's situation grew. There was no denying it. After all, he was one of the legendary sanin, who had recently slain the third Hokage of Konoha. If I lacked confidence, I would not dare confront you. A faint smile graced Naraku's lips as he spoke nonchalantly. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he bit his finger and swiftly formed hand seals, initiating a summoning technique. I shall not grant you the opportunity. Seeing Orochimaru attempt to summon the myriad snakes to assist him, Naraku would not simply stand by. With a perfect flash step, he moved with such speed that he appeared directly before Orochimaru. What? Though Orochimaru had anticipated Naraku's speed, he was still taken aback by its sheer magnitude. At that moment, he had only completed half of his hand seals. In a panic, he could only retreat hastily. Yet, alas, his speed could not match Naraku's. Naraku's blade slashed across his chest, drawing forth a fountain of blood. Summoning technique. Enduring the pain, Orochimaru completed the remaining hand seals and pressed his palm to the ground. Boom. A massive white smoke erupted at Orochimaru's feet, enveloping both him and Naraku within its confines. Naraku swiftly retreated to a safe distance, escaping the shroud of smoke. Hiss! As the smoke dissipated, a colossal purple serpent emerged, with Orochimaru standing atop its head. Orochimaru, you have summoned me with increasing frequency. You disturb my slumber time and again. After this summon, you shall offer me 200 sacrifices, or I shall end you. As the myriad snakes made their entrance, they roared at Orochimaru. Naraku observed with amusement, intrigued by the audacity of a summoning beast daring to impose conditions upon its summoner, even threatening him. If it were Naraku, he would have to subdue his own summoning beast first. Setting aside such thoughts, he resolved to deal with the opponent before him, exercising caution. For this youth was indeed formidable. Orochimaru readily acquiesced to the demands of the myriad snakes. After all, survival was paramount. He had sensed the looming threat of death emanating from Naraku. With a misstep today, he could very well meet his end. Is this the one before me? Orochimaru, you are regressing. Watch me devour him whole. The myriad snakes, perceiving Naraku as insignificant, charged at him without regard. A mere serpent dares to be brazen. I shall slice you and turn you into a feast. With a rumble, the might of the myriad snakes was formidable, positioning Naraku as a single warrior against two shadow-level opponents. Consequently, Naraku unleashed his initial release, summoning a colossal black-armored warrior behind him. This power was distinctly different from the techniques of ninjutsu. Orochimaru murmured in awe as he felt the surge of that strength. Meanwhile, the myriad snakes did not hesitate, charging forward at great speed, colliding with the enormous Zanpakuto wielded by the black-armored warrior. Chapter 95. The Clash of One Man and One Serpent. Boom. The massive serpent's head collided violently with the gigantic Zanpakuto, creating a whirlwind at the battleground. The shockwaves from the battle reverberated through the area, causing the surrounding earth to buckle and collapse. Even the stone pillar far off, where the second pillar stood, fractured and crumbled under the tremors. The second pillar leapt to avoid the same fate as the collapsing stone. What terrifying power! Is this the confrontation of top-tier ninjas? Could it be that man possesses such strength as well? The second pillar's eyes glazed over, drowning in despair. With such might, how could he ever seek revenge? Simultaneously, he pondered the meaning behind Naraku's earlier words, urging him to care for himself. Disregarding Sasuke's musings, the battle continued as the divine judgment and the myriad snakes exchanged strikes. each moment marked by swift separations. "Curse it, that hurts." The myriad snakes cried out in agony, their massive form writhing uncontrollably upon the ground. Naraku observed intently, his lips curling into a smirk. The might of the divine judgment was indeed substantial. However, it left merely a deep gash upon the serpent's massive head, seeping only a trickle of blood. The extent of such damage could be likened to merely breaching the defenses of a colossal boss with 10,000 health points, inflicting a mere 100 points of damage. Alas, this creature was the strongest in the dragon cave, second only to the sage of snakes, boasting a tough hide. A mere human struck by Naraku's blade, even if they were a shadow-level warrior, would not survive a direct hit. Yet the myriad snakes withstood the assault, a testament to their abnormal resilience. While Naraku marveled at the strength of his opponent, he remained oblivious to the terror gripping Orochimaru and the myriad snakes. They were acutely aware of their own serpent's toughness. If Naraku could wound the myriad snakes with a single blow, a few more strikes would surely spell disaster. "Damn you, Orochimaru! What kind of adversary have you entangled me with?" The myriad snakes bellowed at Orochimaru, their fury mingled with fear. "Humph, if one strike is insufficient, I shall deliver several. You shall fall eventually." Naraku, grinning wickedly, brandished his Zanpakuto once more. "Curse it." However, having learned from their previous encounter, the myriad snakes were no longer naive enough to charge recklessly. As Naraku's blade descended swiftly, the massive form of the myriad snakes deftly evaded the strike. Remarkable speed. Failing to land a blow, Naraku continued his relentless assault. Yet, despite the serpent's considerable size, it proved surprisingly agile. Even Naraku's technique, imbued with spiritual pressure intended to intimidate, had little effect. After all, the myriad snakes were formidable foes. Relying solely on spiritual pressure would not suffice to subdue them. As the serpentine creature writhed, just when Naraku aimed to strike again, Orochimaru, standing atop the head of the myriad snakes, launched a direct assault on him. Once more, Orochimaru summoned a colossal serpent to ambush Naraku from below, yet Naraku deftly evaded the attack and retaliated, severing the giant serpent with a swift stroke of his blade. Can't the divine retribution deal with you? Then I'll simply employ a different tactic. After all, I possess an array of skills. Observing that his divine punishment had missed the swiftly moving multitude of serpents, Naraku chose to release the initial form of his divine retribution. "Oh Naraku, are you preparing to sit down and have a proper discussion with me?" Orochimaru remarked, noting Naraku's apparent cessation of aggression. In truth, Orochimaru felt a twinge of fear towards Naraku. If they could simply settle their differences, he would not hesitate to lower his head in submission. "A truce? How absurd!" Naraku retorted, aiming his blade at Orochimaru with deadly intent. In that fleeting moment, Orochimaru felt the chilling breath of death upon him. With a swift leap from the head of the myriad snakes, Orochimaru concealed himself behind the massive form of the serpentine creature. "Futile, you fool. Byakugan." Naraku activated his Byakugan, only to be taken aback when he realized he could not see through the scales of the myriad snakes. "Then I shall shoot indiscriminately." The blade transformed into a divine spear, launching forth in an instant. Initially aimed at Orochimaru, the attack redirected towards the myriad snakes instead. In that moment, the scales of the serpent erupted, instinctively warning it of the impending, more terrifying assault. It attempted to evade, but it was utterly helpless. With a piercing strike, the divine spear surged at 5 times the speed of sound, piercing through the first segment of the myriad snake's body and continuing onward to the second. The serpent let out a pained roar, never anticipating such swiftness and ferocity in the attack. Its formidable scales offered no protection against this onslaught. "Orochimaru, you scoundrel! How dare you use me as a shield?" The myriad snake bellowed in fury at Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, hidden behind the serpent's bulk, was drenched in cold sweat as he witnessed the blade slice through the air before him, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. Damn it! How has he grown so powerful in such a short time? Orochimaru clenched his teeth, filled with resentment. Naraku withdrew the divine spear, extending his hand towards the head of the myriad snake. Compared to the wide-reaching destruction of divine punishment, the divine spear's penetrating power was far superior, concentrating all its might at the tip, perfect for dealing with such a resilient opponent. "Please, spare me. I'll leave. I want no part in your affairs." The myriad snake, sensing Naraku's intent, began to thrash wildly, attempting to break free from Orochimaru's binding technique. Yet, Orochimaru could not allow the serpent to escape. If it returned, his own demise would be imminent. As the myriad snake struggled to flee, Orochimaru activated his summoning technique, determined to keep the serpent under control. "Orochimaru, You bastard. Let me go? Why are you trying to run? Block him. I'll sneak attack from below. What do you expect me to do if you abandon me? Block. Try it yourself. I dare you. In that chaotic exchange, Naraku watched the bickering between the man and the serpent with a wry smile. However, he would not squander such a splendid opportunity. With his blade once again aimed at the serpent's head, he hesitated no longer and unleashed the divine spear at 5 times the speed of sound. No. The myriad snake barely managed to utter a word before the divine spear pierced through its brain. Orochimaru, to hell with you. In its final moments, the myriad snake's rage was directed not at Naraku, the one who dealt the lethal blow, but rather at Orochimaru, the one who summoned it. Chapter 96. Sitting in the frosty sky, Ice will Blade, the second most formidable being in the Dragon Cave. Renowned in the ninja world as one of the 3 great summoning beasts, the myriad snake was effortlessly vanquished by Naraku. Orochimaru was left trembling in sheer disbelief. How could this be? That serpent, though arrogant, was by no means weak. Otherwise, it would not have been among my mightiest summoning beasts. To be defeated in merely 2 moves? Cold sweat streamed down Orochimaru's brow as Naraku ensnared the colossal form of the myriad snake with his blade, drawing its lifeless body towards him with the retracting force of the divine spear. Just as the serpent's corpse was about to return to the dragon cave, Naraku seized it into his system space, leaving Orochimaru bewildered on the ground. This is my trophy. It shall be my sustenance from now on. How could I allow you to reclaim it? Naraku mused, clearly satisfied with this catch. This serpent is far stronger than the last. Its flavor will surely be exquisite. Turning his gaze towards the bewildered Orochimaru, he taunted, "What say you? Shall you summon something else? I offer you this chance. O Naraku, if you wish for Sasuke. Take him. Let us end our conflict here." Orochimaru, realizing he could not overpower Naraku, made one last desperate attempt. "Oh, Orochimaru, for one so seasoned in the ninja world, how could you utter such naive words? We have descended into a state of enmity. Even if I were to retreat today, you would not spare me should you regain your strength. Do you think I would let you go?" Hearing Naraku's words, Orochimaru gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. "Very well. You have forced my hand. Let us fight to the bitter end." With a fierce battle cry, several giant serpents materialized, charging towards Naraku. "Useless. Your snakes cannot harm me." Naraku swung his blade once more, dispatching the serpents with ease. However, explode. With a hand seal, the severed serpents detonated. Naraku's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly activated Shunpa, leaping into the air through the gap above him, evading the explosion. Rotating vortex. 2 more giant serpents surged from either side, attempting to encircle him. Clever strategy, but ultimately futile. Naraku scoffed at Orochimaru's combination move. As he spun midair, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. The 2 snakes barely approached before being cleaved into multiple pieces. Divine Spear, shoot. Naraku initiated another assault. This time, Orochimaru lacked the protection of the myriad snakes and was forced to flee across the ground, desperate to avoid Naraku's aim. The divine spear shot forth, leaving a spray of blood in its wake. Unfortunately, it only grazed Orochimaru's arm, failing to pierce through. Remarkably swift. Naraku commented with a smirk. "Since then, let us see if you can evade this maneuver. It is my first time utilizing this power since acquiring it." Sitting poised upon the frost sky ice wheel, as the incantation for liberation was recited, the form of the Zanpakuto in Naraku's hand began to transform rapidly. A long chain, adorned with a crescent moon shape, extended from the hilt of the Zanpakuto, swirling around Naraku like a serpentine dragon. Simultaneously, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted swiftly, and soon, snowflakes began to drift down. The terrifying freezing force enveloped a vast area of over 10,000 meters. Even Sasuke, observing from a distance, was caught in its influence. The mightiest ice element Zanpakuto of the Soul Society had finally made its appearance in the world of ninjas. It astonishingly altered the weather. What a jest! It was the height of summer, and yet, snow had begun to fall. What sort of mysterious and fearsome power is this? Orochimaru gazed in awe at this unnatural phenomenon, his eyes wide with disbelief, muttering to himself. Merely in its initial release, it had altered such an extensive natural phenomenon. What horror would its final release entail? Even Naraku himself was taken aback by the terror of the ice wheel, his anticipation for the final release of the Zanpakuto heightened. Seizing the moment while Orochimaru remained dazed, Naraku, without a hint of martial decorum, unleashed the ice wheel's initial skill. A series of ice projectiles surged forth, resembling flocks of birds as they surged towards Orochimaru. Damn! A single gate of resurrection. Orochimaru hurriedly summoned a gate of resurrection for defense. Boom, boom, boom. The ice projectiles relentlessly crashed against the gate, ultimately eroding it with the biting cold and shattering it into fragments. The terror of the ice will lay in its absolute zero temperature, which, in terms of lethality, was significantly inferior to the Mooncutter. This explained why Naraku could pierce through 3 gates of resurrection with a single strike from the Mooncutter previously, while this time, he could only shatter one with the ice wheel. In a swift motion, Naraku closed the distance to Orochimaru, who could only manage to block with the Kusanagi sword before being sent flying. Just as Orochimaru was propelled backward, Naraku executed another skill. A fan-shaped area extending hundreds of meters ahead instantly transformed into a frozen expanse, trapping Orochimaru's legs to the ground. Orochimaru tugged fiercely, but his legs remained immobile. In a moment of desperation, as Naraku swung his blade once more, Orochimaru hastily expelled a clone from his mouth, leaving only a snake's skin behind. At first, Naraku believed this attack would merely freeze a localized area, prompting Orochimaru to flee to safety. However, to his surprise, as Naraku pointed the tip of his blade towards him, the frozen zone rapidly expanded toward him. With no other option, Orochimaru could only continue fleeing. Perhaps sensing that the speed of the encroaching ice was insufficient to catch up with Orochimaru, Naraku finally ceased his movements. Gasping for breath, Orochimaru realized he had been relentlessly suppressed since the battle began, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. I must find a way to escape, otherwise, I will truly perish here. His eyes flickered with desperation. Thinking of fleeing? It's too late. Seemingly reading Orochimaru's thoughts, Naraku smirked, revealing a mocking smile. The 6 garments of ice purity. 6 beams of light illuminated around Orochimaru, instantaneously freezing him within. What? Orochimaru's face displayed disbelief as he found himself encased in ice. The 6 garments of ice purity formed an array with 6 freezing points on the ground, ensnaring the opponent within. While Naraku had pursued Orochimaru with freezing attacks, he had stealthily laid down multiple freezing points around him. Once Orochimaru halted, he activated the 6 points, creating an array that imprisoned him in ice. Is Orochimaru really being defeated by Naraku? From a distance, Sasuke watched in astonishment as Naraku encased Orochimaru in ice. When he first encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, he had no idea who he was. Yet, after such a long time, he had learned of Orochimaru's identity from others. A legendary sanin, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, a genius ninja of Konoha, adorned with numerous titles, and not long ago, he had orchestrated the downfall of Konoha and personally slain the 3rd Hokage. Understanding Orochimaru's terrifying power was precisely why Sasuke had chosen to defect from Konoha to seek him out. However, this very figure, whom Sasuke regarded as a seemingly insurmountable powerhouse and a beacon of hope for his revenge, was being thoroughly overpowered by Naraku from the onset. What then could be the extent of Naraku's might? At that moment, Sasuke recalled Naraku's words before the battle. I'll deal with you later. A chill ran down his spine, and despite the frigid temperatures, he broke into a cold sweat. Surely, Naraku wouldn't kill me, would he? In this instant, our dear Sasuke felt a surge of panic. Meanwhile, Naraku, observing the frozen Orochimaru, refrained from advancing directly. Instead, he spoke. Enough of the charade. You are a serpent. And in low temperatures, you can hibernate. You won't perish in such a short time. Don't even think about luring me in for a sneak attack. That trick won't work on me. As Naraku's words fell, the massive ice block imprisoning Orochimaru began to crack. Crack, crack. The fissures widened until, ultimately, it shattered into fragments. Within, Orochimaru transformed into a colossal serpent, towering 100 meters high, with 8 heads and 8 tails. Was this Orochimaru's most formidable and final technique, the 8-headed serpent technique? Gazing at the imposing, fearsome visage of the immense serpent before him, Naraku licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement dancing in his smile. You forced my hand, little boy, now perish. Orochimaru's voice, filled with malice, reverberated as the abdomen of the 8-headed serpent writhed, charging towards Naraku. Everything in its path was crushed to dust. Naraku swung forth his ice pillar technique against the gargantuan form of the serpent. However, this time, the effects were minimal. The ice projectiles detonated upon impact with Orochimaru's body, but failed to breach his defenses. Even the formed ice began to shed from his body as he writhed. How intriguing. This is truly exhilarating. Naraku felt a surge of excitement. This was the battle he had yearned for. Binding Arts number 63, Locking Chain. Binding Arts number 75, 5-column iron stake. Enormous iron chains manifested in the air, rapidly ensnaring Orochimaru's massive form. Following this, colossal iron pillars descended from the sky, piercing down to firmly pin him to the ground. Though these high-level binding arts were cast without incantation, they momentarily rendered Orochimaru immobile. Orochimaru, next. I shall unleash one of my most powerful abilities. Whether you survive this encounter lies in your own hands. The tumultuous waves, the frenzied vessel, boiling, numb, flickering, sleepless. Even the steel princess rusts, and the clay doll crumbles. Assemble. Confront the enemy. Fill the ground to let them know their impotence. The 99th Black Coffin of the Breaking Path. Just as Naraku intoned the incantation for the 99th Ghost Path, Orochimaru struggled madly upon the ground. Although unaware of Naraku's intentions, he could not warn him, for it was perilous, exceedingly dangerous. In his frantic struggle, Orochimaru relentlessly destroyed the chains and iron pillars binding him. One by one, the chains and pillars shattered under Orochimaru's desperate efforts, scattering into specks of light. Just as he freed himself from the last iron pillar and sought to flee swiftly, Naraku's ghostly chant concluded. A colossal black rectangular prism ensnared Orochimaru within, akin to a gigantic black coffin. Enveloped within, Orochimaru's scales erupted, sensing the ominous threat of death. In the next moment, countless shadow blades emerged from the black coffin, disregarding Orochimaru's defensive scales, instantly piercing him with a multitude of wounds. Oh! The sounds of slicing echoed from within the black coffin, accompanied by chilling cries of agony. In the distance, Sasuke, hearing Orochimaru's wails, turned pale. Naraku wouldn't he dare use this technique against me, would he? If even the formidable Orochimaru has been so ruthlessly tortured, Sasuke could not help but tremble. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known Naraku was this powerful, he could have simply sought Naraku's guidance on how to grow stronger instead of pursuing Orochimaru. Now, he would have to face the consequences. Orochimaru's cries persisted. As long as the black coffin remained, the assault would not cease. Moments later, Orochimaru's screams fell silent, and Naraku waved away the black coffin. At that moment, Naraku's visage also bore a pallor, a sign of overexertion of spiritual pressure. Having fought thus far, he had unleashed numerous attack techniques, culminating in the tremendous power of the 99th Black Coffin, which drained his spiritual energy immensely. However, the battle had been won. Naraku glanced at Orochimaru, who now lay lifeless. All 8 heads drooping, motionless, his once pristine, white serpent form now stained crimson with his own blood. Naraku sensed that Orochimaru had completely lost any trace of life. This did not surprise Naraku in the least. It is known that the Black Coffin is among the most powerful of the ghost paths, possessing immense strength. Moreover, Naraku's ghost path is specifically designed to combat the souls of Shinigami and Hollows. Orochimaru, who had frequently employed the technique of reincarnation to transfer his soul into others' bodies, had long since rendered his own soul fragmented. Now, faced with attacks that targeted not only the body but also the soul, his demise was inevitable and swifter than others. It is over, Orochimaru. Gazing upon the corpse of Orochimaru, Naraku felt a surge of emotion. One of the legendary sanin, who had slain the 3rd Hokage, was now defeated by his own hand. Chapter 98, Disobedience? A beating will suffice. In Naraku's first battle as a shadow-level warrior, he faced one of the sanin, Orochimaru. Although Naraku did not unleash all his abilities in this confrontation, he exerted a considerable amount of strength. Why say 9/10 instead of full strength? After all, Naraku had yet to deploy his ultimate technique. In terms of direct lethality, his reversal does not compare to the ice wheel, but in terms of complexity, it ranks first. Unless others are aware of the prerequisites for activating the reversal and its subsequent attack methods, those caught in its grasp are destined to be toyed with by Naraku. Naraku had long decided to reserve the initiation of the reversal as his ultimate trump card, to be used only in critical moments. Thankfully, this battle, which would send shockwaves through the shinobi world, concluded with Naraku's triumph and Orochimaru's death. Huff! Naraku exhaled, feeling somewhat unsteady, and hurriedly steadied himself. This battle had drained his spiritual pressure significantly. Having unleashed so many techniques, even with his self-proclaimed stamina equivalent to several Kakashis, he nearly succumbed. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, Naraku disregarded appearances and plopped down onto the ground. He then cast a glance at Sasuke in the distance, coldly commanding, "Come here." Sasuke, hiding at a distance, felt a chill run down his spine upon meeting Naraku's gaze. However, he dared not pretend he hadn't heard, and could only approach Naraku cautiously. "Move faster. Stop dawdling like a coward." Seeing Sasuke's sluggish pace, Naraku couldn't help but reprimand him. Sensing Naraku's apparent annoyance, Sasuke instinctively shrank back his neck, then hurried towards Naraku. Naraku, brother, Sasuke stood before Naraku, hesitating to speak. Feeling emboldened? Who gave you the audacity to believe you could betray Konoha? Did you think that my silence meant you could act with impunity? Naraku berated Sasuke fiercely. Faced with Naraku's scolding, Sasuke lowered his head, gritting his teeth in silence. Suddenly, he lifted his head, locking eyes with Naraku. Naraku, brother, I want to become stronger, which is why I sought Orochimaru. In the village, I cannot find opportunities for rapid growth. Even Naruto, who was always at the bottom of our class, is now stronger than me. Why should I accept this? I refuse to be content with this. I truly refuse. Sasuke began in a low voice, gradually losing control and shouting at Naraku. Naraku furrowed his brow, realizing that the jealousy of youth was rearing its head. Once a top performer in school, Sasuke found himself surpassed by a perennial underachiever after becoming a ninja. How could someone with such pride accept this? Furthermore, after his encounter with Itachi, where he was bested and ignored, his frustration only deepened. Empathizing with Sasuke's feelings, Naraku understood. But does that justify your outburst towards me? Smack. Naraku delivered a sharp strike to his head. Speak respectfully. Dare you raise your voice at me? Are you courting death? The once volatile Sasuke was jolted back to reality by Naraku's slap. Rubbing his slightly sore head, he fell silent once more. What to do with a disobedient child? Often, it's merely a matter of discipline. A beating will suffice. Naraku sighed, looking at Sasuke. In truth, some matters are not as you perceive them. Itachi, too, has his own burdens. His heart is heavier than anyone else's. After a moment's hesitation, Naraku resolved to share the truth with Sasuke. He did not wish to concern himself with Itachi's original intentions. In Naraku's eyes, Itachi's actions had been excessively cruel to both brothers. Both Itachi and Sasuke had endured considerable suffering, and if Sasuke were to bear the pain of having to kill his own brother, it would cast an unbearably dark shadow over his life. Naraku, brother, what do you mean by this? Sasuke, who had initially been silent and averted his gaze, suddenly lifted his head to look at Naraku. In response to Sasuke's probing question, Naraku slowly raised his hand. Sasuke, believing that Naraku was about to strike him again, instinctively shrank his head in fear. However, in that moment of trepidation, Naraku's hand gently descended upon his head. The warmth of that hand brought an immediate cessation to Sasuke's trembling. At that instant, he was transported back to his childhood, recalling how his brother would often caress his head in a similar manner. Naraku did not harm him. He merely offered a comforting touch. Subsequently, Naraku began to recount tales of the past. As he spoke, Sasuke's eyes widened, and his expression transformed into one of astonishment. The truth unfolded before him. After narrating the events in their entirety, Naraku fell silent, allowing Sasuke the space to digest this newfound knowledge. Sasuke's visage morphed through a spectrum of emotions: shock, anguish, doubt, and nostalgia, all intertwining within him. After a prolonged moment, Sasuke gradually regained his composure. He lifted his gaze to Naraku and asked, Naraku, is everything you said true? Itachi did everything for my sake? He sacrificed our entire clan just to protect me, even at the cost of bearing the infamy of their slaughter. The murder of our parents and betrayal of Konoha? The disbelief lingered on Sasuke's face. Indeed, that is the reality, Naraku affirmed. Everything Itachi did was for you. No matter how formidable the Uchiha clan was, rebellion would lead to their inevitable downfall against the entirety of Konoha. The third Hokage and others were already aware of the Uchiha's covert intentions. Your brother opposed the clan's quest for power, and when approached by the third Hokage, he grappled with his conscience for a long time before ultimately agreeing to eliminate the Uchiha clan. This was done to preserve the Uchiha name from being tarnished by the label of traitor after their defeat, and more importantly, to protect you. Itachi struck a deal with the higher-ups of Konoha. He would eradicate the Uchiha clan and bear all the blame, under the condition that you would be kept safe and allowed to live in Konoha. On the night of that fateful event, I happened to witness the proceedings. After incapacitating you, Itachi refrained from further violence and entrusted me with your care. Otherwise, do you think Itachi would have allowed you to survive? As Naraku recounted these revelations, Sasuke could not suppress his anguish, tears streaming down his face. All these years, he had unjustly blamed his brother. After Naraku finished speaking, he quietly sat beside Sasuke, who was now in the throes of his emotional release. Observing Sasuke's plight, Naraku felt a rare pang of compassion. At merely 12 years of age, Sasuke was akin to a child in his previous life, just a sixth grader, carefree and innocent. Yet, he had endured burdens far beyond the comprehension of most. After a considerable time, Sasuke's emotions began to stabilize. He wiped his tears and turned to Naraku, saying, "Naraku, please teach me how to become stronger. I once thought Orochimaru was an immensely terrifying foe, yet he fell at your hands. You are even more powerful than him. Please help me grow stronger." Sasuke gazed at Naraku with unwavering determination. "Oh, so you still wish to pursue strength after hearing the truth?" Naraku regarded him with surprise. "Indeed, I want to grow stronger. But not to kill Itachi. I want to defeat him and confront him directly, demanding to know why he deceived me. More importantly, I want to be strong enough to protect Itachi." Naraku smiled at Sasuke's resolute answer. "Very well, after we return to the village and you've rested, come find me. I will train you. However, be warned, do not expect to quit halfway through." Upon hearing Naraku's agreement, Sasuke's spirits lifted, and he proudly declared, "Humph, if I quit midway, I would no longer be worthy of the Uchiha name." Naraku shook his head, choosing to disregard Sasuke's bravado as he turned his attention to Orochimaru's lifeless form. The corpse, having transformed into a massive white phosphor serpent, lay sprawled before them, resembling a small mountain. What a colossal mass of flesh! It would make for splendid barbecuing. Yet, the thought of this being Orochimaru makes my appetite vanish. Such a waste, truly a pity. Naraku mused, contemplating Orochimaru's fate, uncertain if he was truly dead. In the original tale, this individual was notoriously difficult to kill. After a brief respite, Naraku regained some of his spiritual energy. He summoned a crimson disc-like flame and hurled it at Orochimaru's remains. The moment the fire met the corpse, it ignited in a furious blaze. The enormous body, engulfed in the flames of the waste fire, took a full 10 minutes to be consumed entirely. Naraku and Sasuke remained silent, watching as Orochimaru's body was gradually reduced to ashes. Eventually, the last flicker of flame extinguished itself after the remains had been incinerated. Naraku nodded to himself, reflecting on the fact that even after taking a life, he made it a point to handle the aftermath with care, ensuring the body would not be left to rot. It is rare to treat one's enemies with such decency, he thought. Sasuke, overhearing Naraku's musings, could not help but roll his eyes. So you kill someone and then expect gratitude for disposing of their remains? He silently pondered, knowing better than to voice his thoughts aloud. As Orochimaru's body was fully consumed, Naraku addressed the system. "System, I wish to sign in." "Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ability of Bankai," the system responded. At that moment, Naraku's heart raced in disbelief. "Bankai? Surely, you jest?" he thought, overwhelmed by the implications of such a power. However, he quickly sensed something amiss and inquired further, "Wait, system. Why have I gained Bankai yet my spiritual pressure remains at a vice-captain level?" "Host, please understand. Captain status is distinct from spiritual pressure. A captain will inevitably possess Bankai, with the exception of certain anomalies like Kenpachi Zaraki, yet not all who wield Bankai are captains. Acquiring Bankai and possessing captain-level spiritual pressure are merely prerequisites for competing for the captaincy," the system patiently elucidated. Understanding dawned upon Naraku. Bankai represented the first step toward captaincy. To truly compete for the position, one must possess both Bankai and captain-level spiritual pressure. Nevertheless, even the mere acquisition of Bankai signified a monumental leap in his combat prowess. If previously, Naraku was merely above average among shadow-level fighters, with the manifestation of Bankai, he would undoubtedly ascend to super shadow-level strength. At this moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to directly assault the Akatsuki headquarters in the Land of Rain. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, recognizing the inherent danger. What if the organization was merely engaged in team-building activities? That would put him at great risk. Shaking his head, Naruto resolved to calm himself. He then turned to Sasuke, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Let us head back to Konoha." Sasuke hurriedly followed Naruto, making his way towards the village. Just then, a thought struck him. Wait a moment. I was a traitor to Konoha. I even fought with Naruto and the others on my way out. How will Konoha punish me if I return? Sasuke felt a twinge of anxiety as he voiced his concerns. Naruto stopped, turned to look at Sasuke, and with a puzzled expression, asked, "What do you mean you betrayed Konoha? What are you talking about?" Seeing Naruto's confusion, Sasuke assumed he was unaware of the previous events and attempted to explain. However, Naruto interrupted him, saying, "Didn't we agree that you would feign allegiance to Orochimaru to locate his hideout and provide me with the coordinates?" My intervention was merely to deal with Orochimaru, and the skirmish with Konoha's pursuers was staged to lend credibility to our ruse, preventing any suspicion. You displayed remarkable courage by infiltrating enemy territory and discovering Orochimaru's lair. Together, we succeeded in eliminating him, avenging the third Hokage. You are a hero of Konoha. Who would dare punish you? Naruto looked at Sasuke in astonishment, seemingly perplexed by his earlier words. Is it really possible to spin it this way? Sasuke was taken aback, never anticipating that Naruto would frame him, a former rogue ninja, as a celebrated hero of Konoha. This revelation sent a surge of exhilaration through him. Naruto turned away, disregarding Sasuke's bewilderment, and continued on his path. After all, with strength and accomplishments, such narratives could easily be crafted, even if Konoha's inhabitants were aware of Sasuke's true intentions. Once this justification was presented, they would likely choose to remain silent. Naruto chuckled inwardly, having a grasp of the political machinations that transpired among leaders. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked something important. After contemplating for a moment without arriving at a conclusion, he decided to dismiss it from his mind. Several hours later, a figure wearing glasses stealthily returned to the scene. It was Kabuto, who had fled when the situation turned dire. He gazed in shock at the ashes that remained of Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama has actually been killed? He muttered to himself, quickly regaining his composure. He entered the hideout from another entrance, retrieved several items, and hurriedly departed. Chapter 100, Have you eaten? Having restored some of his chakra, Naruto, dissatisfied with Sasuke's slow pace, employed the flying technique to carry him swiftly back to Konoha. Unlike their journey, which took a full day and night, their return took merely 2 hours. Upon arriving at the village gate just in time for lunch, Naruto said, "Let us first inform Tsunade of the situation, then find a place to eat." As they entered the village, they greeted the guards, who responded with friendly smiles. For now, only the higher-ups and those who pursued Sasuke were aware of his defection, so the villagers reacted casually upon seeing him. The two made their way to the Hokage's office. Before they even pushed the door open, they heard Tsunade's furious voice from within. "Have we still not located Uchiha Sasuke? How infuriating. Reinforce our search efforts." Naruto chuckled softly, then opened the door to enter. "Tsunade-sama, have you eaten? Oh, everyone is here." Upon stepping into the office, he noticed several familiar faces: Tsunade, Shizune, Kakashi, Shikamaru, Naruto, and a few members of the Umbu. Tsunade looked visibly displeased. This was understandable, as her recent assumption of the Hokage role had coincided with a defection from a village ninja. The failure of the pursuit only compounded her embarrassment. "Naruto, you brat, you actually returned. Kakashi mentioned you went after Sasuke. What happened? Don't tell me you failed as well." Tsunade's barrage of questions came without hesitation. After all, Naruto's speed was renowned throughout the ninja world, and given his formidable strength, capturing Sasuke should have posed no challenge. Even Naruto's companions looked at him with hopeful anticipation. "What's the rush, Tsunade-sama? Anxiety and anger can hasten the aging process. You know, just look at you. You've only been Hokage for a few days, and already, I can see you've aged a bit. You need to take better care of yourself," Naruto said calmly. "What? Really?" Tsunade exclaimed, quickly pulling out a mirror from her desk to inspect herself. Suddenly, she paused, turning to glare at Naruto. "You brat, don't change the subject. I asked you about Sasuke." Naruto shrugged. "You still don't trust me with my work?" He then called out towards the corridor, "Sasuke, come in." At Naruto's words, Sasuke stepped into the office, surveying the room before addressing Tsunade. "Hokage-sama, Naruto brother, you truly brought Sasuke back. Sakura won't be heartbroken now." "Sasuke, you jerk," Naruto exclaimed, initially delighted to see Sasuke, then quickly wanting to punch him, only to be blocked by Naruto. Even Kakashi and the others breathed sighs of relief. Being brought back by the village was certainly preferable to being branded a rogue ninja. At least returning offered a chance for redemption. Tsunade, seated behind her desk, stared coldly at Sasuke, silent for an extended period. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Even Naruto, usually carefree, fell silent, recognizing that the moment of reckoning for Sasuke had arrived. After a long silence, Tsunade finally spoke. "Sasuke, give me one reason why you betrayed the village." Sasuke hesitated, about to speak when Naruto interrupted. "Tsunade-sama, let me explain." After the sound ninja approached Sasuke, I happened to encounter him. He shared the details of their approach. As you all know, Orochimaru had targeted Sasuke since the Forest of Death, and he was drawn into their schemes once more. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days of thievery, but no 1,000 days of vigilance. To thoroughly eliminate the threat posed by Orochimaru, we devised a plan for Sasuke to feign allegiance to him and uncover his location. Eventually, I confronted Orochimaru directly, and fortunately, I triumphed, avenging the third Hokage. However, this also relies on Sasuke's unwavering courage and willingness to sacrifice himself. Therefore, Sasuke is a hero, not a traitor. The expressions of everyone in the office grew increasingly vivid as they listened to Naraku's account, particularly when they heard about Naraku slaying Orochimaru. Their mouths gaped in astonishment. Even Tsunade stared at Naraku with a face full of disbelief. Meanwhile, Sasuke, standing behind Naraku, felt his face gradually redden as the crowd's gaze frequently shifted towards him. This proud individual, though he had rehearsed his lines before arriving, found it impossible to maintain a stoic demeanor while fabricating lies. Thus, Naraku effortlessly seized the conversation. "Naraku, you must be jesting." Though aware that Naraku would never trivialize such matters, Tsunade couldn't help but inquire again, for this tale was indeed too fantastical. "What jest is there in this? Behold, this is Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword." With that, Naraku produced the Kusanagi sword and cast it before everyone. This sword was acquired after Naraku had slain Orochimaru. Although he had no use for it, discarding it felt rather regrettable. The blade, upon being thrown, embedded itself into the floor, its sharpness undeniably evident. Indeed, this is Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. Tsunade recognized the weapon at a glance, being an old acquaintance of Orochimaru. The fact that his most formidable weapon had fallen into Naraku's hands signaled the definitive end for Orochimaru. Tsunade found herself at a loss regarding how to feel. "Haha, splendid. Sasuke, so you did not betray us. Your previous actions were merely a performance." Naruto exclaimed as he joyfully leaped in front of Sasuke. Upon seeing Naruto, Sasuke turned his head away, his cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Shikamaru regarded Naraku and Sasuke with scrutinizing expressions. They held some skepticism regarding Naraku's words, though not about the claim of Naraku slaying Orochimaru. While the revelation surprised everyone, they accepted Naraku's assertion as truth, for he was not one to indulge in falsehoods. Their doubts lay in the veracity of Sasuke's supposed betrayal. In fact, aside from those two, only Naruto genuinely believed the narrative. The others harbored varying degrees of skepticism in their hearts. "Very well, I understand the situation. If this is indeed the case, then you two have undoubtedly achieved great merit. Since Sasuke has returned, there is no need for the meeting to continue. Everyone may disperse." After a prolonged silence, Tsunade lowered her head and then waved her hand to signal the crowd to go their separate ways.